What differences would arise if a genius sorcerer from another world were to transmigrate into Petunia Evans, the sister of Lily Evans? Chapter 1. Yunyu in the dead of night. The ancestral home of the great sorcerer Yunyu suddenly erupted into flames, the searing and brilliant light illuminating much of the night sky. Yunyu stood amidst the inferno, surrendering herself to the licking tongues of fire without a hint of struggle, her gaze lingering affectionately over every corner of the old residence. She was intimately familiar with this house. It had witnessed her birth and upbringing, and now it would accompany her into death. Yet, could this place truly be called home? It was the sole refuge she possessed in this world, and her life had been imprisoned within this confining cage. She had summoned the immortal flames of the phoenix and inscribed the finest protective runes, hoping for a tranquil release this very night. As fate would have it, the fire burned quietly for over 10 hours, unnoticed by anyone. By the time the master of the house, great sorcerer Yunyu, returned sensing something amiss, it was already too late. He stood before the roaring flames, his eyes filled with rage, watching as the ancestral home, which had been in his family for centuries, was reduced to ashes before him. The roof had long since vanished, and the walls, once adorned in white and gold, were now charred black, resembling lifeless cinders. The arsonist's hatred for Yunyu must have been profound, for even the beautifully cultivated garden, brimming with exotic flowers, and the 2-story library filled with precious tomes were not spared. Even the lavatory had been left in ruins. Suppressing his fury, Yunyu instinctively rubbed his fingers over his ring, only to find it empty. How could this be? The ring had been placed on him by his father at Yunyu's birth, who claimed it was intertwined with her very life. As long as Yunyu lived, the ring would remain intact. How could Yunyu possibly be dead? She was a prodigy of immense magical prowess and innate talent. How could she perish in a fire? The world knew only of the brilliant intellect of great sorcerer Yunyu, yet they were oblivious to the fact that his younger sister, Yunyu, was the true embodiment of extraordinary genius. 12 years his junior, she surpassed him in innate mental fortitude, affinity for magical elements, and the rapid growth of her magical power. Seemingly, the only area where he triumphed was in age. Fortunately, Yunyu was still quite young. Despite her prodigious gifts, how could she thrive without the affection of her father, who had passed away? She was doomed to remain in his shadow. Under the guise of family authority, he had utilized the power of their bloodline to imprison her within the Yun family estate, and thus she was forever barred from the outside world, her every talent and achievement appropriated by him. He restricted her movements, pilfered her thoughts, and plagiarized her creations. In just a few decades, Yunyu had made significant contributions to the magical realm, earning the title of Great Sorcerer. As for Yunyu, she remained a pitiful figure, the sibling of Yunyu who had succumbed to illness years prior within the confines of the Yun family home. Yunyu. Overwhelmed by despair, Yunyu collapsed to his knees. Memories of the girl's every smile and frown surged back with clarity. The soft bundle he had cradled in his arms as an infant, her toothless grin directed at him, the 7 or 8-year-old version of her, covered in mud, tugging at his clothing while calling him Lai with a dirty face. And finally, the moment when, at 12 years old, their father had taken her by the hand to visit the academy, her joyous waves and radiant smile, her garments dancing in the wind. And then came the day she was imprisoned, her incredulous gaze fixed upon him, her usually sparkling eyes clouded with tears. As time passed, her laughter grew scarce, and her cherished garden became a distant memory. Months would go by without her emerging from her room, her presence no longer gracing him, and she never again called him brother, Lai, or even Yunyu. The last time he had seen her was several years ago, standing in the garden beneath a full moon, gazing up at the celestial orb. The moonlight cascaded over her silvery hair, creating an ethereal beauty, yet her face bore no expression, and her eyes betrayed no emotion. Their brief exchange felt more like the glance between strangers than siblings. Should not have been this way. She should have despised him, wishing for his demise. Yet instead she appeared resigned. She was barely 30. She had never seen the sea, which she had longed to visit since she was 11, nor witnessed the grandeur of the sun and moon traversing the ocean. She had not mastered the wind magic she adored, nor experienced the endless expanse of the sky, for she could not even leave the Yun estate. A delayed sense of regret and guilt entwined itself around the man, the once renowned great sorcerer now kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, his futile tears splattering against the earth without raising a speck of dust. Tilting her head, Yunyu gazed curiously at the man before her, perplexed by his intense sorrow. Her nearly transparent soul hovered in midair, while her corporeal form had been reduced to ashes, and soon her spirit would vanish entirely. The flames of the phoenix continued to blaze fiercely, and as Yunyu wept, weariness overtook him, his eyes swollen and red as he stared at the ruins, aging decades in a single night. Yunyu floated beside him, calmly observing his actions. She had scarcely seen Yunyu cry. Before her imprisonment, he had been a gentle and reliable brother, but after, he had become a cold-faced thief, unable to confront her and coveting her gifts. Such was Yunyu, a man driven by ambition and scrupulous, both loathsome and pitiable in his jealousy, yet still harboring a flicker of kindness, unable to bring himself to harm her. Tsk. It mattered little now, she was dead, so why concern herself with such matters? As her spirit began to ascend, a sigh echoed in her ears. I'm sorry. I do not forgive. Farewell, Yunyu. What awaits after death? Yunyu pondered. Perhaps she would encounter her father and mother, or perhaps nothing at all, merely fade into oblivion. Surely it would not be like this, surrounded by a throng of red-haired, green-eyed individuals chattering incessantly, particularly those bizarrely large faces and mouths that could easily accommodate a fist, which were quite terrifying. Then a brown-haired woman with black eyes, clad in white, shooed away the noisy crowd and cradled her, carrying her inside. At that moment, Yunyu realized that perhaps she had not perished after all. With considerable effort, she managed to extricate her tiny hand from the swaddling, noting that her new hand was small and ruddy rather than pale and delicate. Tsk. After finally achieving death, she had to start all over again. The newborn, unable to communicate, observed her new life's fate for quite some time before accepting her rebirth into a world devoid of magic, a realm of ordinary mortals. In many ways this was quite agreeable. Living freely and peacefully, content to spend her days in tranquility seemed splendid. As she lay in the crib, satisfied and daydreaming, Yunyu thought, rolling over and sinking back into a deep slumber. Time flowed on in the blink of a newborn's eyes, and Yunyu adapted well to this ordinary world without magic. Although devoid of wondrous sorcery, the technology of ordinary people afforded her a comfortable life. Born in July, during the blooming season of the lowly morning glories in the garden, her parents, the Evans, named her Penny Evans, her new name signifying the dawn of a new life. Chapter 2. The Evans couple regarded their elder daughter as angelic, particularly after having witnessed the tempestuous antics of their younger daughter, Mary, who would cry with such fervor that it left them dizzy. Penny was invariably calm, often nestled on the sofa with her bottle, observing her parents' bustling activities. When she needed to use the restroom, she would emit soft grunts to alert her novice parents, and when fatigue set in, she would yawn adorably while clutching her little blanket, her demeanor astonishingly docile. Perhaps it was Penny's easy temperament that ignited a sense of challenge in the Evans parents, leading Mrs. Evans to give birth to another daughter, Lily Evans. The newborn Lily, with a sparse covering of red hair, tightly closed eyes and a wrinkled face, appeared rather unappealing, reminiscent of an unattractive little monkey. Penny, now capable of speech, could not bring herself to utter the words that her sister was beautiful. Instead, she rather dryly remarked that Lily looked quite healthy. In her heart, she mused that she hoped her monkey sister would grow up to be more attractive. Casting a glance at their stunning mother with her red hair and green eyes, and then at their portly father, whose shiny forehead and burgeoning belly were a sight to behold, Penny concluded that Lily certainly resembled her father. With a look of disdain, she scrunched her face in disapproval, clearly expressing her feelings about her father's appearance. Mrs. Evans, looking somewhat haggard, cradled the baby and smiled as she watched her elder daughter's comical disapproval of her husband. Penny's disdainful expression was utterly endearing. Mr. Evans, torn between amusement and exasperation, addressed his daughter, saying, "Oh dear Penny, please do not look at me that way. All newborns are wrinkled. She will look lovely in no time." To which Penny, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I truly hope you are correct. I would not want to have a pitiful monkey sister." Time indeed proved Mr. Evans to be correct. Lily blossomed into a beautiful little girl with radiant red hair, emerald green eyes and porcelain-like skin, cradled in Mrs. Evans's arms like a delicate doll. "Thank goodness you are not a monkey, or I would never be able to take you out to play." Penny sighed with relief as she sat beside her mother, her relief eliciting a hearty laugh from Mrs. Evans. "Be careful, dear. You almost dropped her," exclaimed Mrs. Evans. "My apologies, sweetheart." According to Mr. Evans, little Lily was a true little imp, exhibiting none of Penny's previous docility. Each night, she would cry 2 to 3 times, demanding milk, and even after being fed, she would refuse to sleep, insisting on company to play with her. Mornings were equally early, with her cries echoing through the Evans household, leaving the young couple with distinct bags under their eyes. Mr. Evans, weary and beleaguered, declared, "No more children. I cannot endure this." In the second year following Lily's birth, Penny awoke in a state of panic, suddenly aware of the magical elements in a world she had believed to be devoid of magic. She had always presumed this was an ordinary world. Preparing herself for a life as an unremarkable human, to be a typical person, living a simple, carefree existence was a wish she had made countless times in her previous life. One morning, as Mrs. Evans set the breakfast on the table, she was taken aback to find her usually sweet and understanding elder daughter sulking over the table, her chubby little hands propping up her fair face, her expression one of deep contemplation. What is the matter, my darling Penny? Did your father bully you again? Mrs. Evans inquired, handing a glass of milk to Penny while casting a knowing glance at her husband. No, I did not. Mr. Evans raised his hands in protest, vehemently disagreeing with his wife's assumption. No, Mama, Penny replied, taking a small sip of milk before lifting her head, her bright blue eyes shimmering as she asked. I was just wondering, does magic truly exist? Oh my dear, of course it does. Mr. Evans interjected, his expression animated as he dramatically gestured with one foot on the chair, proclaiming, I witnessed it in my childhood. Both Penny and Mrs. Evans expressed their skepticism, while little Lily, still clutching her bottle, echoed their sentiments with a curious sound, mimicking her sister's puzzled expression. With his wife and daughter showing such interest, Mr. Evans was determined to entertain them. He dashed upstairs to the study, returning triumphantly with a book in hand, exclaiming, Look what I have. What is it? The Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. Both mother and daughter rolled their eyes in unison, while Mr. Evans continued his animated discourse about the book's arduous journey to his possession, recounting how he had been scolded before his mother finally relented and purchased it for him. Little Lily, delighted by her father's antics, clapped her hands in glee, exclaiming, Ha ha ha! Daddy is so silly. Mr. Evans felt a stab of pain in his heart, secretly reminding himself that she was his own flesh and blood, and thus irreplaceable. Although Penny found her father's antics somewhat ridiculous, she picked up the book of fairy tales, hoping to unearth some clues within its pages. However, she ultimately had to concede that it was merely a collection of whimsical tales filled with childlike fantasies. It wasn't until 5-year-old Lily stealthily entered Penny's room one morning, her little face flushed with excitement, shaking her sister awake from her slumber, that the true nature of magic would unfold. Penny, Penny, wake up quickly. I have something to show you. Oh dear Lily, waking someone from their slumber warrants 1,000 needles. Penny mumbled, unable to fully open her eyes as she waved her hand dismissively. Penny, wake up. Lily persisted, her determination finally rousing her sister from her dreams. Penny, perplexed, wondered why her sister, who usually fled at the mere mention of needles, was so bold today. I am awake. Penny groggily replied, rubbing her eyes as she leaned against the headboard, her tone a mix of annoyance and threat. Little Lily, you'd better have something worthwhile to show me. You have no idea how difficult it is to deal with those little brats at school. Little did she know that she had much more to contend with than just the trials of education. Chapter 3. Magic ignoring her sister's warning glare. Lily extended her tiny hand toward Penny. Look, Penny. Her pale palm almost touching Penny's eyelids. Penny's eyelids fluttered as she instinctively retreated, her blue eyes sparkling with a mixture of exasperation and curiosity, silently threatening her sister with a reprimand. Lily grinned, closing and then opening her palm to reveal a delicate pink flower blooming slowly in her hand like a scene from a film. Penny seized Lily's hand, her pupils dilating in astonishment. Lily, do that again, she urged, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. The flower in Lily's palm closed and blossomed once more, and Penny's brow furrowed deeper, causing Lily to feel anxious and lose her earlier enthusiasm. Are you not happy, Penny? This is magic, Penny whispered. Though she was unsure how Lily had acquired such abilities, yet she could undeniably sense the magical essence. Regaining her composure, Penny smiled softly at Lily, stroking her red hair. All right, Lily, I am simply a bit taken aback. Have you shown this to Mama and Papa? If not, you could go surprise Daddy. He would surely shout. Upon hearing the prospect of startling their father, Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she dashed out of the room, exclaiming, I'm going to find Daddy. The silhouette with crimson locks vanished at the doorway, leaving Penny to rest her forehead on one hand against the headboard, her heart brimming with perplexity. She had dwelled in this world for 7 years, and apart from herself, she had never sensed any magical fluctuations from another being. Her own magic could be attributed to remnants from her previous life. Over time, she had naturally assumed this was a world devoid of magic. Until today, when Lily revealed her unique abilities, which were undeniably magical. Magic was akin to a blossom that flourished in the souls of a select few, a divine gift from the Creator. If Lily's magic was an innate talent, did that imply the existence of others in this world endowed with similar gifts? Perhaps a genuine magical realm lay hidden in some corner of this world, unknown to ordinary folk. Blinking her slightly dry eyes, Penny puffed out her cherubic cheeks, feeling somewhat disheartened. She was merely 7, her excursions limited to the vicinity of the Evans household, and even if a magical world existed, she would be unable to find it. Oh, Lily. Indeed, Mr. Evans' exclamation nearly shattered the glass within their home. Penny rubbed her ears. Her father's booming voice was truly a waste if not employed for scavenging. Her mother's melodious voice soon followed. Kyle Evans, What on earth are you shouting about? Darling, you won't believe what just happened. After a flurry of chaos, in the living room of the Evans household, the couple sat on the couch, while Lily stood in the center with a beaming smile, and Penny perched on a single armchair, resting her chin on her hand, observing the spectacle. I'm starting. With that, Lily showcased her wondrous magic once more, a pink bud gradually blossoming. Mr. Evans gasped in delight, exclaiming, "Incredible! This is truly astonishing." Mrs. Evans, with her emerald eyes wide in amazement, echoed, "Is there really magic in this world?" The couple, enchanted, surrounded Lily, peppering her with questions while Mr. Evans nearly lifted their daughter to scrutinize what made her so different. Penny, ignoring her sister's pleading gaze, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was fortunate that Lily had been the one to reveal her abilities. Otherwise, she might have been the one hoisted up. After a considerable time, they finally allowed Lily some respite. She flopped onto the sofa, exhausted from performing the flower transformation 3 times and levitating objects twice, utterly worn out. I'm sorry, Mrs. Evans, with her perceptive nature, enveloped Penny, who had been merely observing. She worried that her little daughter might feel disheartened for lacking such remarkable magic as her sister. Mr. Evans, now realizing the situation, approached Penny and ruffled her hair, assuring, "It's all right, Penny. You will always be Daddy's little angel." "Don't worry, Mama," Penny finally responded, a warm glow blossoming in her heart. "Actually, I can do a little magic too." This elicited 3 distinct tones of curiosity from her parents. With that, Penny extended her hand, and much like Lily, a dazzling flame abruptly appeared in her palm. As Lily gasped in surprise, the flame twirled in Penny's hand, transforming until a breathtaking rose composed of fire emerged gracefully in the air. Upon witnessing the fiery bloom, Mrs. Evans instinctively shrank into her husband's embrace, while Mr. Evans, wrapping an arm around her waist, was filled with excitement and astonishment. After completing her display, Penny withdrew her hand, the beautiful flame rose still suspended in midair, unabashedly showcasing its splendor. Lily, eyes wide with wonder, inquired why their magics differed, exclaiming, "The fiery rose is so cool." Noticing there was no danger, Mr. Evans released his wife and circled the floating rose, his blue eyes round with awe, marveling at the magic before him as if gazing upon rare creatures. "My goodness! How utterly incredible!" After a moment of deep sighs, he seemed momentarily dejected, pondering, "Why do you both possess magic while I do not? After all, I am your father." Mrs. Evans, tightly gripping Penny's hand, cast a worried glance at the flaming rose, unable to articulate her concerns. While Lily's magic transforming into flowers appeared harmless, Penny seemed significantly more formidable. Unfamiliar with such wondrous abilities, both parents couldn't help but worry about their children encountering potential dangers. "Don't fret, Mama. I won't harm myself," Penny reassured. After realizing the uniqueness of both sisters, the parents contemplated for a long while, ultimately requesting that the sisters refrain from displaying their magic outdoors, especially ensuring that others remained oblivious to their abilities. Humanity often instinctively rejects and harms what it does not understand. As parents, they wish to shield their children from exclusion, harm, or growing up under the scrutiny of peculiar gazes, fearing that ill-intentioned individuals might exploit their gifted yet vulnerable children. Even Mr. Evans, usually jovial, adopted a serious demeanor regarding this matter, prompting Penny and Lily to solemnly nod in agreement. As night fell, the Evans household remained brightly lit, with parents fretting over the potential troubles their daughter's extraordinary abilities might invite. While Lily reveled in the joy of her distinctiveness, Penny had already changed into her pajamas and nestled into bed, soundly asleep. In truth, she had commenced her training in elemental magic during a moment of perceiving magical essence, following the path of her past life's elemental magic. In her former existence, she had been exceptionally gifted. Now, with the foundation of her previous life, her progress was nothing short of meteoric, as if aided by divine forces. Chapter 4. The Little Boy. One seemingly ordinary Friday, Penny returned home from school and flopped onto the soft sofa, utterly motionless. Why on earth did such a place as school exist? And why were there so many chattering little brats within its walls? Heaven knows, being surrounded by several boys and girls left her eardrums on the verge of bursting. She had previously vented her frustrations at home, but Lily believed it was a sign of her popularity, while their parents playfully teased her to be more lively. It was hard to fathom that she would endure such a school life for several more years. Goodness gracious. Penny, let us go play. 7-year-old Lily, bursting with energy, was unlike any ordinary child. Despite being utterly exhausted after a week of classes, all she wanted was to lie still, while Lily still had the enthusiasm to play. Unable to resist her sister's persistent pleas, And under Mrs. Evans' early dinner reminder, Penny was dragged out of the house by Lily. By now dusk had fallen, the last orange rays of the sun slipping away. Lily led Penny to a small playground a few hundred meters from home, where they found themselves alone, occupying the only 2 swings. Lily soared high on her swing, as if destined to fly to the heavens, her red hair tracing a graceful arc through the air, her laughter ringing with joy, radiantly beautiful. Penny, immersed in the splendor of her sister's beauty, wore a relaxed smile, her own equally striking red hair loosely tied at the back, her toes occasionally grazing the ground as the swing swayed leisurely like a rocking chair. Penny, swing higher. Lily, exhilarated, shouted excitedly as her swing reached its zenith. Penny simply declined her sister's invitation, once again marveling at Lily's boundless energy, reminiscent of the magical beasts she had only encountered in books from her previous life, bringing her wandering thoughts back. Penny keenly sensed an almost imperceptible gaze directed at her and Lily. Though she detected no malice, she disliked the sensation of being watched. Thus she called out to Lily. Lily, stop. Mama doesn't want you doing that. She assumed her dear sister would comprehend her gentle warning, as she rarely spoke in such a manner. Yet, before Lily gracefully leaped down from her swing, a mere 3 seconds had elapsed, and it was evident she had employed magic. Her expression one of pride and mischief as she glanced back at Penny. Lily, just being obedient. Penny's lips twitched slightly as she fell into a moment of silence. Well, it seemed her secret was out, so what did it matter? Lily, it's time to go home for dinner. Oh no. We've only just come out, Penny. Let it be, I'm tired. Penny could never resist the red-haired girl's playful charms. And once again she found herself being pulled by Lily to the flower bed beside the swings. With great interest, Lily busily sifted through the flowers, which Penny could not name, while she herself squatted beside her, her mind wandering occasionally to the dense bushes nearby, which could easily conceal a child. In just a moment of distraction, Penny turned to see her beloved sister, holding a wilted purple flower in her hand. With a surge of magic, the flower transformed, blooming anew. Penny, look. The smile on the little girl's face shone brighter than her fiery locks, her emerald eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she gazed at Penny. What fault could Lily possibly have? She merely wished to share something she adored with her most cherished sister. The fleeting urge to scold her that had arisen in Penny's mind dissipated the instant she met Lily's gaze, replaced by a profound sense of pride. Her sister was so remarkably talented. How impressive! Hearing her sister's praise made Lily beam even brighter. It's magic. A small boy emerged from behind the bushes, addressing the 2 sisters. He appeared slight and frail, with greasy hair and a pallid complexion that spoke of malnutrition. Perhaps feeling a bit sheepish about his sudden appearance, a flush crept onto his yellowed cheeks. He wore a rather unappealing oversized coat, beneath which a shirt, equally large and feminine, made him appear somewhat comical. The boy, visibly excited yet nervous, glanced at Penny, who stood beside Lily with a frown, and lowered his voice. I know who you are. What do you mean? Lily whispered, gripping Penny's hand. You're a witch, the boy murmured. Lily's impression of witches was still tainted by the image of the wicked woman who poisoned princesses with apples. She felt offended and shot the boy a fierce glare. That's not a nice word. With that, she turned to drag Penny away, her round little face puffed up in indignation, looking utterly adorable. Penny regarded the boy thoughtfully. He seemed rather embarrassed, yet his gaze was resolute, especially when he declared Lily to be a witch. As Lily attempted to leave, he hurried after them, his oversized coat flapping like bat wings. His voice was urgent and firm. You are a witch. I've been watching you for quite a while. You can do magic. My mother is a witch, and I'm a wizard too. We're the same. After a lengthy breath of words, the boy seemed to exhale in relief, his eyes fixed on Lily with an inexplicable anticipation, as if awaiting a fateful decision. Penny and Lily exchanged bewildered glances, blinking in confusion. A wizard? This was the first time Penny had heard that term in reality, aside from fairy tale books. It seemed to denote something akin to a magician, and if the boy claimed his mother was a witch, he must surely understand something about wizards. I am Penny Evans. And this is my sister Lily Evans, Penny introduced, tugging Lily closer to the boy. May I inquire your name, good Sir Wizard? The boy appeared quite pleased to be addressed as such, his face flushing with excitement. Severus Snape, that's my name. Delighted to meet you, Mr. Snape. Severus hesitated for a moment, wiping his hands on his clothing before extending his bony hand, mimicking Penny's earlier gesture. Pleasure to meet you, Miss Evans. After they shook hands, before they could exchange further pleasantries, Mrs. Evans's voice rang out from a distance, calling the sisters for dinner. They arranged to meet the next day to discuss matters concerning wizards before parting ways. As Penny turned to leave with Lily, Severus stood rooted in place, watching the sisters walk away. The yellow glow of the street lamp illuminated their striking red hair. A beautiful hue that lingered in his vision until they rounded a corner and vanished from sight. The slender boy then took a step toward home, the cool breeze stirring, scattering the light-hearted conversation between the two sisters. Are we really witches? The witches in books aren't portrayed in a favorable light. I don't know. Perhaps tomorrow young Mr. Snape will enlighten us. But Severus doesn't seem to have a good life. If his mother is a witch, why doesn't she change that? Well, that's a question for his mother. Chapter 5. Communication. Since last night, Lily had been incessantly chattering about wizards, rousing the Evans family from their slumber at dawn. By the time Penny sat at the dining table, she could barely keep her eyes open. Severus had mentioned a grassy area by the river, a place Lily had previously taken Penny to visit. Indeed, it was a splendid location. The water was crystal clear, glimmering like gold in the sunlight, and the lawn was tidy and well kept. A robust tree stood tall, its trunk thick enough for 2 adult men to embrace, providing ample shade from the summer sun. Upon arriving at their meeting spot, Penny immediately spotted Severus seated in a shadowy corner, engrossed in a hefty book, blissfully unaware of his visitor's arrival. "Good morning, Mr. Snape." The sisters chimed cheerfully. Lily dashed forward to inspect the books he had brought. "Good morning," Severus replied awkwardly, feeling out of place alongside the neatly dressed red-haired sisters. The three settled beneath the tree, with Penny unusually quiet, while Severus appeared shy, speaking only when prompted by questions. Thankfully, Lily was a little angel, brimming with a multitude of inquiries. "Yes, you are a wizard. You possess wondrous powers." Severus carefully glanced at Lily and Penny, his tone tinged with excitement at finding a kindred spirit. He extended his slender palm, where 2 small leaves fused together to form a bamboo dragonfly. The grass-crafted toy spun gracefully in the air before landing in Lily's outstretched hand. "Cool." Lily's eyes sparkled like emeralds as she held the bamboo dragonfly. She glanced at Penny, exclaiming, "This is truly fascinating." Penny tilted her head, observing that both Lily and Severus's demonstrations of magic seemed to emanate from within, a pure, untainted form of magic without any discernible attributes. Noticing Severus's gaze upon her, Penny suddenly understood that he wished her to showcase her abilities as well. With a playful flick, she plucked a few blades of grass from the ground, winking mischievously at the pair of curious eyes. Then with a gentle flick of her other hand, a delicate pink lily materialized in her grasp. Wow! Although Lily had seen such tricks before, she applauded enthusiastically, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Severus, however, widened his dark pupils in astonishment. It was evident that Penny's display had taken him by surprise. Was that transfiguration? Severus pondered, utterly shocked. Could there truly be a Muggle witch who could perform transfiguration without any formal training? Handing the lily to Lily, Penny settled comfortably against the tree trunk, transitioning into a relaxed state. It wasn't long before Lily began peppering Severus with questions about the magical world. All young wizards attend Hogwarts when they turn 11. Owls deliver the acceptance letters. 11? Penny, you'll be able to attend Hogwarts in just 2 years. Lily's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to experience the legendary school of magic for herself. An owl that delivers letters? How incredible! Penny exhibited a complete disinterest in attending school. Her attention was captivated solely by the owl. Penny, even young Severus Snape gazed at her in disbelief, fascinated by her preoccupation with the owl, while remaining indifferent to Hogwarts. His expression conveyed the wonder of witnessing something extraordinary. "Please refrain from looking at me in such a manner." Penny felt offended by Severus's gaze and, in a state of exasperation, explained to the two, "School? What a dreadful concept. Can you fathom the sheer torment of spending 24 hours a day in the company of a cacophony of individuals incessantly chattering, driving one to madness? And to make matters worse, these are wizards, young spellcasters with an astounding capacity for destruction, but not necessarily for creativity. To coexist with them for 7 long years, with only 2 brief returns home each year. 7 years. My mind shall surely implode." Severus, who had attended school for a few years prior, listened to Penny's lamentations, his dark pupils gradually widening, and the typically stern expression on his face morphed into one of fear. Indeed, such a thought was genuinely terrifying. However, one could forge numerous friendships, wizarding companions no less. Only Lily remained cheerful, her vivacious personality, generous spirit, and social prowess ensuring that she made friends wherever she went. "Huh? Do you see me smiling?" Penny retorted. Lily continued to inquire about the magical world from Severus, while Penny idly perused the books he had brought along. One tome was dedicated to plants, another to potions, and yet another focused on spells, accompanied by various informative books on wizarding knowledge. 100 facts about the wizarding world captivated Penny, as it unfurled a realm both familiar and alien before her eyes. Lily asked Severus if he could perform the spells described in the book. Severus shook his head, informing her that young wizards could only cast the spells after acquiring their wands and learning the incantations. Penny glanced at the book, noting that the first spell discussed was the levitation charm. After contemplating the principles of the incantation, she followed the pronunciation in the book and uttered, Wingardium Leviosa. At the instant the first syllable escaped her lips, an unfamiliar surge of magical energy coursed through her being, causing her to feel a twinge of panic. Having never unleashed such magic before, she was uncertain of the potential consequences. Severus and Lily, engaged in their discussion, heard her tentative incantation. Severus had previously attempted the charm at home without success, and his mother had informed him it was due to his lack of a wand, so he did not expect Penny to succeed. Meanwhile, Lily had always believed her sister to be exceptional, never contemplating the possibility of failure. As the magical energy surged along its unfamiliar path within her, Penny suppressed her anxiety, turned her back to the two children, and flung the energy towards the river. With a resounding crash, the immense magical force impacted the flowing water, which could not withstand such a tremendous shockwave and erupted. At that moment, the levitation charm took effect, causing the burst water to form various sized orbs suspended in the air. The trio gaped in astonishment, each with mouths agape, forgetting to even flinch. Non wand magique, Severus murmured, utterly astounded by this remarkable talent. Suddenly, the levitation charm faltered, and a deluge of water cascaded down upon them. Fortunately, they were at a sufficient distance from the riverbank, and the water that rained down upon them was minimal. Nonetheless, the scant amount was enough to leave the three drenched, transforming them into bedraggled figures. Lily, her mouth agape, sputtered and spat out the water, casting a reproachful glance at her sister. Severus imitated her, though his gaze at Penny was that of a creature observing an anomaly. Penny stared blankly at her palm, reminiscing about the sensation of casting the spell. This was a form of magic that did not belong to elemental categories. Elemental magic distinctly categorized various elements. Water magic utilized water elements, and fire magic employed fire elements. The combination of two or more different elemental types was the legendary forbidden spell. In this world, however, wizards appeared to disregard the distinctions between elemental magics, seemingly combining them haphazardly according to established trajectories via incantations and wand assistance to achieve their magical aims. Perhaps it was the differing magical systems that led to such divergent developments in magic. Elemental magic was more suited for combat, characterized by its aggressive nature, while the magic employed by wizards here seemed comparatively less harmful and more convenient for daily use. At least, Penny had never heard of any household spells in her previous life, let alone the bread baking or sunbathing charms mentioned in the book. What a marvelous world this was. She found herself eagerly anticipating her 11th birthday. Lily gingerly tugged at Penny's sleeve, attempting to bring her back to reality. Ahem, this cannot solely be my fault, can it? Penny coughed lightly, wiping the water from her face innocently. I had no idea this spell would have such immense power. Under the reproachful gazes of Lily and the young boy, Penny snapped her fingers, summoning a fiery halo that enveloped her from head to toe. In no time, the halo dissipated, revealing a refreshed Penny. I want that too. I want that too, Lily exclaimed eagerly, or else Mother will surely scold me when we return home. With another snap of her fingers, the familiar fiery halo materialized once more. At this moment, Severus was nearly wide-eyed, watching Penny in astonishment. Having never witnessed a true witch casting spells, he felt that her magic was rather peculiar. Whose drying charm is a fiery halo, one that envelopes the person entirely. No less. The last time I saw something like this was at a circus with performing animals. Feeling unnerved under Severus's scrutinizing gaze, Penny cleared her throat and said, "You want it too, right? Don't feel shy about it." With that, she snapped her fingers, enveloping him in flames. Severus regarded her as though she were a bizarre curiosity, prompting her to ponder whether her display was too conspicuous. Clearly, one could not afford to let their guard down in front of children. "Penny, did your incantation succeed?" Lily inquired impatiently, now that her clothes had dried. "Well, I'm not entirely sure," Penny shrugged. Having never seen a wizard perform this specific charm, she had no basis for comparison. Both red-haired heads turned toward the black-haired boy, who had just sat down and found himself confronted by a pair of blue and green eyes. He stiffened and replied dryly, "Perhaps, maybe it succeeded?" He too was uncertain. He had never heard of a levitation charm that resulted in an explosion, yet those water orbs had indeed floated in the air. Severus was uncertain whether Penny's non-wand magic had truly succeeded, but he was certain that this newly acquainted companion possessed an extraordinary talent. Chapter 6, Diagon Alley. Following the levitation charm, Penny refrained from attempting any further magic, at least not in the presence of the two children. After all, a simple levitation charm had drenched them. Who could predict what might occur next? Whenever Severus provided her with insights into the wizarding world, his explanations were thorough. However, after observing him for some time, Penny realized that this young wizard had never truly entered the wizarding realm. Most of his knowledge stemmed from his mother's tales and the books he had read. From their very first encounter, Penny had sensed that this young wizard's circumstances were quite dire, evident from his ill-fitting clothing and perpetually greasy hair. Notably, she had recently observed that he seemed to be grappling with new troubles. His gait had become peculiar, and his motions, sitting down or standing up, were executed with great caution. Bruises were visible on the skin that occasionally peeked out from his oversized sleeves. Penny felt perplexed. The wizards Severus spoke of were powerful and noble. She could not comprehend why Severus's noble witch mother would allow her child to live in such hardship, bearing visible scars. She began to question whether this was some peculiar method of training for a wizarding heir. Noticing Penny lost in thought as she gazed at his arm, Severus swiftly lowered his sleeve, pressing his lips tightly together. The deep-seated insecurities and the embarrassment of having his secret exposed made him profoundly uncomfortable. He shot a glare at Penny, lowered his head, and fell silent, the long strands of his dark hair obscuring his view of her and hers of him. What a peculiar child, indeed. Severus, do wizards have their own world? Lily inquired, resting her chin on her hand, her green eyes soft with curiosity. Certainly. There exists a dilapidated tavern in London, visible only to wizards, from which one can access Diagon Alley, the most bustling street in the British wizarding community. London? Penny's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze fixed intently upon Severus. Where in London? Severus shook his head, feeling a blush creep to his ears under the intensity of her stare. I am not sure. Well, that's unfortunate. Penny sighed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Next Friday, my school has an event in London, and I was hoping to explore the wizarding shopping district. On Friday, Penny rode a school-chartered bus to London, having previously asked Mr. Evans to concoct an excuse to secure her absence from class. Today was her day of freedom. She found herself in an ice cream parlor nestled within a London neighborhood. Selecting a corner table to savor a raspberry ice cream, while striving to sense the magical energy in her vicinity, she needed to identify a wizard nearby and glean information about the whereabouts of Diagon Alley. Alok was a wandering wizard, an orphan who had entered Hogwarts at the age of 11. The tuition-free education and inclusive accommodation had seemed like a dream come true. On his graduation day he wept, his eyes swollen, yet he could not persuade Headmaster Dumbledore to grant him a position at Hogwarts. Lacking the capital to open a shop in Diagon Alley and disinterested in the tedious employment at the Ministry of Magic, he began a life of wandering after resigning from his third job. This year marked the 7th of his wandering existence, and he sought Diagon Alley out of sheer necessity, as he could soon no longer afford to eat. He still possessed potion ingredients collected during his time in Germany, which he could trade for some galleons. As he prepared to disapparate, a soft, delicate hand grasped the fabric of his robes. A small girl with red hair and blue eyes looked up at him, her voice ringing clear. "Hello, Sir Wizard. Are you heading to Diagon Alley? May I accompany you?" Penny had waited for over 2 hours in the ice cream shop before sensing the magical fluctuations. Feeling that the individual was not far from her, she hurried over and indeed discovered the unfamiliar wizard in a narrow alley, gripping what was likely the wand Severus had mentioned. A brown stick, dressed in a long black robe and a pointed hat that appeared somewhat tattered, adorned with a comically round black pom-pom. There was a ripple of spatial magic around the wizard, and Penny understood she had to seize the opportunity or risk losing her chance to find guidance. Grasping his soiled robe, she implored him to take her to Diagon Alley. Alok was momentarily startled, having failed to notice the girl's approach. Had his vigilance waned so? He frowned at the girl tugging at his robes, questioning whether children today were so lacking in caution, casually accosting strangers for directions. "Sir?" Penny's wide eyes mirrored the expression she often saw on Lily's face when making unreasonable requests, a look that always made her reluctant to refuse. Alok, intending to decline, found himself unable to voice the rejection at the sight of her pitiful demeanor. "Oh fine. You seem rather forlorn. Besides, I have no money to swindle you out of." "I'll take you," he said, extending his arm for her to link with his, and she readily complied. "Apparate." The wizard waved his wand, uttering the incantation, and with a pop reminiscent of a firework, their figures vanished from the alley. During her previous experiences with apparition, Penny had never felt as wretched as she did this time. The moment her feet touched the ground, She succumbed to retching, awkwardly bending over before a tree, while the wizard who had brought her recoiled a few steps in distaste. The sensation was dreadful, akin to being unceremoniously packed and shoved through a constricting pipe. Emerging slowly, not painful, just overwhelmingly uncomfortable. Once she had composed herself, Penny thanked the kind wizard, who merely nodded before disappearing into the throng of black-robed figures. How monotonous the style of wizarding attire seemed. Raising her gaze, she noticed 4 or 5 men in black robes browsing the wares around her. The cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley were uneven, and after a time, they began to feel somewhat uncomfortable beneath her feet. Passers-by donned wizarding robes, most of them hastily moving about, with black robes being the most prevalent sight. The street buzzed with activity, and the shops were equally intriguing. Pet stores selling owls, cauldron shops brimming with golden vessels of various sizes, and peculiar establishments showcasing bizarre creatures' heads. Penny soon discerned that the currency used for transactions in the shops was not pounds. Yet she had no intention of revealing her ignorance. Observing her surroundings, she leisurely trailed behind a witch with a mischievous child. The witch chattered to her son. "We have much to accomplish today, so be on your best behavior, Aunt. We must first visit Gringotts to retrieve some funds, then head to Flourish and Blots for books." Following the witch to Gringotts, Penny overheard the child's excited chatter. "It's a bank run by goblins, the safest place in the world." Immediately, another child countered. "Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. A dragon guards the vaults of Gringotts. Hogwarts has Headmaster Dumbledore." A dragon? Penny's eyes sparkled with wonder. Was it truly the magnificent, fierce creature she had always imagined? She longed to see the vaults below. Entering Gringotts, the first door was a gleaming bronze, flanked by goblin guards clad in scarlet and gold uniforms, bowing courteously to incoming patrons. Despite having been prepared for their unconventional appearance, Penny was still taken aback by the goblins' oddity. They were quite short, even shorter than 9-year-old Penny, with disproportionately large heads and limbs, their pointed ears and long, sharp noses rendering them decidedly unappealing. The second door was silver, inscribed with a warning. "Enter, stranger, but beware the fate of the greedy. Those who take without toil will face the harshest penalties. If you seek to pilfer wealth that never belonged to you, thief, consider yourself warned. Beware of retribution, not riches." Inside the spacious marble hall, approximately 100 goblins sat behind long counters hastily recording transactions, some weighing coins on scales, others inspecting gems with magnifying glasses. "Hello. I wish to exchange for wizarding currency." Penny was well prepared, having brought along her ample pocket money, including a small stash from Mr. Evans' secret reserve. After receiving a heavy bag filled with golden galleons from an unfriendly goblin, she exited Gringotts. After wandering through Diagon Alley for a while, Penny finally arrived at Flourish and Blots, where the shop bustled with activity, and the books appeared almost alive, bouncing about in peculiar manners, some even nipping at passers-by. She watched as a book entitled The Monster Book of Monsters attempted to open its mouth, only for a shop assistant, seemingly with eyes on the back of his head, to use his wand to knock it down, sighing as he dealt with the ensuing chaos. Indeed, what a magical world this was. Penny tiptoed to the bookshelves to select her tomes, yet she found herself too small to reach the higher shelves. Of course, she did not expect a benevolent tall gentleman to come to her aid. She pondered whether it was reasonable to use magic in the magical world. Thus, Penny ambled through the crowded bookstore with her hands behind her back, and upon spotting a book that piqued her interest, she levitated it towards her with a spell. Before long, over a dozen books floated behind her. She gathered tomes on magical theory ranging from beginner to advanced levels, along with volumes on transfiguration, potions and magical creatures, ultimately selecting a copy of 100 practical charms for everyday life. Amidst the astonished gazes of adults and children alike, Penny approached the counter to pay. The shopkeeper, noticing she was alone, kindly cast a shrinking charm on her books, allowing them to fit into her pocket as effortlessly as if they were mere sticky notes. Previously, Snape had mentioned that wands could only be purchased at the age of 11. What then was she to do now? In the following hours, devoid of a specific destination, Penny simply followed the throngs of people, moving wherever the crowd led her. She visited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and had a wizarding robe made for both herself and Lily, complete with pointed hats, and of course, she did not forget a set for Snape. Her primary concern was that, should Lily flaunt her gifts, she would feel awkward without a present for Snape. After collecting her robes, Penny continued with the flow of people to a stationery shop where she purchased various wizarding specialties. A quill that automatically corrected grammatical errors, enchanted sweets that could make one fly, chocolates that transformed into frogs upon unwrapping, and several intriguing trinkets she did not recognize. As Penny gleefully spent her galleons, her enchanted bag nearly bursting with her acquisitions. She finally paused, realizing that it could hold no more. Standing on the bustling street, she felt a twinge of confusion. How was she to return? The kind wizard who had brought her in had used a disapparition spell, and now she found herself lost, unaware of the exit. It seemed her luck for the day had run dry, as her attempts to find someone exiting were thwarted. Though she approached hurried into bookstores or dashed into apothecaries. In Diagon Alley, Muggle electronics were useless, and Penny stared in frustration at her unresponsive watch. The school bus was set to depart at 5, and as the evening approached, urgency began to set in. Just as she considered randomly selecting a kind wizard to escort her out, an unexpected event unfolded. She quickened her pace to follow a young witch with black hair, intending to speak, but the moment the witch caught sight of her, she widened her eyes in horror and fled into a nearby alley. Penny instinctively considered following, but hesitated at the entrance, catching a faint whiff of blood in the air. A sense of danger sent chills across her exposed skin. Something was amiss. Regaining her composure, Penny half-formed her hand into a fist, silently gathering her magic, while maintaining an innocent faade, peering into the dim recesses of the alley. She was determined to discover which foolhardy individual dared to threaten her. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated in her ears, and without a second thought, Penny clutched her head, tears welling in her eyes as she cried out in pain, "Ouch!" In broad daylight, who had struck her on the head? Alok, having exchanged currency at Gringotts, was on his way out when he noticed the little girl he had seen earlier peering into the alley. Was it common for young witches to be so audacious these days? He recalled how, upon graduating from Hogwarts, he had been too timid to approach such a place. No, he resolved, he must teach that clearly Gryffindor little imp a lesson. In the blink of an eye, Penny transformed in Alok's eyes from a mere girl to a reckless little giant, brimming with destructive potential and blissfully unaware of danger. Hearing her cry out, Alok withdrew his hand with satisfaction, only to be met with the soft, indignant voice of the girl, filled with expletives and complaints. Well. Alok clicked his tongue, finding the little giant rather deserving of a reprimand, but the entrance to the alley was hardly a fitting place for such a lesson. Thus, he grabbed Penny by her clothing and lifted her, casting a warning glance into the depths of the alley, as he escorted the squirming, protesting child away from that troublesome locale. Chapter 7, The Disappearing Vault. Inside the leaky cauldron, Alok sat across from Penny, a smile gracing his lips as he savored a sip of black coffee. So this is your reason for sneaking into Diagon Alley alone? I did not sneak. You brought me in. Penny protested softly, cradling a cup of hot milk, her blue eyes blinking innocently, her expression clearly stating, I am not wrong, and I shall return. Unrepentant, Alok rolled his eyes. Young witches were the most difficult to deal with. Merlin knows why he had been so generous as to help this little giant twice today, especially when she seemed ungrateful. Listen, the place you were trying to enter is Nocturne Alley, a gathering spot for dark wizards, filled with malevolent sorcerers and dangerous individuals sought by the Ministry of Magic. Even adult wizards generally avoid that area. Alok had anticipated seeing fear, anxiety, or regret on the little giant's face upon hearing this, but to his astonishment, she appeared exhilarated by the prospect. What an absurdity! She must surely belong to Gryffindor. The two lingered in the leaky cauldron for a while longer, with Penny eagerly awaiting Alok's meal. She had missed the bus back to school, and now needed to devise a way home. In less than 15 minutes, Penny excitedly peppered Alok with questions about the magical world, Hogwarts, and his work, particularly when she learned he was a wandering wizard. Her eyes sparkled with envy and her tone radiated longing. Alok found himself wondering if he were to invite her to join him on his travels. Would this little giant promptly pack her belongings and follow? What a perplexing little giant she was becoming. Poor Professor McGonagall would have to teach such a student for 7 years. He silently mourned for her hair. After escorting Penny to the bus station and purchasing a ticket for the penniless little giant, Alok watched as she boarded the bus, shaking his head as he departed. Penny Evans, what a troublesome little giant. On the bus home, Penny reflected on the intriguing wizard she had encountered. He had described himself as a wandering wizard, roaming freely wherever he pleased. It sounded so cool. If only she were older, she would have asked Alok if he needed a companion. The weather was splendid that day, and Mr. Evans was in high spirits. Mrs. Evans had left for work early, and with both daughters away until evening, Mr. Evans relished the rare solitude on the sofa, enjoying a moment of peace. When Penny called to ask him to help her take the day off, expressing a desire to explore London alone, Mr. Evans, knowing his eldest daughter to be well-behaved and sensible, consented without hesitation. With his wife and daughters absent, Mr. Evans glanced into the refrigerator, noting the fresh steak, several ripe tomatoes and some chicken, celery and onions. It seemed he could prepare a delightful meal, but alas, he intended to dine out. In his youth Mr. Evans had been tall and robust. While he remained tall, he had succumbed to early weight gain, particularly around his midsection. For health reasons Mrs. Evans had restricted his diet in recent years, forbidding him from indulging in alcohol or excessive sweets. The last time he had enjoyed a drink was on Lily's birthday, when he had secretly saved some money to indulge in a few pints at the pub. He has concealed his money, wrapped in a black plastic bag, within the second flower pot on the left side of the garage. Where is his money? Mr. Evans possesses 3 small vaults, aside from the one near the garage. He has another secured with tape behind the refrigerator, and one hidden in a small box in the attic. The garage vault holds the most, having accumulated nearly a year's worth of savings. Seated on the carpet, Mr. Evans, visibly irked, has dirtied his clothes in the midst of his frantic search for cash, desperately racking his brain to deduce who has tampered with his stash. The targets are clear: London shopping penny. After such a commotion, Mr. Evans found himself devoid of any inclination to drink, his mind racing with thoughts about why Penny would need such a substantial amount of money. After all, he provides her with a generous allowance each week. Young love, that wretched scoundrel who has deceived Penny, has led his little cabbage astray. Countless thoughts spiraled in his head, causing Mr. Evans to feel increasingly agitated. After pacing the living room several times, he dashed into the study, where one drawer remained locked, containing Mr. Evans' means of family protection, a black handgun. Over the course of the afternoon, the pistol was polished more than a dozen times, as he steeled himself to teach that insufferable boy a lesson. Lily and Mrs. Evans returned home in succession, and as they entered the living room, they exchanged puzzled glances. Mr. Evans, typically benevolent and kind, wore a stern expression, lost in thought, oblivious to their arrival. "What's the matter, dear? What happened, Dad?" The striking resemblance of red-haired, green-eyed wife and daughter appeared before Mr. Evans, offering a slight comfort to his troubled heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he refrained from divulging his imagined scenarios. "I just received a call from the teacher. Penny missed her return bus, and I'm a bit concerned. How could this be? My goodness. Should we go to London to fetch her?" Mrs. Evans queried anxiously. "Fetch who?" Just then Penny entered, her light blue eyes sparkling with delight, radiating an air of joy. Mr. Evans clenched his teeth in frustration. "Damn that scoundrel. Thank heavens, Penny, you're back," Mrs. Evans exclaimed, quickly enveloping Penny in her embrace. "I just found out you missed the school bus. How was your day in London?" Penny's eyes shimmered as she recounted the delightful shops in Diagon Alley. "It was splendid. I've never been happier." Mr. Evans, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, suppressed his anger and inquired, "Tell me, Penny, who were you with, and where did you go?" Recognizing her father's barely contained fury, Penny wilted, her demeanor resembling that of a withered plant, avoiding her father's piercing gaze. Lily, startled by her father's composed yet serious expression, glanced at Penny, still unaware of the unfolding drama. Mrs. Evans furrowed her brow, observing the peculiar exchange between her husband and daughter, keenly sensing that something was amiss. "I'm sorry, Dad, I shouldn't have." Upon hearing his daughter's remorseful admission, Mr. Evans felt a pang of both sadness and frustration. He withdrew the black handgun from behind him, brandishing it with indignation. "Which scoundrel did this? I shall teach him a lesson." "Who?" Penny asked, bewildered. Chapter 8. The Wizarding Robe. "Dear, what are you doing in front of the children? Put that down," Mrs. Evans exclaimed in terror, clutching her husband, her mind reeling in confusion. Lily, with her emerald eyes glistening, oscillated between the furious Mr. Evans and the bewildered Penny, feeling utterly overwhelmed. After a flurry of chaos, the family of 4 finally settled on the sofa, collectively realizing that Penny had indeed erred, their gazes converging upon her. "Well, I went to Diagon Alley today." "Diagon Alley?" Lily leapt up, practically tackling Penny as she shook her vigorously. "Penny, you really went to Diagon Alley? My goodness, you should have taken me with you. What is it like there? Are there really many wizards?" "Wizards?" Stop. Lily, you're too excited," Mrs. Evans interjected, halting Lily before she could asphyxiate her older sister, then inquired, "What exactly is Diagon Alley? Is it related to wizards?" "Indeed." Lily nodded vigorously, her voice brimming with unbridled enthusiasm. "Severus said that Diagon Alley is the most bustling street in the magical world of Britain, a realm belonging to wizards." "What are wizards like?" Mr. Evans could not restrain his curiosity. "They are much like ordinary people, only they wear long robes, pointed hats, and carry wands," Penny explained to her family. "Their currency differs from ours. They use galleons, sickles, and nuts." As she spoke, she rummaged through her stuffed bag, producing a small pouch and displaying the remaining coins for her family to see. Lily quickly noticed other items stuffed in Penny's bag. She picked up a book, smaller than a postage stamp, and asked, "What is this? A book for little people?" Penny instantly brightened, tilting her head back with a smug smile. At last. It was her moment to shine. "This is a book that has been shrunk with a shrinking charm. I bought it at Flourish and Blots. There are other things as well." As expected, the astonished gasps from Lily and the Evans couple filled the air, and Penny's eyes sparkled joyfully. "If you want to return it to its original size, you can say this. Expand." The spell took immediate effect, and what once could easily be held in 2 hands transformed back to its original size. A mountain of packaging flooding the Evans family's sofa. "Merlin! I nearly had my toes crushed by that book," exclaimed Lily. "Goodness! Look at all these unopened packages," Mrs. Evans exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. "Oh God! How could my precious vault have been emptied?" Mr. Evans lamented. The ensuing time was filled with joyous unwrapping, as Lily eagerly donned the wizarding robe Penny bought for her. Transforming into a little witch, Mr. Evans developed a fondness for chocolate frogs, relishing the sensation of the animated candy wriggling in his mouth, while Mrs. Evans indulged in one of the sweets, only to find herself floating toward the ceiling. Mr. Evans swiftly reached out to catch her as she dangled, still savoring the wriggling frog legs. After witnessing the wonders of magic, Mrs. Evans suddenly inquired, "Penny, where did you acquire so much money?" Floating in the living room. Lily also looked at Penny, adopting a peculiar posture. The 2 sisters shared similar allowances. She had already spent her money for the upcoming week. How could Penny afford to buy so many things? Mr. Evans immediately lowered his head, feigning disinterest, though his rear end subtly shifted. Penny's gaze drifted toward her father, silently conveying an apology. "I'm sorry, Mum. I took the money that Dad hid in the second flower pot on the left side of the garage." "Wow." Lily looked at Penny with admiration, learning a lesson. "Kyle, look at the mess you've made. Hiding money in my flowers." Mrs. Evans' roar echoed thunderously. "I'm sorry, dear," Mr. Evans admitted, owning up to his mistake, but still seeking an escape. The following morning, Lily, as usual, dragged a drowsy Penny to the tree on the lawn, where Severus was, as always, engrossed in a book. "Good morning, Severus." "Good morning, Lily." Severus cast a curious glance at Penny, who was unusually fatigued, nearly collapsing into a lying position. His eyes inquired of Lily what had transpired. As Penny had come to know, Lily was quite the chatterbox, sitting across from Severus. She began, "You won't believe what happened yesterday. Penny went to Diagon Alley." Severus' jaw dropped further with each word. In his brief existence, he had never encountered such audacity. What is this? A 9-year-old girl venturing into the magical world? And she succeeded. Lily had just finished her story when Penny languidly sat up, yawning and gazing in bewilderment at the little boy beside her, her face etched with the questions. "Who am I? Where am I?" After another yawn, Penny became slightly more alert, exclaiming, "Good morning, Severus. What did you do last night, Penny? You slept longer than usual. It's already noon." Lily chided as she shook Penny's shoulders, her expression one of discontent. "I bought a few books on magical theory yesterday. The concepts within are quite fascinating," Penny replied casually, earning Lily's admiration and Severus's complex gaze in return. Recalling the wizarding robe she had purchased for Severus from Madame Malkin's, Penny rummaged in her pocket, finally producing the item. After casting a spell to enlarge it, she placed it into Severus's arms, saying, "Oh, this is for you." Still in awe of Penny's silent, wandless magic, Severus found himself holding a heavy parcel adorned with the emblem of Madame Malkin's robe shop, a sight he recognized from his mother's old belongings. Before he could utter a word, the girl interjected, "Don't refuse it. No wizard can be without his own robe." It was the first gift he had ever received, and a wizardess robe at that. Severus stared blankly at her, feeling in that moment that Penny's figure appeared particularly grand in his eyes. The girl had just awakened, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, standing on the soft lawn with her tousled red hair, backlit by the sun, which cast a dazzling, honey-amber glow upon her. In her light blue eyes reflected the image of a smaller version of himself. "Thank you." Ultimately, Severus accepted the gift, for as she had stated, no little wizard could turn down a robe. Unbeknownst to Penny, who was preoccupied with her overly curious sister, her ears were filled with Lily's incessant calls of "Penny, Penny," which only served to vex her. Chapter 9 Meditation. On another sunlit day, Severus and the 2 Evans girls lounged on the grass, basking in the sunlight. Penny was engrossed in a book as thick as an adult's fist, her brow furrowed in concentration, her serious expression enhancing the charm of her youthful face. Usually absorbed in his books, Severus today seemed distracted, glancing back and forth between Penny and Lily. Even the oblivious Lily noticed something unusual about him. "What's wrong, Severus?" she asked, tilting her head in curiosity. "And nothing," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, dark, curled lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Not quite understanding this awkward companion, Lily shook her head and returned to her engrossing read of 100 facts about wizards. For the next half hour, Severus found himself in a cycle of secretly observing Penny, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Eventually, Penny could no longer endure it. She snapped her book shut with a loud clap and shot Severus a wide-eyed, dangerous look. "You'd better have something to say, Mr. Snape." Caught in his own thoughts, Severus nervously fiddled with a piece of grass at his side. A flush crept across his pale cheeks, and his dark eyes shifted away. "Could you teach me how to use magic?" "Huh." Penny was momentarily puzzled by his request. Wasn't he already skilled in magic? He had previously demonstrated turning a clover into a dragonfly for them. Lily, intrigued by the topic of magic, chimed in, her beautiful green eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Does Penny know a lot of magic? How come I didn't know?" Seeing their confusion, Severus grew animated, a deeper flush spreading across his face. His voice filled with an unusual fervor. "She's different from us. She can perform transfiguration. The flames obey her, and she can cast spells silently and without a wand." That sounds impressive. Although Lily didn't understand the concepts of transfiguration or wandless, silent magic, she felt Severus's words were extraordinary. In her eyes, Penny was already remarkable, and she gazed at her sister with eager anticipation, wishing to uncover the secret behind her sister's prowess and aspire to be as formidable. Just calm down. Let me think." Penny regarded Severus with a mix of exasperation and amusement. This little wizard undeniably possessed a fervent enthusiasm for magic, yet she was unsure if her knowledge from her past life would apply to wizards. Severus had settled down, though his gaze upon Penny remained fervent, filled with a yearning for mastery over magic and a thirst for power. "Honestly, I don't quite grasp what you mean by wandless, silent magic. I merely cast spells based on the principles laid out in my books. It's as easy for me as eating or drinking." Penny shrugged, her nonchalance evident. "Penny, that's amazing," Lily exclaimed, her mouth agape in admiration. Had the surroundings been more suitable, she would have applauded. Severus's expression, however, was far more complex. His gaze shifted from fervent to placid, his anticipation morphing into a rigid demeanor, his lips twitching uncertainly as he struggled to find words. "Damn it! What is this girl doing? Is she flaunting her extraordinary talents? Nevertheless, I do possess some tips for learning magic." Penny observed the subtle changes in the boy's expression with keen interest. This child exhibited none of the typical exuberance of youth, yet his expressions were animated enough. Magic was a gift inscribed upon the soul by the Creator. The stronger the soul, the closer its connection to the magical elements, thus enhancing the power of the spells cast. In Chronicles of the Magical Realm, it was recorded that Eastern wizards trained their mental faculties through meditation, believing it would empower them. With that, Penny flashed a beautiful smile at Severus, for Eastern wizards were renowned for their mystery and strength. Meditation? The flush on Severus's pale face faded as he frowned in thought, evidently skeptical of Penny's assertion. Penny paid no mind to his skepticism, twirling a strand of Lily's hair as she continued. "Meditation not only strengthens mental fortitude, or the soul's intensity, but also enhances your perception of magic. Some wizards cast spells rapidly, while others can easily learn spells that others cannot. Much of this is attributed to their heightened perception of magic, enabling them to sort and combine magical elements effortlessly. The strength of the mind and soul stems from innate talent, yet it is not immutable. The perception of magic can be cultivated as well." Seeing Severus still wearing a doubtful expression, Penny rolled her eyes and said irritably, "In short, if you can't learn it, learn." Lily, unconditionally supportive of her sister, was the first to raise her hand in agreement, while a hesitant Severus glanced between Penny and Lily, before finally mustering a reluctant learn. She couldn't possibly let down her own sister, Severus thought to himself, his heart gradually finding some peace. For the remainder of the time, Penny relished her role as a teacher, as the two young humans sat cross-legged on the grass, eyes tightly shut, striving to appear earnest in their practice. Penny's voice drifted toward them. "Close your eyes, relax your body, and allow every muscle to remain loose. Breathe naturally, calmly, and quiet your mind, clearing it of all thoughts. Focus your attention, and discard the distractions from your mind. Imagine yourself in a void, feeling the vibrant magical elements surrounding you." 15 minutes later, Penny observed the two young ones before her with an inscrutable expression. Lily's breathing was steady, having fallen into a deep slumber, while Severus seemed outwardly unaffected. if one ignored the rumbling from his stomach. Bang! Bang! Penny playfully tapped each of their heads, retracting her fingers and exclaiming, "What a couple of little giants!" Severus, having been labeled a little giant for the first time, turned various shades of pale and flushed, glaring at Penny in annoyance. Not to be outdone, Penny shot a defiant look back. Lily, scratching her head, offered a sheepish smile and tugged at her sister's arm in a playful manner. "Penny, I know I was wrong." Gently ruffling the heads of the two little ones, Penny spoke with heartfelt earnestness. As the saying goes, a master leads one to the door, but the journey is up to the individual. The methods have been imparted to you, and how well you learn depends entirely on yourselves. The two youngsters, feeling somewhat sheepish at Penny's words, nodded repeatedly, indicating their commitment to diligent study. Afterward, Penny brought out the afternoon tea prepared by Mrs. Evans, which included 3 beef sandwiches the size of Lily's face, and a large pot of floral tea. She distributed the food to Lily and Severus while chattering on. "You two must practice your magic diligently. Otherwise, what will happen if you face bullying in the magical world?" Lily, seizing the food, began to devour it heartily, as she was at that age where hunger was a constant companion. Severus, however, was not as unabashed as Lily. Before the age of 5, his life had been relatively pleasant, but after that, Eileen had paid little attention to him. In his memory, he could scarcely recall having eaten anything decent. Hesitant, he glanced at the enticing food, his stomach growling, yet he feared that after eating the sandwich, the stale bread he would have later that night would be even more unpalatable. Reluctantly accepting the sandwich, he was then handed a large cup of milk by Penny. Observing the tea in Lily and Penny's cups with curiosity, he heard Penny assert with conviction, "A growing child should consume nourishing food. You are still shorter than Lily." Somebody, who was even shorter than Lily, bit into the sandwich, and the warmth of the moment, tinged with a sense of emotion, dissipated entirely, replaced by the thought of Penny's remark about his height. Frustrated, he vowed to outgrow her one day. Chapter 10. The attack in July. Penny turned 10 and Mrs. Evans took the family of 4 to a delightful yet painfully expensive French restaurant to celebrate her birthday. Mr. and Mrs. Evans generously bestowed double the pocket money upon their eldest daughter, and gifted her a beautiful dress. Lily presented Penny with a magically enchanted rose that would not wilt, which Penny placed on her bedside table. The financially constrained young Severus hesitated for quite some time before finally presenting his gift as the sun began to set, a well-cared-for potted cactus. Penny envied Severus, for he did not have to attend school. She had long since mastered the knowledge contained in textbooks. Thus, she pestered the Evans couple to assist her in obtaining a leave of absence or an early graduation examination. This request was vehemently rebuffed by Mrs. Evans, who believed that children ought to attend school rather than spend their days mingling with the local ruffians from Spinner's End. Having encountered Severus a few times and heard tales of his notorious father, the alcoholic and violent old man from number 19 Spinner's End, and his pitiable submissive wife Mrs. Evans was wary of any association between her beloved children and those from that neighborhood. Had she not known him to be a young wizard with knowledge of the magical world, she would never have permitted Penny and Lily to play with him. On a Sunday afternoon, the trio reconvened on the lawn. Penny, in a mood of discontent, lamented about having to return to school the next day. Lily and Severus, accustomed to her recurring weekend malaise, had previously offered her comfort, but had now learned to simply ignore it. "Why don't you have to go to school, Severus?" Penny inquired enviously, casting a glance at the boy who was ignoring her. Suddenly inspired, her eyes sparkled as she proposed, "What if I transform you into my likeness, and you go to school for me?" "Don't even think about it," Severus warned her with a scowl, baffled by her thoughts. Was school truly that painful? How could she even consider placing that burden upon him? "Ugh, this is so annoying," Penny exclaimed, sprawling on the grass in a starfish position, as thick clouds obscured the sun, casting a serene blue hue across the sky. Lily, cradling her face with laughter, found joy in this rare display of childlike behavior from Penny, even managing to soften the normally serious Severus. As the 3 children played near the river, a man suddenly appeared at the water's edge. Upon sighting the river, he dashed forward at an inhuman speed, drinking deeply from the water, clad in a heavy black cloak. As he drank, the wide-brimmed hat slipped away to reveal a travel-worn face marred by deep scars. Having quenched his thirst, the man unsteadily rose, his sinister gaze scanning the surroundings, his flat nose sniffing the air. It wasn't long before he pinpointed a direction, and began to scurry forth on all fours. As dusk approached, Penny, feeling utterly bored, began to pull at the grass beside her, while Lily and Severus sat to her left, engrossed in a discussion about potions. Penny harbored no interest in the subject of potions. The illustrations of animal livers and excrement in her textbook made her queasy, let alone the thought of consuming them to achieve a healing effect. However, Severus possessed a profound understanding of potions, coupled with an almost fervent passion for the subject. Whenever he spoke of potions, his dark eyes seemed to ignite with fire. He would often recount how his mother excelled at potion making, and much of his childhood was spent poring over potion books in his room. Just as she was about to call Lily and Severus to head home, a chilling sensation enveloped her, sending shivers down her spine, the hair on her arms standing on end. This felt significantly more perilous than her previous encounter at Diagon Alley. She stood protectively in front of the two children, one hand pressed against her chest, her palm brimming with concentrated magical energy. Severus was the first to sense Penny's unease. The girl, standing before him and Lily, emanated an intimidating aura. He quickly pulled Lily behind her, his fingers gripping the potion book turning pale from pressure. "Who's there?" Penny called out, her brow furrowed, directing her attention toward a thicket a few dozen meters away that obscured any view of the intruder. The magical elements behind the bushes were unusually vibrant, and she could sense a surge of malevolence. What an astonishing level of vigilance, or perhaps an extraordinary gift, she possessed. A voice, low and grating like sandpaper, slithered into their ears like a demonic whisper. Yet they could see no sign of movement, only the encroaching footprints on the lawn evidencing that someone was indeed present. Lily trembled in fear, clutching Severus's arm tightly, her gaze fixed ahead. Severus, suppressing both fear and the sharp pain in his arm, he could guarantee it would certainly bruise, tightened his lips, remaining silent. Lily mirrored his resolve, both unwilling to let their fear disrupt Penny's focus. "Stay right there," Penny commanded, her brows knitted, and with a swift motion of her hand, she conjured a series of small fireballs that erupted before the approaching footprints. The fireballs detonated with a series of dull thuds, releasing the odor of burnt flesh into the air. "Arg! Damn it!" The low voice was now tinged with exasperation and pain, as the figure emerged into view. It was a man towering half a head above the average human, draped in tattered black robes, with a wild mane of hair, and a beard that extended down to his neck, merging into a mass of unkempt hair that appeared to have not been washed in ages, filthy to the point of obscuring its color. Most telling were his beast-like eyes, betraying his true nature. "A werewolf!" Severus exclaimed in horror, having only seen such creatures from afar. They were said to be brutal and bloodthirsty, harboring a deep-seated hatred for both humans and wizards. The series of fireballs had detonated upon the werewolf, leaving several scorch marks on his robe and gory wounds upon his flesh. "Damn little mongrel, you've succeeded in provoking me. I will crush your bones and drink your blood." The werewolf violently tore off the obstructive robe, consumed by a fury that rendered him indifferent to any potential exposure of his identity. All he desired was to devour the bothersome little wretch before him. "What are you barking for? Did you eat dung for lunch? Your mouth reeks." Penny rolled her eyes, her petite lips laced with venom as she launched a verbal assault, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. If she did not teach this scoundrel a lesson today, she vowed to transform Snape into a girl. Chapter 11. The Werewolf. "Damn little wretch." The werewolf seethed with rage, his sharp claws digging into the ground, his fur bristling with fury. He bared his yellowed teeth, thick drool oozing down his chin. Penny snapped her fingers, and a multitude of fireballs suddenly appeared before her, raining down upon the werewolf in a torrent that caught him off guard. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted from various parts of his body, flesh tearing and blood spilling, as the once imposing head of the werewolf became singed and curled, his clothes stained crimson with blood. Watching the bloodied werewolf stand not far away, two young children turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably, especially as the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, nearly causing them to retch. "Awoo!" The werewolf unleashed a cacophony of howls, consumed by impotent rage. Dropping to all fours, his form morphed further into that of a wolf, his physique towering, his clothing shredded by the muscular fur that exploded forth, and his head transforming from human to canine. "We must stop him." Penny sensed the werewolf's power escalating. Despite her barrage of fireballs, it was evident they had inflicted little damage, merely drawing some blood to purge toxins. "Severus, take Lily and go." "Penny." Lily's voice trembled with tears, yet she understood her presence here would only burden her sister. "Hold on. The orders from the ministry will arrive soon." Snape gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at the transforming werewolf before dragging Lily away. The fully transformed werewolf sensed their intentions, leaping aside to evade Penny's attack, sprinting towards Snape and Lily's direction. The werewolf's speed was terrifying. The disparity in size between an adult werewolf and the young wizards rendered the two children unable to outrun him, despite their head start. In an instant, as the werewolf lunged, Snape instinctively positioned himself before Lily, his eyes wide with horror. The stench from the werewolf's mouth and the yellow filth on its massive teeth assaulting his senses. Ah! Lily's green eyes fixated on the werewolf's terrifying visage, emitting a sound of sheer terror. You bastard! As the werewolf redirected its charge towards Lily, Penny's fury reached its zenith, a surge of soul energy erupting within her. The magical elements swirling in the air rushed towards her, enveloping her in a powerful force, lifting her into the sky. Not far from the lawn, the Aurors, having received word from the ministry, arrived just in time to witness the malevolent werewolf attacking the hapless little witch. As they prepared to intervene, they were nearly swept away by the overwhelming wave of magical energy. A newly minted Auror stood transfixed, gazing at the little witch before him, who radiated a powerful magic he had never encountered in his life. Strangely, the phrase age befitting a dog echoed in his mind. Sensing someone approaching, the Auror maintained his dazed expression as he beheld the suddenly appearing Dumbledore, his iconic dense white beard and robe adorned with silver-studded star patterns standing out vividly. The Auror silently retracted his astonishment, acknowledging the headmaster's unique taste. Just a bit more, and I could have tasted human blood. The werewolf's mind was consumed by the exquisite thought of human blood, extending its head further, yearning to devour him. A searing pain radiated from its waist, rendering its mind momentarily blank. It mechanically glanced down to see flames binding its waist. The agony of scorched flesh and the overwhelming magical force wreaking havoc within its body compelled it to howl in torment. Awoo! Awoo! Snape, caught directly in the werewolf's line of sight, felt the brunt of its gaze. Terrified, Lily recoiled at the stench emanating from the werewolf's mouth, involuntarily producing a sound of disgust. You truly deserve to die. Penny floated in the air, her blue eyes bloodshot with rage, flames raging behind her, painting the sky red. Her crimson hair danced in the inferno, momentarily appearing as a celestial being descended upon the earth. In that instant, the only sound in the space was the fervent crackle of flames, as Snape and Lily stared in awe at Penny, who resembled a goddess descending from the heavens, until the werewolf's agonized howls broke the silence once more. With a single slap, Penny sent the werewolf flying, still seething with anger as she commanded the fiery whip to strike down repeatedly upon the charred, hairless creature. Lily Snape, nearby Mrs. Evans and her husband intended to call their unruly daughter home for a meal, only to arrive at the scene and witness their youngest almost attacked by the monstrous wolf. Mrs. Evans, drained of strength, collapsed into her husband's arms, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression one of despair. Then they beheld their eldest daughter soaring above, engulfed in flames, as she sent the terrifying wolf-like creature crashing to the ground, howling in agony. Mrs. Evans' expression froze. Mr. Evans' initial shock quickly morphed into disbelief. He swallowed hard, embracing his wife. My dear, is that woman, more fearsome than the wolf-like creature, truly our daughter? Having rendered the werewolf unconscious, Penny finally calmed down. Before she could touch the ground, every inch of her skin, and every cell within her screamed for more energy. The overwhelming sense of depletion left her consciousness in a haze. Before Snape and Lily could exhale in relief, the floating figure came crashing down hard, falling silent. Penny. Lily's sharp cry jolted the bewildered Evans couple awake, and they hurried to Penny's side. Anxiety etched on their faces as they gazed at their unconscious daughter. Upon seeing Penny lying motionless, Snape rushed to her side, wishing to lift her. But remembering the warnings in books about young witches unable to be moved after a magical surge, blocking the worried Lily and the Evans couple, Snape anxiously scanned the surroundings. Wasn't it said that Aurors would handle magical surges? Where were they? At that moment, Dumbledore and the Aurors finally appeared before them, having dispelled the disillusionment charm. The Aurors approached the unconscious werewolf, while Dumbledore knelt beside Penny. It is indeed a prudent course of action not to move a young witch after a magical surge. If this were Hogwarts, I would award you extra points. Dumbledore addressed Snape, then turned to the Evans couple. May I examine this young witch? Dumbledore raised his wand over Penny, reciting a complex incantation. Various lights flickered around her, his brow furrowing into a frown. After casting several stabilization charms, he finally spoke. This young witch's body requires nourishment after her magical surge. She is quite weak and needs to be taken to St. Mungo's for treatment. Chapter 12, St. Mungo's. Having been deemed to have suffered a magical surge due to stress, Penny was admitted to St. Mungo's for treatment. Her body was severely depleted, and the Evans couple anxiously observed the magical healer, who did not employ any electronic instruments, but waved a glowing stick over Penny before administering a tray of peculiar potions. After receiving an array of potions, Penny showed no signs of awakening, her brow furrowing into a tiny frown, appearing even more haggard. Mrs. Evans, holding Lily, stood vigil at the bedside, tears streaming down her face as she struggled to comprehend why her daughter, who had been so lively in the morning and wielding a fiery whip against monsters in the afternoon, had suddenly collapsed. In the mysterious realm of magic, she had only glimpsed a fragment, yet it revealed to her the terrifying depths that lay hidden within. The esteemed Professor Dumbledore had informed her that the creature responsible for the attack on Penny and her family was a werewolf, a vile beast that harbored an intense animosity towards wizards. Now, she pondered whether her daughter's unique abilities were indeed a blessing or a curse. Perhaps if they were not witches, they would not have to face such harrowing dangers. Lily, her mother's red-haired little girl, nestled closely in her mother's warm embrace, found the afternoon's events overwhelmingly stimulating for her tender age. Had it not been for Penny, she might have already fallen prey to the werewolf. Severus Snape stood in a corner near the hospital bed, enviously observing the bond between Mrs. Evans and Lily, a stark contrast to his own solitude. Before bringing him to St. Mungo's, Dumbledore had sought out Eileen, a witch with an exceptional talent for potions, but to his dismay, she was nowhere to be found. The house on Spinner's End was devoid of her presence, littered only with empty bottles and the pervasive scent of alcohol. Severus recalled the expression on Dumbledore's face when he returned. Regret etched across every strand of his white beard as he informed Severus of his failure to locate his mother. At that moment, Mr. Evans stormed into the ward, his face a mask of fury, followed closely by a pale young Auror, Kingsley Shacklebolt. The young Auror attempted to explain to the enraged father why his two daughters had been attacked by a werewolf, emphasizing that the Ministry of Magic would provide an adequate explanation. Clearly, the Auror received little kindness in return. After a considerable time, Dumbledore entered the room, holding 2 vials of magical stability potions, distributing one to both Lily and Severus. Noticing the vigilant and distrustful gazes of the Evans couple, Dumbledore blinked innocently, explaining that the potions were merely to prevent any magical surges resulting from the fright the young witches had endured. He continued, addressing Penny, that a magical surge could inflict significant harm on young witches. Lily, holding the potion bottle, appeared uncertain, instinctively glancing at her companion. Severus cautiously removed the cork from his potion bottle and sniffed it, seemingly satisfied before consuming the potion in one gulp, prompting Lily to mimic his actions. Observing Severus's subtle movements, Dumbledore's expression softened, remarking, truly a testament to the prince lineage, possessing an exceptional aptitude for potions. Severus felt a slight flush of warmth creep up his ears. Mr. Dumbledore, Mrs. Evans inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Has the magical world always been this perilous? Mr. Evans also turned his gaze upward, anticipating the esteemed figure's response. Most wizards are gentle and kind-hearted. In truth, every realm harbors a minority of ill-intentioned souls, does it not? Today's incident was entirely unforeseen. The Ministry of Magic, your government, and ours have a confidentiality agreement. Wizards are prohibited from attacking non-magical muggles, and must not expose the existence of the wizarding world to them. Penny awoke 3 days later, her mouth tasting curiously strange. What peculiar delicacies had she consumed during her slumber? Her limbs felt weak and fatigued, though her internal magic was vibrant, tirelessly mending her injuries. Oh, you're awake? A vaguely familiar voice greeted her, though not entirely recognizable. Penny turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a man bound to the bed, unable to move. "I'll okay?" she queried, her expression betraying amusement at his predicament. "It seems you've had quite a time of it lately." "I'll okay," unfazed, retorted with a mocking glance likewise. Penny felt a disconcerting tension in the air. Something was amiss. The man's sardonic tone echoed in her ears. "Ha, little bald pate. Little. Bite. Pate." Her pale blue eyes widened in shock as her hand instinctively reached for her head, finding it entirely devoid of hair, the sensation akin to touching soft yarn. Upon removing her woolen cap, she caught a glimpse of her own round, hairless head reflected in the water cup, a strikingly familiar visage, her own face. In that instant, her expression soured tenfold, followed by an incredulous scream that reverberated throughout the entire floor. The piercing shriek prompted the healer to rush into the room, fearing some calamity had befallen her patient. Upon her arrival, she was met with an astonishing sight. The girl, who had been unconscious for 3 days, now stood before the bed of a grown wizard, bouncing with fury as he was suspended in midair by her levitation spell. "Say it again, little bald pate," she shouted, her face flushed with indignation. You wretched man." Alok's cheerful voice echoed in the room. The healer, Miss Catherine, had never encountered such a disorderly wizard in her nearly 10 years at St. Mungo's. Did he not see the poor little witch was on the verge of tears? Truly, he was no gentleman. "Listen, Miss Evans, return to your bed. You must not get up yet. And Mr. Iloke, You ought to exhibit some gentlemanly decorum, especially towards a young witch who has just faced a werewolf and a magical surge. Miss Catherine scolded him, her brow furrowed in disapproval, as if reprimanding an unruly troll. Very well, I shall endeavor to do so, Iloke shrugged, having assumed this audacious little troll had landed in St. Mungo's through her own reckless behavior. Not realizing she had encountered a werewolf and suffered a magical surge, he mused that the ministry's orders were becoming increasingly inept, permitting a werewolf to assault a young witch. In the sparsely populated wizarding world, every young witch was invaluable. Settling back onto the bed, Penny glared at Iloke, wishing she could hurl a fireball at his face for his mockery. Chapter 13, St. Mungo's 2. Catherine returned shortly, carrying several vials of potions, which she placed on Penny's bedside table to Iloke's astonishment. Miss Evans, these are your medications for today, she instructed sternly. You must consume all of them before 8 o'clock tonight. Not a single vial can be omitted. Once Catherine departed, Iloke regarded Penny with an expression of disbelief. I'm beginning to wonder what you did to provoke such a magical surge, necessitating this multitude of potions. Generally, a single potion suffices for a typical injury. Even severe wounds require only 1 or 2 doses per day. Yet you, it seems, require 8 vials. No ordinary person could consume that much. Well, I did incapacitate a werewolf, Penny replied nonchalantly, picking up a blue potion and inspecting it curiously. Are you jesting? Iloke rolled his eyes, assuming she was merely being humorous. However, upon seeing her serious demeanor, he gradually sobered, his voice dropping to a whisper. What manner of creature are you? What an extraordinary lineage must have birthed such a formidable little witch. As Iloke racked his brain for any pureblood families named Evans, Penny remained oblivious to his thoughts, engrossed in her examination of the potion. This was the very substance that had captivated Severus. Aside from its appealing hue, it seemed rather unremarkable. After appraising the color, Penny casually poured the potion into her mouth, the texture smooth and silky as it slid down her throat, only to be met with a horrifying amalgamation of moldy cream and blood that assaulted her senses. Staring blankly, she dropped the potion bottle with a crash, her body writhing involuntarily on the bed. Ah, Iloke sighed, another young witch who has learned a lesson about the terrifying flavors of potions. Uncertain of how long she had been lying there, Penny eventually regained her composure and gazed despondently at the remaining potion bottles, harboring a flicker of hope as she turned to Iloke. Are all potions this bizarrely flavored? Iloke's pallid visage was graced by a cruel smile. At the very least, the taste of healing potions was a topic best left unspoken. The last flicker of hope lay shattered as Penny languished on her bed like a lifeless fish. I shan't drink anymore. I might as well wait for death. Dumbledore arrived just as Penny, her expression inscrutable, reached for the 3rd vial of potion. He observed with curiosity as the girl, adorned with a woolen hat, painfully forced the potion down her throat, her body contorting on the bed in distress. Iloke, having grown accustomed to Penny's eccentricities, was the first to notice Dumbledore's presence. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Good day, Mr. Iloke, Dumbledore replied, nearly losing his composure at the sight of Iloke, which transported him back to that summer when Iloke graduated, when he clung to Dumbledore's leg in front of an audience, his eyes swollen from tears as he begged to remain at Hogwarts to guard the entrance. Are you here to see Penny Evans? She is not in the best condition at the moment. If you ask me, those lofty potion masters ought to prioritize flavor when concocting their brews. The poor girl nearly fainted from the taste of the potion. Iloke, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, launched into a tirade, causing Dumbledore's lips to twitch involuntarily. He regretted coming at a time when this fellow was present. Indeed, Penny exclaimed, her fist pounding the bed as she shot up in fury. Why can't those who brew potions make them taste better? Can't they consider the drinker's experience? Her expression was so serious, so disproportionate to her age, coupled with her hairless head, that it elicited a burst of laughter from Dumbledore, who, while striving to maintain a caring demeanor towards children, found the situation comical. Iloke, in his oblivious exuberance, remained unaware of the impending danger, his laughter echoing unabated. Go to hell, you scoundrel! Without warning, a familiar fireball erupted, larger than a 200-pound man's fist, hurtling toward Iloke's face before he could react. The fireball exploded, leaving Iloke's brown hair in a disheveled mess, resembling a ball of steel wool, his face shrouded in soot, save for his pair of bright amber eyes that sparkled intermittently. Penny crossed her arms, reveling in her triumph. Dumbledore, concealed behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, narrowed his blue eyes, turning away as if to ignore the spectacle. Despite the tremors of suppressed laughter that betrayed him, after expelling a plume of white smoke, Iloke turned abruptly to the amused elder. Dear Professor Dumbledore, How can you stand idly by while a troll assaults your student without intervening? Mr. Alak, if you do not cease your noble prattling, I would be more than willing to assist. Upon hearing this, Alak muttered a few words about the inconsiderate little troll, disgruntled as he turned away, unable to see the two adults. With Alak's antics quelled, Dumbledore finally had the opportunity to converse with his intended target. He donned a warm, amiable expression that would put most young witches and wizards at ease and began, Miss Evans, I am Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Penny scrutinized the wizard reputed to be more formidable than a dragon. He donned a deep purple robe adorned with flecks of gold, exuding an air of grandeur. Behind his crescent spectacles, his bright blue eyes sparkled, and his nose bore a peculiar twist, as if it had not healed properly after being broken. His silver hair and beard were long enough to tuck into his belt. I have heard of you. People in Diagon Alley say you are mightier than a dragon. Penny's pale blue eyes remained fixed on him, seemingly intrigued by his prowess. Well, I can handle young dragons. They ought to fear their teachers, after all. Dumbledore chuckled nonchalantly. Then inquired, have you visited Diagon Alley? Penny nodded. I heard it south the most bustling street in the wizarding world, conveniently located in London. So I went to have a look. She gestured toward Alak, who lay feigning death on another bed. He took me there. You tricked me into taking you. Alak exclaimed loudly. I thought you were a little witch who got separated from her family on a Muggle street. How was I to know you wanted to sneak in for a shopping spree? I never said anything, and you agreed. Penny retorted. Annoying little troll. Dumbledore observed the playful banter between the two, feeling both amused and exasperated. He had a premonition that next year, when Penny enrolled at Hogwarts, the place would become quite lively. Perhaps she would even find herself in Gryffindor. Chapter 14, Homecoming. After 5 days of tasteless potions at St. Mungo's, Penny returned home, accompanied by Dumbledore. For reasons unknown, Dumbledore seemed particularly invested in her affairs, frequently abandoning the Grand Hogwarts to visit her in her hospital room. Alak, fully recovered, did not leave them. He trudged along behind them with a sullen expression, muttering about old bees and little trolls. Upon receiving the news of Penny's return, the Evans couple and Lily refrained from their usual work and play, remaining in the living room and stealing glances toward the door from time to time. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, prompting Lily to cheerfully leap from the sofa to open the door. Professor Dumbledore? Lily gazed quizzically at the white-bearded elder on the doorstep. She had heard much about this greatest of wizards from Severus during these past few days, and was astonished to see him again. Good day, Miss Evans. Dumbledore winked playfully at her. Lily, Penny, looking noticeably thinner, bounded out from behind Dumbledore and enveloped her sister in a warm embrace, playfully ruffling her fair cheeks. You have no idea how much I missed you. St. Mungo's was dreadfully boring. The sisters joyfully reminisced as Mr. and Mrs. Evans welcomed Dumbledore and Alak into their home. The elderly gentleman appeared to be a figure of great stature, his attire so resplendent that it was almost daunting to behold. The Evans couple, having heard Lily speak of this illustrious figure, felt somewhat awkward as they sat on their sofa, uncertain of the purpose of his visit. Penny, weary of the predictable conversation she had endured daily in St. Mungo's, decided to pull her sister away, even if it meant neglecting her parents momentarily. Lily, why are you wearing a hat? Aren't you hot? Lily queried, observing her sister's choice of attire. It was September, and though the weather was not sweltering, it certainly could not be deemed cool. Lily herself wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, perplexed by Penny's woolen hat. Let us not discuss that, Penny replied weakly, waving her hand dismissively as she urged Lily to change the subject. The sisters made their way to their usual spot on the lawn. The day was overcast, the sky a dull gray, and beneath a tree whose name eluded Penny, a strangely dressed young boy was quietly engrossed in a book. Even from a distance, Penny could envision his furrowed brow and earnest expression. Hey, Severus, Penny called, quickening her pace to wave at him, her face bright with a smile revealing a small canine tooth. Severus looked up to see the girl, her features strikingly refined beneath her hat, beaming at him with a radiance that outshone the summer sun, her excitement evident even in the flutter of her garment. Unconsciously, a gentle smile graced Severus's face, his brow relaxing, entirely devoid of its usual gloom. Before his smile could fade, Penny had dashed to him and enveloped him in a bear hug. Standing slightly taller than him, her breath brushed against his face near his ear, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Severus had never realized his senses could be so acutely attuned. The faint, sweet aroma of mango wafted from her, mingling with the warmth of her breath that ignited a blush upon his ears. Her embrace was soft, yet surprisingly strong. Lily strolled forward, stifling her laughter, while her sullen companion stood blushing and bewildered, a sight truly amusing. Soon, It was Petunia who began to lament her time at St. Mungo's. That place lacks a television, there are no gaming consoles, and only that insufferable Alak, who mocks me daily. Potions. Those accursed potions. I have to consume 8 bottles a day. Do those potion masters ever consider the feelings of their victims? That ghastly concoction of moldy cream and putrid blood. What sort of genius devised that abomination? Food. Do you think someone forced to drink 8 bottles of variously colored, equally vile potions can eat anything at all? Severus had worn a glum expression ever since Petunia cursed those dreadful potions, glaring reproachfully at her. How could anyone dare to critique potions in front of a future potions master? Lily, empathizing with her sister, shared a look of solidarity with Petunia, condemning everything that displeased her sister. The sky appeared increasingly ominous, thick clouds cloaking the dim gray above, the light dimming as a rich, earthy scent wafted from the sodden ground beneath the lawn. The small, gray birds sensed the impending downpour, flying low, occasionally swirling above the trio. Just before the rain fell, the leaves of the large tree behind Petunia rustled in the wind, branches swaying incessantly, while many deep green leaves were torn from their boughs and swept away. A storm was indeed imminent. Severus closed his book and gazed up at the dreary sky. We must return home promptly. Petunia has just come back from the hospital, Lily remarked, standing to pull her sister, who was seated on the ground, up with a furrowed brow. Petunia stretched languidly, her pale blue eyes squinting slightly as she relished the refreshing breeze. It's the wind, she said. Let us go, Petunia. Lily had already bid farewell to Severus, but as she reached to pull her sister along, she stumbled, unable to budge her. Turning back, she noticed Petunia, a look of guilt crossing her face as she diverted her gaze. I want to feel the wind. I'm not ready to go back yet. Petunia, Lily called out. Her cheeks puffed in frustration. Dumbledore is still around. I don't want to see him. But can't we wait a little longer? It hasn't started to rain yet. Petunia tugged at Lily's sleeve in a coaxing tone. My magic is strong. Nothing will happen, I promise. Before Lily could respond, Petunia had already taken Severus's hand, leading him towards the hill, her exuberance evident as her free hand flailed joyfully in the air. Severus marveled at Petunia's remarkable strength, nearly being dragged along in the initial steps until he managed to regain his footing. Observing Petunia's radiant smile, he felt a twinge of defeat. He could never truly be angry with her. Wait for me. Lily stomped her foot in exasperation, but followed her sister up the slope. After running 600 or 700 meters, Petunia finally halted, her delicate face flushed with excitement. She laughed heartily, her joyful sound carried off by the wind. As she looked at Severus, who was breathing heavily, Severus shot a glare at the doubled-over Petunia, muttering about her madness. Yet he couldn't help the slight upward curve of his lips. Chapter 15, The Color of the Wind. Do you know what color the wind is? Petunia shouted to Lily and Severus from the highest point of the hill, her voice raised above the rustling wind. Severus and Lily exchanged concerned glances, watching the overly excited girl. Was there some lingering effect from the potions at St. Mungo's? It's a pale azure, Petunia continued proudly, as tiny azure lights began to twinkle around her. They resembled fireflies on a summer night, enchanting and beautiful, flitting through her fingers and lingering beside her cheek. Lively like sprites. Look, this is the element of the wind, she said, her gaze and tone softening as she beckoned the two closer, demonstrating the wind element in her palm. Approach it, embrace it, feel it, and then master it. This will aid you in your future studies of magic. They're so adorable, Lily exclaimed, touching the glowing points in disbelief. They're so obedient, just like Aunt Marge's cats. Severus pressed his lips together, his body stiffening as the wind elements, which Lily had described as obedient, drew near him, brushing against him from time to time, causing an itch at his neck. Yay! Petunia squealed from the side, as she soared into the air, clearly much more adept this time, twirling, floating up and down, and even swinging back and forth. This time, she didn't forget her eager friends, waving to them. Want to join me? Can you? Lily's green eyes sparkled with excitement, her face flushed with enthusiasm. No. Severus's face paled. Before he could finish, an irresistible force whisked him into the sky, accompanied by Lily's surprised shrieks. Almost immediately after being lifted, Lily joyfully mimicked Petunia's earlier motions, swinging in midair, inventing new tricks within moments. Petunia quickly noticed Severus's discomfort. He could barely move, maintaining a stiff, unnatural posture, his large robes billowing around him like bat wings. His teeth bit into his lips, refusing to voice his unease. What a peculiar little fellow, Petunia thought. Suddenly, appearing beside him startled Severus, and in a moment of panic, he leaned back, nearly losing his balance. Just as he was about to falter, Petunia grasped his hand. Hey! Severus, you can't be afraid of heights. You'll need to ride a broomstick at Hogwarts. The small boy felt a significant reduction in his fear upon being grasped, yet he was reluctant to admit it. He weakly retorted, I'm not afraid. Yes, of course, you are not afraid. You fear nothing at all, Petunia teased. And hearing her insincere reassurance, Severus bit down on his back teeth, cursing Petunia Evans under his breath. A powerful gust swept from the opposite side of the hill, causing Lily, suspended in midair, to be unexpectedly blown about, rolling through the air. She complained, clutching her buzzing head, oh my head! As the wind grew stronger, branches from nearby trees began to snap, crashing down with a loud thud and creating small craters in the ground. We must return home, Petunia finally suggested, reluctantly broaching the subject of going back. Just then, a gust from the other side of the hill caught Petunia's attention, her eyes lighting up. Lily, let us race to see who can fly to that tree first. We can't, Severus protested. All right, on your marks. Yet Lily's voice was far louder than his. Her eyes gleaming with excitement, her face alight with competitive spirit. She even attempted to jump the gun, exclaiming, I'll go first. Severus, Petunia declared with a villainous laugh. How could I allow you to win in a race I proposed? Her bright eyes fixed on him, she asked, Are you ready, dear Severus? I said no. Will you slow down? Severus chuckled. Well aware of her nature, she would never lose for his sake. Of course not. I will ensure your victory. With that, Petunia tightly grasped Severus's hand, her face alight with determination, and with a swift motion, they shot forth like arrows. They passed by Lily, who was puffing and panting as she sprinted toward the tree. Indeed, Lily had yet to master flying. She was merely running through the air. Lily exclaimed in disbelief, No. You can fly. You said we would fly over there. Petunia's laughter rang out, joyous and clear, carried far by the wind, which only fueled Lily's frustration, while Severus's lips curled into a smile at the spectacle. Yet, mocking others often leads to misfortune, particularly in moments of triumph. Amid her laughter, Petunia suddenly felt a chill above her head, an ominous premonition rising within her. Aha! Petunia, your head! Lily's laughter echoed in the air, ringing out in a chorus of mirth. Lily's uncontrollable laughter fell upon Penny like a cascade of rhythmic beats, causing the joyful expression on Penny's face to crumble in an instant. Clenching her fists, she seethed, how infuriating. To her surprise, Severus, usually stoic and unflappable, succumbed to the mirth. His face flushed crimson, and a hint of amusement glimmered in his otherwise inscrutable dark eyes. With a vengeful determination, Penny descended from the tree at double the speed, only to find that the once timid Severus now displayed no trace of fear, and instead, she detected an unfulfilled delight upon his countenance. How vexing. Soon after, Lily joined them, proudly brandishing Penny's knitted hat. What is this? Why, it's Penny's hat, she teased. A smile returned to Penny's face, albeit one laced with a hint of malice. Dear Lily, while I cannot restore my hair, I can certainly render your head devoid of its adornment. Coughing, Lily nearly choked on her own saliva, momentarily forgetting her sister's notorious temperament. I'm sorry. She quickly apologized. Penny reveled in her triumph. The hatless girl wore a self-satisfied grin, her round head tilted slightly upwards, exuding a pride akin to that of a victorious feline. Severus found himself charmed by this imaginative scene. He had never understood the appeal of cats, those soft, endearing creatures, until now. It seemed that Penny, bereft of hair, appeared all the more delightful. Meanwhile, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, and a fierce wind bent the trees low, heralding the impending storm. After bidding farewell to Severus, Penny donned her hat and took Lily's hand, making their way home. She fervently hoped that Ilock had already departed with Dumbledore. She could tolerate the sweet-toothed, flamboyant elder, but she could not abide his incessant prattling. Chapter 16. Spinner's End. In the Evans living room, a square tea table adorned with a pale blue cloth held an array of exquisite pastries, the rich aroma of black tea wafting through the air. Dumbledore, satisfied after adding 5 or 6 sugar cubes to his teacup, wore a contented expression, while Ilock, seated beside him, displayed unabashed disdain. The Evans couple felt increasingly uneasy in the presence of such a distinguished figure, whose status in the magical world rivaled that of the British Prime Minister, and it seemed he had no intention of departing any time soon. Dumbledore then inquired in detail about Penny and Lily's magical abilities, particularly focusing on Penny's remarkable feats. Upon learning of Penny's initial display of magical talent, conjuring a rose from flames, Dumbledore could not help but marvel at her extraordinary gift. Merlin, you cannot fathom the extent of her remarkable magical prowess. Ilock regarded the Evans couple with incredulity. To be honest, I still find it hard to believe she is not a pureblood witch. Such talent is exceedingly rare in the magical realm. Mr. Evans beamed with pride. For any father delights in hearing praises about his child, especially when uttered by someone of Dumbledore's caliber. Of course, Penny was a prodigy. She had always been clever and charming. Does this pertain to your purpose for visiting today? Mrs. Evans inquired, somewhat bewildered by Ilok's mention of pureblood wizards, which she vaguely understood to imply some form of noble lineage among wizards. Anxiety washed over her, for dealings with such eminent figures were rarely straightforward. Indeed, madam, Dumbledore affirmed, his wise blue eyes growing serious, his tone imbued with a soothing quality. There is no doubt that Penny is a talented young witch, but she is still quite young and unable to control the formidable power within her. Just as she fainted after defeating a werewolf with her flames, unrestrained power can inflict irreparable harm on her body. Even after consuming numerous restorative potions at St. Mungo's, she has yet to fully recover. She is at risk of magical surges, and should the situation escalate, it may pose a threat to you and Lily as well. Upon hearing this, Mr. Evans's smile vanished, and Mrs. Evans grasped her husband's hand tightly, the warmth of her palm betraying her concern. What should we do? Mr. Evans demanded, his eyes wide with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Dumbledore, his demeanor exuding an air of menace. He awaited an answer, ready to defend his daughter against any ill intentions aimed at Penny. Do not be alarmed, sir. We are not malevolent, Ilok blurted, feeling the weight of Mr. Evans's gaze. Internally, he chastised Dumbledore for insisting he accompany him, knowing full well he did not wish to be there. And now Mr. Evans believed they were up to no good. When Lily and Penny returned home, Dumbledore and Ilok had yet to take their leave. Mrs. Evans was in the kitchen preparing dinner, leaving Mr. Evans to converse with the two wizards, though he appeared less than pleased. Penny understood the reason for his demeanor. Dumbledore had hinted at it while they were at St. Mungo's. Truthfully, she was rather eager to experience the magical world. After dinner, Dumbledore and Ilok eventually departed, and Mrs. Evans enveloped Penny in a tender embrace on the sofa, only now realizing that her daughter's hair was gone. Mr. Evans sat nearby with a glass of gin, his expression inscrutable, occasionally casting wistful glances at Penny, who remained silent, sensing his unspoken sorrow. Mom, aren't you going to say anything to Dad? Yes, already pouring his second glass, Penny whispered, seeking to draw attention to her father's indulgence. Surprisingly, Mrs. Evans did not admonish her husband. Instead, she sat on the sofa, her beautiful green eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gently, she stroked Penny's hairless head, speaking softly, my dear Mr. Dumbledore mentioned, he would take you to live in the magical world. You are only 10, and soon you will be leaving your parents behind. It's all right, Mom. I will write to you often. Penny reassured her mother, her voice soothing. In the cozy, somewhat inebriated atmosphere of the living room, the Evans family huddled together on the sofa, leaning on one another, their love palpable, each wishing for the happiness of those they cherished. That night was clearly unsuited for peaceful slumber. A ferocious wind rustled the leaves and debris outside, torrential raindrops pounded against the roof, and the lights of the Evans home burned brightly throughout the night, not extinguished until dawn. Early the next morning, having skipped breakfast, Penny ventured out, feeling a twinge of regret for not having informed her friends of her impending departure. Clutching a bouquet of tender yellow sunflowers and donning her green rain boots, she trudged along a somewhat muddy path, having purchased the flowers at a shop she passed, not wanting to arrive empty-handed. Across the stone bridge lay Spinner's End, and although Severus had never mentioned it, she was aware that he resided at number 19, gleaned from the gossip of the nosy neighbors. In stark contrast to the Evans dwelling, Spinner's End appeared filthy, the cobblestones aged and discolored, coated in a grimy layer that clung to her boots with a greasy texture. Trash lay carelessly strewn along the streets, with overflowing bins besieged by heaps of refuse, the stench of decay permeating the air, tainting the very essence of the neighborhood. The nearby river was not its usual hue, a slick film of darkness floating atop its surface. Everything here seemed cloaked in a murky, oily darkness, the stench enveloping every passerby, as if anyone who dared to inhale the air would find it impossible to escape its grasp. Penny, clutching her flowers, felt utterly out of place. The ragged, filthy vagrants on the roadside eyed her with ill intent, their minds scheming about what a wealthy girl was doing in such a dismal locale. Surely, the fine things she possessed could afford them a better life for some time. Even the occasional children who passed by cast her dubious glances, and in the short span of a few hundred meters, 5 or 6 individuals had already begun to trail her, convinced they were doing so unnoticed. It seems they wished to impart a lesson to her, to make her aware of the harsh realities of society. Penny thought nonchalantly. She moved her fingers slightly, and the confusion spell she had learned from her books took effect. causing her companions to scratch their heads and grumble as they wandered off, believing they had lost track of her. Upon reaching the last house on the street, Penny lifted her gaze to observe the dreary brick dwelling, which appeared neglected by its owner. The small garden was overrun by unidentifiable weeds, and the makeshift fence of mud and stones looked precarious, failing to deter either thieves or Penny's curious gaze. Scattered around the corners and at the entrance were various bottles, of all sizes. Penny felt a twinge of discomfort. It was still too early, and she was uncertain if she might disturb Snape and his family. She feared that his drunken father might emerge to confront her, as she was aware that Snape's injuries were a result of his father's actions. "What are you doing at my doorstep?" The creaky old door, older than Penny herself, emitted an uncomfortable groan as Severus opened it, his face shadowed with a grim expression, his tone exceedingly cold. Chapter 17 Godric. The boy cracked the dilapidated wooden door just wide enough for his slender frame, effectively concealing the interior from view. It was evident that he was not particularly welcoming of Penny's unexpected visit, and had no intention of inviting her inside. "Good morning, Severus. I was pondering how to summon you." Penny smiled brightly at him, effortlessly thrusting the sunflowers she had brought into his hands. Severus furrowed his brow at the unwelcome bouquet, unable to comprehend Penny's motives. Why had she come so early merely to present him with a useless bunch of flowers? This was hardly a safe place. Noticing that Severus's demeanor remained unyielding, Penny felt a flutter of apprehension. Indeed, he minded her unannounced visit. Perhaps she ought to have penned a letter for Lily to deliver. Yet having arrived, she resolved to proceed with her purpose, allowing her smile to wane slightly as she adopted a cheerier tone. "I have come to bid you farewell." "You are leaving?" Severus's grip on the flowers faltered. His obsidian eyes, darker than most, bore into her with an unsettling intensity. Sensing the tremor in his voice, Penny's heart softened. After all, he was just a child despite his often mature demeanor. "Yes, I have encountered some health issues, and Dumbledore has advised me to recuperate in the magical realm for a while," she explained, uncertain of when she would return. Severus's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, no words emerged. He stood by the rickety door, watching the lively girl before him wave goodbye, and then turned away without a backward glance as she departed from Spinner's End. Spinner's End was perpetually dilapidated and filthy, its inhabitants struggling at the bottom of society, sinking deeper into despair. In stark contrast, she was intelligent and beautiful, hailing from a harmonious family, endowed with remarkable talents, and even receiving the favor of someone as great as Dumbledore. She was destined not to belong to the drab, perpetually gray Spinner's End. Severus stood at his doorstep, clutching the golden sunflowers, watching as the girl grew smaller in the distance until she vanished entirely from sight. After cleaning a wide-mouthed bottle and filling it with fresh water, Severus arranged the sunflowers within, their vibrant hue clashing with the squalor of his home. Eileen emerged from the kitchen, bearing 2 slices of pickled cucumber sandwiches, a rare delicacy in their household. Today, her husband Tobias was away, allowing her the rare opportunity to prepare something decent for herself and her son. "Severus," she called several times, but the boy standing in the living room remained oblivious, fixated on the sunflowers that had not been there moments before, his malnourished face reflecting a profound sense of loss. The sunflowers had been brought by a girl, whom Eileen had seen lingering at their doorstep, cradling the bright blossoms. She must have been a young witch, unseen by the passing Muggles. Eileen then witnessed her usually solitary and composed son hastily rushing to open the door, his expression one she had never seen before, an amalgamation of worry, joy, and confusion. Though Severus's tone had been brusque upon speaking, Eileen discerned a different note. He was concerned for her, knowing full well that Spinner's End was not a safe locale. Their home was quite old, and the girl's melodious voice echoed in Eileen's ears as she heard snippets of, "Severus, farewell, Dumbledore." The girl departed without a backward glance, and Eileen's throat tightened as she observed her retreating figure. That was how children of that age ought to be, lively, joyful, their faces perpetually adorned with smiles. The image of that girl lingered vividly, juxtaposed against her own Severus, thin as a rail, his face pale and perpetually marked by indifference and numbness. Eileen felt as though an arrow had struck her heart, drowning in confusion. She began to question whether her choices from years past had been right. Her son should not have to endure such a wretched existence. Almost as soon as Penny returned home, Ilok pressed the doorbell of the Evans residence. Lily, sandwich in mouth, went to answer. Meanwhile, Penny sat comfortably at the dining table, relishing Mrs. Evans's culinary skills. Declining Mr. Evans's invitation to breakfast, Ilok settled on the guest sofa, his gaze fixed intensely on Penny, eager to observe what this time-wasting little giant would do next. Under Ilok's scrutinizing stare, Penny dared to accompany him to Godric's Hollow before 11 o'clock, which was the residence of Dumbledore. It was said that the headmaster of Hogwarts was exceptionally busy. Thus Dumbledore had arranged for Penny to stay in a house at Godric's Hollow, with a lock ensuring her safety until she navigated her period of uncontrolled magic. Godric's Hollow was a semi-wizarding community, where witches and wizards lived discreetly among Muggles, concealing their identities. It was reputed to be the birthplace of Godric Gryffindor, founder of the illustrious Gryffindor house, as well as the site where the renowned wizard, Bowman Wright, crafted the first golden snitch. Penny listened with only half an ear to Alok's animated introduction, vaguely grasping that it was a place of notable significance. Alok guided her through the village, which appeared unremarkable compared to other towns. At the center stood a small square, dominated by a war memorial. There were a few shops, a post office, a pub, and a quaint church, with stained glass windows radiating jewel-like brilliance across the square. While meandering through the village, Penny discovered a tiny black kitten with striking yellow eyes. Likely still a cub, only slightly larger than the hands she cradled it in. Alok remarked that it possessed the bloodline of a catfox and would be quite intelligent. "She's a girl. May I take her home?" Penny asked, cradling the kitten as she looked up at Alok. "Absolutely not. Miss Evans. I can barely manage to care for you." Alok flatly rejected her proposal, stating that providing food for one was already challenging, let alone adding a cat to the mix. "All right, thank you, Uncle Alok. I will bring her home right away. What shall I name her? How about Ryla?" "Alok. You clearly did not hear a word I said." "I did, but I disagree," Penny replied with a cheerful smile, her light blue eyes sparkling. "You truly are a little rascal," someone muttered through clenched teeth, clearly exasperated. Chapter 18 Halloween. The days in Godric's Hollow were languid, with Alok visiting Penny once each month. For the remainder of her time, she resided in a house prepared by Dumbledore, engrossed in the books he had provided, which were plentiful due to the many gifts he received each year. The sheer volume of literature was such that she had lost count of the exact number of volumes at her disposal. Most of the books she read revolved around magical theory and subjects pertinent to Hogwarts, with scarcely any mention of dark magic. Alok, unbeknownst to her, had been granted some favor by Dumbledore, which compelled him to remain by her side daily under the guise of protecting her. It would have been preferable if he could refrain from his incessant chatter. Penny recalled the aloof demeanor he had exhibited upon their first meeting. Yet now he had wholly shed his pretenses before her, the persona of the noble and enigmatic wandering wizard utterly dismantled. Instead, he trailed after her like a mother hen, incessantly jabbering about trivialities that held no significance or interest, to the extent that even Rila preferred to avoid his company. On Halloween, she chose not to return home, as the village of Godric's Hollow hosted a grand Halloween parade. Countless jack-o'-lanterns illuminated the starless night, while children donned costumes as vampires, mummies, ghosts, and other fantastical figures, roaming in groups to solicit sweets from every household. When their door was knocked upon, both Alok and Penny were taken aback. Having lived there for several months with minimal interaction, Penny had immersed herself in her magical tomes, while Alok remained a recluse due to his social anxiety. Indeed, this wandering wizard was a paradox, a gregarious chatterbox cloaked in silence, utterly at home yet unable to venture out to procure groceries, leaving that task solely to Penny. He would hand her the wallet for purchases, trailing behind her with a confundus charm, for the prospect of navigating a supermarket was daunting for someone of his disposition. "Hello." Penny opened the door, tilting her head to regard the pumpkin figure before her, who had donned a pumpkin suit, even going so far as to paint his exposed skin in a similar hue. "Hey, I knew there was still one here," exclaimed the pumpkin person, a look of surprise lighting up his face, a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His brown eyes sparkled with mischief and vivacity, standing in stark contrast to Snape's typically somber gaze. His delight was evident, revealing a set of white, even teeth beneath the warm glow of the streetlights, making his pumpkin-hued visage appear rather comical. Trick or treat. His basket was already brimming with an assortment of candies in various colors and flavors. "Alok, it's Halloween. Did you buy any sweets?" Penny inquired, glancing back at the hefty figure sprawled on the sofa. "When have you ever seen me venture out alone to purchase anything?" "Don't ask me such questions," Alok waved dismissively, absorbed in his newfound obsession with Muggle romance novels, which he clutched even during meals and sleep. "Sorry, we don't have any candy at home." "You may proceed with your mischief," Penny suggested, nodding her chin toward the pumpkin figure, indicating he could indeed play tricks. The pumpkin figure, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, stood speechless, unable to formulate a response. "If you're lacking in ideas, I recommend you go and tease that lump on the sofa. He hasn't moved all day and hasn't eaten a thing. You could give him a good slap and run. You want to catch you." Penny offered, genuinely believing that Alok was too slow-witted to react. The glint behind the pumpkin figure's glasses indicated that Penny's words had ignited a spark of mischief within him. He looked at her and quietly confirmed, "Really? You want to catch me?" Upon receiving her affirmative nod, he nimbly delivered a swift slap to Alok's head before darting away, quickly seeking refuge behind Penny to observe the aftermath of his audacious act. Ouch! Alok, deeply engrossed in his novel, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and began to squirm on the sofa. "Goodness, you really went all out," Penny remarked, surprised that her jest had elicited such a genuine reaction from the pumpkin figure, noticing that Alok's response was indeed one of genuine discomfort. The pumpkin figure, realizing he may have struck too hard, swallowed nervously, feeling a wave of uncertainty wash over him. "You little rascals, just wait." Alok's voice boomed as Penny was pulled away by the sheepish pumpkin figure, who had developed a faint blush on his pumpkin-colored cheeks. He adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, "That was exhilarating. I'm James Potter. Are you the wizards who just moved in?" "Penny Evans. How did you know we were wizards?" "My Muggle friends say there are no houses here. I can see it. Dad says wizards who don't want to be disturbed by Muggles will cast Muggle-repelling charms at their doorsteps." As they strolled around the village with Potter, Penny leisurely made her way back home with his basket in tow. Potter, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted on sharing all his candy with her upon discovering that her household had not stocked up for the occasion, even taking the time to introduce her to the unique sweets characteristic of wizards. Upon returning home, Penny penned a letter to Lily and Mr. Evans, contemplating sending a festive card on pristine parchment, and eventually portioning out some of the candies gifted by Potter to send back home. She decided to take advantage of Alok's sulking to use his owl for the delivery. "Mum, Dad, it's something from Penny," Lily exclaimed excitedly upon receiving the owl delivery, and soon the dimly lit Evans household flickered back to life. The brown owl, flapping its wings energetically, finally arrived at the last delivery address before midnight, where only the attic window of number 19, Spinner's End, glowed faintly. Knock, knock, knock. The soft, warm light of the oil lamp illuminated Snape as he perused a potions book. He paused, lifting his gaze in puzzlement toward the sound at the window. Peering through the tattered curtains, he glimpsed a brown owl with a small parcel tied to its leg, its wide eyes fixed on him. He discerned a hint of irritation reflected in the owl's gaze. "Ugh, why must I work late at night? When will this bloke let me in? Who would send him something? And via owl no less." Upon opening the window, the clever owl flew directly to the sofa where Snape had been seated moments before, unceremoniously dipping its yellow beak into his cup for a drink, only raising its head to gesture for him to retrieve the parcel once it had quenched its thirst. The package bore his name, Severus Snape, evidently intended for him. As he unwrapped the pale blue paper, a roll of parchment adorned with a bow and an array of colorful candies came into view. "Happy Halloween, no tricks, just treats. Penny Evans." Overwhelmed by a wave of warmth, a faint smile graced Snape's face just as the owl pecked at him, its head tilted as it surveyed the empty table, seemingly questioning if anyone could truly expect it to work without offering any sustenance. Chapter 19. The snow continues to fall. Since encountering James Potter on Halloween, he had been a frequent visitor to play with Penny, primarily due to the scarcity of similarly aged young wizards in Godric's Hollow. "Evans, stop poring over those dull books and let us go fly on broomsticks," Potter suggested, tousling his unruly black hair as he sat opposite Penny, who had also placed a spellbook before her, though he had found himself unable to focus on its contents after half an hour, utterly disinterested in the tedious information. Penny glanced up from her sea of books. "Are you referring to the children's version, which cannot ascend beyond 5 meters? All right, I don't want to read." Potter shrugged, his spirits dampened as he leaned his head against the table, his voice muffled. "Books are the ladders of human progress, Potter. It's a pity you've squandered the opportunity to wear those glasses hanging from your ears. Want them? I'll give them to you. I have a whole drawer full. That won't be necessary." Ultimately, Penny could no longer focus on her reading, having been pestered relentlessly. She understood that avoiding playtime with this little rascal was not an option. Alok remarked that this lad was a scion of the Potter family, an ancient and affluent lineage that has amassed considerable wealth in recent years through their monopoly on shampoo within the wizarding community, with ancestral roots purportedly tracing back to before the 12th century. James Potter, born after the retirement of the venerable Mr. Fleamont Potter, is the cherished offspring of the elder Potters, who, having had a child in their twilight years, dote upon him excessively. This indulgence has rendered James somewhat arrogant, often dismissing the counsel of others, as evidenced by his disregard for Petunia's refusal to play with him. "Come on, Potter. We have an hour to play on the broomsticks." With a jubilant exclamation, the disheveled boy, his glasses askew, hastily set down his book and, producing 2 gleaming golden broomsticks from seemingly nowhere, thrust them into Petunia's hands, his eyes aglow with excitement. Before Christmas, Petunia was returned home early by Alok, the eccentric wizard who claimed he had matters to attend to and could no longer supervise her. Merlin knows what a man, an orphan since childhood and now in his 30s without a stable residence, meant by home. Perhaps time spent with the Potters had dulled her wits, for Petunia, in Alok's presence, audaciously inquired about his home. Under the wizard's scowling countenance, she swiftly packed her belongings, seized a handful of flue powder, and resolved to return home independently. Relying on the irate wizard was not an option. In Godric's Hollow, a public fireplace connected to a nearby hearth in Cokeworth, not far from the Evans residence, beckoned her. She would first reach the public fireplace before strolling back home. "Early wishes for a Merry Christmas, sir," Petunia said, shrinking her luggage to fit into her small bag while waving at the disgruntled Alok. "If the comforts of your home do not suffice, you are welcome to join us for Christmas. My father has recently hidden away a fine bottle of gin." The girl's silhouette faded into the snowy expanse outside, while the wizard, seated on the couch, glowered after her, utterly oblivious to the irresponsibility of allowing a 10-year-old girl to traverse the university alone. After a considerable time, Alok rubbed his weary eyes and returned to the present, a faint smile curving his lips. "A Christmas invitation, is it?" His newfound cheer did not hinder his sharp tongue. "Ha, the stingy little giant hasn't he even penned a card?" In a dizzying whirl, Petunia emerged from the public fireplace of the abandoned church, her face smudged with a patchwork of dirt, and her vibrant red hair dusted with ash. After employing several cleaning charms, she finally managed to rid herself of the grime. This winter was particularly frigid. Cokeworth lay shrouded in a thick blanket of snow, resembling an enchanted city of ice. As Petunia reached the head of the street leading to the Evans home, she felt snowflakes settle upon her shoulders. The outdoor chill rendered the streets desolate. Having walked for more than half an hour, she encountered no pedestrians, yet those inside their homes, gathered around the warmth of their fires, gazed out in astonishment at the sight of the little girl in the snow. Approaching the playground where she had first met Severus Snape, Petunia was surprised to discover that the playground was not deserted. There, where she and Lily had once swung, a small, dark figure sat motionless on a swing, a thick layer of snow accumulating atop him, suggesting he had been there for quite some time. "Severus?" Petunia called tentatively. In her memory, Snape was a clever boy who would not engage in such foolishness as sitting in the snow on a bitterly cold day. It turned out that everyone has their moments of folly. Perhaps hearing his name stirred him. The little black bundle stirred slightly and lifted his gaze toward Petunia. Despite the months that had passed, she recognized him immediately. Rushing the few steps to Severus, Petunia was taken aback by his thin attire, inappropriate for the season. Still clad in autumn's garb, instinctively, she cast a warming charm upon him, and realized that his body temperature was nearly that of the snowflakes surrounding them. "Petunia Evans?" Severus inquired softly, his voice a mere whisper, uncertainty lacing his words as he struggled to identify the figure before him, his consciousness hazy, barely able to discern her features. Only recognizing that she was a girl. Frowning, she brushed the snow from his shoulders, wrapping her scarf and hat around him. After a moment of hesitation, she hoisted him into her arms, and began the journey to her home. This child had ventured out into the snowstorm. Undoubtedly, his home life was far from tranquil, likely tied to his inebriated father. She resolved not to return him to his abode, where he would suffer further, instead opting to keep him warm at her own home for the time being. The small boy, cradled in her embrace, instinctively leaned toward the warmth, his consciousness gradually fading, only to be enveloped by the delightful scent of ripe mango that wafted through the air. Petunia felt a pang of compassion for the frail child in her arms, so small and delicate, reminiscent of her own cat, Scylla. She pondered how his witch mother could neglect him so. Surely she cared for her pets with greater diligence. Upon reaching her doorstep, with both hands occupied and unable to ring the bell, Petunia resorted to kicking the door. No response. She kicked again, still met with silence. Alhambra. The door swung open, revealing 3 occupants near the fireplace, watching television. They turned in unison, their heads tilting in surprise, momentarily frozen before leaping from the sofa to exclaim, "Petunia, you're back. What do you have there? A souvenir from the magical world? He truly resembles a person. Wait. Is that Severus?" Lily was the first to recognize him, her brow furrowing in confusion as she observed her sister effortlessly cradling the boy while taking note of their reactions. After a flurry of activity, Petunia settled comfortably on the sofa, savoring a steaming cup of tea. Severus had completely lost consciousness, and though the Evans were displeased with their daughter's unannounced guest, They nonetheless took the boy upstairs to wash him up, ensuring he could enjoy a restful slumber. Chapter 20. Shyness. Before long, Mrs. Evans descended the stairs, her expression one of indignation, her brow furrowed tightly. She took a seat on the sofa, her tone filled with disbelief and reproach. I can hardly believe what that child has endured. He is covered in bruises. We must report this to the authorities. But we do not know what transpired. What if his family is responsible? Mr. Evans followed her down from upstairs, the first to have noticed the boy's numerous old and new injuries. He had just changed Severus's clothes and cleaned him up while the boy slept. Domestic violence is a crime, Mrs. Evans exclaimed, her voice rising in anger. Eventually, Mr. Evans managed to calm his furious wife, assuring her that once the boy awoke, if he wished, they would take him to the police station to file a report. When Severus regained consciousness, he found himself alone in the room, filled with a potent mango fragrance reminiscent of someone he had encountered before. He cautiously sniffed the air, realizing he lay upon an exceptionally soft bed, covered by a warm yellow blanket that also exuded the scent of mango. He was bewildered as to how he had ended up there, his memories still tethered to the frigid, blindingly white expanse of snow. As his recollections began to resurface, he recalled the morning when Tobias and Eileen had begun yet another quarrel, sparked by a government relief fund for extreme weather conditions. Little did they know that the wretched drunkard intended solely to squander the money on debauchery. The scene grew familiar once more, with Tobias wielding his only powerful arm to throw objects and strike out, while Eileen's screams and Tobias's furious curses echoed around him. This was a spectacle he had long since grown numb to, was it not? He remembered Petunia Evans, the girl merely 2 years his senior, yet extraordinarily powerful, able to command the howling flames of a werewolf with grace. Even the wind seemed to favor her. When would he be as formidable as she? Would strength akin to hers change everything for the better? He wished he could unsee the image of his so-called father raising his fists against him and his mother, nor endure Eileen's brainwashing reassurances after each beating that he loves us, everything will be fine. She could not fathom that nothing would ever improve. That man had become a damned drunkard and gambler. After the brutal acts, Tobias retreated upstairs to rest, leaving only Eileen, with her lips and eyes bruised, curled up on the floor. Severus huddled in the corner of the staircase, attempting to conceal himself. Yet he received several blows on his back. Numbly, he felt the pain radiating from his injuries, gazing vacantly at the shattered bottles strewn across the floor, and watching as Eileen, after a considerable time, rose expressionlessly to tidy the room. He looked out at the white expanse of snow, feeling an emptiness in his heart that mirrored the desolate landscape. Even the streets of Spinner's End appeared somewhat cleaner in this moment. I do not understand, Severus rasped, his voice hoarse from a morning devoid of food and water. Each word he uttered was laden with depth and clarity. Why did you bring me into this world? His dark, profound eyes fixated on Eileen's frozen figure. Was it to perpetuate your violent, passionate love? No, no, Eileen exclaimed, suddenly rushing toward him, embracing him tightly. Her sharp nails dug into his skin. And though his battered body ached, he did not resist. He continued in a flat, emotionless tone. But all I endure is suffering, mother. No, it is not so. Eileen insisted passionately, her voice fervent as she declared, Tobias loves us. He loves us. Her voice gradually dwindled, her arms falling weakly to her sides, her lips repeatedly murmuring those phrases. He loves us, he loves me. He loves neither you nor me. He loves only himself. Upon uttering this, Severus felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet Eileen's despondent expression pierced his heart. He remembered her in her old belongings, dressed in her Slytherin robes, radiant and full of life. It was her love that had led to her ruin. Do you love me, mother? Severus stammered, but the question remained unvoiced, uncertain of the answer she might provide, and unable to bear a silence. Subsequently, he disregarded Eileen's pleas and left Spinner's End, uncertain of where to go or what to do. He merely wished to escape the confines of Tobias and Eileen's home. He walked for a considerable distance until he arrived at the playground where he had previously encountered Lily and Petunia. They had looked so joyous on the swings. In his memories, moments of such happiness were scarce. He sat on the swing for an extended time, no one coming to seek him, his hands and feet growing colder, his consciousness fading. It was then he heard someone call out, Severus. It was Petunia Evans. Oh, you are awake, Petunia exclaimed, entering with luggage. Surprised to find the boy lying in bed already awake, he stared at her vacantly, his hair tousled against his face, appearing rather endearing. She absent-mindedly ruffled his fluffy hair, saying, It's wonderful to see you awake. When I brought you back, Lily nearly screamed in fright. Oh, drink some water. I'll fetch you something to eat. Still dazed from her affectionate gesture, Severus processed that he had been carried back by Petunia. His eyes widened, mouth slightly agape. As Petunia placed a glass of water in his hands, instructing him to drink more as she cheerfully bounded down the stairs. He silently drank the entire glass. Sweetened honey water. Severus, blushing from embarrassment, buried his face in the soft blankets, catching the scent of mango, his cheeks flushing deeper. The sound of the door opening drew Severus from the blankets. It was Petunia and Lily. Severus, it's so wonderful to see you awake. Lily beamed, delighted that her friend had regained consciousness. I was really frightened when Petunia brought you in. You look so pale. A princess Carrie, mind you. Petunia has never done that for me. Father was quite displeased when he saw. Honestly, you need to eat more. Petunia claims she can lift you with one hand. Lily continued, her excitement unabated, remarking on how the snowy weather had left her restless, making her chatter incessantly. All right, Lily. You can go see the gift I brought back for you, Petunia interjected, sensing that if Lily continued, little Severus would become overwhelmed. Okay, Severus, rest well. And I'll see you tomorrow, she added, her final words being, your hair looks so adorable. After ushering Lily out, Petunia noticed that Severus seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, she agreed with Lily's last remark and decided to pretend she hadn't heard it. For the sake of the boy's pride. Chapter 21 Christmas. Come now, don't be shy, Severus. It's time to get up for breakfast. Petunia waved at the boy, swiftly arranging a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, 2 beef sandwiches, and a generous slice of strawberry chocolate cake on the table. All food that had been kept warm in the pot, perfectly ready to eat. While Severus ate, Petunia rummaged through her bag, prompting him to glance over frequently. Feeling somewhat guilty to be peering around her room, Mrs. Evans was an excellent cook, and the dinner was delightful. It was only after he had consumed everything that Severus belatedly realized he may have overindulged, especially since the cake was clearly meant for 2, as were the beef sandwiches. Staring at the empty plate, Severus fell into contemplation. Merlin, am I a glutton? Have I really devoured all the food? I found it, Petunia exclaimed, holding up a bottle of peculiar-colored potion, only to turn and see the table laid bare. She recalled that she had taken an extra slice of strawberry cake. As she placed the restorative potion before Severus, Petunia couldn't help but glance at his stomach. Finding it hard to believe that such a flat belly could accommodate so much food, Severus felt his face flush once more, relieved that the previous redness had not yet faded, thus masking any obvious embarrassment. When he looked at that potion, Severus's gaze was intensely fervent, as if he were beholding a rare treasure. He gingerly caressed the bottle's surface, uncorking it to savor the potion's aroma. TSK, Severus's tastes are rather peculiar. This unpalatable potion would never pique my interest in another lifetime. After observing the potion enthusiast's rapturous reaction, Petunia tidied the dishes, preparing to leave with a parting admonition. Finish that potion within half an hour. Not a drop is to remain. In the following days, Severus continued to reside with the Evans family, and as Christmas approached, no one came to take him back. Mrs. Evans regarded Severus with an unmistakable tenderness, her gentle gaze warming the boy who had seldom known such affection, causing him to blush and lower his eyes. Even Mr. Evans, who disapproved of his daughter associating with boys, said nothing. He found the child to be extraordinarily pitiable, and Petunia had mentioned that he was a remarkably gifted young wizard, capable of looking after Lily once they reached Hogwarts. Of course, they never considered the notion of Severus caring for Petunia. They had heard from 3 different witches about Petunia's formidable prowess, with one or even asserting that most adult wizards would struggle to contend with her. Thus, they felt quite at ease regarding Petunia's safety. By the way, Mother, Petunia suddenly remembered, I've invited Mr. Ilk to spend Christmas with us. It seems rather dreary for a solitary man in his 30s to spend the holiday alone. Having regained her hair after the magical mishap, Petunia's newly grown locks cascaded like satin down to her waist, always falling before Severus's eyes, capturing his attention. This Christmas, the Evans household was especially lively. With the 4 members of the Evans family, the little Severus they had taken in, and their invited guest, the solitary wizard Mr. Ilk. Penny and Lily were in a room deliberating over their new outfits. Although they donned identical garments, their accessories varied slightly. In another room, Severus Snape felt a surge of excitement. It was his first time officially celebrating Christmas. He wore a small suit that Mr. Evans had specifically purchased for him, cleverly disguised as a Christmas gift to prevent him from declining. The polished shoes adorning his feet were a gift from Mrs. Evans. They truly were kind-hearted individuals, he mused, which explained the presence of such a clever and beautiful pair of daughters. In the afternoon, Ilok stood nervously at the threshold of the Evans home, cradling a small black cat named Lyra. He hesitated for what felt like an eternity before pressing the doorbell, uncertain of how to navigate this unfamiliar territory, despite his acquaintance with Penny. Lyra peeked out from his arms, extending a tiny paw in protest. Just half an hour ago, this bipedal creature had unceremoniously extracted her from her cozy nest, and now he stood at the doorstep, exposed to the cold. Hush, do not meow, Alok soothed Lyra, still mentally preparing himself to ring the bell. With a sudden click, the door swung open, revealing a red-haired girl with a mischievous smile. Mr. Alok, do you intend to transform into an ice sculpture with my cat at your doorstep? Lyra immediately leaped into her owner's arms, nuzzling her chin and meowing incessantly. I assure you, I did not, Alok replied somewhat sheepishly, especially under the scrutinizing gaze of Penny, who seemed to find amusement in the snowflakes dusting his shoulders. Once inside, Alok adopted a gentlemanly demeanor. The gifts he brought were stacked like a small mountain in the living room, and he had also prepared Christmas presents for everyone. Mr. Evans received a bottle of wine crafted by a connoisseur of the wizarding world, while Mrs. Evans was gifted a beauty potion. Lily and Severus each received bespoke wizard robes. Not seeing her own gift, Penny held Lyra and gazed expectantly at Alok, her light blue eyes blinking eagerly. This one is for you, Alok announced, presenting the final gift. Eager to witness Penny's reaction upon unwrapping it. By observing Alok's expression, Penny's heart sank, and with a stoic demeanor, she began to unwrap the gift. Alok had even employed 2 small enchantments on the packaging, resulting in sparkling glimmers and bursts of golden light as she tore it open. Yet, no amount of magical flourish could obscure the reality of its contents. A set of 16 deep purple potions brazenly displayed before her. Who taught you to gift potions during a festive occasion? Penny exclaimed, abandoning all pretense of composure, rolling her eyes and covering her face in despair. Ha ha ha, do not frown. Young lady, look at it from a different perspective. It may not be particularly palatable, but it is quite expensive, Alok retorted mercilessly. Afterward, Alok enjoyed a delightful Christmas Eve at the Evans household, although it would have been even better had Penny not glared at him fiercely while clutching Lyra. Following the holiday, Penny was taken back to Godric's Hollow by Alok, who insisted on imparting practical knowledge to ensure she was well prepared for Hogwarts. Similarly, the day after Christmas, Eileen arrived at the Evans home, seated somewhat timidly in the living room, cradling a steaming cup of red tea. Across from her, Severus appeared rosy-cheeked, clad in a warm, comfortable sweater, his shoes impeccably clean, indicating he was well cared for. This thought made Eileen's hands tremble slightly as she held the teacup, and the hot liquid spilled onto her skin without her reacting. Severus, observing her, furrowed his brow and hesitated, his lips twitching but remaining silent. In the ensuing moments, the ever-empathetic Mrs. Evans engaged Eileen in a lengthy discourse about the perils of domestic violence, subtly offering assistance should she require help in contacting the authorities. Chapter 1. The Letter from Hogwarts. On her birthday in July, Penny finally received a letter from Hogwarts. The owl delivering the message appeared plump, its feathers a fluffy tawny hue, with ink-stained splotches at the tips of its wings. This young owl collided with the impeccably clean glass of the Evans home, producing a muffled thud. When Penny turned, she saw the owl's dark, glistening eyes filled with moisture, one wing pressed against the window, staring blankly at the individuals inside enjoying breakfast. Penny opened the window, and the little owl gracefully perched on her hand, revealing a letter tied to its leg. How adorable! She exclaimed, removing the envelope and handing it to an ecstatic Lily, who was certain this was the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Penny then placed the owl on the table, offering it a small dish of almond biscuits and a glass of milk, watching intently as the owl nibbled delicately. Lily, unable to contain her excitement, showcased the letter to Mr. and Mrs. Evans. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, the address inscribed in emerald green ink, and it bore no postage stamp. A wax seal adorned the top, featuring a crest with a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake surrounding a capital H. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chairman of the Wizarding Association, and a first-class wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Miss Evans, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you will find a list of required books and supplies. The term is set to commence on September 1st, and we await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniforms for first-year students include 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for daytime wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. 1 black winter cloak with silver fastenings. Please note, all students' clothing must bear a name tag. Books every student must procure include Standard Spells, Level 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Philida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other Supplies. 1 Wand. 1 Standard-Sized 2 Pewter Cauldron. A set of glass or crystal files. 1 Telescope. 1 Brass Scale. Students may bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are kindly reminded that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Upon finishing the letter, Penny expressed a hint of disappointment. Are we only allowed to bring one pet? I adore this owl. I wonder who its owner is and if I could part with this little darling. The little owl had polished off the almond biscuits and affectionately nudged Penny's fingers with its head, emitting a charming sound. See, it likes me too, Penny exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Perhaps I could write to Dumbledore. Surely he cannot refuse a humble request from a young witch. Penny, the priority now is to compose a reply, Lily said weakly, accustomed to her sister's whimsical focus. After hastily drafting 2 letters, Penny reluctantly released the little owl, hoping Dumbledore would be reliable this time. Until we meet again, my dear Rhea. Meow. Cloaked in the shadows at the edge of the dining table, Ryla suddenly emerged, fiercely swiping at Penny's shoes before indignantly leaping into Mrs. Evans' embrace, turning her backside towards Penny. Fear not, Ryla, for you shall forever remain my cherished little feline. Today marks Penny's birthday, and Snape had made arrangements with the Evans sisters to meet beneath the tree in the afternoon. However, he found himself delayed, having been cornered at the entrance of Spider's Alley by some ruffians who mercilessly mocked him before departing. Damn it! Those bullies shall pay for their transgressions. He seethed inwardly. By the time he arrived, both Penny and Lily were already present. Lily was engrossed in a book on transfiguration, while Penny lounged lazily against the tree, gently petting the black cat in her lap. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she beamed at him, waving her hand. Come over, Severus. Enchanted by her radiant smile, Snape felt the shadows clouding his heart lift, and instinctively softened his footsteps as he approached her, taking a seat nearby to listen to her chatter. Sure enough, as soon as he settled down, she slipped a letter into his arms and began to speak. Today, Ryla delivered a letter from Hogwarts. I shall be attending the Magical Academy this September. I hope those little wizards are neither too foolish nor too noisy, or I shall surely lose my mind. I truly wish you and Lily could grow up quickly. I want to attend school with you both. It would be such fun. Penny gazed tenderly at Snape and Lily, whispering, but it's probably for the best that I go first. That way, I can look out for you when you arrive at Hogwarts. 2 years. Snape stared at the girl, his expression solemn. In 2 years, I shall be attending Hogwarts with you. Penny was charmed by Snape's sudden seriousness and smiled. All right then, I shall wait for you. And me too. Lily chimed in. But who is Ryla? Young Mr. Snape inquired. She is the owl that delivered the letter to Penny today. Penny wishes to adopt her, and even wrote a letter to Professor Dumbledore. I'm starting to wonder if you might be a Hufflepuff, Snape remarked, his expression somewhat incredulous as he addressed Penny. Well, Hufflepuff isn't so bad. At least they are loyal and kind, Penny pondered, stroking her chin. Actually, going to Hufflepuff is a fine choice. Slytherin is the best house. My mother is from there, Snape retorted, his fervor for Slytherin evident in his tone. Of course. I know Slytherin is a good place. It is said that Merlin himself graduated from that house. However, Severus, Slytherin does not accept Muggle-born wizards. They esteem purebloods above all. And even half-bloods are looked down upon by those pure-blood aristocrats. Penny's beautiful blue eyes locked onto the boy, her tone calm as she merely stated a fact or perhaps offered a suggestion. In truth, Ravenclaw is also a splendid choice. Severus, you are a remarkably clever young wizard. Snape lowered his gaze, falling silent once more. The boy's spirits sank, and Penny felt a twinge of frustration. This child's moods were as unpredictable as the weather in July and August. Resolving to tend to the troubles she had inadvertently caused, Penny began to smooth Snape's ruffled emotions. Slytherin venerates strength as well, Severus. If they scorn you, then you should vanquish them all, trample them underfoot, and make them see who truly reigns supreme. Chapter 2: The Wand. In August, Dumbledore paid another visit to the Evans household, this time to escort Penny to Diagon Alley for her school supplies. To Penny's dismay, Dumbledore did not bring Ryla along, which left the little girl somewhat displeased. After all this time, he refused to present her with a back-to-school gift. Dumbledore, sensing Penny's discontent, playfully blinked his innocent blue eyes, adorned with several pink bows on his long beard, and said, "Do not be upset, dear Penny. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. We'll bring your Ryla to you after school starts. Really? Penny's eyes sparkled, and she joyfully leapt into the Elder's embrace, exclaiming, Albus, you are truly a magnificent wizard. Can we hunt in the Forbidden Forest? May I play there? No, the area managed by Hagrid is known as the Forbidden Forest, which is home to many formidable magical creatures. It is exceptionally unsafe for young wizards. But I am very strong. That is the rule, little Penny. All right. Today, the Evans family would accompany Penny to Diagon Alley, and Mr. and Mrs. Evans were positively thrilled, having longed to experience the wonders of the magical world and its mysterious wizards. Following Penny's suggestion, Dumbledore used apparition to bring the Evans couple to the leaky cauldron, while Penny and Lily opted for Floo powder to reach Diagon Alley. It's such a pity Severus can't join us in Diagon Alley, Lily lamented, saddened that her friend could not partake in the adventure. Snape had declined their invitation, claiming that Eileen was unwell, and that he needed to care for her. Gently ruffling Lily's hair, Penny reassured, perhaps we can bring him back some specialties from Diagon Alley. Now come on Lily, cheer up. As the sisters emerged from the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, Dumbledore was already waiting with the Evans couple. The couple looked positively ashen, particularly after witnessing their daughter emerge from the fireplace amidst swirling green flames like a specter from a horror tale. Is this how wizards travel? Quite thrilling, isn't it? Mr. Evans asked, collapsing into a chair in exhaustion. Perhaps riding a broomstick would be a tad more comfortable, Dumbledore shrugged. During their time there, they experienced firsthand the extent of Dumbledore's popularity in the wizarding world. Wizards greeted him with the enthusiasm reserved for a beloved celebrity, and everyone who crossed his path offered a salutation. I swear, the smile beneath Dumbledore's beard must be frozen in place, Lily whispered to Penny. This is the price of fame. Penny nodded in agreement. As they traversed Diagon Alley, the eclectic shops captivated their attention, the bustling atmosphere rich with the charm of a bygone era, and the sight of wizards draped in ornate robes filled them with intrigue. Are those all wizards? They look quite intimidating. Their gazes towards us are rather rude. The Evans family, clad in Muggle attire, walked alongside the splendidly robed Dumbledore, creating a curious spectacle that drew the odd stares of nearly every passerby. After a lengthy exploration, they finally arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, a small, dilapidated establishment with a solitary wand displayed on a faded purple cushion in the window. The sign above the door, gilded with the name Ollivander, proclaimed that this shop had been crafting wands since 382 BC, attesting to its ancient legacy. Ollivander's wand shop is the finest, Dumbledore had previously stated. Yet standing at the entrance, both Mrs. Evans and Lily wore expressions of skepticism. Professor Dumbledore, our financial situation is rather comfortable, Lily said, looking up at him, unable to fathom her beloved sister wielding a subpar wand at school. Mr. and Mrs. Evans nodded in agreement, unwilling for their daughter to endure any indignities. Trust me, Ollivander simply does not prioritize the shop's decor, Dumbledore replied with a hint of exasperation. Ollivander's shop had looked this way for decades, and there was little he could do about it. Following Dumbledore inside, they found a middle-aged man with graying hair polishing wands at the counter, while shelves filled with countless long boxes reached up to the ceiling. Headmaster Dumbledore, it has been a while since you brought a new student, Ollivander remarked, his silver eyes giving him an unsettling appearance as he looked up at Dumbledore. Indeed, it has been several years. This is Penny Evans, a prodigious young witch, as Dumbledore introduced her to Ollivander. Good day, Mr. Ollivander, Penny remarked, her gaze curiously fixated on Ollivander's silvery white eyes, a color she had never encountered before in a person's gaze. Your eyes are truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Evans. Which hand do you most frequently use? Before Penny could respond, he began measuring her arm length, forearm length, height, and head circumference. My right hand. Indeed it is this one. Having completed his measurements, Ollivander paused briefly in contemplation before hurriedly rummaging through the counter. He produced a wand and gestured for Penny to grasp it. However, before her hand could fully enclose the wand, it soared back into its box, locking itself with a decisive click, as if it were retreating into a shell. Penny felt a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared that the wand did not take a liking to her. Let us try this one, Ollivander suggested, producing another wand. Yet, this wand too flew from her grasp in less than a second. Such a discerning little witch, Ollivander observed, his eyes alight with excitement as he continued his search. What about this one? After testing over a dozen wands, each either sparking a mere flicker of flame, tearing half the ceiling of Ollivander's shop, or escaping Penny's grasp after a brief moment, doubt crept into the minds of the Evans couple and Lily, casting skeptical glances at Dumbledore. The great wizard felt a flicker of uncertainty under their scrutiny, realizing that Ollivander's craftsmanship may have waned. Clearly, these wands are not suitable. But fear not. You are an exceptionally talented child. Perhaps you shall achieve great things. Your magic is quite unique. It seems as though they possess their own desires. As he spoke, Ollivander fetched a tall ladder, climbing to the highest shelf to retrieve a dusty box. He meticulously wiped the dust from its surface and spoke in a long, drawn-out tone. This wand has a rich history, crafted by my ancestors many generations ago. It is rather particular, even its box is made of the finest dragon leather. It has been tried by many, yet none have won its favor. That sounds impressive, Penny thought, her anticipation growing that this wand might be the one she needed. As the box was opened, a wand of stunning gold and crimson leapt forth, beautifully adorned with intricate flame patterns, and crowned with a lustrous blue gem at its tip. It effortlessly landed in Penny's hand, vibrating with joy. Upon grasping the wand, Penny experienced an extraordinary sensation, as if it had melded with her very being, granting her the feeling of an additional arm. She could even sense the wand's exuberance. With a flourish, she waved it through the air, drawing a series of undulating waves that culminated in a dazzling circle, emitting a brilliant golden light that unleashed an unknown magical wave, filling Ollivander's shop instantaneously. A wave of pure joy washed over everyone present. Dumbledore's gaze softened, a glimmer of light dancing in the corners of his eyes, while a subtle smile crept beneath his bushy beard. Ollivander's silver eyes crinkled in delight, and Mr. and Mrs. Evans embraced, sharing a tender kiss. As Lily beamed at her loving parents, the light of hope, a magic that resonates deep within, serves to conjure joy and possesses remarkable healing effects for the suffering heart. Oh, what a marvelous magic! Ollivander was the first to regain his composure, his face alight with genuine happiness. This wand has chosen you. 13.5 inches long, with a feather from a phoenix at its core, a dragon's skull constituting its body, and the gem at its tip is an unknown stone akin to the Philosopher's Stone. No one has ever wielded such a wand. You are destined for greatness. Ollivander's silver eyes brimmed with conviction, his discerning gaze never failing him. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, having returned to his usual demeanor, regarded Penny with a profound and insightful gaze, recognizing her as even more gifted and enigmatic than he had previously imagined. That will be 39 galleons, he stated. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Dumbledore, recalling that someone had mentioned earlier that every young witch or wizard's wand costs 7 galleons, with the ministry providing subsidies. Their unspoken disbelief caused Dumbledore's mouth to twitch, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, the wand itself is 7 galleons, but the box costs 32 galleons. This wand is quite particular. When did Ollivander become a swindler? With a broad smile, Ollivander replied, "The cost is quite justified, headmaster. The box is entirely made of dragon leather." Upon returning home, Penny embraced her wand, examining it closely. In her past life, she had possessed a wand of her own, but it had been taken from her far too soon. The same golden red hue, adorned with a blue gem, but of course her previous wand had been significantly larger, with a much grander gem. After exploring Diagon Alley, Penny gained a newfound understanding of her financial situation. A wand costing 39 galleons equated to approximately £195, a staggering expense. Counting her savings and comparing it to the prices in Diagon Alley, she despaired at the realization that her funds would scarcely last until the end of her first year. It seemed she would need to find a means of earning money once she arrived at Hogwarts. The following day, as Severus Snape encountered Penny beneath the grand tree, he was taken aback to find her engrossed in a potions book. It was well known that Penny had never harbored a fondness for potions, having frequently lamented their horrid taste and the sticky materials involved in their creation. "You are reading a potions book? You've arrived, Severus. As you can see, I am learning how to brew potions," Penny replied, waving to him as customary. After her visit to Diagon Alley, the weight of financial responsibility had settled upon her, leading her to contemplate her studies in potions, as it seemed the only avenue available for her to earn money at her tender age. In fact, she had even entertained the notion of surreptitiously pilfering some funds from Nocturne Alley, but Ollivander had informed her that wands were enchanted with tracking spells by the Ministry for the Management of Underage Witches and Wizards, which would not be lifted until she reached adulthood. Furthermore, underage witches and wizards were prohibited from using magic outside of school. "What is the matter with her?" Snape inquired of Lily, noticing Penny's lack of interest in conversation. "Penny has been preoccupied since her wand purchase, consumed with thoughts of earning galleons," Lily explained. "Did you know? Penny's wand costs 39 galleons. Dumbledore nearly dropped his glasses upon hearing this revelation. 39 galleons. Snape's eyes widened in disbelief. Why doesn't Ollivander simply rob a bank? Ollivander claimed the wand was 7 galleons, but the wand box is 32 galleons. Penny deadpanned, adopting Ollivander's tone, because the box is entirely made of dragon leather. How outrageous. Snape resolved that he would not be purchasing a wand box when his turn came. He simply could not afford 32 galleons. May I see your wand? Snape asked, feeling somewhat awkward as he approached Penny, uncertain if she would refuse him. For wizards, a wand was an intensely personal possession, typically only shared among spouses or close family. Evidently, Penny lacked such awareness. With a flourish, she summoned her wand from her sleeve, revealing a magnificent gold-red wand adorned with flame motifs and a blue gem at its tip. It was a splendid sight. She extended the wand toward Snape, inviting him to hold it. It is truly beautiful. Snape, having seen his mother's wand, which was black and nearly devoid of embellishments, was witnessing such a stunning wand for the first time. As Snape reached for Penny's wand, it evaded his grasp, only to flaunt itself before him in response to his admiration. It harbored an aversion to anyone touching it, save for Penny. Lily, attempting to console the somewhat dejected Severus, remarked that even his parents were not permitted to lay a hand on him. Penny, grasping her mother's hand, attempted to touch him, yet he retreated in anger, hiding within the confines of his wand box. Overwhelmed by a plethora of potion ingredients, Penny ultimately closed the tome on potions, having memorized every recipe inscribed within, yet lamenting the absence of any materials to practice with. Severus, have you ever successfully brewed a potion? Indeed, I have successfully concocted the Scabbers potion, the swelling solution, and the healing draught, all of impeccable quality. The potion enthusiast declared proudly, raising his head. You are truly a genius. Penny exclaimed enviously, marveling at his prowess. She had yet to even encounter the potion ingredients, while he had already achieved perfection in his brews. Suddenly showered with compliments, the boy's ears flushed crimson, a charming smile curving upon his lips. Chapter 3. On the train. The day of departure for Hogwarts arrived swiftly. Mr. Evans drove his wife and daughter to escort Penny to school, with Mrs. Evans incessantly cautioning her eldest daughter against being bullied. She was deeply anxious. Her eldest despised the dreariness of school, and was fearful of her classmates' boisterousness. Previously, they could tend to her needs, but now, in this entirely unfamiliar magical realm, what if she were to be mistreated? Were those young wizards truly as delightful and kind as Dumbledore had described? The couple stood on the platform at King's Cross Station, watching as Penny, with her suitcase in tow, vanished through the third pillar between platforms 9 and 10. In 2 years, Lily too would depart from this very spot. The wall was a chasm separating two worlds. Their precious daughters belonged to the magical domain. Upon passing through the pillar, Penny was startled by the vibrant chaos that greeted her. Platform 9 3/4 was thronged with wizards of all ages, clad in flowing robes, some wielding wands, while young witches and wizards were surrounded by heaps of luggage and cages containing cats, owls, and toads, as adult wizards busily offered them guidance. The platform staff amplified their voices with magical spells, striving to ensure their announcements reached every corner, though few seemed to heed them. The young wizards engaged in animated chatter, their excitement and exuberance creating a cacophony that left Penny with a throbbing headache. Help! She groaned, never fond of noise, as she fled towards the train, gripping her modest suitcase, maneuvering through the throngs of wizards, dodging small witches and wizards chasing after escaping cats and toads, and even witnessing a boy cornering a massive, colorful spider. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, the clamor of the outside world was significantly muffled. Penny exhaled a sigh of relief and leisurely made her way to the last carriage, believing it to be the least populated and thus, the quietest. The earlier carriages appeared to be reserved for certain individuals, adorned far more exquisitely than the others. Peering through an unlatched door, she glimpsed a platinum-haired boy, his face adorned with an air of arrogance, his pallid skin bearing a sickly hue, and his robe extravagantly trimmed in gold. Pureblood aristocracy, the term surfaced in her mind. Ilock had previously informed her that pureblood wizards considered themselves noble, valuing the purity of blood and harboring disdain for muggles, and those of mixed blood. In an instant, the wizard in the compartment noticed her gaze. He turned slightly, his cold, gray-blue eyes devoid of emotion as they scrutinized her. Upon observing her muggle attire, he wrinkled his brow in disgust, dismissively waving his hand to close the compartment door. What an unpleasant little brat, Penny muttered, retracting her gaze and continuing towards the last carriage. Upon closing the compartment door, Penny changed into her robe, and not long after, the train departed. She settled into a window seat, watching the figures of the parents who had come to bid farewell recede into the distance until they vanished entirely. The surrounding clamor faded, as if the world had abruptly quieted. A familiar sense of loneliness enveloped Penny. Since her arrival in this world, she had scarcely been without company, her father, mother, And Lily had always been by her side, and later, she had met Severus. She had nearly forgotten that both Yunyu and Penny were fearful of solitude. What an irksome feeling, she thought, leaning against the window as she retrieved a book to peruse, a habit cultivated in her previous life. Whenever left alone with nothing to do, she would instinctively flip through the pages of a book, regardless of whether she could engage with it. As Jamie and Safina pushed open the compartment door, they discovered a stunning red-haired girl reclining by the window, engrossed in her reading. Their arrival disrupted her, prompting her to raise her pale blue eyes, her brow furrowed and lips slightly pursed, resembling the most exquisite porcelain doll, beautiful yet fragile. My apologies. Upon seeing her turn, the two felt a jolt in their hearts and simultaneously bowed in apology, as if they had committed some grave error. What is it? Penny queried, bewildered, as she had only just returned to her senses when two individuals were apologizing to her. We thought the compartment was unoccupied, Jamie explained. Then please, make yourselves comfortable. There are no others here. Once Penny understood the situation, she returned to her thoughts, feeling a profound sense of boredom. There was not a single distraction aboard the train. Before long, the compartment door swung open again, this time revealing a lively little girl with chestnut hair, who cheerfully greeted everyone before stepping inside. Hello, I'm Edith Hall. May I know your names? Edith was a lovely young girl, her chestnut curls cascading in gentle waves to her waist, her hazel eyes perpetually sparkling with mirth. Her lips were rosy, and when she smiled, two delightful dimples appeared in her cheeks, making her utterly charming. I'm Jamie Darnrod. This is Safina Byrne. Jamie, the boy who had previously apologized to Penny, appeared round and cherubic, his small, soft face resembling a fluffy bun, and his large, round black eyes elicited immediate affection. Safina appeared somewhat shy, clinging to Jamie's sleeve, her brown eyes timidly averted. Her chestnut hair was styled in a braid that draped behind her ears, and she offered a shy smile before retreating behind Jamie. All eyes then turned to Penny, especially those of Jamie and Safina, who were uncertain whether this seemingly aloof girl would engage in conversation with them. I'm Penny Evans. It's a pleasure to meet you all, Penny said, tilting her head with a smile. Having maintained her previous posture for too long, she felt stiff and could not resist stretching, then languidly reclined in her seat, appearing entirely boneless. Jamie and Safina exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what had happened to the previously aloof beauty. What's the matter? Edith inquired, looking at Penny with curiosity. Penny shook her head, expressing her own bewilderment. They were acting strangely upon entering, continually apologizing. I have no idea what transpired. Perhaps they were nervous. After all, the sorting at Hogwarts involves battling a fire dragon. Edith casually dropped this bombshell of information. At this revelation, Jamie and Safina disregarded everything else, their eyes widening in disbelief as they turned to Edith. Battle a fire dragon. Is that true? Of course. Edith winked at Penny. Penny seamlessly interjected, that's false. Why do people continue to believe such absurd rumors every year? Young wizards like you would be devoured whole by a fire dragon. How could you possibly battle one? Edith rolled her eyes in exasperation. Jamie and Safina, finally grasping the situation, flushed with embarrassment, glaring at Edith in silence. Is it possible that it's you who has spread this ridiculous rumor? Penny quipped, rolling her eyes at the irony. Every year, the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts is accompanied by a plethora of rumors, ranging from taking exams, battling dragons, wrestling with trolls, to engaging in brawls to determine the victor. It is said that the Gryffindor fellows are particularly confident about confronting fire-breathing dragons and trolls. Penny reassured the two rather pitiful little ones, stating, at least the likelihood of you ending up in Gryffindor is minimal. Edith echoed this sentiment to the two small companions, harboring a natural bias against Gryffindor, as she declared her brother to be a detestable Gryffindor. As Gryffindor was described as a brainless, reckless nuisance akin to an annoying little troll, the other three had silently removed Gryffindor from their list of choices. Jamie disdained reckless classmates, particularly the prospect of hundreds of them. Sophia resented being labeled as brainless. And Penny had little patience for those who were reckless, brainless, and bothersome. Edith expressed her desire to join Ravenclaw, the residence of Hogwarts' most astute young wizards, who dwell in the tower at the highest point of Hogwarts, affording views of the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the greenhouses, a truly ideal abode. As the skies darkened, the train began to slow, and the young wizards in the compartment started to don their robes in turn. The train came to a halt at the platform of Hogsmeade Village, where the little wizards disembarked in small groups, their luggage remaining on the train to be transported to the dormitories by house elves. The lights on the platform were dim, with Penny holding Sophia's hand with her left, and linking arms with Edith on her right, while Jamie trailed behind them, drawn to her inexplicable charm that compelled them to follow closely at her side. First years. Look this way, boomed a towering figure holding a lantern, his height absurdly imposing, towering over the young wizards, some barely reaching his thighs. He was Hagrid, a half-giant. As Edith enlightened her newly acquainted friends, he is truly enormous. Jamie gazed up in envy, longing to grow tall himself, as his family members were not particularly tall. Pureblood giants are much taller than he is. Sophia, aware of Jamie's thoughts, patted his shoulder in encouragement, saying, "Jamie, you will definitely grow tall." "Silence, all of you. Come here." Hagrid bellowed once more, his voice thunderous and resonant. The young wizards quickly gathered around him, their eyes sparkling with curiosity as they gazed up at him. Clearing his throat, Hagrid felt a twinge of nervousness under the scrutiny of so many bright eyes, but he soon composed himself, announcing, "I am Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Now follow me." Penny's gaze towards Hagrid sparkled as if she were about to burst with excitement. Her Rhea was in his hands. The little wizards followed Hagrid off the platform, stepping carefully in the dim light cast by his raised lantern. The surrounding darkness was overwhelming. The young wizards ahead had already raised their wands, calling out lumos, and several orbs of light illuminated the path ahead. "Oh, what clever little wizards!" Hagrid chuckled. Though his bushy beard and towering stature appeared rather intimidating under the insufficient light, prompting the young wizards to avert their eyes. As they traversed a winding path, a vast lake came into view, shimmering beautifully under the moonlight, with wooden boats resting along the shore. "This is the Black Lake. 4 of you can share a boat. Come aboard." Hagrid waved his large hand, climbing into one of the boats himself while beckoning the young wizards to hurry. Penny, Jamie, Sophia, and Edith found themselves sharing a boat, which glided gently toward Hogwarts Castle without the need for rowing, simply following Hagrid's lead. "Do you feel something in the water?" Sophia trembled, clutching Jamie's arm. "Something just brushed my shoulder." "Ah," she squealed, flinging herself into Jamie's embrace as she spotted the culprit. A massive red tentacle of an octopus, nearly as thick as her head. "Oh my goodness! What is that? Are there monsters in the lake?" The young wizards began to chatter anxiously, fretting over whether they might become the next targets of the lake's creatures. "Don't worry, it's just a mischievous octopus," Edith reassured Sophia, ruffling her hair. "The Black Lake is home to merfolk and an octopus as large as a house. They won't harm Hogwarts students." Before long, the magnificent castle of Hogwarts loomed before them, and the little wizards gazed in awe at the grand edifice. This Gothic-style castle stood 8 stories tall, perched precariously on a steep cliff, with its uneven spires reaching skyward, evoking a deep yearning for the magical world within. Hagrid instructed the young wizards to line up and follow him until they reached the entrance of the Great Hall, where they beheld a tall, slender witch dressed in a deep green robe, wearing square spectacles and her hair meticulously styled into a neat bun. Her attire exuded strictness and formality. "Leave the rest to me, Hagrid," the witch said, nodding to the half-giant, her serious gaze fixed upon the young wizards below. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, responsible for teaching you transfiguration. The sorting ceremony will commence shortly. Do not be anxious, follow me." Penny trailed behind Professor McGonagall into the Great Hall, where the heavy golden doors swung open effortlessly at her gentle push, revealing a spacious and brightly lit interior. The ceiling, enchanted by magic, revealed a dazzling starry sky, while countless floating candles hovered above their heads. Penny couldn't help but wonder what would happen if wax dripped down. For long tables stretched from one end of the hall to the other, many seats left vacant, presumably reserved for the yet-to-be sorted young wizards. Professor McGonagall ascended the platform, signaling for the young wizards to remain below, while assisting a couple of them who had not properly adjusted their robes. On the platform sat an ancient wooden stool, upon which rested a tattered hat, appearing both worn and filthy. Suddenly, a large seam split open at the hat's wrinkled surface, revealing a mouth. Penny noticed that several upperclassmen had already covered their ears, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Before she could react, the hat began to sing. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you find a smarter hat than I shall gladly consume myself." The dreadful song succeeded in casting a pall over the hall, especially among the young wizards standing closest, their vacant eyes revealing the extent of their psychological trauma. "This is utterly dreadful," Edith muttered, clutching her head. "I would even consider puncturing my eardrums," Sophia remarked, her gaze vacant. By the time Professor McGonagall introduced the sorting hat, Penny could scarcely muster a smile, struggling to fathom the prospect of placing that filthy hat on her head. The sorting ceremony continued, with Professor McGonagall standing beside the sorting hat, reading names from a roll of parchment. After what felt like an eternity, Penny finally heard her name, Penny Evans. She approached the platform with poise, forgoing the stool to raise a finger towards the Sorting Hat, declaring, clean and new. Hey, what are you doing? The Sorting Hat exclaimed loudly. The entire hall gasped, with the young wizards regarding her as if she were a hero, while Professor McGonagall momentarily found herself at a loss for words, and even the Sorting Hat fell silent. She is undoubtedly a Gryffindor. A brave Gryffindor, came shouts from the Gryffindor table. The Sorting Hat, pristine and devoid of any signs of dirt, bore witness to Penny's futile attempts at cleaning it yet again. I apologize, she said, addressing both Professor McGonagall and the Sorting Hat, feeling somewhat remorseful for her previous misconceptions. It was merely a hat that had accumulated dirt over time. Strangely enough, the hat found the sensation of being clean rather delightful, and pondered the possibility of another cleansing. Ahem, let us proceed with the sorting, Professor McGonagall announced, placing the hat atop Penny's head. Let us see to which house the brave Miss Evans shall be assigned. The voice of the Sorting Hat resonated within Penny's mind. You possess remarkable magical talent, a prodigy indeed. Your thirst for knowledge is palpable, and you exhibit intelligence and composure. Ah, you yearn for freedom, envious of the wandering wizards. Perhaps you should join Ravenclaw, where the winds of freedom guide you, and where you may acquire invaluable wisdom. Ravenclaw it is. Thank you. Perhaps you could grant me another cleansing? The Sorting Hat's sharp tone hinted at eagerness, almost causing Professor McGonagall's calm demeanor to falter. After casting a quick glance at McGonagall to ensure her approval, Penny gave the Sorting Hat a couple of taps before hastily departing the stage. Oh, how delightful! The jubilant voice of the Sorting Hat once again enveloped the hall in silence, leaving an impression that the hat might possess a rather cheeky disposition. Dumbledore was the first to applaud, playfully winking at Penny in congratulations. Applause erupted from the Ravenclaw table, followed by a wave of clapping throughout the hall. As respect for the headmaster prevailed, Penny glanced at him, offering a small wave. Today, Dumbledore was adorned in a violet robe, embellished with gold, topped with a hat of the same hue and adorned with golden feathers, his white beard tied with a green bow. It was indeed a dazzling day, Penny mused quietly. Many in the hall observed this scene, particularly the Slytherin snakes, whose perceptions of Penny shifted dramatically. They had initially deemed her merely a filthy mudblood, only to discover she wielded wandless magic, and enjoyed a favorable rapport with Dumbledore. Penny, over here. Edith beckoned, as a space beside her became available. Until the sorting ceremony concluded, the seats at Ravenclaw remained sparsely filled, as the house traditionally boasted a small number of students. This year only 12 first years. Fool. Residue. Crybaby. Twister. Dumbledore's remarks, as always, were perplexing, but thankfully, they were soon followed by the enticing aroma of dinner. The Ravenclaw common room resided in a tower near the astronomy wing, the highest point in all of Hogwarts, offering a proximity to the starry skies that sounded quite splendid. However, upon realizing that Ravenclaw was the farthest from the dining hall and classrooms, requiring a long ascent up winding staircases, Penny found little to smile about. She was not alone in this sentiment. Alongside the new students, she followed the prefect up the spiraling stairs for nearly half an hour before reaching the entrance to the common room, where Edith was visibly panting and wore a dismal expression. No wonder Hufflepuff claims Ravenclaw seldom visits the dining hall. With such distance, who could resist the urge to eat? Edith lamented weakly. The prefect paid no heed to her grievances, expertly approaching the bronze eagle knocker at the entrance and announcing, "The method of entering Ravenclaw's common room differs from the other houses. We do not have a fixed password. The eagle will pose various questions, and only by answering correctly may we enter." The peculiarity of their entrance method left Penny somewhat disheartened, leading her to suddenly consider Hufflepuff a rather appealing option. No need to worry about not knowing the answers. It is quite common to gather and discuss questions at the entrance of Ravenclaw's common room. Edith instinctively responded, only to receive a fresh pair of eye rolls from the prefect. "Edith, please refrain from speaking." The Ravenclaw common room was a spacious circular chamber, adorned with elegant arched windows, draped in blue and bronze silk, allowing students to gaze upon the breathtaking scenery outside. The ceiling was domed, adorned with stars, while the deep blue carpet mirrored the celestial theme. The room was furnished with tables and chairs, and a niche opposite the door housed a half-length statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, with a door beside it leading to the dormitories. Penny and Edith shared a dormitory, where Edith mentioned that house elves typically assign new students with good rapport to the same room, ensuring their companionship throughout their 7 years at Hogwarts. Their dormitory, or rather Ravenclaw's dormitory, was predominantly blue, the color of the sky, while the beds and furniture were bronze, intricately carved with beautiful patterns. Hogwarts permitted students to modify their dormitories, but Penny felt no inclination to alter anything, as she found the space quite satisfactory, which was fortuitous, as Edith shared her sentiments. Their luggage was placed beside their respective desks. Penny had only a single suitcase, while Edith boasted 3 large trunks. "Have you moved your entire home here?" Penny exclaimed, her mouth agape at the sight of Edith's belongings. Edith, brimming with confidence regarding her possessions, insisted that no one else was as well prepared as she, showcasing an array of beautiful dresses, robes, evening gowns, and skincare products. Penny was utterly amazed and soon began to organize her own belongings. The house elves had already tidied the dormitory thoroughly, requiring only that they arrange their personal items. With a flick of her wand, her suitcase sprang open, and her clothes swiftly hung themselves in the wardrobe, while bed linens and toiletries found their designated spots as if by magic. In less than 5 minutes, Penny was seated on her bed, swinging her legs, and gestured to Edith, "Are you going to move?" "Master." A young house elf appeared in the dormitory, addressing Edith with the utmost respect. Edith proudly lifted her chin, commanding, "Help me tidy up." The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Penny and Edith's alarm clocks rang incessantly, their peaceful slumber disrupted, until the gentle prefect knocked on the door, rousing them from their dreams. As they emerged, all eyes in the common room were upon them. It was quite a feat for the prefect to wake them on the first day of school. "How embarrassing," Edith muttered, hiding behind Penny, her ears flushed with shame. "Who isn't?" Penny replied, equally exasperated by the early hour. On their way to the dining hall with the prefect, Penny became acutely aware of what it meant to be a Ravenclaw. In less than half an hour, the little eagles either clutched maps or perused their spellbooks, while she appeared as though she had never seen the world before, gazing around in wonder. Chapter 5, Hagrid. Ravenclaw's first class was Charms, shared with Hufflepuff. Taught by their head, Professor Filius Flitwick. Attending class with the Badgers was quite enjoyable, as they were always friendly, their faces adorned with smiles that lifted one's spirits. With class yet to commence, Penny and Edith sat in their seats, leaning back in earnest. A closer inspection would reveal that their ears were tilted in one direction, listening intently to the whispers behind them, where Hufflepuff students were conversing earnestly about whether Professor Flitwick possessed fairy blood, sounding quite sincere in their speculations. As the class bell chimed, Professor Flitwick entered, stepping in time with the ringing. Penny curiously scrutinized her head of house. She had previously heard the Badgers speak of him as a dueling master, even a champion of the dueling championship. This formidable wizard was not notably tall. In fact, he could be described as diminutive, requiring him to stand atop stacks of books while teaching. This led Penny to entertain a degree of belief in the Badgers' claims regarding Professor Flitwick's lineage. After a brief self-introduction, Professor Flitwick commenced the charms lesson, with the first half dedicated to theoretical learning, and the latter half to practicing the levitation charm. After each received a feather, the young wizards began to wave their wands in an earnest attempt to levitate the feathers before them. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather in front of Penny instantly soared to the ceiling. A young wizard had already succeeded. "Ravenclaw earns 5 points," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, his figure almost magically appearing before Penny. "Ah, I know you, Penny Evans. You performed wandless magic on the Sorting Hat last night." Under the scrutiny of the entire classroom, Penny instinctively straightened her posture and stiffly nodded at Professor Flitwick. "Can you also perform the levitation charm wandlessly or silently?" he asked, his eyes wide with anticipation as he gazed at her. Having never been regarded from such a perspective by an older professor, let alone one filled with such expectation, Penny struggled to maintain her composure. With her free hand, she snapped her fingers at Edith's feather nearby, which gracefully floated up to the ceiling to join the one that had just ascended. Edith turned around in disbelief, her eyes clearly conveying, "You're stealing the limelight with my feather." Penny, though somewhat perplexed, returned a knowing glance to her dear friend. "Ravenclaw earns 15 points for Miss Evans' brilliant display of magic." Professor Flitwick's voice was sharp with excitement. He aimed to encourage this prodigious girl, and thus he tiptoed to pat her arm gently. Throughout the rest of the class, Penny maintained a posture of poised attentiveness, acutely aware of the blazing gazes directed at her, as if they were trying to peer right through her to uncover her innermost essence. After the charms class, there were no more lessons scheduled for the morning, but there were 2 history of magic classes in the afternoon. With some time left before lunch, Penny eagerly decided to head to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to seek out Hagrid. She had not forgotten that Dumbledore had mentioned that Rhea was being raised by Hagrid. Armed with the map given to her by the head girl, Penny slowly made her way to Hagrid's abode. Upon arrival at Hagrid's wooden hut, she found it empty, save for a large black dog sprawled in the yard, barking incessantly at her approach. "Hey there, pup. Do you know where Hagrid is?" Penny beckoned the large dog over. The dog bounded toward her, its tail wagging vigorously as thick as a toddler's arm. What are you saying? I can't understand you. Penny tried to decipher the dog's barks, but her efforts yielded no results. The dog continued to bark, playfully tugging at Penny's pant leg. Are you leading me somewhere? Clever boy. 10 minutes later, Penny stood in silence before the looming forbidden forest, pondering the implications of breaking school rules on the very first day. Another 10 minutes passed, and the black dog nudged her toward a pumpkin patch at the edge of the forbidden forest, where Hagrid was crouched, seemingly tinkering with something. Woof woof woof. The dog barked at Hagrid. Hearing his dog, Hagrid turned around to see the enormous canine, taller than most wizards, playfully nudging a small wizard forward. Startled, he immediately abandoned whatever he was doing. Yaya, bad dog, what are you doing? Penny attempted to speak, but Hagrid seemed oblivious to her presence. He swiftly picked up the massive dog and, with a few firm knocks on its head, chastised it. Bad dog. You can't bully little wizards. Penny was left speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief, as the well-meaning, innocent guide succumbed to Hagrid's firm reprimand, appearing quite dazed. Hey, what were you about to say? Hagrid finally seemed to remember Penny and, tossing the dazed Yaya aside, inquired. I came to find Rhea, an owl. Dumbledore mentioned you would give her to me at Hogwarts. Guilt washed over Penny as she answered, her expression distant. Yes, Dumbledore did mention you to me. Rhea is in the Ollery. I'll take you there right now. As Hagrid made to leave without tending to Yaya, Penny quickly intervened. Wait, Hagrid. Aren't you going to take care of Yaya? He brought me here. I almost forgot about Yaya, that lazy fellow. Hagrid exclaimed, delivering another playful punch to the dog, waking it up. It's a wonder Yaya has survived this long. Evans, how do you know Dumbledore? He has spoken of you many times, Hagrid asked, perplexed by Dumbledore's apparent favoritism toward a Muggle-born witch. I encountered a werewolf attack when I was 10. Hagrid was an excellent listener, always reacting with exaggerated expressions that inspired the desire to share. Merlin, that must have been terrifying. What happened next? Hagrid was completely absorbed in Penny's story, his enormous hand gripping the edge of his coat, visibly tense. Then my magic surged. He tried to harm my dear sister. Poor child, you must have been so frightened. Hagrid's eyes glimmered with empathy, unable to fathom a 10-year-old wizard facing a terrifying werewolf while protecting her sister. Yes, I was absolutely terrified. So I mustered all my strength and gave that wretched werewolf a sound thrashing. If it weren't for Dumbledore and that aura arriving quickly, I would have surely defeated him. Hagrid thought his ears must have been deceiving him. Had he truly heard that someone had killed a werewolf? Really? Really? He exclaimed, incredulous as he cradled his head. Okay. Perhaps I exaggerated a bit, Penny admitted, pouting as she sensed Hagrid's scrutiny. In reality, I only managed to severely injure the werewolf. And then I spent a week at St. Mungo's, where I lost all my hair. What a remarkable little witch you are. Chapter 6, Defense Against the Dark Arts. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, breakfast was underway, and a flurry of owls swooped down to deliver letters and packages to their respective recipients. As usual, the Ravenclaw table remained quiet, with Penny engrossed in her meal, her friend Edith mirroring her actions. Thus, a peculiar sight emerged at the Ravenclaw table. Amidst a flock of eagle-eyed students, 2 little eagles were fervently eating, and had it not been for their distinct Ravenclaw attire, one might have mistaken them for a couple of badgers. The morning class was potions, taught by the Slytherin head Horace Slughorn. Penny vividly remembered the suave demeanor of this portly professor. During meals in the Great Hall, she often found herself sneaking glances at what he was eating, wondering if they were served the same fare prepared by the house elves. While Jamie's plumpness was endearingly round, Slughorn's bulk resembled that of a walrus, further accentuated by his large belly, bald head, and bushy beard. In the potions classroom, the Slytherin snakes and Ravenclaw eagles distinctly occupied opposite sides. While Professor Slughorn stood at the podium, one hand resting on his ample belly, and the other wielding his wand to inscribe neatly on the blackboard, "Dear children, today's task is to brew a Scabbers potion. The steps and ingredients are listed on the board. If there are no questions, you may begin." Penny fetched the necessary materials from the supply cupboard, and then began working alongside Edith. The soft, slimy contents of the bottles made Penny feel somewhat nauseous. But Edith's reaction was far more pronounced. She had abandoned any semblance of composure, and was staring at the slug with a pale face, her eyes full of fear. All right, I'll handle the materials." Penny relented for the sake of their potion grade. Dried nettle slices, crushed snake fangs, slugs with tentacles must be boiled. Oh, and we need porcupine quills. Aside from her aversion to slugs, Edith proved adept at potion making, and their collaboration went smoothly. As the potion was poured into the vial, Professor Slughorn generously awarded Ravenclaw 5 points. Then, with a beaming smile, he turned to Penny. "Oh, Miss Evans. I've heard from Professor Flitwick about your remarkable talent and charms. It seems you excel in potions as well. Miss Edith, your potion-making skills are quite remarkable. How is your father?" I recall. During the lengthy interlude of over 10 minutes while awaiting classroom results, Penny came to a profound realization of the prowess that belonged to the head of Slytherin. He was acquainted with most members of the pureblood families and maintained amicable relations with them, much like Edith's father. Of course, he also showed great favor towards young wizards of ordinary descent but exceptional talent, such as Penny herself. The afternoon was designated for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, taught by Professor Corey, a retired Auror with a wealth of combat experience. His teaching method was rather straightforward, pairing students from different houses to practice dueling. Once the Slytherin Snakes and Ravenclaw Eagles had assembled, Professor Corey pushed open the classroom door and entered with a leisurely stride, taking his place at the lectern. His black hooded robe enveloped him entirely, save for a dense beard of mottled black and white that cascaded down to his chest. Today we have the young wizards of Slytherin and Ravenclaw," he announced. "You may address me as Professor Corey. Let us commence the lesson." As he slightly tilted his head back, his hat slipped off, revealing a sparse crown of hair. His face bore 2 gruesome scars, one running from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, and another slashing diagonally across his nose. "How about a preliminary assessment? Let me gauge your abilities." With that, he waved his wand, causing all students to rise involuntarily, their desks and chairs soaring to the corners of the classroom, while 2 specially designed targets materialized at the rear. The students from Slytherin and Ravenclaw sensibly formed 2 lines, awaiting Professor Corey's next directive. "Well done, children. Now unleash your most powerful spells upon the targets before you." Professor Corey smiled, though the scars on his face rendered his grin somewhat fearsome, causing several of the eagles to lower their heads discreetly, while the snakes diverted their gazes. Penny, positioned centrally, felt a surge of excitement, a chance to unleash her full power. Ever since the magical outburst at the age of 10, she had not fully released her abilities, and anticipation coursed through her veins. The 6 Ravenclaw wizards ahead of her completed their assessments, most of them employing only minor spells like the cleaning charm or levitation charm, lacking any significant offensive capabilities. The Slytherin students, predominantly of pure-blood lineage, had entered school with a fair grasp of dark arts, but none dared to demonstrate such skills in a classroom setting, especially before a retired Auror. As it came time for Penny to step forward, students from both houses turned their attention to her. Word of a spellcasting prodigy from Ravenclaw had spread throughout Hogwarts, and they were eager to witness the prowess of the famed Miss Evans. "Wait, Miss Evans, I shall personally assess you," Professor Corey interjected, halting Penny's wand-waving motion. Confused, she looked towards him. "I've heard of your illustrious feats from Dumbledore. It's best that I conduct your evaluation myself," he explained lightly. "Very well," Penny conceded, stepping away from the line. Behind her, Edith commenced her assessment, her chestnut curls tied back into a neat ponytail, promptly casting a stunning spell that felled the target to the ground. "Excellent. 5 points to Ravenclaw," Professor Corey exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as he found the strength of this young wizardess spell a welcome change from the preceding lackluster attempts. Several Slytherin students soon followed suit, adding points for their house. The testing proceeded swiftly, leaving only Penny yet to be assessed. Professor Corey instructed the other students to stand back, positioning himself opposite Penny in the cleared space of the classroom, while the remaining students formed a circle around them. "Your wand is quite extraordinary," Professor Corey remarked, noting the striking gold and crimson wand in Penny's hand, which stood out starkly against the typical Ravenclaw attire, resembling more of a splendid Slytherin. After casting a protective shield charm upon himself, Professor Corey declared, "Let the assessment begin. Ready, go." Penny's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned forward, her wrists flicking with determination, summoning a torrent of flames that surged towards Professor Corey. In an instant, the brilliant blaze illuminated the faces of every young wizard in the classroom. "Shield charm," Professor Corey swiftly countered, conjuring a circular barrier to protect himself. The flames collided with the shield, sending sparks flying and producing a resounding thud. With an eager grin, Professor Corey urged again. "Shatter." This time, it was Professor Corey who initiated the attack. "Shield charm." With a deft flick of his wrist, he countered the onslaught. Observing the professor's growing enthusiasm for the duel, Penny shook her head decisively, signaling her inability to continue. Professor Corey's expression turned regretful, yet he awarded Ravenclaw an additional 20 points. The students in the classroom began to question their reality. Could this Ravenclaw truly be of their grade? Chapter 7, The Forbidden Forest. Since the last defense against the dark arts class, Penny had sensed peculiar glances directed at her from her peers, particularly from the Slytherins, who seemed notably interested in her background. A month into the term, she had lost interest in classes, having already self-studied the material being taught. She spent her days immersed in the library, wishing she could reside there full-time if not for Hogwarts curfew. After a month of astonishment, the other young wizards had grown accustomed to Penny's extraordinary magical talent, exhibiting little surprise when she once again contributed points to Ravenclaw. One evening, just before curfew, she was ushered out of the library by Madame Pants. Clutching her books, she made her way towards the Forbidden Forest, having yet to explore its mysteries during her time at Hogwarts. Hagrid had mentioned the forest was home to numerous enchanting creatures, unicorns, centaurs, acromantulas, and a host of magical beings, and she had longed to witness them firsthand. Having cast a disillusionment charm upon herself, and donned a plain black robe devoid of any Ravenclaw insignia, Penny sauntered past Hagrid's wooden hut. The large black dog named Fong must have caught her scent, as he poked his head out from his doghouse, barking incessantly in her direction. Fong. No disturbing the peace at night. Hagrid's massive hand came down onto Fong's head with familiar thuds, eliciting a familiar sound. Penny silently apologized to Fong, feeling no guilt as she continued her journey into the forest. Tonight was a full moon, with the luminous orb hanging high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over Hogwarts Castle, rendering it breathtakingly beautiful. However, the bright moonlight failed to penetrate the Forbidden Forest, which remained perpetually shrouded in mist, its towering trees obscuring nearly all light. In the pitch blackness of the forest, Penny realized that using luminescent spells would be too conspicuous. She cast a night vision charm upon her eyes, holding a book in one hand and her wand in the other as she meandered through the woods. After approximately half an hour of wandering, Penny began to doubt her luck. She had yet to glimpse even a single rabbit, let alone a unicorn. As she lamented her misfortune, she pressed onward, hoping that perhaps the unicorn lay just ahead. A few minutes later, she noticed a glimmer of light in the distance. The book described unicorns as exquisite creatures, their coats a pure white, smooth as silk, and they were said to glow in the dark. Allegedly, unicorns were particularly drawn to witches. Encouraged by this thought, Penny quickened her pace toward the source of the illumination. What she witnessed next left her speechless. The forest floor was adorned with an indistinct square carpet, beneath which an oil lamp hung from a tree. Beneath it, a boy and girl were entwined in each other's arms, already lost in a kiss. Spotting the Gryffindor insignia on their garments, Penny felt a headache coming on. After nearly an hour's trek from the library, was this truly what she had come to witness? Was this appropriate for an 11-year-old child to see? As Penny observed the increasingly audacious actions of the two individuals, her pupils widened in shock, leaving her frozen in place, uncertain of how to respond. Why did fate compel her to witness such a scene? A slight movement on her part alerted the pair, and they immediately separated. The young man positioning himself protectively in front of the young woman, his gaze sharp and vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Who's there? Just as Penny contemplated slipping away unnoticed, a rustling sound indeed emanated from behind the couple. The faint crackling grew louder, and as the boy raised the oil lamp, Penny caught sight of a dense swarm of spiders ahead. Oh, Arthur! So many spiders! The girl cried, gripping her beloved's sleeve in terror. Molly, I will protect you, the boy declared passionately, holding Molly's hand even amid the impending danger. Concealed in the shadows, Penny furrowed her brow in confusion. She could not comprehend why these Gryffindors did not flee while there was still some distance between them and the spiders. Damn it! Stay away from me! Molly's voice grew shrill. Reducto! The boy swiftly waved his wand at the swarm, casting a spell that proved effective, as a gap erupted within the mass of spiders, dozens of them meeting their demise. However, his actions evidently incited the wrath of the remaining arachnids, which hissed and surged toward them with alarming speed. Reducto! Fiendfire! Molly too brandished her wand, joining the fray against the encroaching spiders. Suddenly struck by the notion of escape, they both began to retreat towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, casting spells as they went, with Penny trailing behind them. Do not let them discover me. Penny's luck had taken a turn for the worse. Scarcely had the thought crossed her mind when the rustling of the spiders grew ever closer. Upon closer inspection, she realized the swarm had indeed discerned their escape route, encircling them in an ominous ring. Cursed fate! Penny's face turned ashen, and the thought of facing the judgmental gazes of the couple made her increasingly irritable. Arthur, what do we do? We're surrounded. Molly's voice brimmed with anxiety. Her aversion to spiders was palpable, and the mere thought of perishing at their fangs left her in despair. As their magical energy waned and the spiders drew nearer, The couple stood back to back, embracing one another. I love you. Unable to withstand the looming prospect of their farewell kiss, Penny could no longer contain herself. She drew her wand and unleashed a torrent of flames behind her. Molly stood frozen, recognizing a small girl suddenly materializing before her. Her bright red hair strikingly vivid. A face she had seen at the Ravenclaw table. Fiendfire. Fiendfire. A relentless stream of flames carved a path through the spider horde, filling the air with the scent of roasted arachnids. Run. Penny shouted, urging the couple to move as they hesitated, before they could distance themselves. The sound of barking echoed from the edge of the forbidden forest. Strangely, the spiders quieted at the sound, slowly retreating. A shadow, resembling a small hill, appeared at the forest's edge. Hey, who's there? That booming voice brought relief to the trio. Molly nearly wept with joy, collapsing into Arthur's embrace. It's Hagrid. We're saved, darling. Arthur echoed her excitement. Don't they care about losing points? Why aren't they leaving? Penny regarded the pair curiously. Having cast a disillusionment charm upon hearing Hagrid's voice, fearing being caught and losing points for Ravenclaw. By the time Hagrid approached, Penny had already slipped away, consciously avoiding Fong. She couldn't bear to trouble the clumsy dog further. Arthur and Molly. What a surprise. I ought to take you to see Professor McGonagall. Hagrid's voice boomed. Oh no. Arthur lamented, his face a picture of dread. Professor McGonagall will have our heads. Just then he noticed someone was missing, but before he could voice his concern, Molly pinched his arm, silencing him. Chapter 8. The Love of Others. The following morning, Edith stood at Penny's bedside, and as Penny opened her eyes, she was startled to find a face looming over her, nearly causing her to unleash a spell in fright. You scared me to death, Edith, Penny exclaimed, sitting up and patting her chest. Unfazed, Edith's striking cat-like eyes bore into her. Spill it. What were you up to last night? She had waited long for Penny, only to fall asleep without seeing her return. Oh, spare me, Penny replied, her expression falling, her voice turning sullen. You have no idea what I went through. Really? Edith's curiosity piqued. Last night, as I was leaving the library, it was nearly curfew, and I ended up wandering about, only to stumble upon a rather enthusiastic couple engaged in a kiss. TSK, Edith shook her head, rising to wash up. It was Saturday, and there were no classes. Breakfast had been delivered to their dormitory by Edith's house elf. Penny sat on the sofa in the common room, perusing The Truth of the World, The Origins and Analysis of Magic. Good grief, there are 2 Gryffindors loitering at the entrance, she remarked, noticing the pair stationed there since early morning. What are they up to? A punishment for losing a game? No one knew what was brewing in the minds of the Gryffindors. It was rumored they had incurred a 60-point deduction for their rendezvous in the Forbidden Forest. Oh, Merlin's socks. How did the rest of Gryffindor not kill them? A small eagle who had just entered the common room relayed the morning's news. And upon hearing key details, Edith turned to Penny, whispering, They aren't here to confront you, are they? Her concern for the couple that had been caught in an awkward moment with Penny was palpable. I'm not afraid of them, Penny winked reassuringly. Remembering her friend's formidable combat skills, Edith felt relieved. As Penny stepped outside the Ravenclaw common room, the couple from the previous night swiftly approached her. Only now did Penny notice that their hair was also red. Their shade was a chestnut hue, contrasting with her bright golden red locks. Yes, it's you. You saved us in the Forbidden Forest last night, Arthur exclaimed, his voice rising until Molly nudged him to lower it. Molly, holding a beautifully wrapped pastry, looked somewhat bashful as she addressed Penny. Thank you for saving us last night. I'm Molly Pruitt, a 7th-year Gryffindor, and this is Arthur Weasley, also a 7th-year Gryffindor. Penny accepted the pastry, acknowledging their gratitude, but couldn't resist adding, perhaps for your future dates, you might consider a safer venue? Perhaps an abandoned classroom would suffice. Molly's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot a fierce glare at Arthur, who was also blushing, scratching his head and chuckling. In the afternoon, Penny accompanied Edith to the library. While Edith intended to do homework, Penny had already completed hers and sought to read. Returning the book she had borrowed earlier, Penny stood before the shelves, searching for new titles. Recently, she was particularly drawn to books on magical theory, and the section was relatively quiet. After selecting her desired volumes, Penny lowered her gaze as she prepared to seek out Edith, only to feel someone watching her. She looked up to meet a pair of gray-blue eyes. In that instant, Penny was transported back to a fleeting moment on the Hogwarts Express. Platinum blonde hair, pale skin, an air of arrogance. Lucius Malfoy, the 6th-year Slytherin prefect and leader, often referred to as the Platinum Beauty. As she averted her gaze and passed by him, she heard his melodious voice calmly inquire, Miss Evans, did you visit the Forbidden Forest last night? I didn't. I was not there. Don't spread rumors. Penny instinctively denied the accusation. It seems that is indeed the case. Lucius's lips curled into a smile that epitomized the aristocratic charm of a Slytherin. Truly, he embodied the essence of Slytherin's most captivating qualities. Penny chuckled softly, choosing not to comment as she continued her way towards Edith, her peripheral vision catching sight of a girl with similarly golden locks, unblinkingly fixated on her, or rather on Malfoy. The girl's golden hair evoked the gentle warmth of morning sunlight, her skin pale as snow, and her lips of vivid rose hue, Narcissa black. A stunning beauty whose name means daffodil, and the fiancée of Lucius Malfoy. They were indeed a fitting pair. How did you end up with that Malfoy fellow? Edith inquired as soon as they sat down, her voice tinged with curiosity. Did you not notice the way Narcissa and those Slytherin girls were looking at you? She shivered slightly at the thought. End up with him? We merely exchanged pleasantries, Penny replied nonchalantly, dismissing the notion. It was just a simple greeting. It hardly warrants any hostility towards me. Besides, I'm not someone easily trifled with. Later that evening, Rhea returned home, his fluffy head rubbing against Penny's hand as he emitted cheerful coos. Penny was utterly charmed, treating him to an entire bag of Hagrid's special owl treats, dried mouse meat. My dear Penny, it has been ages. I have missed you dearly. Mother and father miss you as well, especially father, who constantly counts down the days until Christmas. Just as you mentioned last time, Severus has not been faring well lately. I noticed a large bruise on his arm, but he says nothing. Reflecting on the little boy she could once hold in one arm, Penny furrowed her brow, now having a clearer understanding of the Snape family's plight. His mother, a pureblood from Slytherin, had forsaken her lineage for love, choosing to be with Tobias Snape, a Muggle. They had once shared joyous moments, but those were fleeting. Shortly after Severus's birth, they fell into financial ruin. Tobias succumbed to despair, and upon discovering Severus's magical abilities, he unjustly blamed his misfortunes on the woman and child, descending into alcoholism, gambling, and domestic violence. Such a terrifying notion of love. Penny could neither comprehend Eileen's love, nor could she alleviate her friend's suffering. Even with magic, one cannot meddle in another's domestic affairs. Reluctantly witnessing her friend's anguish, Penny took it upon herself to write Severus a lengthy letter. She refrained from mentioning his family's troubles, instead recounting the happenings at Hogwarts, including the nocturnal escapades from the previous night, hoping to divert some of her friend's pain. Determined to send him a treat, she wrapped up the pastries Molly had given her that morning, added a book on potions he adored, and included the Felix Felici's Professor Slughorn had rewarded her, hoping it might bring him a bit of luck. She inscribed for Severus Snape on the sky blue parcel and glanced at Rhea, who had just devoured half a bag of treats. Come here, Rhea, it's time to deliver the letter. No way. Rhea shook his head vigorously. That parcel is bigger than I am. I'm not going. All right, I've enchanted the parcel to lighten its weight. It's not heavy at all, Penny coaxed gently, ruffling Rhea's head. You didn't say anything about extra work when Hagrid gave me to you. Chapter 9. The Snape Household. As midnight approached, the Snape residence at number 19 Spinner's End was far from tranquil. The coarse shouts of a man, the piercing screams of a woman, and the incessant crashing of bottles or other objects filled the air. Severus Snape lay quietly in a small room on the third-floor attic, utterly still. Were it not for the gentle rise and fall of his chest with each breath, one might easily mistake him for a corpse. A soft tapping on the glass startled Severus from his numbing stupor. He turned his head in confusion, only to find a tawny owl boldly perched at his bedside, its round eyes curiously examining him. This was no ordinary owl. Its plump, fluffy form instantly identified it as Rhea, the owl gifted to Penny by Dumbledore. What brought him here? Did she have something to convey? As Severus pondered this, Rhea, clearly annoyed, pecked his head sharply and hooted indignantly. He had visited this boy countless times, and though the lad had seen him, he feigned ignorance, leaving Rhea feeling quite dejected. Moreover, the journey from Hogwarts had been arduous for him. Severus winced, clutching his head and glaring at the insufferable owl. Penny had indulged him too much, which had led to his bad habit of pecking. Sitting up, Severus noticed a sky-blue parcel resting on his desk, unmistakably the delivery from Rhea. Approaching the desk, he recognized the familiar handwriting on the parcel. Penny had not forgotten him even after her departure to Hogwarts. He recalled how more often than not, it was Lily who delivered her letters, as Penny's owl was rather lethargic. With a glower at Rhea, he thought, "Don't think I haven't noticed your antics." Carefully unwrapping the parcel, he found it to be far more bountiful than usual. A beautifully packaged pastry in hues of gold and crimson, a pristine potions textbook, and a small vial of shimmering golden potion. His eyes widened, and his lips parted slightly in disbelief as he beheld the glimmering potion. Felix Felicis. He would not mistake it. He had seen this elusive potion in many potion tomes, rumored to be extraordinarily precious. Why would she send him such an extravagant gift? Memories of Lily's cautious inquiries about his bruise earlier that day flooded his mind, stirring a tumult of emotions within him. Penny Evans, why are you so kind to me? I am not deserving of such generosity. He carefully opened the letter addressed to him, which spoke of the wonders of Hogwarts. The Ravenclaw Observatory offering a breathtaking view of the starry sky, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the scenic Black Lake. In the Slytherin common room, the little serpent claimed their quarters lay beneath the Black Lake, where the merfolk were astonishingly unattractive. The Hufflepuffs, being closest to the school kitchen, were always generous with their delectable treats, and she had made 2 Hufflepuff friends, her childhood companions. As for the Gryffindors, they were indeed courageous, having received a deduction of 60 points for their rendezvous in the Forbidden Forest when caught by Hagrid. What a magnificent place Hogwarts was. In just a few months, he would finally be able to attend. This was the longest letter Penny had ever penned to him. Her letters to Lily were lengthy, while his typically contained only a few paragraphs. Perhaps she feared he would misconstrue her intentions, considering Lily's tendency to share everything. After finishing the letter, Severus carefully tucked it away along with the Felix Felicis into a hidden wooden box beneath his bed, where he also stored previous letters from Penny. Only by hiding them there could he hope to protect them from the wrath of the drunken man, who sometimes raged in their home. Having drained the last of his water, Ria was not counting on Severus to provide him with any treats. He had visited many times before without receiving so much as a biscuit or sandwich, let alone a drink. This was precisely why he disliked delivering letters to this boy. Had it not been for Penny specifically requesting him to deliver the parcel, he would never have set foot in this wretched place. Fortunately, he had indulged in plenty of snacks before setting off, and thus was not hungry. Flapping his wings a few times, Ria settled on Severus's pillow, finding a soft spot to stomp before folding his wings in satisfaction. It was evening, and after such a long flight, he was quite tired and in need of sleep. Severus shook his head, not bothering to address Ria's antics, for he found himself utterly at a loss with the owl. The potions book she had gifted him was one of several, which he carefully placed on his clean desk before beginning to unwrap the pastries. The golden red packaging of the pastry was unmistakably not her own. It likely belonged to someone from Gryffindor, as she had always been quite popular. During her time at Muggle school, Lily had mentioned that a significant number of boys in Penny's class were enamored with her. Mr. Evans returned from a parents' meeting with a scowl, irked by the little rascals who were eyeing his daughter, especially since both of his daughters attracted the attention of boys. Finally, the commotion downstairs subsided. Severus Snape, engrossed in his thoughts, carefully unwrapped the golden red packaging and took a fragrant butter cookie into his mouth. After venting his frustrations, Tobias slumped onto the sofa and fell asleep, leaving the living room in disarray, with food and soup splattered all over the dining table. Erin, adeptly tidying everything up, assisted her husband back to their room, so he could rest comfortably. Remembering that she and the children had yet to have dinner, she hurried downstairs to prepare something to eat. She gathered some bread and made sandwiches with pickles and greens, pouring some milk to take up to the attic. The wooden staircase creaked beneath her as she ascended, balancing a plate in one hand and the milk in the other, using her back to nudge the wooden door open as she stepped inside. Her eyes fell upon a box of cookies that had already been opened, and a brand new potions book lay on the table. Severus, taken aback by Erin's sudden entrance, shot up from his chair, the legs scraping sharply against the floor. The owl sleeping soundly on the bed was startled awake. Ria opened her round eyes wide and flapped her wings, landing on Severus's shoulder to peck at his face, even snatching away half a cookie from his hand. This was indeed a rather irritable owl. Is this Miss Evans's owl? Erin casually inquired as she placed the items on the table. Severus nodded, a faint blush of embarrassment creeping onto his cheeks from the red mark left by Ria. Uncertain whether he felt shame for being caught with a gift from a friend or irritation at being bullied by the owl in front of his mother, Erin said nothing further, taking a bite of the cookie before departing. The golden red packaging hinted that the cookie was made by Hogwarts house elves. Chapter 10. Collaborative Learning in December. Hogwarts was blanketed by a heavy snowfall. Standing on Ravenclaw's astronomy tower, one could gaze down upon the castle, with the Forbidden Forest enveloped in a sea of white and a thick layer of ice covering the Black Lake. Christmas was just around the corner, with a 2-week holiday approaching, filling Hogwarts with cheerful laughter, particularly among the students of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. For Ravenclaw, however, holidays were of little consequence. Nothing could deter their pursuit of knowledge. Penny was pulled from the library by Edith, who insisted she needed to take a break. Recently, Penny had become enamored with alchemy, a subject reserved for upperclassmen, and thus she was self-studying until she could enroll in formal classes. Look at your pale complexion. You need to get some fresh air, Edith declared, dragging Penny out of the library. Hey, Edith, a black-haired boy called out, stopping them. It was Morrison, the brash, loathsome Gryffindor frequently mentioned by Edith. He grabbed Edith by the collar and after a few steps, turned back to wave at her. See you next time, Miss Evans. Standing in place, Penny blinked, still lost in thoughts about the alchemical knowledge she had just read, only to realize she was suddenly alone in the snow. She strolled along the edge of the Black Lake, where Muggle-born wizards skated on the thick ice, while a few Slytherin students passed by, rolling their eyes and muttering, "Aren't they afraid of falling into the Black Lake and being devoured by the giant squid?" A small path leading to the forbidden forest meandered alongside the lake, lined with stout willow trees. Penny recalled Sophia mentioning that these willows were called lover-s willows, as couples often chose to rendezvous beneath their branches. Enchanted by the tree's romantic connotation, Penny had initially intended to observe the couples beneath the lovers' willows, but instead stumbled upon a brawl unfolding at Hogwarts. 3 small snakes were angrily confronting a young eagle, who lay on the ground, pitifully attempting to explain himself. The enraged snakes paid no heed, brandishing their wands and aiming at the eagle. "You'll pay for mocking us," shouted a blonde girl, her face flushed with rage, her eyes red from crying. With a flick of her wrist, a beam of yellow light shot towards the eagle, stripping him of all his hair. "Oh no!" the black-haired, bespectacled eagle cried, collapsing in despair as he covered his bald head, his scalp gleaming like polished wax. "Well done, Leah," exclaimed a freckled girl following the blonde, her expression one of triumphant satisfaction as she glared at the fallen eagle. "If you dare speak of this, you're dead," threatened another girl, her chin held high. "My hair." The eagle, oblivious to their threats, continued to wail, lamenting the loss of his precious locks. He cherished every strand and now, not a single hair remained. Had he been seen? Leah cocked her head toward a brazen girl who stood nearby, unashamed and quite conspicuous. A first-year student with striking red hair. The trio of snakes and the eagle turned in unison towards Penny, who greeted them with a friendly wave. "Hello." "Oh no. It's Evans." The eagle, who had just moments ago been stripped of his hair, suddenly lost his composure. Swiftly pulling out his wand, and using a transfiguration spell on the scattered remnants of his hair, enveloping himself in a black cloth that left only his wide, fearful eyes visible. "What are you doing?" The brown-haired girl who had threatened him earlier regarded his actions with disdain, turning to the equally unimpressed girl beside her. Penny, after gazing at the chaotic pile of hair on the ground for some time, finally turned her attention to Leah. "What happened? You all seem, well, rather unfortunate." Slytherin students were typically conscious of their appearance, especially the 6th-year prefect, Lucius Malfoy, and the 5th-year prefect, Narcissa Black, who both championed noble poise. Thus, it was rare to witness Slytherin students in such disarray. These young witches, however, were clearly in distress. 2 of them had eyes red as rabbits, while the third wore a grimace that betrayed her foul mood. As for the Ravenclaw boy, shrouded in a black cloth, his round eyes roamed everywhere but towards the girls, exuding an unmistakable air of guilt. "Are you also a Ravenclaw?" Leah scrutinized Penny with suspicion. Penny nodded, introducing herself. "I'm Penny Evans, 1st year at Ravenclaw." "Oh, it's you." The red-eyed girl regarded Penny with surprise before reminding her 2 bewildered friends. "She's the one who cleaned the Sorting Hat during the ceremony. She was quite famous at Hogwarts." Upon grasping the situation, Penny's perspective of the boy buried in hair shifted entirely. She had never anticipated such talent from a Ravenclaw. She was aware of the existence of a collaborative learning club at Hogwarts, established for the purpose of facilitating academic exchange among students, open to all. Edith had been a member for a brief period before she had left in a huff, claiming that it became unbearable with students from other houses constantly pestering her for homework help, asking the same questions repeatedly. Hogwarts boasts a multitude of students, yet its professors are few. For mandatory courses such as Transfiguration, a single professor is tasked with instructing students across 4 houses and 7 years, resulting in uniform assignments for each grade. Astute and homework-averse students seize upon this loophole, seeking assistance within clubs, while 3 clever Slytherins opt to lavishly hire a Ravenclaw to do their bidding, having previously employed such tactics without consequence. After all, most Ravenclaws excel academically. They find themselves this time ensnared by an unreliable aide, who aside from charms, produces subpar work in all other subjects. Their head of house, Professor Slughorn, even penned a letter to their parents, the shouting missive failing to penetrate the Slytherin common room, resulting in 3 explosive howlers echoing within the Hogwarts Great Hall. Ultimately, these 3 cunning serpents, who squandered their gold without achieving their aims, confronted the true culprit with a fierce reprimand, only to be discovered by Penny. "You brought this upon yourself," she remarked, patting the boy's shoulder with an air of wistfulness. Turning to the trio of Slytherins, her expression embodied a palpable curiosity. "Why did you not seek my assistance?" After all, she was in dire need of funds, particularly with her alchemy studies, a notoriously expensive endeavor. The three snakes and an eagle fell into silence. Chapter 11, The Manticore. "Is that acceptable?" The blonde girl's eyes sparkled momentarily. If Evans were to agree, it would indeed be splendid, for she was recognized by professors as an exemplary student, both academically gifted and diligent. "Of course. What is your offer?" Penny inquired, hoping for a touch of generosity from the Slytherin students. After a brief discussion, Leah proposed, "How about 100 galleons per academic year for the three of us?" Penny regarded the girl with an expression that conveyed her astonishment at the wealth of the Slytherin, whose hair seemed to shimmer like galleons. "Deal." After some further conversation, the golden-haired girl introduced herself as Ancilia Burstead, a young witch hailing from one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, well-respected and belonging to the upper echelons of Slytherin. The freckled girl with reddened eyes was Natasha Burney, while the brown-haired girl who had previously displayed anger was Talberlo, all purebloods, with their elders being supporters of Ancilia's father, the Burstead family patriarch. As for the boy sprawled on the ground, he was Anthony Eaton, a half-blood and the only second-year present. Penny had heard his name before. He was a peculiar case, deemed a genius by Professor Flitwick, yet regarded as hopelessly dim-witted by his other instructors. They agreed to meet every Friday afternoon in the library to complete assignments together. The trio departed, for if they truly detested homework, they would not linger with a half-blood and a muggle-born. "Mr. Eaton, are you not rising?" Penny tilted her head, amused at the boy who had sat on the ground for nearly half an hour, maintaining the same position. "And no, it's fine. Sitting is warm." He managed a stiff smile, feeling awkward. He was aware of how ridiculous he appeared, draped in black fabric, as his legs, resting on the snow, had long since become cold and numb. Standing up might reveal an embarrassing wet patch on his backside. Penny, however, did not dwell on this. She assumed he felt uncomfortable being seen in such a state, but given that he had indirectly earned her 100 galleons, she decided to help him out. Having previously grappled with the issue of a bald head, Penny had perfected a hair-growing spell. She drew her wand, gauging the length of hair on the ground before addressing Eaton. "I shall assist you, Mr. Eaton. Sit still." A beam of green light illuminated his head, and Eaton felt an intense itch on his scalp. Unable to resist, he scratched through the black fabric, and within moments his hair had grown to an irritating length. Penny halted when his hair reached his ears. "Is this length suitable?" "That's marvelous," Eaton exclaimed, removing the black fabric to feel his hair, his round eyes widening with delight, momentarily reminding Penny of Lily, who also enjoyed gazing with wide eyes. After bidding Eaton farewell, Penny discreetly made her way toward the forbidden forest, determined to observe what she had missed during her last visit, where she had only witnessed couples in love and encountered nothing but spiders. Merlin's beard, "I hope to see a unicorn today." As she passed Hagrid's small hut, she found it devoid of its occupant, and Fong was also absent. In the yard, a peculiar magical creature lounged, neither caged nor tethered, boasting a lion's red body and enormous wings of a shade between red and brown, with a long scorpion-like tail that arched upward, creating a rather bizarre appearance. Penny was captivated by this extraordinary beast, her gaze fixated upon it. When it turned, she could finally discern its face, human-like but somewhat grotesque, with blue eyes and oversized ears, revealing 3 rows of sharp teeth. Upon noticing her, it thumped its tail on the ground and assumed a crawling posture, folding its wings and concealing its head behind a massive pumpkin in the yard. A gentle, melodious song enveloped Penny, evoking memories of the ever-kind Mrs. Evans, the indulgent Mr. Evans, dear Lily, and the perpetually stern yet endearing Severus Snape. Such cherished recollections. Penny stretched and murmured to herself. The creature had approached her, and astonishingly, the beautiful melody emanated from its throat. Its size was immense, nearly 5 meters tall, dwarfing Penny, who had to crane her neck to meet its gaze. When its wings spread, Hagrid's hut and yard were entirely obscured by its form. "Roar!" The creature bellowed at her, its mouth exuding a rancid, fermented stench. "Wow. You are enormous." Penny marveled, wishing for a camera to capture the moment, imagining how envious her friends would be. "But you ought to brush your teeth. Don't you think your breath is a bit foul?" This was a rare manticore, a creature Penny had encountered in the library's rare creatures compendium. Its humanoid visage had once led to its persecution as a man-eating monster. "Wow." The manticore tilted its head, mimicking Penny's tone, appearing rather foolish, as it failed to comprehend the notion of dental hygiene. Only aware that it was being scorned, its tail thumping unhappily against the ground. What is your name? Wow wow. Wow. Manticore? A splendid name. Roar. I am Penny Evans. You may call me Penny or Evans. Wow wow. Not appealing? I think it sounds quite lovely. When Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn, who oversaw the care of magical creatures class, returned, they beheld the manticore, usually indifferent to them, now nestled beside a small girl, emitting strange and varied sounds. Remarkably, the girl exhibited no fear of the imposing and rather unappealing creature, engaging it in conversation as if they understood one another perfectly. Oh, Penny, it appears you have formed quite the bond with the manticore, Hagrid called from a distance, his voice as robust as ever, tinged with a sense of joy today. Hagrid, who is this girl? Is she also a Hufflepuff student? Professor Kettleburn inquired with curiosity. He had certainly noticed the sky blue of Ravenclaw upon Penny, yet an affinity for creatures typically manifested among the students of Hufflepuff, the most recent exemplar being Newt Scamander. She is Penny Evans, a free-spirited little eagle, Hagrid responded. Chapter 12, Hagrid's Pumpkin. Penny observed Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn conversing as they approached her and the manticore. To her surprise, the manticore turned its back to Hagrid upon seeing him, emitting a disdainful and resounding ugh sound. Hagrid, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head as he reached Penny. I can't fathom why he dislikes me. He was quite affectionate when Professor Kettleburn first brought him back, he remarked. Perhaps you inadvertently did something to upset him, Professor Kettleburn suggested, stroking his smooth chin. The Care of Magical Creatures class was an elective for third-year students, and this was Penny's first opportunity to observe the esteemed professor up close. He was indeed a remarkable figure among Hogwarts faculty, as he was physically impaired, possessing only one functional hand and one leg. The other arm was fitted with a prosthetic and half of his leg was also a wooden substitute, clearly worn from frequent use, causing him to walk with a noticeable limp and occasionally hop. It was said that his fervor for magical creatures was so intense that he had lost his hand and foot to their bites, yet he remained undeterred, continuing his perilous studies. The students of Hogwarts believed his passion for magical creatures might even surpass that of Newt Scamander, for at least Newt had the inclination to marry and procreate. The manticore thumped its tail against the ground, producing a dull thud, while its enormous head bobbed incessantly. Its front paws restlessly scratched the earth, and it continued to emit its characteristic ugh sounds. It dug a small hole in the ground, and called out to Penny twice. Penny nodded and urged Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn to step back several paces. Roar! The manticore bellowed, its blue eyes glaring at Hagrid, its mouth, lined with 3 rows of sharp teeth, opened wide as it displayed its formidable dentition. Hagrid, perplexed, regarded the manticore, assuming it was merely throwing a tantrum. He certainly has a foul temper, doesn't he? He said to Penny and Professor Kettleburn. Penny blinked, silent, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Hagrid. No, Hagrid. He is attempting to convey something to you. Professor Kettleburn pointed toward the manticore, suggesting, perhaps you should observe his movements more closely. At that moment, the manticore leaped into Hagrid's yard, where a gigantic pumpkin lay. It had been hiding behind the pumpkin when it startled Penny, and now it swatted the pumpkin with its massive forepaw, glaring at Hagrid. With a resounding thud, the pumpkin was sent flying, perfectly fitting into the small hole it had previously excavated. As the pumpkin landed, the manticore joyously leaped up and began to sing a delightful tune, its sweet voice contrasting starkly with its robust, imposing physique. It seems to relate to the pumpkin, Hagrid. What do you think? Professor Kettleburn remarked. Having great faith in Hagrid's innate talent with magical creatures, Hagrid possessed a remarkable affinity that endeared him to these beings, and more importantly, he had the resilience of a half-giant. Apologies, Professor. I am at a loss, Hagrid said, his head drooping in disappointment, for he had discerned nothing beyond the manticore's provocation. Does this young lady know? Professor Kettleburn inquired with a smile, turning to Penny. The manticore claims you've been feeding him pumpkins for 3 days, and seeing one makes him want to vomit, Penny replied, her eyes twinkling as she glanced at Hagrid. Suddenly, the manticore, having overheard her, leaned closer and uttered a few sounds before baring its teeth at Hagrid. He also mentioned that you fed him pumpkins right in front of you, devouring them all. Oh no, you cannot treat my dear Yaya like that, Hagrid exclaimed, cradling his head in agony as he faced the smug manticore. Roar! The manticore turned its head, flicking its tail dismissively. Hagrid, it seems you must revise the manticore's menu. After all, he is a carnivore. Professor Kettleburn chuckled, patting Hagrid's side. And you, dear young lady, I eagerly anticipate your enrollment in the Care of Magical Creatures class next year. Professor Kettleburn, a well-informed and loquacious individual, regaled Penny with tales of magical creatures he encountered in his youth, and explained the manticore's presence. which stemmed from a wizard's expedition in Africa where he discovered an injured creature and brought it to him for rehabilitation. Due to his busy schedule and physical limitations, Hagrid had been entrusted with its care. According to the wizard who found it, the manticore had been bloodied, likely due to a confrontation with poachers in the wizarding world, and its injuries were severe, particularly to its wings, which rendered it incapable of flight. As they conversed, Hagrid was preparing lunch for the manticore. Feeling remorseful for the creature's 3-day hunger, he had assembled a mountain of meat to serve as a supplementary meal. After spending a while in Hagrid's cozy hut, Penny excused herself, citing a desire to head to the Great Hall for lunch. Professor Ketterburn bid her a cheerful farewell, while Hagrid, wishing to keep her for lunch, was hindered by his lack of ingredients that day, so he packed her a few rock cakes to take along. As she jogged toward the Forbidden Forest, Penny curiously lifted the small bag of rock cakes Hagrid had given her. It felt rather heavy, perhaps weighing 10 or even 15 pounds. Upon returning to the Forbidden Forest, she felt a flutter of excitement. The air was thick with moisture and chill, and the gray sky was gently shedding snow, blanketing the stout trees in the forest with a thick layer of white. The path she traversed was marked by traces of fallen snowflakes. While the forest usually echoed with birdsong, now apart from the occasional rustle of small animals, the only sounds were the crunching of her marten boots on the snow. In such frigid weather, surely no foolish unicorns would venture out? Penny mused, belatedly expressing doubt about her quest for unicorns. For the Forbidden Forest was considerably colder than the castle, and after walking for some time, her cheeks had turned rosy from the chill. It was unlikely that any unicorn would relish the idea of braving the snow to endure the cold. After what felt like an eternity, Penny paused, her feet beginning to ache from the exertion. She had wandered far enough, yet apart from a few rabbits frolicking in the underbrush, she had not encountered a single goblin. Just as she contemplated turning back, a sound caught her attention. Something was knocking against a tree trunk. Penny's eyes lit up. Surely, the Forbidden Forest held more than just rabbits. She summoned the wind elements to her feet and dashed toward the source of the noise, urging herself onward, faster, faster. I don't want to miss my chance to meet the delightful magical creatures. Upon arrival, she found herself gaping at 2 figures swinging from a tree. Wait. Is it customary for you older students to rendezvous in the Forbidden Forest? Chapter 13. Black in the Forbidden Forest. In the Forbidden Forest, 2 teenagers, appearing around 16 or 17, hung from a tree adorned in winter foliage. The boy wore Hufflepuff's black and yellow striped scarf, while the girl donned the distinctive emerald and silver of Slytherin, clearly illustrating the tail of the badger and the serpent. Unbeknownst to Penny, the boy's robes bore large singed patches, and his face was obscured by soot, rendering his features indiscernible. Despite their precarious situation, he calmly reassured the girl, who seemed anxious. The girl appeared immaculate, her chestnut black curls cascading freely, while her brown eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any hint of panic. Suspended beneath the tree, her demeanor was somewhat disheveled. Yet, rather than displaying alarm, she swayed with an air of nonchalance, resembling someone delighting in a swing. The sound Penny had previously heard, echoing against the trunk, was merely the result of her feet leveraging against it. As Penny approached, she made no effort to conceal her presence, and the girl immediately took notice of her. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, likely stemming from the unexpected encounter with a clearly younger Ravenclaw in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. She smiled, then returned her attention to swinging. You are Evans? The boy recognized Penny, the newly celebrated Ravenclaw talent, whose name had circulated among Hufflepuffs. His expression, one of astonishment, caused his voice to rise involuntarily. The Sorting Hat didn't he place you in Gryffindor? You dare venture into the Forbidden Forest in your first year? At least I am not dangling from a tree. Penny shrugged, her expression one of exasperation. By the way, why do the older students always seem to rendezvous in the Forbidden Forest? And why do they frequently encounter trouble? As she spoke, she scrutinized the devil's snare that had ensnared them. This plant, sharing a name reminiscent of the devil's snare, exhibited similar traits. Both enjoyed masquerading as a Christmas cactus, extending their tendrils to ensnare and suspend anyone who ventured too close. Always? Have you encountered anyone else before? The boy inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding the unfortunate pair Penny had stumbled upon. Perhaps you gentlemen should consider devising a method to extricate yourselves first. Before Penny could finish her sentence, the girl, having ceased her swinging, uttered a spell in a low voice. A flash of crimson light surged, causing the devil's snare to recoil as though scalded, and she gracefully descended to the ground, while the boy landed with a thud, awkwardly cradling his backside with a contorted expression. Impressive. Penny's eyes sparkled as she admired the girl's elegant descent. Thank you for the compliment, the girl replied, curving her lips into a graceful smile. Her beautiful brown eyes twinkled like little stars as she smiled, radiating charm and elegance. "Ah, dear Andromeda, I require solace," the boy, just risen from the ground, whined pitifully, resembling a chastised puppy awaiting comfort from its master. Andromeda shot Penny a shy glance, gently taking the boy's hand, signaling that there were others present. Ahem, clearing his throat. The boy assumed a more serious countenance. "Good day, Miss Evans. Allow me to introduce this elegant and enchanting lady, Andromeda Black, a sixth-year student from Slytherin. I am Ted Tonks, a sixth-year from Hufflepuff." "Indeed, the renowned Black," Penny exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Andromeda with surprise. She was well aware of the Black family, infamous for their staunch pureblood lineage. Having previously met Narcissa Black, a beauty befitting her name, who seemed to harbor only disdain for Malfoy. Penny was astonished that the gentle Andromeda could be her sister. "You may call me Andromeda," she said with a warm smile. "And I am Penny Evans, a first-year Ravenclaw." After the three introduced themselves, they began to make their way back. The snowfall showed no signs of abating, and time was of the essence. By the time they exited the Forbidden Forest, it would be mealtime in the Hogwarts Great Hall. "So, who were you fortunate enough to encounter in the Forbidden Forest?" Ted inquired, intrigued by the previous unfortunate couple, pondering the possibility of exchanging anecdotes in the future. "Molly and Weasley, you ought to be aware of them, as they were caught by Hagrid." "Oh, I know them. They are quite the famous couple at Hogwarts, inseparable except when sleeping." Ted discreetly tightened his grip on Andromeda's hand, aware of the scrutiny their relationship could attract, as Slytherin held disdain for half-bloods, necessitating a cautious approach even in their romantic entanglements. Andromeda reciprocated his grip and smiled reassuringly, understanding Ted's concerns, yet feeling powerless. As a member of the Black family, with its unwavering commitment to pureblood supremacy, she dared not imagine the consequences if her kin were to discover their relationship. There had been precedents of forced marriages or disownment, and the haunting specter of a tragic fate loomed. If only she were stronger, she mused. Then she could whisk Ted away to a place where the Black family could not reach them. Suppressing her complex emotions behind a smile, she continued onward. Before exiting the Forbidden Forest, Andromeda implored Penny to keep their relationship a secret. Penny, taken aback for a moment, nodded in agreement, likely aware of Slytherin's notorious pureblood ideals. The trio parted ways along the path beside Hagrid's hut, and as Penny observed Andromeda and Ted drift in opposite directions, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the couple, sensing their love would not be without its challenges. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Penny was just in time for dinner. Famished from the day, having skipped lunch and traversed the forest, she felt capable of devouring an entire cow. As she added beef to her plate for the second time, Edith regarded her with a look of approval. "Finally, Penny, you've realized the necessity of nourishing yourself," she said, her gaze benevolent, adding a succulent lamb chop to Penny's plate. "Your expression resembles that of my mother's," Penny remarked, her face contorting in a peculiar way. It seemed rather incongruous for an 11-year-old girl to wear such a maternal expression. As time passed while Penny immersed herself in her studies at the library, she suddenly realized that Hogwarts would soon commence its Christmas holiday. Rubbing her drowsy head, she began to pack her belongings into her magically expanded trunk, having enlisted a senior Ravenclaw to procure various local delicacies from Hogsmeade to bring home. This had become a tradition for her, cultivated during her visits to Diagon Alley years prior. She always delighted in bringing back intriguing magical souvenirs for her curious parents and Lily. Chapter 14. Homeward bound on the Hogwarts Express. Penny had not opened her eyes since boarding. She and Edith found an empty compartment, and as soon as she settled into her seat, she enveloped herself in a small blanket and donned an eye mask, succumbing to sleep. "Is she all right?" Edith's brother Morrison observed the little girl who had promptly fallen asleep, displaying little decorum. "Do not mind her. She spent the entire night poring over 100 things to note in advanced alchemy. In fact, this marks her third consecutive all-nighter," Edith replied in a tone reminiscent of a concerned mother. "Goodness." Morrison's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his sister. "Are Ravenclaws really this intense? She's only 11. Please refrain from generalizing student behavior to the entire house. It's only her," Edith sighed, a hint of melancholy in her tone. "In comparison, I find myself questioning my own qualifications as a Ravenclaw. Good thing I'm a Gryffindor," Morrison murmured quietly. When they arrived, Penny was awakened by Edith's gentle call. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she stumbled off the train behind Edith, while Morrison trailed behind, one hand carrying Edith's oversized trunk and the other clutching Penny's suitcase. Having brought no luggage of his own, as his home was well stocked with clothing. As for homework, well, who among the good folks takes time to write assignments during the holidays? Upon exiting platform 9 3/4, Penny was enveloped in Mrs. Evans's warm embrace. As she held Penny close, Mrs. Evans chattered, "My darling, you've lost so much weight. You don't look well. Has your time at Hogwarts been difficult?" Mr. Evans encircled his wife and daughter with a beaming smile. "I believe this has little to do with Hogwarts." Morrison handed Penny's appearance to Mr. Evans, unable to refrain from interjecting upon hearing Mrs. Evans's words. After all, no one could maintain a pleasant demeanor after being awake for 3 consecutive nights. Mrs. Evans, upon hearing his comment, looked up at him with a puzzled expression, and Penny felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. "Morrison." Edith tugged at his sleeve, offering an apologetic smile to Mrs. Evans for his sudden interruption. "So, what does this gentleman's statement imply? Has Penny been bullied by her classmates?" Mrs. Evans inquired, her husband, Mr. Evans, now wearing a grave expression. After all, schoolyard bullying was intolerable. "I assure you, Penny has not been bullied," she quickly denied. "How could she be? With those feeble students at Hogwarts, it would be more likely for her to be the one doing the bullying." "Good day, Mrs. Evans. I am Edith, Penny's roommate." As Edith spoke, the expressions of the Evans couple relaxed considerably, though they still felt concern for their daughter. Edith explained that Penny was performing excellently at school, participating actively in class, garnering the professor's favor, and excelling in her studies, albeit a bit too engrossed in her academics, sometimes staying up all night with her books and occasionally missing mealtimes. Penny turned to meet Edith's gaze. "Could you not just say nice things?" Edith raised an eyebrow. "Look at your haggard appearance. Who would believe all the flattering words?" After bidding farewell to the Edith siblings, Penny accompanied the Evans couple in their car on the way home, where Mr. Evans held her hand, reminding her that while studying was indeed important, she must also take care of her health. After being lectured throughout the journey, Penny dashed into the house with her suitcase in tow. Lily was also on holiday today, but her school was closer to home, allowing her to arrive earlier than Penny. Upon seeing Penny munching on an apple on the sofa, Lily rushed over and threw herself into her embrace. "I missed you so much. Did you bring me a gift? Do you miss me or the gift, you little rascal?" Penny pretended to be annoyed while ruffling Lily's soft cheeks. Both, Lily replied, a hint of guilt evident in her smile. Having not returned home for more than half a year, Penny found herself feeling somewhat out of place. Just a few hours in, without the Hogwarts library filled with books or the rare tomes in the Ravenclaw common room to occupy her time, she found herself at a loss for what to do. With nothing to occupy her, Penny began to assess Lily's academic progress. She had previously sent Lily first-grade textbooks and her notes, and now it was time for an evaluation. After an afternoon of Penny's piercing gazes, judging Lily for not understanding certain concepts, the overwhelmed Lily could no longer bear it. She collapsed onto the sofa, resting her head on Mr. Evans's lap, pleading, "Spare me, Penny. The theoretical knowledge is just too difficult. I can't comprehend much of it. Am I not explaining it to you?" Penny replied innocently. After that, no matter what she said, Lily refused to continue studying with her, and with nothing else to do, Penny sat in a single armchair lost in thought. If she were at Hogwarts, she would be delving into the study of alchemy. She had ordered a batch of alchemical materials by mail that would arrive after Christmas, allowing her to commence her research then. After wandering around the house with nothing to do, Penny decided to step outside for a stroll. She recalled little Snape. It wasn't too late yet, and perhaps she should go find him to play, as he was far more interested in books than Lily. She hurriedly gathered a few thick tomes of magic before heading out, and Lily, noticing her actions, grew anxious, fearing that Penny would come over to quiz her or teach her new concepts. It wasn't that she was lazy, she simply needed a holiday after all. Having just returned from school that morning, Mr. Evans, seeing his eldest daughter preparing to leave so soon after returning, opened his mouth to protest, only to be silenced by Lily, who covered his mouth, watching helplessly as Penny departed with her books. Once Penny was gone, Lily sighed in relief, but Mr. Evans was not pleased. He frowned at Lily, complaining, "Penny just returned and already is not spending any time at home. Perhaps, Dad, you could ask Penny to explain those tedious magical theories to you," Lily suggested with a forlorn look. When Penny had been dragging her to study earlier, he had not deterred her, even relishing in her plight. "I have no interest in that nonsense." Mr. Evans coughed awkwardly, for he loathed books. During his school days, he had struggled academically and had only ever enjoyed reading fairy tales or novels. He could not fathom why his daughter was so enamored with literature. As Penny clutched her books, she passed by a playground with only a few children playing, and discovered little Snape sitting cross-legged beneath the tree they had often visited, engrossed in a book. It was only now that Penny recognized the tree as a beech. She had seen similar trees beside the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. where Hagrid had informed her of its name, mentioning that he would chop down a beech each winter for firewood. Snape appeared as thin as ever, in her memory. He had never gained weight. He was still dressed lightly in the cold winter air, and she wondered if he might catch a cold in such frigid weather. His hair had grown longer, nearly obscuring his chin as he bowed his head, deeply focused on the text, wearing a serious expression, reminiscent of a little adult. She gazed at him from across the lawn, and unlike the children playing in the playground, he emanated a weighty aura that evoked empathy, setting him apart as if he belonged to an entirely different world. Chapter 15, Dark Magic. The sensation of being observed made Snape look up momentarily. His eyes traversed the lawn to meet the distant figure of the girl holding a stack of books, her red hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, clad in a cozy, furry cloak. Unable to contain his delight, he stood and waved at her, the joy bubbling forth on his lips, lighting up every fiber of his being. "Hey, Severus." Penny waved back, their distance spanning nearly 100 meters, yet he still heard her call. In that instant, his heart felt filled with a comforting warmth, the sensation so surreal that he instinctively pressed his hand to his chest, feeling the warmth radiating from that spot. As Penny approached Snape, she observed his pale complexion, likely a result of the cold. Furrowing her brow, she waved her wrist, casting a warming charm upon him to alleviate his discomfort. Feeling the warmth enveloping him, Snape quickly realized he was once again being cared for. He fidgeted with his clothing, suppressing the joy in his eyes. Yet a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "It is wonderful that you are here, Severus," Penny said, tilting her head with delight as she spoke. "Lily doesn't appreciate the magical theories I share. Aren't they fascinating?" Her cheeks dimpled with two shallow indentations, and her sky-blue eyes sparkled with mirth. Snape found himself transfixed. Having not seen her for so long, her smile struck him with a sense of awe. "Are you even listening to me, Severus?" Penny pouted, her frown suggesting that if he continued to ignore her, she might retaliate. "I'm sorry," Snape replied softly, snapping back to reality, the tips of his ears tinged with red beneath his dark hair. Her annoyed expression was undeniably adorable. "Very well, I forgive you," Penny grinned, continuing to rant about how Lily had no interest in studying. She might even end up in Gryffindor after entering Hogwarts. She then spoke of the Ravenclaw library, filled with books exclusively available to Ravenclaws, with volumes lining the walls of the common room. Snape turned his head, gazing at her with softened eyes, patiently listening to her recount tales of Hogwarts, occasionally chiming in, even though she had previously written to him about most of those matters. "Are you reading a book on dark magic?" Penny's gaze suddenly fell upon the book nestled in his arms. She had yet to peruse any literature on dark magic. Previously, during her sojourn in Godric's Hollow, she had sensed that Dumbledore had deliberately kept her from engaging with the subject. Upon her arrival at Hogwarts, her focus had shifted towards the study of magical theory and alchemy, leaving little room for dark magic. Indeed, it was a captivating topic. Snape's fingers traced the book's cover, his obsidian eyes shimmering with a bright gleam as he regarded Penny, a faint smile gracing his lips. Penny paused for a moment before returning his smile. It was evident that he truly relished this subject, much like his earlier enthusiasm for potions, which always seemed to bring a smile to his face, a rare sparkle illuminating his demeanor. "May I borrow it? I have yet to read anything on dark magic," she inquired once more. After a brief hesitation, Snape reluctantly handed her the book, a flicker of apprehension crossing his mind at the thought of her disliking something he cherished. For individuals of their age, the potency of dark magic was significantly amplified, often leading to greater harm, and it was widely perceived as malevolent. Accepting the book from Snape, Penny quietly expressed her gratitude. The cover bore the marks of age, yet each page within remained pristine, a testament to the care afforded by its previous owner. She then offered him her own book. "You may look at mine. It concerns alchemy." The winter beech trees, with their serrated leaves, had turned a desolate yellow but remained steadfast upon their branches, awaiting the arrival of spring. The sun cast its warm golden hues across the horizon, transforming the withered beech leaves into a resplendent gold. Both individuals were absorbed in the tomes they held, allowing the setting sun to tint their profiles with its warm glow. The sharp click of a camera roused them from their literary reverie. In unison they turned their heads, frowning, their faces reflecting the annoyance of being interrupted. The intruder, unfazed, approached with a grin, clutching her camera, her laughter ringing with joy. "I knew I would find you here," Lily exclaimed, squeezing between them, proudly showcasing her new camera. She displayed the recently captured photo. "What a beautiful shot. You both look fantastic." Snape shifted slightly, his displeasure evident at Lily's sudden intrusion. Clearly, she had little regard for his feelings, focused solely on flaunting the magical camera Penny had gifted her. Yet, he could not deny that Lily's photography was quite impressive. Under the golden light of the setting sun, the beech tree stood resplendent. With he and Penny seated closely together, their figures bathed in a warm glow that exuded harmony. Well captured, Snape remarked, his brow relaxing as he fixated on the photograph. He mused that it might look splendid placed upon his bedside table. Lily, you might have a future as a photographer, Penny exclaimed, admiring the way the photo had turned out. The unexpected compliment made Lily blush, her fair complexion tinged with crimson, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, utterly adorable. Eventually, Penny extracted the photographs from the camera, and, using a duplication charm, created 2 additional copies, one for each of them. Carefully tucking the images into her book, Snape glanced at Penny with concern. Penny, Hogwarts young witches and wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school, until they reach adulthood. Lily queried, her brow furrowing in confusion, unaware of such a regulation. My mother mentioned that underage wizards are not allowed to perform magic outside. The ministry forbids it. And violators can face expulsion. Snape's voice dwindled, the worry in his eyes intensifying. Don't fret, Penny waved her hand dismissively. The ministry detects underage magic through the traces left in wands, and I haven't used mine. Noticing Snape's lingering concern, she added, Edith and the others can use magic outside. They have their parents' second-hand wands. Snape nodded thoughtfully, his gaze on Penny taking on a peculiar quality. What household allows their young wizards to practice wandless magic? The trio continued their conversation until the last rays of the setting sun faded, bidding farewell to one another as they prepared to head home. Penny specifically borrowed Snape's book on dark magic, realizing she finally had something to occupy her during the holidays. Chapter 16, The Crystal Ball. On Christmas Eve, Penny received an abundance of gifts delivered by owls, their assorted packages overflowing in the designated area beneath the Evans family's Christmas tree. The owl Syra looked gravely at the flurry of owls entering and exiting her home, her expression growing increasingly serious. So many gifts. If I were to reciprocate, it would surely exhaust the owls. Her owner seemed to require only one owl, she thought. Help. Hagrid, didn't he mention the holiday rush would be this severe when he gifted me to you? Thankfully, Penny had no intention of returning a gift for each one. She estimated there were around 80 or 90 gifts. If she were to reciprocate each one, she would be financially bankrupt in no time. Most of these gifts originated from Hufflepuff, as Jamie and Safina often circulated her assignments in the Hufflepuff common room. And the Badgers had been quite friendly towards her, frequently providing her with treats and now Christmas gifts. Finding little joy in unwrapping presents, Penny passed this honorable yet arduous task to Lily, who was vivacious, loved surprises, and was just the right person for the job. In the living room, Penny was nestled with Syra in her lap, reading the dark magic book she had borrowed from Snape, savoring a cup of tea, while indulging in the comforting presence of her feline companion. Nearby, Lily gleefully tore into her gifts, occasionally emitting delighted squeals, while Rhea, perched on a shelf, craned her neck to catch a glimpse of what the owls had delivered to her beloved owner. Mrs. Evans regarded her foolish daughter with an affectionate gaze, relieved that Penny was present at Hogwarts with her. Otherwise, she feared her daughter might be led astray by some rogue boy. During dinner, a resplendent golden eagle owl rapped at the glass of the Evans living room window, standing proudly outside, its golden feathers shimmering even in the twilight. Penny waved her hand, inviting the owl inside, her curiosity piqued by the stunning creature. Its brilliant hue reminded her of a certain golden-haired individual. She had not anticipated receiving a Christmas gift from him, considering his haughty demeanor and disdain for those of her Muggle background. The eagle owl circled the room before landing gracefully before Penny, extending a foot to indicate she should retrieve the package. Is this also an owl? How beautiful! Lily exclaimed, her eyes widening with surprise. Lily, clearly this is an eagle, Mr. Evans said, giving her a gentle pat on the head. But it delivers messages, Lily insisted, believing that wizards exclusively used owls for correspondence, and the golden bird's ability to deliver mail meant it was simply an unusual owl. With that, she placed a piece of her beef onto a plate, eagerly watching the eagle owl, recalling how Penny had fed the owls that delivered mail during mealtimes. The eagle owl shot Lily an affronted glare, turning its back on her and calling out to Penny, urging her to hurry and open the package. It was awaiting a reply. Deflated, Lily pouted, her emerald eyes dimmed with disappointment. How typical, pets reflecting their owners, both equally proud and disagreeable. Penny continued to unwrap the golden package, revealing a letter and a jewelry box. Inside the box, a valuable sapphire glimmered against the velvet lining. The deep green envelope bore an intricate silver serpent, embodying the essence of Slytherin. The contents were penned in elegant, aristocratic script, the ink releasing a subtle fragrance, Yet the flowery language concealed little of significance, merely a commonplace gesture of goodwill from Slytherin. Such discerning taste, adept at opportunism, Penny mused, recognizing the signature style of Malfoy. Seated in contemplation, Penny gently patted the sleek, polished head of the golden eagle, signaling it to accompany her upstairs. She intended to return a favor to Lucius Malfoy. Meanwhile, downstairs, the Evans couple exchanged glances with Lily. The gem had been left on the dining table, its deep azure hue shimmering under the light, revealing its considerable value even to Lily. A sudden heaviness enveloped Mr. and Mrs. Evans, for Penny's expression had been one they had never witnessed before, grave and serious. The opulent gift and the proud golden eagle unmistakably indicated the esteemed status of its owner. They were aware that their daughter was indeed exceptional. Yet history has often shown that prodigies face great tribulations. They merely wished for her to navigate life with safety and ease. In the room, the golden eagle's dark, round eyes fixated on Penny's movements. She carefully placed a fist-sized crystal orb into a wooden box, casually penned a letter, and secured the package to the eagle's leg. Opening the window, she waved goodbye, signaling it to take flight. With a soft cry, the eagle flapped its wings and vanished into the vast night. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius sat alone in the resplendent hall, clad in garments that resembled tattered rags, as a house elf cautiously bent over to serve him steaming red tea. He had lingered there for quite some time, having recently learned of a disheartening truth that he found difficult to accept. The immense blow had led him to forego the customary adornment of the house for Christmas, despite the inherent grandeur of Malfoy Manor. The golden eagle flew through the open window and perched on the arm of the sofa, affectionately nudging its cool beak against his fingers. "Good boy," he murmured, stroking the eagle's pleasingly textured head, feeling a slight lift in his spirits. The house elf had already removed the package from the eagle's leg and presented it respectfully before him. With a wave of his hand, the elf placed the parcel on the table, then bowed and departed with the eagle for its meal. Lifting the teacup to his lips, Lucius scrutinized the package that Penny had sent. The modest wrapping and lackluster colors failed to pique his interest. Were it not for the woman's astonishing talent, he would not deign to engage with a Muggle at all. With a flick of his wand, a delicate golden wooden box and a letter devoid of a wax seal materialized before him. He opened the box, revealing a crystal orb that was a size smaller than those used in divination class. He had not heard of her possessing any aptitude in that discipline. "Look at that," he thought, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips. She couldn't even bother to send a proper gift. At last, he opened the letter, which was less a correspondence and more a manual for the orb's usage. Aside from a simple greeting, the letter was filled with instructions on how to utilize the crystal. Place your hand upon the orb and infuse it with magic. After 2 minutes, it will emit a golden glow that possesses the power to heal the heart, evoking the happiest moments of one's life. Lucius fixated on the phrase regarding joyful times, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table, his mind in disarray. Could he truly revisit his most blissful moments? After a long pause, he extended his pale, bony hand over the orb, tightening his lips in a slight display of apprehension. Thinking, if that Muggle dares to deceive me, she shall pay dearly. 2 minutes later, the golden glow described in the letter appeared, compelling Lucius to sit up straight, the light enveloping him entirely. A warm, soothing sensation coursed through his being, sparking an inexplicable joy within him. He reminisced about his childhood, when his mother was still alive and his father in good health, running joyfully through the corridors of Malfoy Manor, his mother's gentle admonitions ringing in his ears, and his father lifting him high above his head with a smile. Even after the golden glow began to dim, Lucius remained immersed in bliss, reclining against the soft, cloud-like sofa, his beautiful gray-blue eyes lost in happiness, a genuine smile gracing his features, free of sarcasm or arrogance. It was a pure expression brought forth by joy. Only after a considerable time did Lucius awaken from the euphoria conjured by the orb, abruptly sitting up, his gaze towards it now filled with wariness. He then recalled the sender of the orb, Penny Evans, who proved to be more gifted and far more perilous than he had imagined. Yet it mattered not. He desperately required what she had sent, for his father needed something to lift his spirits. Before the holiday, he had never contemplated that his father might soon leave him, stricken with dragon pox, a revolting ailment. It was utterly ludicrous for a noble Malfoy to suffer from such an embarrassing affliction. Nevertheless, he was his father, and Lucius felt it was his duty to ease his father's final journey. Dragon pox was incurable, and would result in a grotesque demise for someone so concerned with appearances. A true torment for the Malfoys. Thankfully that Muggle, no, now he ought to refer to her as Miss Evans, had presented him with a surprise. After sending off the proud messenger, Penny returned to the dining table, where her parents and Lily regarded her with a complex gaze. Puzzled, she looked up and asked, "What is wrong?" "Mrs. Evans carefully chose her words. "That sapphire is exquisite. Perhaps it was a token from a young gentleman?" In an instant, Penny understood. Her parents assumed it was a love token or some playful gesture between couples. At the thought of Malfoy's platinum hair and his signature aria, a shiver ran down her spine. "No, it's not what you think. It is merely a noble's overture. He wishes to enlist my services. For someone of their ilk. That gem is as commonplace as a vase upon the table. When Lily goes to Hogwarts, you will see him and his equally golden-haired fiancée. They are well suited." With this, the Evans couple felt relieved. As long as it was not a love token, they needn't worry. Penny was only 11. After dinner, Penny meticulously cleaned all the utensils, gathering her parents and Lily in the living room. She turned off all the lights except for a small night lamp. Mysteriously, she produced the fist-sized crystal orb from an unknown source, and seeing her somewhat triumphant smile, the Evans couple recognized that their eldest daughter was about to surprise them once more. "I believe you are all quite curious about my school and the sights of Hogwarts. So tonight, I shall take you to see it." The girl sat cross-legged on the deep crimson carpet, her hands poised in front of her. The crystal orb responded to her movements, rotating and emitting a soft, hazy light. Her silhouette, shrouded in dim light, appeared indistinct, and her voice soft and ethereal, momentarily resembled that of an ancient sorceress. Lily gazed at Penny, her eyes wide with admiration, anticipation, and longing. In her eyes, her sister was a paragon, and she aspired to become a witch as capable as Penny. The journey commenced. Mrs. Evans clasped her husband's hand, their eyes shining with extraordinary brightness in the dim light. For no one could resist the allure of a magical world akin to a fairy tale, and now they had the opportunity to glimpse it. Penny's palm rested upon the crystal orb, the hazy glow flooding the living room, blurring their surroundings, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an entirely new place. "Cool. We're in the sky," Mr. Evans exclaimed, tightly embracing his trembling wife, his voice filled with wonder. The family found themselves seated upon a wondrous flying carpet, gazing upward at the dazzling deep blue sky adorned with twinkling stars, while below lay a shadowy forest shrouded in white mist. Beside the forest, a lake glimmered like a polished mirror under the starlight, and ahead loomed a magnificent castle, its windows aglow with warm light, occasionally echoing with the laughter of children. Everything appeared as if it were a grand fairy tale. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Penny exclaimed, adopting a serious yet amiable tone reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, as she opened her arms wide. Chapter 17. Christmas on Christmas Day. Even Spinner's End was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Upon opening the window, Snape was greeted by the rich aroma of sweet cream cakes and the savory scent of roasted turkey wafting in from next door. His neighbor was an imposing widow, a woman whose husband had passed away, leaving her to care for a child a few years younger than Snape. Her formidable presence meant that anyone who dared to provoke her would find her blocking their doorstep, unleashing her sharp tongue upon them indiscriminately. Over time, Spinner's End had come to regard her with a newfound respect. Even the local ruffians and ne'er-do-wells dared not cross her. Perhaps due to her brother's reputation as a formidable enforcer for a nearby protection racket. Despite her notorious reputation, she was a devoted mother, lavishing her child with everything she could procure, fearful of causing him any discontent. Life in Spinner's End was often a struggle for many, yet she would consistently scrape together a little from her meager earnings each Christmas to treat her son to a sumptuous roast turkey and cream cakes, as well as new clothes, even as her own garments were riddled with patches and faded beyond recognition. He had seen that little boy when he first moved in, back when Tobias had just declared bankruptcy, and had yet to succumb to the bottle and gambling. The boy had peered over the wall at him, his clothes remarkably clean despite the squalor of Spinner's End, his bright eyes a testament to a loving upbringing. At that time he had thought they were alike. He still had a father, while the boy did not, a fact he had once taken pride in. Now the boy continued to thrive in love, his clothes remaining tidy and his meals warm and plentiful, with a mother who had plans for his future. Though he hesitated to admit it, Snape could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards that boy, even if he was a Muggle, for he was loved. Opening the window, a loud growl from his stomach reminded him he needed to go downstairs in search of food, hoping that the wretched Tobias was not present. Thank heavens he was not. Eileen was bustling about in the kitchen, and to Snape's astonishment, his breakfast sandwich was filled with meat. When had they acquired funds for such luxuries? Eileen, rarely smiling, informed him that she had recently received a substantial subsidy, enough for them to comfortably endure the winter. She continued to ramble on, seemingly without expecting a reply. Snape caught a snippet about how Tobias would undoubtedly return for Christmas, and that she needed to prepare his favorite dishes. He noticed a turkey in the kitchen, along with a rare dessert. Snape retreated to the attic with his sandwich, unsure of what to say to Eileen. Her foolish love for Tobias consumed her thoughts. All she could think about was him. The bastard returned every Christmas merely to collect money, a cycle that never changed, and she would never remember. Inclement weather did not relent for the holiday, and Penny's owl arrived drenched, delivering Christmas gifts. The pampered creature burst through the window, dropping 2 gift boxes onto his bed before unceremoniously perching atop his head, shaking off water. The icy rainwater trickled down his neck, sending a chill through him, and his table, bed, and freshly changed clothes were all ruined. A sigh escaped his lips as he resigned himself to cleaning up the mess. He first unwrapped the gift from Lily, a thick black cashmere scarf that appeared quite warm, with a tiny shop tag affixed to one corner. Penny's gift box was surprisingly heavy. Had he not known it was a Christmas present, he might have thought it contained a brick. Inside, he discovered a wooden box and a letter. Upon opening the box, Snape gazed into a crystal ball, deep in thought. Did Penny truly perceive him as a child? Why would she gift him such a trinket? He felt a wave of displeasure. He recalled that Lily had received a crystal ball with a teddy bear inside when she was 9, a curiosity she had cherished and taken with her whenever she played. As he opened the sky-blue envelope, he saw Penny's elegant handwriting on the pristine white paper, where she had devoted substantial space to describing her little invention and expressing her hope for his feedback after he used it. At the letter's conclusion, she had left 2 lines blank before writing, "Severus, I wish you happiness, and Merry Christmas." Snape's fingers tightened around the letter, creasing the white paper. A peculiar warmth blossomed in his chest as he hurriedly smoothed the letter before secretively tucking it away into a hidden corner, restoring his usual demeanor. His gaze shifted to the crystal ball, rumored to bring joy. Initially, he had dismissed such notions. If happiness were so easily attained, the world would not be rife with those ensnared by suffering. Yet this crystal ball was a gift from Penny, and thus he found himself believing it could indeed bestow joy. In truth, even if she had merely written him a card, it would have brought him delight. Before he could follow the instructions in her letter to utilize the crystal ball, he heard the sounds of commotion downstairs, followed by Eileen's excited voice. "Tobias, you're back." Snape had no intention of acknowledging it, but the escalating voices below soon became clear. Tobias's coarse shouts were soon joined by Eileen's sobs. "I want money. Money. I know the subsidy has come in. That as for me, you freaks," Tobias bellowed, his red-rimmed eyes glaring at the pale, gaunt woman beside him. He loathed her, convinced she had deceived him, blaming her for his downfall, for the fact that he had ended up in this wretched place. "No, Tobias. You can't take all the money. That as for Severus's schooling," Eileen pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. "Which school would want a freak?" Tobias dismissed her, forcefully shoving her to the ground as he stormed upstairs to collect the money. Standing at the threshold of his room, Snape observed the chaos unfold below. Startled to hear his name mentioned, Eileen's words stirred something within him. Thankfully, she had not forgotten about his impending education at Hogwarts, though a deeper sense of desolation soon washed over him. The man rummaged through the room with little care, while Eileen remained motionless, frozen in the doorway, her expression vacant, like a marionette devoid of life. "Where's the money? Where did you put it?" Tobias roared, emerging from the bedroom empty-handed, seizing Eileen by her hair to interrogate her. Snape's fists clenched tightly, his furious gaze fixed upon the man. That despicable wretch. Tobias suddenly looked up, startled by the fury reflected in the boy's eyes, which only fueled his rage further. "You little brat," he thundered, releasing Eileen and charging up the stairs, intent on teaching this insolent child a lesson. In a panic, Snape bolted into his room, slamming the door shut. But he knew that this flimsy barrier would not hold against an adult man. Then he realized that Penny's Christmas gift remained unhidden. "Cuckoo," Rhea called out, noticing the boy's distress. "What's that noise? What are you keeping in my house, you little brat?" Rhea's voice ignited further fury within Tobias. With a powerful kick, he struck the door, producing a series of resounding thuds. In just a few strikes, the wooden door crashed to the ground, revealing the scene inside. An owl sat calmly on the table, tilting its head with curious round eyes fixed on him, while his son clutched a well-packaged box, his expression one of panic. Chapter 18, Christmas 2. Tobias instinctively believed that the box in Snape's arms contained the money Aaron had hidden away. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he extended a large hand toward young Snape, demanding, "Give it to me." Naturally, Snape refused, retreating to the corner and cradling the box protectively. "Huh?" Tobias sneered. "Do you think this is of any use to me? Hand it over, boy." He regarded the child with utter disdain. How much harm could this little creature, barely taller than his thigh, inflict upon him? With a contemptuous grip, he seized the boy by the collar, lifting him off the ground, while his other hand reached for the box. A fierce glint flashed in the boy's eyes as he bit down hard on Tobias's hand, utilizing every ounce of strength he possessed. Tobias let out a shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Tobias!" Erin shouted from downstairs, the sound of her hurried ascent echoing through the stairs. Snape, having received a solid punch to the face, collapsed onto the floor, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he paid it no mind, his dark eyes fixed on the grotesque visage of the man before him. Just as Tobias prepared to strike again, Rhea, who had been watching intently, sprang into action. In truth, he had already spread his wings and stood ready when Snape was lifted, his once round eyes sharpening with ferocity. His talons gripped the table as he took flight, letting out a cry before launching his attack. "Who?" Tobias exclaimed, glancing toward Rhea. He swung his fists in an attempt to shoo the owl away, only to be met with several sharp pecks from the creature's beak. "Curse that bird." He then resorted to throwing anything within reach, chairs, books, cups, teapots, at the owl. "Hoot!" Rhea, provoked into a fierce defense, dove towards Tobias, landing a clawed strike that left deep gashes on his arm. "Ah!" Tobias cried out, clutching his arm and half kneeling on the floor. "Goo-goo!" Rhea, victorious, joyfully flapped his wings and circled Snape, exuding an air of triumph. Observing the owl's elation, Snape felt a flicker of warmth. Was Rhea avenging him? A faint smile crept onto his lips. "Tobias!" Erin finally arrived, immediately taken aback by the sight of her husband's bloodied wounds and the triumphant owl in mid-flight. Witnessing her husband's plight sent her into a frenzy. Her eyes reddening, she pointed at Rhea and shouted, "Disintegrate!" Caught off guard, Rhea flapped his wings in a desperate attempt to evade the magic but was still struck, his yellow-brown feathers mingling with blood, cascading to the ground. "Hoot! Hoot!" he lamented. "Rhea!" Snape exclaimed in alarm, frantically catching the falling owl, inadvertently letting the box roll from his grasp. Erin, regaining her senses, froze in place as Tobias looked at her with disbelief, as if questioning when the woman who had always endured his abuse had become so formidable. Snape, cradling Rhea, regarded her with the same incredulity, his eyes widening as he noticed the swelling on her face and the blood at the corner of her mouth. Disappointment morphed into a cold indifference in his gaze until he lowered his head, refusing to meet her eyes. Erin felt pierced by Snape's gaze, rooted in place, her voice trembling as she struggled to articulate coherent sentences. "Goo-goo!" Rhea emitted a feeble whimper in Snape's embrace, feeling an intense ache in his wings. He had never experienced such pain before. Was he to perish? All because of this dark-haired man, who instead of providing sustenance while delivering messages, had put his life in jeopardy. Snape watched helplessly as Rhea's furry body convulsed abnormally, then succumbed to unconsciousness. He was engulfed in sorrow, tears streaming down his face, plummeting onto Rhea's feathers. "Severus!" Erin called out apologetically, but he ignored her. Tobias, catching a glimpse of the box beside Snape, felt no inclination to witness the creature weep. His sole desire was to procure some money. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, he snatched the box and hastily retreated to a corner. I've got it!" he exclaimed, but his smile froze as he beheld a polished crystal orb nestled within. His expression soured as he spat on the ground. "What is this rubbish?" With that, he attempted to hurl the object to the floor. Yet Snape could do nothing to prevent the impending calamity. He could only stand by, powerless, as tragedy unfolded before him. He vowed never to feel such helplessness again. A yearning for power took root in Snape's heart. He wished to grow strong, believing that if he could become powerful, no tragedy would befall him again. The box struck the ground with a dull thud, the crystal orb rolling out and gradually coming to rest at Snape's feet, its pristine surface now dusted with grime. Snape picked up the orb, slowly wiping it clean. However, his hands bore the blood of Rhea, fallen feathers and unshed tears. As his fingers grazed the surface of the orb, it emitted a golden light that swiftly enveloped the room. Under the influence of the golden glow, an inexplicable joy surged within him, and a magnificent tapestry unfolded before the eyes of all present, accompanied by a melodious female voice. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Time lost its meaning as the tour of Hogwarts concluded, the golden light gradually dissipating. The voice returned, now laced with playful mirth. "Merry Christmas, Severus." Penny, Snape murmured, the weight of his heart rendering even the joyous magic of Christmas insufficient to elevate his spirits. He felt utterly drained. Tobias's eyes shimmered with tears. Once the light from the orb faded, he stumbled, muttering about freaks and monsters as he stumbled toward the exit. When he passed by Erin, he flinched, hastily leaving without a backward glance. Silence enveloped the room as the last vestiges of joy vanished. Erin stared vacantly at a distant point, oblivious to Tobias's departure. The recent golden light had transported her back to her youthful days, A time of unadulterated happiness, free from care. She had once been a proud Slytherin, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, hailing from a prosperous family, endowed with extraordinary talent in potions. What had led her to this state? She recalled her father's words upon leaving the Prince family. Abandon your foolish and hopeless love. It will only bring you ruin. Was it love that had harmed her? Or was it her own folly? Her thoughts swirled chaotically as she began to question whether her pursuit of love over the years had been misguided. At the opposite end of the room, Snape held the unconscious Rhea and the now powerless crystal orb, feeling a heavy fog clouding his mind, every cell in his body crying out in exhaustion. Finally, he could no longer endure. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Severus. Chapter 19. The Aftermath. On Christmas Day, Penny enjoyed a delightful time with her family, only noticing Rhea's absence just before bedtime. With Diagon Alley so nearby, she never considered that Rhea might encounter danger. The following morning, Rhea still had not returned, but an aura from the Ministry of Magic knocked at her door. Long time no see, Miss Evans. A man clad in a black coat with a light gray scarf grinned at Penny from the living room of the Evans household. Mr. Cecil? Penny asked, her tone laced with confusion. She pondered whether her use of magic without a wand had been discovered. How else could an aura have come directly to her home? Ah, how delightful it is that you still remember me. Cecil's smile deepened with sincerity. He had not forgotten the young wizard who, at the tender age of 10, could vanquish a werewolf. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Cecil deftly steered the conversation towards more pressing matters. He began recounting an incident that had transpired the previous day in Spinner's End, involving the misuse of magical artifacts, where a magical crystal ball had been employed in the presence of a Muggle, resulting in the leakage of sensitive information from Hogwarts. Penny fell silent, acutely aware that the incident concerning the magical crystal ball was inexorably linked to her. Moreover, it seemed that an owl had sustained injuries at the scene. Unbeknownst to Cecil, who appeared oblivious to Penny's shift in demeanor, he remarked casually, "You should have seen that half-blood wizard, who fainted while cradling the owl. He is still at St. Mungo's." What had she just heard? Severus had fainted? Clutching Rhea, he had collapsed? And now he lay in St. Mungo's? Penny felt her mind racing, utterly confounded by the absurdity of it all. "As far as we are aware, Miss Evans, that owl is yours, is it not?" Cecil inquired, returning to the crux of the matter, intuitively sensing that the magical crystal ball was likely connected to her, perhaps even belonging to her. "Indeed. I requested the owl from Dumbledore, and the crystal ball was a Christmas gift for Severus," Penny replied, resting her chin in her hands as she sat on the sofa. She was uncertain of the implications this incident would have on her, but given Cecil's affable demeanor, it appeared that the situation would not spiral out of control. After all, she was merely an inconspicuous underage witch. Half a year later, Penny found herself once more in the magical disturbance ward at St. Mungo's, with Severus's bed positioned identically to where she had sat previously. Severus remained unconscious, and Mr. Cecil, who had escorted her, left the room, leaving her alone with Severus. Sitting in the chair beside his bed, she rested her hands on her chin, observing him. He still appeared quite gaunt, and even in slumber, his expression was far from serene, his brow furrowed. Perhaps Cecil's remark about crying in St. Mungo's had struck a chord. Penny could not shake the feeling that the corners of Severus's eyes were tinged with red. "Oh, how pitiable," she murmured, unable to resist the impulse to poke his scarcely fleshed cheeks. Was it possible that Severus was somehow cursed by the stars on Christmas Day? Last year, he had been found frozen in the snow, and now, he had fainted amidst a magical disturbance, landing him back in St. Mungo's without having yet awakened. Truly, he was beset by misfortune. Surprisingly, despite his apparent lack of flesh, his face felt unexpectedly pleasant to the touch. Penny, filled with curiosity, pinched his cheek several times before reluctantly retracting her hand, only to find herself suddenly meeting his gaze. Severus's dark, shining eyes widened in astonishment, the redness at the corners of his eyes and the flush on his cheeks, making it difficult to discern whether it was embarrassment or the result of her playful pinching. Instantly enchanted by this rare display of emotion from Severus, Penny's hand, still hovering, itched to reach out again. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, she once more extended her mischievous little hand toward Severus. After all, she had already been discovered. Why not indulge in another round? "How adorable you are, Severus." Severus awoke in a daze, only to be met with Penny's enlarged features and her peculiar smile. The sensation of her fingers squeezing his cheeks was overwhelming. Before he could process the situation, she was once again at his face, uttering strange words. He submitted to her ministrations with a surprising obedience, leaving Penny's heart fluttering in delight. As the warmth radiated from his cheeks, Penny finally withdrew her mischievous hand, noting the crimson hue that suggested he was blushing profusely. Severus, now cocooned beneath the covers, felt a rush of embarrassment wash over him, exacerbated by Penny's odd comments. He buried his face deeper into the bedding, his cheeks burning as if they could sear a steak. Determined not to reveal his vulnerable state, Severus remained ensconced within the blankets, content to endure the winter's chill. When Eileen entered the ward with 2 oars, she was greeted by the sight of the red-haired girl, her face aglow with joy, while her son hid beneath the covers, leaving only a tuft of hair visible. This was Penny's first encounter with Mrs. Snape. She was unlike the witches at Hogwarts who radiated vitality, such as Mrs. Flitwick and Professor McGonagall. Eileen bore the weight of deep melancholy, her demeanor a reflection of a woman who had endured great suffering. "Good day, Mrs. Snape," Penny greeted, standing to acknowledge her. "Good day, Miss Evans," Eileen replied, momentarily taken aback, as if unaccustomed to such a greeting. Hearing her voice, Severus finally emerged from his cocoon. Struggling to sit up, his cheeks still flushed, presenting a countenance that resembled that of a 10-year-old child. Eileen appeared equally astonished by this sight. Her body swayed slightly as she was taken aback, her dark hair obscuring her face, concealing her emotions. When she finally lifted her head, the shadow that had clouded her eyes seemed to have lifted somewhat, revealing a glimmer of clarity. Subsequently, the Oars inquired about the events of Christmas Day, and Eileen recounted the incident with clarity, with young Severus occasionally adding his thoughts. As for Penny, she remained a mere bystander, the creator of the crystal ball, but lacking any evidence to suggest it was harmful. Once the Oars departed, an inexplicable silence enveloped the room. It was the first time Penny had witnessed such a strained dynamic between mother and son. After nearly 15 minutes, neither had exchanged a single word. When the healer arrived, the now-recovered Rhea flitted her wings, nestling her head into Penny's arms while cooing incessantly, casting disdainful glances at Severus, who lay on the bed, appearing rather petulant. Following her return home from St. Mungo's, Penny had not seen Severus again. Beneath the beech tree, there was no sign of his small figure. She and Lily had ventured to number 19 in Spinner's End, only to find a drunken man within the red brick dwelling, with no one else in sight. Perhaps Eileen has finally seen the truth about that man, and taken Severus back to the wizarding world, Penny remarked to Lily. Chapter 20, Joy, Sorrow, and Poverty. After the Christmas holidays, upon returning to Hogwarts, Penny embarked on her alchemical studies with fervent enthusiasm. Outside of class hours, no one could locate her within the school. Concerned for this unpredictable companion, Edith could only stock up on snacks and pastries in their dormitory. After 2 weeks, aside from the empty plates on the table, which looked as though they had been ravaged by rodents, Edith had rarely discovered any signs of Penny's return to the dormitory. Penny's peculiar situation had drawn the attention of the professors. Her tendency to nap during class was glaringly obvious, yet she managed to respond correctly to every question posed, her dark circles under her eyes prompting the professors to refrain from further comment. In the Great Hall, students from all 4 houses noticed that the professors at the head table were particularly vigilant regarding their dining habits, glancing at them every few minutes, which made the normally ravenous badgers feel rather uneasy. Halfway through the meal, a visibly unsteady Penny finally made her way to the Ravenclaw dining table, her steps shaky. Edith rushed to assist her in sitting down, exclaiming, "Merlin, Penny, what has happened to you? You look as though you are on the verge of becoming a mandrake." Cough, cough. The table erupted in laughter as pumpkin juice sprayed forth, accompanied by the sounds of small eagles choking. "Help me get some food. I feel like I'm starving," Penny replied weakly, waving her hand dismissively at Edith's inappropriate comparison, while she guzzled pumpkin juice. At the head table, Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall exchanged astonished glances as they watched Penny consume a staggering array of dishes, including 3 lamb chops, 4 beefsteaks, and 2 Yorkshire puddings. Among others, Professor Slughorn smacked his lips and rubbed his belly, gazing at Penny with astonishment as he marveled. "What an astonishing capacity! I am beginning to suspect that she has been subjected to an enchantment of infinite expansion within her belly. She must have quite the rapport with my little badgers." Professor Sprout chuckled merrily in response. Dumbledore, with his crescent-shaped eyes shimmering with wisdom, suggested, "Phileas, perhaps you should engage Miss Evans in conversation. To my knowledge, she accomplished a remarkable feat over the Christmas break." All the professors turned their attention to him, their curiosity piqued by the mention of their headmaster's extraordinary discovery. At the Ravenclaw table, Penny found herself the center of attention among the eager eagles. Thankfully, the glances cast her way were a blend of intrigue and familiarity. It was common for Ravenclaw to host an academically fervent individual, yet they were curious as they had never witnessed such unrelenting dedication before. The nearby badgers gazed at her with admiration. wondering if she had learned some new magic that allowed her to consume such a quantity. After lunch, as Penny made her way to the Ravenclaw common room, she was halted by an unfamiliar upper-class-woman, who informed her that Professor Flitwick was awaiting her in his office. Penny's expression was a mixture of confusion and concern. Why not summon her in the Great Hall? Why choose to stop her just as she was on the brink of returning to her warm bed after traversing most of Hogwarts? With heavy footsteps and a weary frame, she pushed open the door to the head of Ravenclaw's office, stepping inside only to emerge almost instantaneously. Had she arrived at an inopportune moment? Why were Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Slughorn, and Sprout all present? Was this some sort of academic meeting? Even though her grades were commendable, the sudden appearance of so many professors filled her with apprehension, especially considering her recent habit of dozing off in class. Do not doubt yourself, Penny. You are not mistaken, Flitwick reassured her, waving his wand to open the door. Albus and the others are merely concerned about your recent circumstances. Penny felt a wave of unease wash over her as she faced the 5 professors. Particularly in her current state of guilt, she settled into a chair close to the door, determined to explain herself, and then return to her much-needed sleep. These past few weeks had deprived her of restful slumber, and she was grateful to Edith for providing her with sustenance. Otherwise, she might have found herself ravenously awake in the middle of the night. After painstakingly articulating that she had been overly excited about her new alchemical project, and assuring them that she would manage her schedule better to avoid disrupting class discipline, she believed the matter was resolved. However, Dumbledore interjected, "In fact, I received a letter from the Ministry of Magic over Christmas, mentioning that you, Penny, have made a remarkable invention. Is it connected to this?" Penny pursed her lips, her bloodshot eyes casting a pleading gaze at Dumbledore, silently questioning why he had not mentioned this sooner, wasting her breath, brainpower, and precious rest time. Merlin knew how much she had struggled to suppress her fatigue, and recall the numerous reflections from her time at a Muggle academy to craft her earlier assurances. Stifling a yawn, tears of exhaustion welled in her eyes. Dumbledore, perceiving her state, cleared his throat to mask the awkwardness. For it was evident that Penny was indeed quite fatigued. The other professors exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their amusement at Dumbledore's discomfort, particularly Slughorn, whose eyes sparkled with mirth as he chuckled heartily. Penny rummaged in her voluminous sleeves, which she had modified with pockets and enchanted with an infinite expansion charm. With the professors watching in wide-eyed astonishment, she retrieved 3 crystal orbs, each the size of a fist. As for her preference for crystal orbs, her current financial constraints dictated that they were the most economical option. 1 gold galleon could procure a large bag of them. With her chin held high, she presented her little inventions to the professors. "I have been reading extensively about alchemy and have developed a keen interest in enchantments. These 3 represent my efforts." Each orb was imbued with a different magical emotion, capable of eliciting 3 distinct feelings, including joy. By placing a hand upon the orb, and infusing it with magic, one could activate its effects. Penny gazed expectantly at the 5 professors, noting that only the orb imbued with the effect of hope had been previously tested, while the other 2 awaited suitable subjects for experimentation. Observing the hesitance among the professors, she blinked her eyes innocently at Dumbledore. "My little invention is entirely harmless, as you experienced with the Orb of Hope." Dumbledore nodded, recalling that day, and selected the orb nearest to him. "Moreover, I sent one to Malfoy, and he remarked it was quite impressive." Penny winked at Slughorn, asserting, "See, even Malfoy approves." Indeed, Slughorn appeared considerably more at ease, acknowledging that if Malfoy deemed it commendable, it must indeed be worthwhile. Very well. Following this, Slughorn chose the orb beside Flitwick, reasoning that a Ravenclaw student would not play tricks on their own head of house, while Flitwick rolled his eyes and selected the final orb. Chapter 21. The gift distribution. The 3 placed their hands upon the crystal orbs, with Dumbledore's orb reacting first. A soft golden light emanated from it, instantly filling the office with a sweet fragrance of happiness. A gray-white tapestry depicting Hogwarts unfurled before them, immersing the viewers in vibrant colors. The castle glistening in golden hues beneath the sun, the forbidden forest cloaked in deep green with a veil of white mist, and the black lake shimmering with dazzling golden ripples. As the light from the orb began to dim, before they could emerge from the joy woven by its magic, the next orb erupted in brilliance. A deep blue hue surged forth from Flitwick's orb, engulfing the office and overpowering the previous golden light. A heavy wave of sorrow emanated from it, sending chills down every spine. Lacking shared memories of grief, the orb refrained from crafting an image, instead expressing sorrow through color. Black, gray, deep blue, and dark red splattered across the office. Dumbledore's fingers gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, turning pale, while tears streamed down McGonagall's cheeks. Flitwick clutched his head, letting out a piercing scream, and Slughorn's face glistened with cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Swallowing hard, Penny realized she had gone too far. She had not anticipated such intense reactions from the professors. A gut feeling urged her to leave before she was caught and unable to escape. The final orb emitted a gray-white light, starkly contrasting with the gold galleon, and as it illuminated them, the others felt little more than an emptiness in their chests. Professor Sprout, in fact, felt nothing at all, which only served to sharpen her focus. Meanwhile, Slughorn clutched his head, wailing in agony, "Oh no! My galleons!" The others merely stared at him in disbelief. The 3 crystal orbs represented 3 different emotional enchantments: joy, sorrow, and poverty. Once the office settled into a hushed calm, the professors, utterly drained, slumped in their seats. Dumbledore summoned the house elf to bring forth hot tea and freshly baked pastries, consuming several pieces before he could regain his composure. "What of that little one?" Slughorn inquired weakly. McGonagall, taking a hearty sip of tea, replied, "She has already fled." "Truly astonishing," Flitwick murmured, pushing the orb before him away. Haunted by memories of a tragedy from long ago, the resurfacing of such sorrowful events only deepened his melancholy. "I dare say Malfoy certainly did not use the latter too." Professor Slughorn spoke again. The first one was still quite good, as Dumbledore raised his teacup to signal to a few individuals. "Oh, indeed, of course," Professor Sprout replied with a beaming smile. "Well, now we know what this little fellow typically researches." Professor Flitwick glanced at Dumbledore, curious about what had drawn them all here. And he certainly noticed the poor armrest of his chair, which had been worn down from his grip. Penny, however, was oblivious to all this. She was currently nestled in her warm, soft bed, soundly asleep, having desperately needed rest after a prolonged period of fatigue. She slept for a whole day and night. Unfortunately, the considerate Edith had taken the liberty of informing the professors of her absence. It was not until Edith returned from her afternoon classes that Penny finally awoke. Her hair a chaotic mess. The newly awakened girl's voice was soft and slightly hoarse. "Good morning, Edith. My dear Penny, I am thrilled you have finally awakened, but it is already afternoon, and we have but an hour until dinner," Edith replied, elegantly perched on a chair, her legs crossed, chin resting on her hand, gazing at Penny with a bemused expression, having not seen her for over a fortnight. Edith was upset. Penny immediately realized that if she failed to appease her today, she would no longer have anyone to regale her with the latest gossip from the houses, nor would there be anyone to prepare her midnight snacks. The thought of such disastrous consequences sent a shiver down her spine. "Oh, Edith, I acknowledge my faults." After successfully bribing Edith with a crystal ball and a plethora of flattering words, Penny let out a sigh of relief. What a close call. She had nearly jeopardized her pleasant campus life. After having dinner in the great hall with Edith, Penny found herself cornered in the castle corridors by 3 little snakes, those who had generously spent 100 galleons to take care of her assignments for the entire school year. It seemed she had been preoccupied with crafting crystal balls and other trinkets in recent weeks, neglecting her homework, and she had no idea how they had managed their own assignments. "Penny Evans." The voice of Ancelia echoed from afar, followed by the fierce presence of Natasha and Tal. "I'm here," Penny replied obediently, turning around. Ancelia, flicking her golden curls, stood before her, hands on her hips, glaring at Penny with an air of authority. "Do you remember what you promised me before Christmas? You even took my galleon." "Em sorry." Penny promptly apologized. Ancelia was taken aback by the ease with which Penny admitted her fault, standing frozen, gazing at her with wide eyes, her lips moving as if to speak, but only managing to repeat a single word. You. I know you're very angry, but please, don't be upset." "Let me explain," Penny said, linking her arm with Ancelia's and walking alongside her as she spoke. With Ancelia about to vanish from their sight, Natasha, Tal, and a bewildered Edith exchanged glances and hurried after them. In the abandoned classroom, Ancelia blinked her sapphire-like eyes with anticipation, though her tone was tinged with disbelief. "You're not deceiving me, are you? You're truly going to gift me a treasure?" "Of course. Our eye colors are identical. Why would I deceive you?" Penny replied earnestly. "Well, in light of your matching blue eyes, I suppose I can believe you," Ancelia finally nodded in acceptance. The 3 spectators, though unaware of the unfolding situation, were nonetheless intrigued, their faces adorned with questions. How did this conversation shift to eye color? And why did Ancelia believe it so readily? The subsequent events unfolded in a familiar spectacle of glimmering crystal balls. Ancelia, Natasha, and Tal, who had never experienced such a scene, were filled with excitement, while Edith, who had recently witnessed it, shot a steely glare at Penny. "Is this truly what you referred to as your one-of-a-kind gift?" Penny chuckled nervously. instinctively avoiding Edith's piercing gaze. Oops, she had unintentionally made a misstep. Chapter 22, The Transaction. In early February, the Daily Prophet published an obituary. Abraxas Malfoy, head of the pureblood wizarding family, had passed away. Accompanying the announcement was a portrait of a young Abraxas Malfoy, whose exquisite features surpassed even those of Hogwarts' platinum beauty, Lucius. His light golden hair was adorned with a grandmother green ribbon, and his gray-blue eyes resembled the tempestuous sky before a storm. With a chin held high and thin lips that exuded an air of superiority, unmistakably marking him as a Malfoy. Many in the great hall glanced towards the Slytherin table. And indeed, the seat belonging to Lucius Malfoy was conspicuously empty, as was that of Narcissa Black, who was typically inseparable from him. A week later, Lucius returned to Hogwarts, appearing somewhat haggard yet seemingly unchanged in demeanor. In fact, he was even more well-received within Slytherin. Now the head of the Malfoy family, he had the authority to make all decisions on behalf of the family. "Good day, Miss Evans." Lucius intercepted Penny just as she exited the great hall, flanked by Narcissa, Goyle, and Crabbe, seemingly waiting for her at the entrance. Following them through a series of twists and turns in Hogwarts, they arrived at the door of an empty classroom that had been bewitched to confuse the senses. Upon entering, Penny discovered a lavishly decorated interior, adorned with gleaming gold and silver artifacts reminiscent of Lucius' platinum hair. Fresh flowers in a vase filled the room with a rich fragrance, and the snacks and teapot on the table were still steaming. Lucius and Narcissa sat together, their golden hair and haughty expressions mirroring one another, occasionally exchanging glances that filled Penny with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Goyle and Crabbe appeared accustomed to this display of affection from the couple, sitting stoically like the bodyguards of noble science. Narcissa poured Penny a cup of red tea and retrieved a familiar small wooden box from her bag, placing it on the table while casting a gentle look towards Lucius. Lucius, his gray-blue eyes solemn, regarded Penny. "Miss Evans, your Christmas gift holds significant meaning for the Malfoy family." His grandiloquent tone made Penny's head ache. Why couldn't he be more straightforward? Essentially, the crystal ball had aided the Malfoy family, and in return they would repay her. The conversation then shifted to Professor Slughorn's remarks about her apparent talent in alchemy. Penny understood. This was an olive branch extended to her, and it appeared they wished to invest in her future. Coincidentally, she had contemplated selling crystal balls and her newly crafted alchemical inventions. With Malfoy's business acumen, they could potentially earn a substantial sum of galleons. She needn't worry about her partner coveting her galleons, as Malfoy's wealth likely rendered her crystal ball profits insignificant in his eyes. With this in mind, Penny's gaze towards Lucius transformed, finding his hair color suddenly delightful, emanating a captivating aura of galleons. Her sudden enthusiasm left Lucius and Narcissa momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable chill creep down their spines. "Well, since you've put it that way, I shall reluctantly show you my latest invention." Penny's eyes sparkled with the allure of galleons as she waved her hand, and an assortment of peculiar gadgets appeared on the table. These little trinkets, their functions unknown, shared a common trait. They appeared rather cheap, completely at odds with the Malfoy aesthetic. "What are these?" Lucius struggled to maintain his composure, suppressing any hint of disdain. For after all, this was the girl who had bravely faced a werewolf at the age of 10, and he feared that should she draw her wand, they would be no match for her. Since realizing Dumbledore's unusual regard for Penny, Lucius had investigated her background, discovering something truly extraordinary. Born into a Muggle family, she was attacked by an adult werewolf at the tender age of 10. Miraculously, she emerged unscathed, having left the werewolf half dead in her wake. Her sister is also a witch, and her companions include a half-blood wizard hailing from the esteemed Potions family, the Prince lineage. It is evident that this woman is an extraordinary character, which explains why the lineage-conscious Malfoys place such significance on a witch of Muggle descent. Her immense potential is undeniable, and the Malfoys are adept at recognizing lucrative investments. Penny rummaged through her failed alchemical experiments and unearthed several familiar crystal orbs. She began her introduction with the one she was most accustomed to, the emotion perception crystal ball, capable of aiding individuals in sensing a range of emotions. To date, she had successfully crafted orbs that encapsulated joy, sadness, poverty, despair, and love. Pausing momentarily, she recounted the tales of Professor Slughorn, who was said to have wept bitterly upon sensing poverty. At that moment Goyle, who was eavesdropping, sputtered his tea, while Crabbe stifled his laughter, his face turning crimson. "This is the automatic thesis generator pen. Simply input your thesis title, and it will do the rest. I had someone conduct an experiment with it using textbooks and notes, and it managed to secure an E." She continued, "This bracelet has yet to be named. It contains a space equivalent to a third of a classroom. Aside from being able to store living creatures, it lacks any remarkable features. After her exhaustive introduction, Penny found herself parched, and when she lifted her gaze, she was met with the scrutinizing stares of Lucius and Narcissa, who regarded her as though she were a peculiar creature. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Surely, these two did not look down upon her small inventions? Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe were already fixated on the automatic thesis generator pen. As for the two brothers, achieving an A was the pinnacle of success. Is all of this your recent research? Lucius inquired, his gaze intense. What a nonsensical question. Do you think I would fabricate such trivialities? Penny retorted, her irritation flaring. She abhorred deceitful individuals. Narcissa quickly intervened, soothing the irate Penny, while Lucius seized the opportunity to finalize their collaboration. As he spoke, a house elf presented a pre-prepared contract, pen in hand, awaiting their signatures. Impressive, Penny mused, recognizing the shrewdness of the Malfoy family. Even their house elf possessed a keen business acumen. After signing the contract, Lucius appeared triumphant, having successfully brought an immensely talented witch aboard the Malfoy ship. Although she regarded him as merely a walking galleon, he was unfazed. The Malfoy family had wealth in abundance. Penny, too, felt elated, for her meager purse was finally set to overflow with galleons. As her admiration for Lucius and Narcissa grew, she retrieved an exquisitely crafted box from her sleeve. I heard you are engaged, so on behalf of galleons, I present you with a gift. Inside the box lay a pair of rings imbued with a spell of the god of love, capable of alerting the wearer to their partner's emotional shifts and issuing warnings in times of peril. The enchanted rings forged a bond akin to a life-shared contract. However, should love wane, the enchantment and the rings would vanish. Narcissa cradled the wooden box, casting a hopeful glance at Lucius, their unspoken understanding palpable. Meanwhile, Penny, having bestowed the gift, wore a satisfied expression, as if she had stumbled upon a trove of galleons. Enchanting a simple silver ring with a modest contract bearing a notable name was a trivial task, with costs not exceeding 5 galleons. Once Lucius and Narcissa donned the rings, the galleons would surely flow in. Slytherin was indeed a haven for the most affluent, where lending homework could yield 100 galleons. Ah! She envisioned galleons beckoning to her from afar. Chapter 23, Exam Week. As the exam week approached, the library became a veritable battleground for seats, with Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students monopolizing the available spaces. The Ravenclaw common room buzzed with life, filled with those who had failed to secure a spot in the library. Unfortunately, due to her late rising, Penny found herself empty-handed, clutching her charms assignment as she contemplated where to find a quiet refuge. Just then, she was intercepted by 2 eager badgers. Penny, what a delightful surprise. Do you have a moment? May we borrow your notes? Jamie and Safina approached her with hopeful expressions. Certainly, but I must first locate a tranquil spot to complete my charms assignment. I know just the place, Safina whispered, clutching Jamie's sleeve. Penny found it curious that, despite knowing each other for nearly a year, Safina still seemed apprehensive around her, often scurrying away with a flushed face whenever they crossed paths. Penny felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at this. Since her arrival in this world, she had sensed a shift in her aura of approachability. Stray cats that once regarded her with suspicion would now roll over at her feet, and even the neighbor who typically frowned upon children greeted her with warmth. Creatures once deemed fierce, like the manticore, now sought her favor, and even the Malfoys, who derogatorily referred to Muggle-born witches as mudbloods, treated her with respect. Apart from the werewolf that had attacked her, Safina was perhaps the first to demonstrate a lack of reaction to her peculiar charm. With newfound appreciation in her gaze, Penny regarded Safina. Safina, aware of Penny's gaze, felt her cheeks flush crimson, stammering, I'll take you there right away. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Safina led them to the tapestry depicting the troll being thrashed by the giant. With a quick glance at Penny, she murmured, a Hufflepuff upperclassman told me that by concentrating on the desired space, you can access the room of requirement by walking 3 times in front of this tapestry. Following Safina's instructions, Penny walked thrice before a smooth door appeared in the wall. Upon entering, she discovered a serene room, furnished with a spacious table reminiscent of the library. Cool, Jamie exclaimed, gazing in awe at the seemingly conjured space, then cast a reproachful glance at Safina. You've never mentioned this incredible place to me before. After lending her notes to the eager badgers, Penny unfurled parchment and quill, diving into her assignment with remarkable speed. There was no hesitation as the quill danced across the page, and within a mere 15 minutes, she had completed a sprawling 16-inch parchment filled with her work. Merlin's socks. Is this the prowess of Ravenclaw? Jamie marveled, his mouth agape, casting a look of disbelief at Penny, while Safina shared a similarly astonished expression. Their own assignments often took them 2 hours, replete with book references and notes, and Penny's work had frequently circulated among the Hufflepuffs. After spending an hour in the room of requirement with Jamie and Safina, Penny excused herself. She had promised the Manticore, residing with Hagrid, to bring him some human food. She recalled the creature's expression when lamenting Hagrid's dismal culinary skills, his humanoid features contorted in distaste as he complained of being starved by the giant. Recalling Hagrid's rock-hard rock cakes, Penny nodded in agreement, thus committing to the task. On her way to Hagrid's hut, she was halted by Arthur Weasley of Gryffindor. They had previously crossed paths in the Forbidden Forest, and had since exchanged fleeting encounters at Hogwarts, but there was no deeper connection. "Hey Evans. I've been searching for you." The red-haired boy's eyes sparkled upon spotting her, akin to a famished wolf dog encountering meat. "You were looking for me? What do you need? Upperclassmen?" Penny looked up in confusion, pondering what day it was, as she had already been stopped by 2 groups of people. Arthur, with a bashful smile on his face, revealed, "I heard you gifted Lucius that fellow a pair of rings. They are quite exquisite." Suddenly enlightened, Penny exclaimed, "Are you planning to present them to Senior Molly?" Arthur nodded eagerly, his fists clenched in excitement as he declared, "I intend to propose to her. After graduation, we shall marry, thus allowing us to be together forever. Could you assist me in crafting a pair of rings imbued with special magic?" The notion of a life and death bond sounds splendid. Despite being fed a mouthful of relationship drama, Penny maintained a smile, having heard of the inseparable reputation of the Gryffindor duo. They had not spent a single day apart since solidifying their relationship. Of course, Penny agreed. Though if you already possess the rings, enchanting them with Cupid's blessing would expedite the process. "I have prepared," Arthur exclaimed, carefully producing a delicate jewelry box from his bag. His eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the beautiful rings inside. "Are these suitable?" "Indeed," Penny replied. "Thank you so much," Arthur exclaimed, leaping with exaggerated joy. "No need for thanks. The fee is 20 galleons, with delivery in 3 days." Penny smiled graciously as she pocketed the jewelry box. As her figure disappeared at the end of the path, Arthur, surveying his empty wallet, wore a smile tinged with poverty. But for his beloved Molly, every sacrifice was worthwhile. He made his way smoothly to Hagrid's small wooden hut, where Manticore, having spent much time with Fong, wagged his tail furiously upon her arrival. With thick skin and great strength, each thwack of his tail against the ground left a dent in Hagrid's yard. Casting a glance at the disarrayed yard, Penny felt a pang of sympathy for Hagrid. He had indeed raised a creature that wreaked havoc. "Penny, you've come to see Manticore again," Hagrid called out cheerfully as he emerged from the hut, delighted by the visits from young wizards, even though many were apprehensive due to his half-giant heritage. "I brought him some food," Penny waved, feeling diminutive before the towering Hagrid, who had mentioned before that he wished to try human food. "He can eat. His injuries do not hinder his appetite, or rather, his appetite is quite hearty. He has already consumed 50 sheep and cows. Not to mention the occasional foray into the Forbidden Forest for a snack." Considering Manticore's voracious appetite, Penny enlisted 2 house elves to assist her in preparing the food, filling a corner of Hagrid's yard until she finally ceased her laborious efforts. Manticore, catching the scent of the delicious food, had bright blue eyes sparkling with excitement, and with a joyful flutter of his massive wings, he shot Penny an appreciative glance before burying his head in the mound of food. Meanwhile, Fong attempted to approach for a taste, only to be swatted away with a paw. "Oh, he has quite the appetite. What a charming little creature," Hagrid remarked, enraptured by Manticore's meal. As his words faded, silence enveloped the scene, Fong even rolling his eyes in a humorous display of exasperation. Penny gazed up at the beast towering over her, questioning who he was referring to. Manticore looked down at Hagrid, stating, "Who is the little one here?" Chapter 24. Arthur's Proposal. When Penny exited the room of requirement, curfew had already passed. Hogwarts caretaker, Mr. Filch, was patrolling the castle, his temper notoriously foul. Students caught wandering at night faced severe consequences, as Arthur had experienced firsthand. Today was the day they had arranged for her to give him the rings. But this Gryffindor had insisted on avoiding the use of owls, worried that Molly might discover their plans if he sent them directly. Thus, they agreed to meet in an empty classroom on the 2nd floor after curfew. "Hey, you made it." Arthur had been waiting for quite a while in the classroom, his eyes eagerly scanning for the box in her hands. After ensuring the door was closed and casting a confusion charm to prevent Filch from intruding, Penny took a seat across from Arthur and tossed him a square box, delivering on her promise. Arthur, unable to contain his excitement, quickly opened the box and examined the rings, seemingly searching for differences from the previous ones. Unfortunately, apart from some intricate patterns on the inner bands, he noticed nothing amiss. Can I just place the ring on her finger? Is there any ceremony required? After a moment's thought, he tucked the rings away and inquired. Penny nodded. Though Arthur appeared somewhat disappointed, he had hoped that such a powerful enchantment would necessitate a romantic ceremony for activation. Strictly speaking, Cupid's blessing resembles a contract, akin to an unbreakable vow, though it is effective solely for love and poses no risk upon its expiration. Penny explained with a shrug. After all, love typically resides in the present moment. Once the ring is worn, it cannot be removed. The moment the contract is nullified, the ring vanishes. Arthur furrowed his brow at Penny's words, disapproving of her flippant attitude toward love, but he waited for her to finish before countering. No, love certainly transcends the present. It should be a steady stream, reflected in all aspects of life. Penny looked up, somewhat surprised. Was that the crux of his concern? However, she refrained from arguing, acknowledging that everyone has their own perspective. Perhaps, I hope your love endures and remains unshakable. After providing Arthur with a detailed instruction manual for the rings, Penny, buoyed by the pained look in his eyes as she pocketed the 20 galleons, waved cheerfully. Pleasure doing business with you. Should you require anything else, feel free to reach out. The 7th-year graduation occurred before the exam week. Passing their newts meant they would officially graduate without needing final exams. However, those who failed would have to return for another year, commonly referred to as being held back. On this sunny day, the azure sky was as clear as a polished gem. Even the typically ominous Forbidden Forest appeared beautiful under the sun. Graduates from all 4 houses gathered by the Black Lake, with Headmaster Dumbledore and the heads of each house standing together with their respective graduates. Mr. Filch, for once, wore a softer expression, capturing group photos of the graduates with a warm smile. Coincidentally, it was Saturday and younger witches and wizards had no classes, leading a throng of eager students to gather closely around the scene. Look at Filch's expression. It's rather frightening. He looks better with a scowl. Several badgers standing beside Filch whispered as they shielded their faces, prompting Filch to shoot them a dark glare. Penny, pulling Edith along, squeezed to the front row. Having learned from Arthur that he intended to propose to Molly today, and she was eager to witness the moment. Arthur appeared extremely tense, having donned a brand new robe and styled his red hair with gel. The typical signs of graduation anxiety were absent from his expression, as his eyes darted continuously towards Molly. Molly, as his girlfriend, could hardly miss Arthur's unusual demeanor, especially given the conspicuous square shape of a box bulging from the pocket of his robe. It was unfathomable to her that he would plan anything without her knowledge. Is that red-haired Weasley really going to propose? Edith, who had been brought along unaware of the details, remarked. You noticed? Penny replied, surprised. She had assumed Edith had heard about it from someone. Even a blind person could see it. He glances at Molly 800 times a minute, and his hand keeps fiddling with that square box beneath his robe. Before long, more and more people noticed the scene. A group of older lions began to cheer, causing Arthur to stiffen like a statue while Molly's face flushed crimson down to her neck. Come on, mate. A dark-haired boy teased as he nudged Arthur forward. Miss Pruitt has been waiting for quite some time. As the people surrounding Molly instinctively stepped back, a crowd soon gathered by the Black Lake. Dear Arthur, murmuring the countless rehearsals he had prepared in his mind, took a few steps forward, intending to draw closer to her. However, he stumbled on the grass and found himself kneeling directly before Molly. Silence enveloped Hogwarts at that moment. The sounds of suppressed laughter erupted along the banks of the lake, drawing the attention of the giant squid, while a group of little wizards, stifling giggles, presented a comical sight. Arthur's mind went blank for an instant. At least he no longer had to torture himself over which knee to kneel upon. Yet, the unusual commotion around him made him realize that if he did not act swiftly, the onlookers would soon burst into laughter. With clammy palms, he retrieved the velvet box he had held countless times, presenting it to his beloved, his eyes shimmering with tears. Dear Molly, will you marry me? Oh, Molly. She clasped her hands over her mouth, joyful tears cascading down her cheeks. Yes, yes. The Gryffindor crowd began to cheer, followed by the raucous badgers. And eventually nearly everyone joined in, for who hadn't tasted the sweet affections of the inseparable Gryffindor couple? Youth was indeed a blessing. Dumbledore's face radiated with a tender smile, and his hands, hidden within his sleeves, stirred as a dreamlike shower of rose petals descended from the heavens. As a vibrant red rose petal landed in Penny's hand, she heard Molly's trembling voice. Of course I will, dear Arthur. Oh, the exuberant cheers from the banks of the Black Lake echoed, more fervent than the couple themselves. When Arthur slid the ring onto Molly's finger, his hand trembled uncontrollably. He should have been ecstatic. Yet tears glistened in his eyes as he smiled broadly. A cluster of mistletoe blossomed above their heads, and before the witnesses of the little wizards, they embraced and shared a kiss. Legend has it that couples who kiss beneath the mistletoe will remain together forever. Chapter 25. The Potter Household. As the first academic year drew to a close, Penny welcomed her lengthy summer vacation of over 2 months. Throughout the summer, she found herself busier than at Hogwarts. She informed Lily that the wizarding world was far crueler than the Muggle one. Thus, she began tutoring Lily in magic, refusing to ease her training despite Lily's charming antics. Penny also focused on her own training, sensing that she had entered a phase of rapid magical growth. Her soul was more potent than that of most adult wizards, leading to an astonishingly swift increase in her magical power. Unfortunately, her physical condition was beginning to lag behind her magical growth, and simple fitness exercises were proving ineffective. She would need to utilize magic to enhance her body as she had in her previous life. Enhancing her physical form was not particularly difficult. With her past experiences, it was even simpler for her. The main requirement was to find a tranquil place, free from disturbances, and procure some restorative potions for emergencies. The potions could be acquired in Diagon Alley, while the secluded location could be the Ilock home in Godric's Hollow. After preparing to inform Mrs. Evans that she would be visiting a classmate for a couple of days, Penny apparat to the Ilock residence in the valley. Having previously accompanied others during their apparitions, she had discerned the nuances of the spell's operation. During her confinement, she had diligently studied various spatial magics, and she could even perform the legendary teleportation. The Ilock house had evidently been uninhabited for quite some time. Upon opening the door, a cloud of dust nearly swept Penny away. After several rounds of cleaning, she finally found a place to settle. Once she had cast defensive spells around the room, Penny selected a suitable spot to begin her enhancement. The magical energy suspended in the air was drawn into her body by her mental focus. This energy became excessively active within her, leaping through her flesh and coursing through her blood, even affecting her hair. Pain surged through her, causing the veins on her forehead to throb, and her complexion turned a ghastly pale. Soon, her pores began to ooze blood as impurities were expelled from her body by the purifying magic, staining her clothes with red, black, and gray substances until their original color was unrecognizable. The process continued for a day and a night, during which Penny consumed several vials of restorative potions. When she finally opened her eyes, she felt as if she could devour an entire cow. The windows were tightly shut, and the stench that filled the room almost caused her to faint. The source of the foul odor was none other than herself. Grimacing, she dashed into the bathroom. Emerging 2 hours later, the girl in the mirror appeared even more beautiful than before. The dark circles and freckles that had marred her complexion had vanished, replaced by skin as smooth and fair as the finest silk, and she had grown several centimeters taller. Just as she was smiling contentedly at her reflection, and preparing to apparate home, a knock echoed at the door. Is Ilock back? Penny wondered, puzzled. Why would he knock at his own home? When she opened the door, she was greeted by a boy with messy hair and glasses, his round eyes suggesting he was anything but a subdued character. James Potter? Penny hesitated, recognizing him as the only peer she knew from Godric's Hollow. Penny, I just knew you would return. The boy's face lit up with a beaming smile upon seeing her, his surprise evident. However, as Penny's own smile began to fade, she realized that James had become more talkative during their time apart. Penny, have you been at Hogwarts for a year now? What is it like? Are you a Gryffindor? What was the sorting ceremony like? Merlin, I swear even the most gossipy Hufflepuff badger couldn't rival his chatter. Penny buried her face in her hands, overwhelmed. Shut up, Potter. A swift slap on the boy's head granted her the long-awaited silence, prompting a relieved sigh to escape her lips. Listen, James, I haven't eaten in nearly 2 days. I'm starving. Before Penny could finish her statement, young Potter interrupted. You can come to my house for dinner. It's closer, isn't it? We can also play together for a bit. We haven't seen each other in ages. Penny was nearly dragged to the Potter household by James, her hunger overwhelming her as her body still ached from the enhancement process, leaving her pale and weak. When Mrs. Potter saw her son forcefully ushering a girl with a ghostly complexion into their home, she nearly panicked. Fleamont, come quickly. Your son has brought home a girl. What? Mr. Potter, who had been reading the newspaper in the living room, dropped it in astonishment. Did he not know what sort of trouble his son was capable of? Recalling the boy's past antics, he had no doubt about Mrs. Potter's claims. Thus, when James dragged Penny inside, before he could utter a word, he was halted by the furious voice of his father, nearly deafening him. James Potter, what on earth are you doing? The poor child turned pale with fright. Mrs. Potter swiftly pulled Penny aside, away from the impending storm, soothing her wounded spirit with kind words. James, bewildered by the unexpected reprimand, questioned, "What are you talking about? I just brought someone home for dinner. What's this about her being pale? She's just hungry. She hasn't eaten in 2 days." James retorted. His face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had made a fool of himself in front of his friend. "Fine, I'll go ask Dorcas to prepare something." "The poor child must be starving," Mrs. Potter said, clearing her throat as she sought an excuse to retreat to the kitchen, leaving James and Mr. Potter in a tense standoff. "James, perhaps you'd like to know a few things about Hogwarts," Penny interjected, blinking at the two locked in a silent battle, concerned that Mr. Potter, appearing much older than Professor McGonagall, might succumb to the antics of his mischievous son. With a dismissive hum towards his father, James eagerly settled onto the sofa beside Penny, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I wish to know all about Gryffindor. Our family is all Gryffindor, of course. I believe you must be a little lion as well. Perhaps you and my sister will be sorted into the same house. She is so energetic and vivacious." The mere thought of his spirited sister Lily brought a resigned smile to Penny's lips. "Do you have a sister? Is she adorable? Beautiful?" James's eyes lit up instantly, convinced that such a lovely girl as Penny must have an equally remarkable sister. Indeed, her green eyes are as exquisite as jewels. "Her name is Lily Evans, and she is quite beloved by many," Penny replied, turning her gaze towards James. "I suspect you will like her too. I shall take care of her." James nodded resolutely, then inquired, "Are you also a Gryffindor, Penny?" "No, I am a Ravenclaw. We are the most intelligent little witches at Hogwarts, soaring like free eagles in the sky." Penny's voice resonated with a yearning for freedom, captivating James, who gazed at the ceiling as if envisioning an expanse of azure sky. "Cool. Freedom. That sounds splendid. If I weren't to join Gryffindor, I would certainly wish to be in Ravenclaw." "Good choice," Penny praised, then shifted the conversation. "What year of Hogwarts textbooks have you seen? I recall sending you the books for the first 3 years. James averted his gaze, fumbling for words. "Ha, James, tell your friend you saw the cover," Mr. Potter interjected, relishing the scene of the children chatting openly. Dad. Chapter 26. Reunion. In July, Lily received an owl from Hogwarts, and her joy was boundless. The very next morning, she pestered Penny to take her to Diagon Alley to purchase a wand. All right, I promise you, Lily, just let go of your grip." Penny, overwhelmed while at the dining table, had no choice but to acquiesce. "Mom and Dad, would you like to visit Diagon Alley?" Penny inquired, glancing at the Evans couple, who were curled up on the sofa, engrossed in the television. "Sorry, Penny, we both have to work tomorrow." Mr. Evans declined her invitation. "My dear Penny and Lily, if you plan to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow, you must withdraw some money from the bank now. Wands do not come cheap." Mrs. Evans remained perturbed about the wand's price, recalling how Dumbledore had mentioned it would be merely 7 galleons. Yet the box for the wand turned out to be more expensive than the wand itself. "No need for such trouble. In fact, I recently came into a bit of fortune." During the first month of summer, she received a letter from Lucius, expressing that her small invention had been well received by customers. Subsequently, Lucius ordered several batches from her, resulting in a considerable sum of galleons now resting in the vault at Gringotts. The following morning, Lily eagerly dragged Penny out of bed, reminiscent of Edith, who had done the same every morning to rouse her for breakfast. First, they would visit Gringotts to withdraw some money for Lily, then take her to Ollivander's wand shop to acquire her very own wand. "Good to see you again, Miss Evans. How is your wand?" Ollivander, with his unruly white hair and piercing silver eyes, regarded Penny. "Long time no see, Mr. Ollivander. Today, it is my sister who is here to purchase a wand." "That's me," Lily chirped, waving joyously at Ollivander, her face radiating delight. Amid a flurry of spells, Lily finally selected a wand made of willow, 10¼ inches long, which produced a delightful swish when waved. Ollivander asserted that this wand was exceptionally suited for casting spells. Next, they ventured to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Lily, bouncing with excitement, pulled Penny along like a bird newly released from its cage, running along the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, she joyfully dashed inside, as if a fish returning to the sea. "Goodness," Penny sighed, exasperated. A soft chuckle escaped nearby, and Penny turned to see a familiar figure with black hair and dark eyes. "Severus?" "It is I," he replied, his face relaxing into a faint smile. The once frail boy had grown taller, his dark hair now smooth atop his head, his face finally displaying some flesh, dressed in well-fitting clothes that suggested a comfortable life. As the two entered the robe shop, they found it unusually devoid of customers. Lily was already chatting with Madame Malkin, while a playful measuring tape playfully entwined around Lily's waist, eliciting peals of laughter from the girl. "Penny, Severus." Lily greeted them with uncontained joy, illuminating the space around her like a carefree sun. While Lily tried on robes, Penny and Severus engaged in casual conversation. She refrained from asking why he had moved or where he had relocated, instead discussing the forthcoming life at Hogwarts. In their exchange, his enthusiasm for Hogwarts and admiration for Slytherin were palpable. Penny quietly observed him, noting the rare spark of vigor in his usually somber demeanor, his dark eyes shimmering with newfound energy. How wonderful, Penny suddenly remarked. Severus turned to her, wearing a puzzled expression. It is truly delightful to see you so vibrant, Penny replied, her smile widening. Severus felt a flush rise to his ears, his gaze dropping as he could not bear to meet her radiant smile. She had become even more beautiful in the months since they last met. Their outing transformed into a trio, with Severus standing alongside Penny, while Lily held Penny's hand, her emerald eyes brimming with curiosity about everything. Standing next to the one he longed for, Severus could see the sights she admired, hear every word she spoke, and feel the gentle breeze carrying her essence. In that moment he felt a profound sense of elation, as if the future were a clear path and all past grievances had dissipated. As twilight descended, the shops of Diagon Alley began to close. Penny gently led the now exhausted Lily, who could barely stand, forward, with Severus trailing closely beside her, stealing glances at her every expression. He noted her crescent-eyed smile, her hand brushing against her sleeve, and the glimpse of her pale wrist that peeked out. Earlier, Severus had come to realize that Penny held a unique significance for him. Despite having spent more time with Lily and knowing her due to Lily's public displays of magic, Penny's allure had eclipsed that of his longtime friend. Perhaps it was her mysterious and potent magic, perhaps it was the first wizarding robe she gifted him, or perhaps it was the letters she occasionally had reascend. Whatever the reason, somewhere along the way, she seemed to have become more important than Lily. He envied and even felt a tinge of jealousy towards Lily for her closer bond with Penny, for she could bask in her care and concern, enjoying prolonged moments in her presence, while receiving more of her affection. At times he felt utterly despicable. While they regarded him as their closest friend, he secretly coveted their intimacy and emotional connection. Young master, a house elf with large eyes and pointed ears, adorned with a pink bow, appeared beside Severus, interrupting his thoughts with a high-pitched voice. Return home. In the blink of an eye, Severus found himself back at Prince Manor, a sizable estate with ample grounds, featuring vast plots cultivated with herbs and a greenhouse comparable in size to a Quidditch pitch for nurturing precious plants. The house was a spacious 3-story villa, yet it was evident that its inhabitants had neglected it. From the house to the herb gardens, everything appeared in disrepair, far from the comforting warmth one would desire. Since the last Christmas when Eileen took Snape to St. Mungo's, she has brought him back to Prince Manor. Upon their arrival, Snape was almost convinced that he had stepped into a haunted house. The place was shrouded in dust, adorned with cobwebs, and the walls were lined with portraits that conversed, shrieking and cursing upon their sighting of Eileen and her companion, Snape, nearly lifting the roof with their cacophony. Additionally, there was a ragged, skeletal house elf resembling a gaunt specter. Although the initial impression was rather dismal, life at Prince Manor was infinitely more pleasant than in Spinner's End. The house elf, though diminutive, proved to be remarkably capable, preparing delectable meals and tidying the house. Aside from his questionable taste and propensity for self-punishment, he was quite commendable. Eileen, too, had regained her composure. While she occasionally mentioned Tobias and clandestinely visited him, she had at least resumed wielding her wand, even teaching him potion brewing and spellcasting from time to time. As she reached out to touch the crystal ball resting in the living room, Snape briefly wondered if Petunia had cast some fortuitous charm upon it. Such a life a year ago was beyond his wildest imaginings. Chapter 27. The First Encounter. As September arrived, marking the commencement of the Hogwarts school year, Petunia, with impeccable timing, guided Lily through the barrier at platform 9. They boarded the train in succession, watching as it began to roll forward. We made it, Petunia joyfully exclaimed as she dragged her suitcase toward the rear of the train in search of an empty compartment. Lily felt a rush of excitement at the thrill of boarding at the last moment. Her curiosity was insatiable as she surveyed her new surroundings with her emerald, gemstone-like eyes. Oh, Petunia, look over there. Someone actually has a toad as a pet, Lily whispered excitedly, pointing to a little boy seated in a compartment, cradling a toad and staring intently at them. In fact, I've seen little wizards with spiders, snakes, and even mice, Petunia replied with a shrug. Ugh, I still prefer Rilla. She's so much cuter and fluffier. Rilla was a stray cat Petunia had adopted in Godric's Hollow, a charming little black cat with part Kneazle lineage, which Lily had been caring for while Petunia attended Hogwarts. Rilla is undoubtedly the most adorable little feline. If you ever get lost at Hogwarts, she can guide you back. After a lengthy search without encountering an empty or quiet compartment, Lily appeared somewhat disheartened, her vibrant red hair seeming to dull. Well, this compartment will have to do, Petunia said, casually opening a compartment door. Inside, a boy clad in Hogwarts robes looked up at them, prompting Petunia to cheerfully greet him. Hey Severus. Long time no see. Sev. Lily's spirits lifted at the sight. It's been a while, Snape responded, his expression one of surprise, as he nodded at them, clutching a hefty tome that could easily serve as a weapon. Petunia glanced at the book's black cover, embossed with golden lettering that read, Advanced Potion Making, a comprehensive guide. Ah. Your passion for potions is quite profound, she remarked, clicking her tongue. Lily rolled her eyes and interjected. You two are equally matched in your obsession. Especially you, Petunia. It's quite remarkable that you can survive 3 all-nighters for a mere book. Snape, who believed he had exerted enough effort, widened his eyes. His dark gaze fixed on Petunia in silence. For some inexplicable reason, Petunia sensed a flame of ambition or determination burning within him. Ahem. The suddenly exposed individual coughed awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation. When will the snack trolley arrive? Knock knock knock. A knocking sound echoed. Everyone assumed it was the snack trolley, and the Evans sisters, along with Snape, turned their attention to the compartment door. A disheveled head of black hair peeked in, and upon spotting Petunia, the boy pushed up his glasses, a grin swiftly spreading across his face. A long time no see, James. What a coincidence. Although surprised, Petunia waved at him. Hey Petunia. I've searched through every compartment to find you, James declared, pushing his glasses up again, then gesturing to a handsome boy beside him. This is my new friend, Sirius. Hello. I'm Sirius Black. The boy introduced himself with a smile, his black hair casually falling over his forehead, exuding an air of carefree charm. His gray eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy, yet remarkably handsome when he beamed. Black. Is he from that Black family? Petunia scrutinized the boy. Having already known 2 members of the Black lineage, the Black family seemed quite extensive. Sirius's smile faded slightly, unsurprisingly responding, indeed. The others in the compartment, unable to interject, could only observe as the two engaged in a silent game of charades. Snape noticed Petunia's gaze linger on Sirius's face, and he felt a chill creeping over him. You Black family members are quite different, aren't you? Petunia remarked, lowering her voice. You Andromeda, and Narcissa, each distinctly unique. You know Andromeda? Sirius exclaimed, astonished. Despite being a Black, Andromeda was somewhat overlooked in the family, and few spoke of her in school. Hey you two, could you be a little more considerate of our feelings? James interrupted, clearly displeased with the two's conversation. All right, Petunia conceded, choosing not to pursue her previous inquiry. James's gaze was now entirely fixated on Lily, who appeared to be retreating deeper into the compartment. Snape couldn't suppress his rolling eyes any longer, and Petunia playfully swatted his head, admonishing, Mind your manners, James Potter. James, nursing the spot on his head, cast a mournful glance at Sirius, who wore an expression of gleeful amusement. I'm Petunia Evans, a second-year Ravenclaw. Petunia introduced herself. I'm Lily Evans, Petunia's sister, Lily added quickly. Before the words had fully left her lips, James had seemingly revived, flashing a love-struck grin. Hello Lily. I'm James Potter. You can call me James. Petunia's right. You really are quite adorable. Thank you? Lily responded, somewhat bewildered by his sudden enthusiasm, casting a pleading glance toward Petunia and Snape. The expressions of the others in the compartment had morphed into one of pity for James, particularly Sirius, who could not fathom how his previously amiable friend had transformed into an obsessive admirer. TSK, a loud clicking sound echoed through the compartment, instantly capturing James's full attention. He whirled around to face a boy seated near the window, who regarded him with a mocking gaze, his expression and tone unmistakably taunting, igniting James's ire. What do you mean? James shouted angrily at Snape. Clearly, sir, this is the appropriate attitude toward a weirdo, Snape retorted, raising an eyebrow, unflinchingly unleashing his venomous words. Petunia and Lily exchanged astonished glances, having never witnessed this side of Snape before, as if they were beholding a rare spectacle. You. James seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury, inexplicably finding Snape increasingly unlikable. Uft. The sound of suppressed laughter wafted toward James's ears, and he incredulously turned to his new friend, feeling an inexplicable sense of betrayal. Sorry, mate, but honestly, Miss Evans's expression really does resemble that of a weirdo. Sirius shrugged innocently, stifling laughter. Oh no, James groaned, covering his head in despair. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted throughout the compartment, interspersed with James's disgruntled complaints, which went largely ignored. Chapter 28, The Nightmare. My father says that at the sorting ceremony, we will fight a troll. James boisterously proclaimed the perils and terrors of the sorting hat ceremony within the carriage, asserting that only the most exceptional warriors could gain entry into Gryffindor, the finest house at Hogwarts. TSK foolish Potter, with that empty head of yours. You truly deserve to be placed in Gryffindor. Snape continued to mock, with that brain stuffed full of weeds. How do you intend to conquer a troll? Let alone wield a wand against such a beast? Are you planning to drown it with the water in your head? Certainly not. You insufferable wretch. My father wouldn't he deceive me, would he? Furious at the derision thrown his way, James's anger flared, though he pondered his unreliable father's retorts, which now seemed less resolute. Yet he remained obstinate. Then how do you propose we are sorted? Snape furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before uncertainly suggesting, perhaps through a written examination? Instantly, two pale-faced individuals filled the carriage. Sirius recalled the agony of towering textbooks from their first year and groaned. No. Lily, who had been coerced into studying numerous subjects, was now less anxious, while Snape, the representative of Hogwarts's academic prowess, expressed no fear, having prepared years in advance. Penny, aware of the unspoken rule not to divulge the specifics of the sorting ceremony to younger students, wore a knowing expression. Penny's found you. Morrison bellowed as he burst through the compartment door, startling the occupants. His towering figure, having grown even more over the summer, blocked the entrance like a small mountain. Morrison, you've grown so much, Penny remarked, now understanding why the Gryffindor cubs might question his kinship with Hagrid. Is it reasonable for a 15-year-old boy to stand 2 meters tall? Ha, perhaps the food at home is quite nourishing, Morrison chuckled, scratching his head. Is this your sister? She is as lovely as you. After exchanging a few words, Morrison departed, having been sent by Edith to relay a message to Penny, as she awaited him in the compartment. Merlin, he is truly tall, James exclaimed, staring vacantly at Morrison's retreating figure. Does he possess giant blood? I've heard the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts is a half-blood giant, Sirius pondered thoughtfully. Of course not. Morrison is a pure-blood wizard. You'd best not speak of such things in his presence, Penny admonished, frowning at Sirius. The last person who did so ended up in the hospital wing for a week. You know, pure-blood wizards take great pride in their untainted lineage. She finally relented when two mischievous newcomers nodded in agreement, after which she offered some parting advice. When you disembark, Hagrid will escort you to the Great Hall for the sorting. He is a wonderfully kind individual, so be sure to listen to him. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, each with its strengths. I hope you can approach them without preconceived biases. Her cerulean eyes turned to James. For instance, Slytherin is a haven for dark wizards. They are all nefarious characters. Then she glanced at the silent Snape. Likewise, Gryffindor is home to foolish lions and Hufflepuff to gluttonous oafs. Snape averted his gaze in silence, while James angrily shook his fist. But Slytherin is filled with followers of the Dark Lord. They have committed countless heinous acts. One of the criteria for Slytherin is ambition. They are inherently driven, Penny continued. I do not deny that some there have aligned themselves with the Dark Lord, but self-preservation is also a trait of Slytherin. You cannot generalize, James. Legendary wizard Merlin also hailed from Slytherin. James yelled a few more protests, while Sirius's expression remained inscrutable. Penny recognized that their views would not change merely due to her words, and did not press the issue further. Well, those were just my humble pieces of advice. If you disagree, consider them as if you never heard them. Severus, look after Lily for me. I'll be stepping out. She winked at Snape and exited with a light step. After her departure, the compartment fell silent for a moment before being inundated with James's incessant chatter. Merlin's socks. Sirius. Why is Penny defending Slytherin? Has she been bewitched by them? Poor Penny, she has no idea what sorts lurk within Slytherin. Snape's brow twitched at these remarks, which were hardly favorable for a prospective Slytherin. Just as he was about to interject, Lily beat him to it. Be quiet, Mr. Potter. Do you truly understand Slytherin? Have you met every Slytherin student? Did you truly comprehend her words? Penny was suggesting that there are indeed good individuals within Slytherin. It is not the house that determines a wizard's character, but their own virtues. Snape regarded James, who was momentarily stunned by Lily's retort, with a smirk that betrayed his amusement. Quite right, Lily, but unfortunately, a troll with a head filled with weeds would be incapable of grasping such nuances. For reasons unknown. Snape took delight in seeing this Potter boy flounder. He relished the sight of his anger and bewilderment. In fact, my entire family belongs to Slytherin, Sirius finally remarked, feeling somewhat offended by James's reckless declarations, even though he too considered his family rather eccentric. Well, after such continual setbacks, James mumbled, lowering his head, his tousled hair drooping dejectedly. Penny found Edith in a compartment at the rear of the train, where she sat alone, leaning against a cushion, looking worn out. Her usually immaculate hair was unkempt, and one arm was suspended in a sling. What happened? Edith, you look quite unwell, Penny said, taking a seat beside her. Concern etched across her face. Penny, it's so good to see you. This holiday has been utterly dreadful, Edith lamented, resting her head on Penny's shoulder. Her frail demeanor evident. The past 2 months had been harrowing for her, plagued by inheritance disputes following her grandfather's passing, and prior to school, her mischievous young uncle's child had ambushed her with a curse, leaving her bedridden for several days. Art indeed springs from life, Penny reflected, having thought such misfortunes only occurred in Muggle novels. As evening approached, the train arrived at its destination. Penny assisted Edith in disembarking, where they encountered several first-years arriving at Hogwarts, whom Penny introduced to Edith. Due to the differing routes for new students heading to the Great Hall, Penny exchanged a few more words before leading Edith toward the thestral carriages. Only those who have encountered death can see thestrals. Penny cast her gaze downward. The thestrals were emaciated, their black hides clinging tightly to their skeletal frames, every bone distinctly visible. Their heads bore a resemblance to dragons, with pupilless eyes staring intently. From the shoulder blades sprouted large, dark, leathery wings, reminiscent of those belonging to enormous bats. Those who have faced death. Chapter 29. Another year of sorting. The Great Hall at Hogwarts was enchanted, revealing a vast expanse of starry sky above. Countless candles, aglow with warm yellow light, illuminated the hall. Professor McGonagall led a throng of young witches and wizards to the front, while Penny, seated at the Ravenclaw table, made a face at Lily. Who couldn't he help but laugh? Realizing that many eyes were upon her, she blushed and instinctively hid behind Snape. James beside her wore a stiff grin. His expression contorted as he glared at the insufferable culprit. Sirius subtly distanced himself from him. Meanwhile, Snape, serving as a shield, shot a disapproving look at the instigator, his demeanor betraying a tension akin to stone. Receiving the unspoken signal, Penny blinked innocently, while Edith, seated beside her, whispered something that sent them both into fits of laughter. Across the hall, Lucius Malfoy observed the scene with keen interest, his fingers toying with a silver ring that seemed incongruous with his character. His gaze fixed on the newcomers with a sense of intrigue. Professor McGonagall arrived at a bench adorned with a tattered hat. On the cusp of commencing the Sorting Hat song, the beleaguered upperclassmen deftly extracted their earplugs, stuffing cotton into their ears, while those proficient in charms had already cast a silencing spell upon themselves. Quick-witted students like James and Sirius mimicked their peers, plugging their ears yet casting furtive glances at Severus Snape beside them, eager to witness his misfortune. The hat's creased fabric split open into a gaping maw, presumably its mouth. You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge by looks alone. The upperclassmen chuckled, tossing aside their earplugs and cotton, grinning at the naive first-years. As the song concluded, the Sorting Hat nearly sent off several young wizards prematurely. James and Sirius maintained their ear-covering poses, though it was utterly futile. "Help me, Lily," she murmured, imitating Petunia's catchphrase, her gaze vacant. The sorting ceremony commenced, with Professor McGonagall placing the still dirty Sorting Hat atop the head of the first young wizard on stage. Before he had even settled into his seat, the hat, hoarse from exertion, proclaimed Gryffindor. Subsequently, James was joyfully sorted into Gryffindor. As Sirius approached the stool for sorting, the Slytherin table, including Narcissa and Lucius, were poised to applaud. In a surprising turn of events, the Sorting Hat hesitated before declaring Gryffindor. Gasps filled the hall. The Slytherin table erupted in astonished exclamations, while Gryffindor buzzed with chatter. It took a moment for Sirius to regain his composure before he stiffly made his way to the Gryffindor table. Dumbledore, seated at the head table, clapped, prompting Gryffindor to erupt in a welcoming ovation. When it was Lily's turn to be sorted, she was exceedingly nervous, nearly forgetting to breathe. "Do not fret, dear girl. There is nothing to fear," the Sorting Hat reassured her. "I know your sister. She is truly a genius. She has performed a cleaning charm on me, and it felt delightful. Can you perform a cleaning charm? Once I announce your result, would you grant me a cleaning charm?" The Sorting Hat rambled on, and Lily soon felt comforted. "Of course, my sister tutored me in spells during the holidays." "That is splendid." The hat was about to continue when Professor McGonagall tapped its brim, signaling it to proceed with its duties without dilly-dallying in front of the audience. "Very well. You are quite clever, possess notable talent, and have a pure and just heart. Therefore Gryffindor." The applause from the Gryffindor table was exuberant, as she was the most beautiful newcomer of the year, with James Potter's cheers ringing the loudest. However, Lily did not hasten to leave the stage. Instead, she produced her wand, took a deep breath, and cast Scourgify. "Oh, that feels delightful, but the previous Evans had superior skills," the Sorting Hat remarked after a moment. "Oh, not this again. No wonder you are a Gryffindor." The crowd stirred, recalling another first year who had used a cleaning charm on the hat the previous year. As she passed the remaining first years awaiting their turn, Lily exchanged a wry smile with Severus, lamenting that they had still not been sorted into the same house. As the sorting of the new students dwindled, Professor McGonagall, holding a lengthy parchment, called out, "Severus Prince Snape." Upon returning to Prince Manor, Eileen had bestowed upon him a middle name, signifying his status as the heir of Prince Manor. The boy, with neatly groomed hair and clad in a brand new robe, approached the stool with composure. The sorting hat was placed upon his head, and once again, it assessed, "Another exceptionally gifted young wizard. Let us see where you belong. Without a doubt Slytherin," it concluded. "Perhaps you might grant me a cleaning charm as well?" the sorting hat added at the end. Severus, caught off guard, felt compelled to comply with the ancient hat's request in the presence of the professors. Expressionless, he retrieved his wand from his robe and cast the spell on the hat. "Very good. Do it again," the sorting hat exclaimed, its tone exuberant. Severus, feeling an urge to flee, hastily descended from the platform, fearing the hat would demand more. The Slytherin table exhibited no overt reaction to their new addition, and a few who clapped noticed that Lucius, their prefect, remained still, leading them to reluctantly lower their hands, creating an awkward atmosphere. Poor Severus. At that moment, Petunia began to clap, and the Ravenclaw Eagles, uncertain of what had transpired, followed suit, encouraged by their upperclassmen's applause, creating a thunderous ovation at the Ravenclaw table, leading some to mistakenly believe Severus had joined their ranks. When Lucius glanced over, he shot Severus a pointed look, causing the blond man's lips to twitch as he raised his aristocratic hand, prompting applause from Slytherin. Stealing a cautious glance at the Ravenclaw table, Severus hurried back to the Slytherin table, intending to take a seat in a corner, but Lucius insisted that those beside him make space, forcing Severus to sit next to him. "Prince, a family renowned for its prowess in potions," Lucius remarked, then swiftly changed the subject. "Are you quite close with Evans?" Severus felt a jolt of anxiety. With Dumbledore's speech concluded, a wave of his hand summoned an array of delectable food to the tables. Severus, having gone nearly a day without a proper meal, was ravenous, yet his appetite waned, his mind preoccupied with Lucius's words. He felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Although he had also begun attending Hogwarts, he sensed an increasing distance from Petunia. Why were the Ravenclaw students applauding with Petunia? Why did the Slytherin prefect show her such deference? And what had transpired that year, especially concerning Potter and Black, who seemed quite familiar with her? Petunia. Chapter 30 Starved. After a 2-month hiatus, Petunia returned to Hogwarts, bustling with activity. Conditions at home had hindered her from focusing on her studies, but now that she was back at Hogwarts, it was time for her to shine. She had ordered a substantial amount of materials from Diagon Alley, spending a considerable sum of galleons, and apart from attending classes, she was seldom seen around Hogwarts. "Severus, have you seen Petunia recently?" Lily inquired of Snape in the Great Hall. She had not seen Petunia in a week, and even during meals in the hall, she had been absent. "No," Snape replied, shaking his head. Slytherin was not as wonderful as he had imagined. He was currently occupied with internal provocations within Slytherin. The last time he had seen Petunia was during the sorting. In the next potions class, Gryffindor and Slytherin were scheduled together. As Lily and Snape made their way to the potions classroom, they chatted, with James Potter trailing behind them. "Remus, must we really follow this embarrassing bloke?" Sirius remarked, exasperated, as he observed James fawning over a pale boy with brown hair. "Perhaps we could move ahead. At least we wouldn't have to witness James's disgraceful antics," he suggested, sharing a knowing smile with Remus before they shoved past James, making their way to the front of the line, ahead of Snape and Lily. "Hey," James exclaimed, hopping in frustration. The first potions lesson involved making a simple Scabbers potion, which would succeed if the students merely followed the instructions on the blackboard. To motivate the students, Professor Slughorn had brought out a small vial of Felix Felicis as a prize, a tradition he upheld each year. Severus's eyes flickered towards the vial on the podium. The Felix Felicis Petunia had gifted him during their first year had stemmed from her exceptional performance in potions, igniting a glimmer of determination within him. Professor Slughorn, a masterful potions expert, soon noticed Severus's unique approach in the corner of the classroom. His potion-making demeanor was composed and delightful to behold. His techniques were skillful, with some nuances that even the professor had not recognized. Such a talented technique. "May I know your name?" Professor Slughorn inquired, beaming at Severus. "Severus Prince Snape." His throat felt somewhat constricted, and his voice bore an unnatural quality, yet his expression remained as tranquil as ever, leaving no one to suspect his difference. The Prince family was once renowned as a prestigious lineage of potion makers. You have inherited the potion-making prowess of the Prince family, the rotund Professor Slughorn encouraged, patting Severus Snape on the shoulder. Ultimately, during the potion evaluation segment, Snape produced a potion of exquisite quality, further solidifying his belief in his own genius. He gazed intently at Slughorn, who exuberantly praised him from the podium. Slytherin gains 10 points for Severus's perfect potion. Severus, let me remember this name. You are truly an extraordinary talent. Behold this flawless elixir. Observe its splendid hue. I noticed you employed some techniques I have not taught. Truly remarkable. Snape stood speechless. A wave of heat flushing his ears, his cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, and his toes felt uncomfortably restless, as if yearning to retreat. Had it not been for the anticipation of receiving Lily's potion, he would have desired to flee. Miss Evans's potion was also commendable. Gryffindor gains 5 points. Professor Slughorn remarked, glancing at Lily's crimson hair. Might I inquire, do you share a relation with Ravenclaw's second year Miss Evans? Her potion was quite impressive. She is my sister, Lily replied softly. Ah, indeed. Talented individuals often congregate, he said, casting another glance at Snape by the door. Penny's aptitude for potions is also exceptional, or rather, she excels in all subjects. Last year, she achieved straight O's. Of course, it would be even better if she didn't sleep through potion class, Professor Slughorn added with a hint of exasperation. Penny sleeps in potion class. Lily exclaimed incredulously. Although she had only attended one class, she understood the meticulous nature of potion making. What would happen to her potions if Penny slept through class? Snape, standing by the door, furrowed his perfectly smooth brow tightly. Indeed, she is often so fatigued that she requires naps during class. Even so, her potions are still the best and the quickest produced in class. Slughorn spoke with a sense of pride when discussing Penny, feeling elated at having such a genius among his students. After potion class, Snape made his way toward the library, feeling utterly exhausted by the castle's moving staircases. What purpose does this absurd design serve other than wasting my time? He fumed inwardly as he inexplicably found himself on the 8th floor instead of the library. Suddenly, the wall opposite the tapestry depicting the giant troll beating up the hapless Barnabas rippled, and a door swung open from within, revealing a red-haired girl emerging. Penny? Snape's astonishment had yet to fade when he saw the girl topple backward like a kite severed from its string. He instinctively caught her light form prompting a frown as he hurried toward the hospital wing. Having only just returned to school a week ago, the hospital wing was relatively quiet. Madame Pomfrey examined Penny thoroughly before stating with a peculiar expression, "Her health is robust. There are no issues." Then why did she faint? Snape's brow was furrowed tightly enough to crush a bothersome fly. She fainted from hunger, Madame Pomfrey replied flatly. There is not a morsel of food in her stomach. Feedback from her stomach indicates she has not eaten in several days. With nothing to say, Snape stepped aside for Madame Pomfrey, glaring at the peacefully sleeping girl upon the bed, cursing silently. Fainted from hunger? He had never imagined that such a condition, one that should not afflict a self-sufficient young witch, could happen to Penny. Damn it. Has she caught the foolishness that pervades the school from those whose heads are filled with nothing but nonsense? Penny awoke from her hunger-induced slumber, her stomach protesting loudly at the sight of food on the bedside table. Struggling to rise, she grabbed a plate, indiscriminately shoveling its contents into her mouth. Only after consuming half the food did she take a moment to assess her surroundings, realizing she was in the hospital wing, her first visit there. Seated beside her, Snape observed her ravenous actions without intervention, and as she continued to eat, he began to unleash his venom. Well, Miss Penny, whose head is filled with nonsense, has finally roused? I truly pity your poor stomach. It can finally be filled with something decent. Chapter 31. Rejuvenation. Severus? Penny froze, suddenly understanding James's feelings. The discomfort of being taunted without the power to retaliate was truly unpleasant. Snape had initially been miffed at Penny for not taking care of herself, but upon encountering her pitiful gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Fortunately, he and James were treated differently, and Penny breathed a sigh of relief, feeling guilty for getting caught. After Madame Pomfrey entered and sternly admonished her, she was promptly ushered out of the hospital wing. As Hogwarts healer, she had always detested young witches and wizards neglecting their well-being. Why did you suddenly emerge from the wall earlier? Snape inquired as they walked. Penny's steps were somewhat bouncy, and she tilted her head toward Snape, her gentle profile shining under the bright daylight. It's a marvelous place. Would you like to see? Her blue eyes sparkled more brilliantly than a clear summer sky, and under her tender gaze Snape felt dazed. His sharp mind captivated by her beauty. He was unaware of how he responded as she took hold of his wrist, guiding him over the cobblestone path, past a group of merrymaking wizards, through staircases familiar or unfamiliar, until they arrived before the grand tapestry depicting the giant troll beating Barnabas. Suddenly she released his hand, snapping him back to reality filled with pink bubbles. "This is it," Penny exclaimed, giving Snape a knowing look before moving on, muttering, "I want an alchemy office. I want an alchemy office." The smooth walls rippled like the surface of a lake, and a vintage arched door appeared. Penny grasped the doorknob and stepped inside. "Hurry in." Severus. Inside was a spacious room, with a soft beige couch sprawled across the small living area, a low coffee table before it nearly overwhelmed with snack wrappers, and the occasional glimpse of plates and utensils. Additionally, several second-year textbooks lay haphazardly on the sofa. A bookshelf separated the small living area from Penny's alchemy section, which held only a few gilded books. The alchemy area was immediately filled with several mysterious instruments adorning a 2-meter-wide workbench, with a display cabinet nearby brimming with ores, potions, and various uncommon alchemical materials. Upon entering, Snape marveled at the mysteries of Hogwarts Castle, but couldn't he help but facepalm at the clutter on the coffee table. How could she eat so much and still faint from hunger? He then recalled that he hadn't seen her since the first day when he had dined in the Great Hall, which made it seem reasonable. Noticing Snape's gaze linger on the disarray, Penny felt a rare twinge of embarrassment. She cleared her throat and quickly wielded her wand, employing housekeeping magic to tidy the room. "How did you discover this place?" Snape asked. "A friend from Hufflepuff told me," Penny shrugged. "There's nothing in Hogwarts that a Hufflepuff doesn't know." Snape inquired, intrigued. "You are utterly ignorant of the gossiping prowess of the Badgers," she replied, shaking her head. As Severus Snape scrutinized the entire room, his brow furrowed as he directed a glance at Penny. "Professor Slughorn mentioned that you often doze off in potions class. I am quite curious what secrets this room holds that captivates you so thoroughly, to the extent that you cannot even spare time to eat. Why does the professor speak ill of me behind my back?" Penny pouted, somewhat displeased. "Not exactly ill. As Professor Slughorn has extolled your talents in class, I suspect that if one day you chose to skip potions altogether, he might find it entirely reasonable. Do you think if I requested an extended leave, he would consent?" After pondering Severus's words for a moment, Penny raised her gaze to him. "Don't push your luck," Severus retorted, his lips twitching as he barely managed to articulate a few words. "All right, I was merely jesting." Suddenly, Severus's attention was drawn to a vibrant green solution on the workstation, evidently freshly concocted, and contained within a vessel reminiscent of a cauldron, from which wisps of white mist emanated. "Are you brewing a potion?" Severus's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he approached the workstation, observing the scent and color, and examining the remnants of herbs scattered about. A plethora of potion names flitted through his mind, yet none matched the concoction before him. "What is this elixir? I have not encountered it in any of the texts." The fervor for potion-making ignited in the boy's dark eyes, and Penny noticed his enthusiasm and smiled broadly. "It is wonderful to have a passion." She proceeded to divide the green solution into 6 distinct glass vials, casually handing one to Severus with a hint of pride. "This is one of my recent research achievements on deception. I call it the elixir of rejuvenation. It possesses an effect akin to turning back the clock, allowing a centenarian to regain the appearance of an 18-year-old after consumption. Just imagine the expressions of elderly wizards, their faces lined with wrinkles, transformed into youthful visages when they present themselves before their grandchildren." Severus's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond to Penny's dark humor, though internally he was astounded. He began to doubt the words of the portraits in the prince's household that had extolled his rare talent in potion-making. For how was it that he still reveled in creating a perfect Scabbers potion, while Penny had already devised a new potion on her own? Noticing the astonishment in Severus's gaze, Penny felt a surge of satisfaction in her boastfulness. "It is quite simple to enhance a standard rejuvenation potion by adding unicorn horn, phoenix feather, and a particular incantation. What do you think? Isn't it remarkable? I devised the formula after a whole summer of contemplation." "A summer?" Severus, his pupils widening in disbelief, regarded Penny with an expression of incredulity. "By Merlin, is this young lady before me truly human?" Just as Severus contemplated a moment's respite, he was interrupted by Penny's bright voice echoing through the room. "So the immediate task at hand is to find a centenarian for testing." "Huh?" Severus was taken aback, stammering. "Are you suggesting we use a person for trials? Wouldn't that be dangerous?" "Hey, trust in my capabilities, will you? I have conducted numerous tests to ensure the potion's safety." Besides, I lack 100-year-old rat for trials, and I can't determine the age of a mouse." Penny frowned, somewhat vexed. "Who among the venerable professors at Hogwarts could assist me with testing? Perhaps Professor Dumbledore or Professor Slughorn. Given their age, it is far more likely they would refuse your request." Severus deliberated for a while before responding. "They are likely to value their lives more than anything. And with their wealth, fame, and status, they would hardly consent to trialing your potion." Chapter 32. The Headmaster's Office. Though Severus's reasoning resonated with Penny, she remained undeterred and set her sights on Dumbledore. With the endorsement of the greatest wizard, her potion would surely sell. Over the years, letters from Alok had been rife with dubious information about Dumbledore, leading Penny to often perceive him as unreliable, much like herself. Surely, an unreliable person would be amenable to an equally unreliable proposal? Standing before the grand stone gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office, Penny fell into contemplation. What was the password again? Unable to discern any pattern, she pulled out her order slip from Honeydukes and began reciting. "Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, cockroach clusters." She shrank back slightly, as the gargoyle's expression appeared somewhat menacing. Was it about to strike her? Upon uttering fizzing whiz-bees, the gargoyle emitted an irritated grunt and leaped aside, revealing a concealed, spiraling staircase that began to ascend. "Oh, little Penny, how delightful that you know I adore fizzing whiz-bees." Dumbledore reclined in a cushioned mahogany chair adorned in hues of gold and crimson, regarding Penny with a benevolent smile. This was Penny's first visit to the headmaster's office, where the circular walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, all watching her with curious whispers from their frames. Various peculiar silver artifacts adorned the elongated tables, and the sorting hat rested upon a shelf. A golden-red phoenix named Fox perched nearby, peering at Penny with keen interest, as if intrigued by the uninvited young witch. "Ah, let me see who we have here. It is Miss Evans, adept at the cleaning charm," the sorting hat exclaimed, bouncing cheerfully as dust cascaded from its surface, and the surrounding portraits scurried into other frames. "Good day, Mr. Sorting Hat." Penny, with a casual familiarity, took a seat across from Dumbledore, her bright eyes fixed intently upon him. Dumbledore was familiar with that gaze. It reminded him of the one Penny had displayed during her crystal ball examination in Professor Flitwick's office. Indeed, he and several other professors had perceived it as a test of their composure, particularly after witnessing Professor Slughorn, still reeling from the shadows of bankruptcy, struggling to regain his poise. Seated at either end of the somewhat cluttered mahogany table, both individuals gazed innocently into each other's blue eyes, attempting to gain the upper hand in this silent duel. After a considerable pause, the two stubborn souls simultaneously averted their gazes. Dumbledore removed his crescent-shaped glasses and covered his dry eyes with both hands, while Penny lowered her head, cradling her face, tears quickly brimming her eyes, rendering her gaze pitiable. "Very well, Penny. Please share the purpose of your visit." Dumbledore sighed, realizing that he should never have allowed Alok to look after her in Godric's Hollow. The fellow had likely whispered unflattering things about him, resulting in this young girl harboring no sense of reverence for him, sometimes regarding him with a peculiar gaze. "Ahem. You truly understand me, Professor." Penny cleared her throat before flashing a smile reminiscent of a seasoned salesperson, prompting Dumbledore to sit upright. Every time he visited Honeydukes, the shopkeeper bore a similar expression that made him willingly part with galleons. Before Dumbledore lay a vial containing a vibrant green liquid, reminiscent of the venom of an acromantula, causing even his robust nerves to quiver slightly. He calculated that he had not provoked her or Alok recently. Even if he had, he surely did not deserve such a fate. Upon witnessing the peculiar expression on the elder's face, Penny immediately discerned his misinterpretation. To prevent the eminent wizard from obliterating her precious potion, she swiftly adopted an exuberant, animated, and somewhat theatrical tone as she proclaimed, "Dear Professor Dumbledore, I assure you, this is not a dreadful concoction. In fact, it may very well be one of the most astonishing potions in the annals of potion-making. One that countless individuals would find utterly captivating." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Dumbledore's wise eyes as he quietly observed the girl's performance. With an enthusiastic flourish, she stood upon her chair, waving her slender arms and speaking in an enticing, salesman-like manner, her brilliant red hair swirling in the air as she gestured. The elderly man remained seated, his expression unchanged by her words. Penny pursed her lips, her striking blue eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she waved the glass vial containing the verdant liquid before the elder. "Look how small it is. Just a sip. And regardless of your age or the weariness etched upon your visage, it will restore you to your youthful prime. You shall return to the pinnacle of your vigor, able to pursue unfulfilled aspirations and chase after love with the wisdom of your years." The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement, her tone laced with persuasion. Yet her gaze remained firmly fixed on Dumbledore. The elder's countenance remained stoic, though a shadow of contemplation flickered in his unadorned blue eyes. His frail hands unconsciously fidgeting on the table. Noticing Dumbledore's subtle movements, Penny's spirits lifted. He was contemplating the possibility. However, before she could revel in her triumph, Dumbledore's demeanor reverted to its usual calmness, his smile dimming slightly as he gently declined her proposition, suggesting that such a marvelous elixir should be reserved for those in genuine need, implying that one must embrace the passage of time gracefully. What a disheartening turn of events. Would you not consider it? Penny persisted, undeterred. Dumbledore maintained his genial expression, though his bushy beard obscured much of his face, making it difficult to discern the nuances of his smile. With her potion tucked away, Penny began to contemplate how to persuade someone to endorse her elixir. Lost in thought, her red hair drooped, revealing the swirl at the crown of her head. Observing her intently from a nearby perch, Fawkes, the phoenix, gracefully extended his wings and landed beside her, tilting his head inquisitively. When she showed no response, he affectionately nudged her fingers with his beak. The warmth of his feathers brushed against her skin, tickling her as his melodious call prompted her to lift her gaze. The resplendent bird stood beside her, its golden eyes fixed upon her with intensity. This human offspring exhibited a remarkable affinity for fire, and there lingered the essence of another phoenix about her. Fawkes, with his round eyes, seemed perplexed. Could humans and phoenixes truly share a bond? A chill crept up Penny's spine as she felt the phoenix's scrutinizing gaze, sensing that he might be contemplating something rather impolite. Chapter 33. The Ideal Wingman. Fawkes is rather fond of you, Dumbledore remarked as he reached out to stroke the phoenix's head. Caw. Fawkes called out again to Penny. Greetings, Fawkes, Penny responded, observing the majestic, crimson bird, whose size was comparable to that of a swan, adorned with a shimmering golden tail, elongated beak, and talons, radiating an aura of fiery splendor. Unlike the phoenixes from her previous world, this one was enveloped in an overwhelming presence of fire. Caw. Can phoenixes and humans truly procreate? Fawkes's call remained clear, yet both individuals in the office felt as though their ears were deceiving them. Dumbledore appeared as if petrified, frozen in place, while Penny regarded him with a look of incredulity. What have you done to your bird? Why would it entertain such outlandish notions? Perhaps it was not feasible. After all, humans were viviparous. As she spoke under Fawkes's watchful gaze, her voice dwindled, and she glanced toward Dumbledore, whose eyes flitted between her and the phoenix. Even if humans and phoenixes could unite, a male phoenix and a man could hardly lay eggs or bear children. Dumbledore clenched his fists within the folds of his deep purple robes, swearing to Merlin that the fellow opposite him was clearly harboring no virtuous thoughts. Caw. And you? The phoenix seemed even more bewildered. Ahem. Penny coughed, nearly choking on Fawkes's words, disregarding the absurdity of being perceived as an egg-laying entity. My parents are both human. I am a pure-blooded human. Caw. Caw. But your affinity for fire is exceptional. You even carry the essence of a phoenix. Penny fell silent. Was it possible that her strong elemental affinity stemmed from innate talent, and the phoenix-like aura could be attributed to her encounters with other phoenixes? After all, her encounter with a phoenix occurred in her previous life, a beautiful bird that had appeared at the Yun family estate, demanding a precious gem in exchange for a gift of phoenix fire. To keep this from Yun Lai, she had concealed the phoenix fire within her soul. Years later, seizing the opportunity while Yun Lai was away, she set the estate ablaze. She had thought she too would perish in the inferno. But Yun Lai had bound her to the estate with a secret spell, ensuring she could not leave. With the estate's demise, her life would also end. Perhaps due to the immortal nature of the phoenix fire, she survived that conflagration, finding herself in a different world, one significantly more pleasant than her previous captivity. An oppressive silence enveloped them, and Dumbledore struggled to maintain his composure, eventually whispering to Fawkes to clarify that humans and phoenixes could not unite. In mere moments, Penny had developed an aversion to the overly imaginative phoenix, fearing he might utter yet another shocking statement. When she noticed him gliding back towards her, she hastily conjured a phoenix of a different appearance to accompany Fawkes in play. Two fiery figures danced around the professor's office, plunging low, causing the temperature to rise dramatically, prompting the portraits adorning the walls to grumble. Hey Dumbledore, you can't allow your phoenix to play with fire in the office. He'll incinerate us. Get them out of here. Strangely, Penny began to empathize with Dumbledore, who had to manage hundreds of impudent young wizards outside, while contending with a phoenix with a wildly imaginative mind and a chorus of chattering portraits within. His ears must be in constant turmoil. Allowing Fawkes to take his new companion outside, Dumbledore turned only to meet the girl's sympathetic gaze. Dumbledore? As her endeavor proved fruitless, Penny prepared to take her leave. Rising, she stubbornly retrieved the glass vial once more, shaking it before Dumbledore. Are you truly not inclined to try it? I have crafted a honey-flavored potion, reminiscent of honeybees, exceedingly sweet. What on earth is honeybee flavored? Dumbledore inquired, bemused. It is a flavor I have meticulously developed, and it is the only one of its kind in the entire world. Penny continued to expound, feeling a flicker of temptation. The notion of a unique, sweet taste stirred within him, yet suppressing his burgeoning desire, Dumbledore resolutely declined, thinking it a farce. How could he face Professor McGonagall, or those students, if his body reverted to the age of 18? Before he could voice his refusal, Fawkes suddenly swooped in like a gust of wind, returning through the office window, positioning himself between the two and nuzzling Penny's hand, disregarding her hold on the vial. His form was as large as a swan, and Penny found herself tickled by his warm feathers as she attempted to push him away. No, Fawkes, I am in discussion with Professor Dumbledore. I cannot play right now. Fawkes's keen eyes darted toward the glass vial, recalling the previous events, and sensing Dumbledore's momentary intrigue, he seemed to detect a sweet aroma in the air. Then what are we waiting for? Dumbledore was enchanted by the sweet delicacies. How could he resist them? This was his thought, and thus he acted upon it. Suddenly, Petunia's eyes widened as she witnessed Dumbledore's pet fox seize her glass vial with a claw, deftly removing the cap with his beak, and promptly thrusting both the vial and its contents into Dumbledore's mouth. Petunia was momentarily stunned, as was Dumbledore, while even the portraits on the wall gaped in astonishment at Fawkes's antics. After completing this audacious act, Fawkes joyfully nuzzled Dumbledore's chin and then tilted his head at Petunia, seemingly seeking praise. Such a good bird. Petunia stifled a laugh and gently patted Fawkes's extended head, conjuring two phoenixes with a flick of her wrist to signal him to go play. With a cheerful chirp, Fawkes darted out like a gust of wind. Facing Dumbledore's scowling visage, Petunia shrugged innocently, saying, "You can't blame me, it was Fawkes's doing. He's your pupil." The thought of that unreliable bird made Dumbledore's lips twitch as he sought to compose himself. He placed the glass vial on the table and, with a hint of trepidation, inquired whether the potion had failed, pondering the possibility of its ineffectiveness. "To think it might lose its potency overnight, Professor, you truly underestimate my capabilities." Petunia, with an expression of stoicism, tugged at the corner of her mouth, explaining that the potion would assess his bodily functions, and the more robust the constitution, the quicker the effects would manifest. "You may have to wait a little longer." "So, how long does the potion take to work?" Dumbledore asked. "Typically a year. The more powerful the wizard, the longer the effects last. Defeating the infamous dark wizard Grindelwald has earned Dumbledore the title of the greatest wizard. How young will I appear once the potion takes effect?" Dumbledore's voice was somewhat hoarse, clearly irked by the unexpected circumstances. "The age your mind clings to, the moment you cannot let go." Dumbledore's face, once only partially shadowed, was now entirely obscured by darkness. Chapter 34, The English Rose. Professor McGonagall, upon receiving a message from the students, immediately looked out the window, and indeed, Fawkes was frolicking in the air above the Forbidden Forest, accompanied by two phoenixes. Her expression shifted as she hurried to the headmaster's office, bursting in to ask, "Albus, Fawkes is playing with two phoenixes above the Forbidden Forest. Miss Evans, you are here too?" McGonagall was surprised to see Petunia. But that was not the crux of the matter. The sudden appearance of the two phoenixes was paramount. "Minerva," Dumbledore began to speak, but a muffled groan escaped him as he clutched his heart, bracing himself against the table, his face reflecting an expression of distress. "Albus? What is wrong?" McGonagall exclaimed anxiously, rushing forward to assist him toward the infirmary, only to be halted by Petunia. "Miss Evans? Albus needs help." "No, he does not." Petunia guided McGonagall back to her previous seat, explaining, "Headmaster Dumbledore has consumed a remarkable potion. He is merely undergoing the necessary process of rejuvenation. Fear not. It is merely a restructuring of muscles and skin. The potion contains analgesics and soothing agents, so it will not be too painful." Seeing Dumbledore's expression improve significantly while being seated, McGonagall finally exhaled, though she turned to Petunia with an expression of skepticism. "How do you know this so well? Was it your doing?" "Ahem." Petunia cleared her throat awkwardly. "I merely brewed a batch of potion. Fawkes fed it to him." McGonagall fell silent, contemplating how this peculiar duo found themselves intertwined, lamenting for poor Albus. The potion swiftly completed its rejuvenating process, and McGonagall was left speechless at the sight of the youthful figure before her. witnessing the astonishing transformation from a venerable man with a long white beard to a striking young man with red hair and blue eyes. Wow, Albus! Is this what you looked like at 18? Absolutely dashing. His once waist-length silver hair transformed into a medium-length auburn. The white beard vanished, revealing a smooth chin. And his bright blue eyes sparkled with warmth. His lips, tinted like they had been dipped in the juice of red roses, complemented his remarkable beauty. Even clad in an elderly deep purple robe, he exuded an elegance that only accentuated his tall and slender frame. Wiping away the tears that had trickled from the corners of her mouth, Petunia now understood why Ilock had previously teased Dumbledore as the English rose. Indeed, he possessed a beauty capable of enchanting all. Are you pleased with your creation, dear Petunia? Dumbledore smiled, clearly at ease with his youthful appearance. Do not use that face to say such things to me. Petunia, flushing and retreating behind McGonagall, thought to herself, damn it. How could I have such an eye for beauty? Incredible. McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. As McGonagall conversed with the youthful Dumbledore, Petunia discreetly slipped out of the headmaster's office, eager to return and write to Ilock. He had lamented the fact that he had never seen Dumbledore in his youth. What a fortuitous opportunity this was. In the Ollery, a plump brown-feathered owl grasped a letter and soared out of Hogwarts. Having completed her tasks, Petunia sauntered into the Great Hall, where the feast was about to commence. And many young witches and wizards were taking their seats at the long tables of the 4 houses. At the Slytherin table, Lucius and Narcissa occupied the central position, symbolizing their significant standing within Slytherin. Andromeda Black, whom Petunia had encountered in the Forbidden Forest, sat to Narcissa's left, while Snape occupied a corner at the edge of the table, clearly indicating the treatment of half-blood wizards in the pure-blood-adoring Slytherin house. Placing a thick tome on potion-making down on the table, Snape straightened his back, directing his gaze at the green tablecloth, deliberately ignoring the scornful whispers and snickers surrounding him. When Petunia arrived at the Great Hall, the professor's guest seats remained unoccupied, and neither Edith nor Lily could be seen at the Ravenclaw or Gryffindor tables. However, Snape, seated alone at the Slytherin table, was quite conspicuous. Hey, Severus! Petunia exclaimed, striding over to him and giving his shoulder a playful pat. The familiar voice startled Snape. And before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Damn it, was I just attacked by a troll? He thought, irritated, only to find himself meeting Petunia's sparkling eyes. She casually settled into the seat beside him, seemingly unfazed by the glares from the Slytherin snakes, perhaps entirely oblivious to their disdain. Miss Evans, were you possessed by a troll just now? That slap nearly sent me to the infirmary. Snape gritted his teeth at Petunia, who had struck him with such force. Next time, be more careful, she replied, grinning widely, clearly unperturbed by the incident. Sighing, anticipating further mischief, Snape inquired, "What brings you to find me?" With this question, Petunia perked up, her smile widening as she patted his shoulder again. It worked. About Dumbledore. What? Snape found it hard to believe that Dumbledore would agree to use Petunia's dubious potion. Yes, despite the fact that Petunia is quite adept. And her potions have been tested on Hagrid's creatures, this particular potion, which lacks clear effects and unknown side effects, does not qualify as a competent product in my opinion. This was why I never believed Dumbledore would consent. He has already consumed it, and has reverted to the appearance of an 18-year-old, Petunia continued, oblivious to his reservations. Severus, you have no idea how handsome Dumbledore was at 18. Ugh. Snape grimaced at the thought of Dumbledore's bushy beard and his flamboyant, eye-watering robes, unable to reconcile the words handsome or beautiful with Dumbledore. As Penny and Snape engaged in conversation, the Slytherin long table was anything but tranquil. The young serpents furrowed their brows, casting peculiar glances at the girl who occupied a seat among them, particularly since she hailed from a Muggle lineage. Had it not been for the undeniable renown and formidable prowess of this Evans at Hogwarts, they would have expelled her without a second thought. For such behavior would hardly align with their noble upbringing. Yet Lucius and Narcissa, observing Penny from the far end of the table, maintained their composure. Lucius's admonition to mind their manners effectively stilled the chattering young serpents. Although Slytherin valued bloodlines, it placed an even greater emphasis on strength and tangible benefits. Undeniably, Penny represented a powerful ally who could yield rewards, thus differentiating their attitude toward her from that directed at other Muggles. Nearby, Andromeda cast a sidelong glance, her gaze towards Narcissa inscrutable. Chapter 35. Reactions during dinner at Hogwarts. The young wizards settled into their respective houses, their attention riveted upon the youth occupying Dumbledore's seat at the head table. Not only were they intrigued, but the professors, save for Professor McGonagall, also regarded the youthful Dumbledore with curiosity. Professor Sprout, her round face adorned with a warm smile, inquired of the seemingly in-the-know McGonagall. What a handsome young man, Minerva. But why does he sit in Albus's place? Where has Albus gone? At that moment, both the uninformed professors at the head table and the curious students at the 4 house tables perked up their ears. Adjusting her glasses, McGonagall turned to the smiling youth, asking, "What do you say, Albus?" "Thank you for your concern, Pomona. This is what I looked like in my youth," Dumbledore replied, his blue eyes curving into crescent moons, a benevolent smile gracing the youthful visage that seemed incongruous and rendered his words even more difficult to accept. Professor Slughorn nearly fumbled the goblet he had just lifted, while Professor Flitwick's knife and fork clattered noisily against his plate. Professor Sprout's warm smile froze upon her face, and chaos erupted among the students beneath as they reacted to Dumbledore's words. Some spilled pumpkin juice, others tumbled from their seats, and exclamations of surprise reverberated throughout the hall. At the Slytherin table, Snape glared at the youthful Dumbledore, who appeared so jovial at the head table, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. What a striking Dumbledore! Damn it! At his age, what need has he for youthful beauty? Meanwhile, Penny, seated at the Ravenclaw table, found delight in the astonished reactions of those around her. Hogwarts' Great Hall buzzed with excitement that night as the professors, intrigued by Dumbledore's transformation, queried one after another. The students, equally curious about Dumbledore, leaned in, their ears perked, while those further from the professors hesitated to press too close, opting instead to cluster in small groups, whispering animatedly. Feeling as though he were trapped in a pen of 800 ducks, Snape shot a glare at the source of the commotion, hastily grabbing some food before departing the hall. He was still young, after all, and his ears were still functional. Suddenly, as Penny wrestled with a slice of apple pie, a chill ran down her spine. A searing gaze from the head table froze her in place. This gaze became increasingly unabashed, causing even the Ravenclaw eagles at the table to sense it, each of them stiffening in response. "Help me," Penny lamented inwardly, wishing to focus solely on her meal. It had been ages since she had enjoyed good food. With this thought, she hastily gathered her belongings and exited the hall. The two left the hall nearly in tandem, and after walking a few hundred meters, Penny encountered Lily, who was hurrying towards the hall, accompanied by her entourage, James, and his friends Sirius, Remus, and Peter. As Penny approached, Lily was engaged in conversation with Snape while James shot him a disgruntled glare from behind. "Penny, it's so good to see you," Lily exclaimed, rushing to Penny and linking her arm with hers, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "Sorry, Lily, I've been terribly busy," Penny replied, squeezing her hand and then glancing at the obviously discontented boys. "What is going on with them?" "Oh, please don't say that. Potter clings to me like a stubborn burr. I can't shake him off. They also bully Severus constantly," Lily exclaimed, her tone unusually filled with annoyance as she shot a glare at James and Sirius, who were closing in on Snape. "Lily, don't say such things." James retreated a step, feigning heartbreak. "I never asked you to call me by my surname, Mr. Potter," Lily retorted, turning her back and clinging to Penny's arm. James gazed deeply into Lily's brown eyes, saying, "Lily, you cannot treat me this way." Penny gasped, a chill running down her spine at James's pained tone, which sent goosebumps racing across her skin. This mournful tone and affected expression bore an uncanny resemblance to a widow residing in Spinner's End, as Snape would later remark. "He ought to act normally," Sirius commented dryly, clearly accustomed to James's antics. Remus shook his head in silence, casting a glance at Penny, who appeared increasingly displeased as James continued to fawn over Lily. "Help! Can you please back off? You are truly irritating," Lily shouted at James. Since she was sorted into Gryffindor, he had been relentless, initially claiming that Penny had tasked him with looking after her, but his behavior had only escalated absurdly. Whether she was heading to the hall or returning to the common room, he followed her, insisting it was simply on the way. He even trailed them to the library when she and Snape went to study, bringing his friends along to watch. She was at her wits' end. Moreover, he always clashed with Snape, often verbally attacking him, although most of the time, it was James who instigated the conflict. More than once, she had witnessed him shoving Snape around with a group of friends, and they were truly insufferable. Lily's outburst left James stunned, and Penny narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lily, usually warm-hearted and generous, rarely harbored dislike for anyone, and her outbursts were exceedingly rare. What had this fellow done to her sister? It seemed that asking this boy to care for Lily had only brought her trouble. "It appears we need to have a word, James Potter," Penny declared, a chilling smile curling her lips as she disregarded his protests and seized him by the collar, pulling him away. Before leaving, she reminded Lily, "You go ahead and dine in the hall. I will visit you in Gryffindor Tower tomorrow." As she turned, she met the gaze of Sirius and Remus, who seemed to be contemplating intervening. Penny narrowed her eyes once more, tightening her grip on James's collar. "What, do you wish to join our conversation as well?" Peter, who had been lurking in the background, had already scuttled to the side. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, Sirius and Remus casually stepped aside, as though they were merely passing by. "Come along, Severus, you must want to discuss the events of this past week with me." Snape nodded and followed her out. Behind them, Sirius placed a hand on Remus's shoulder, his tone a mix of astonishment and glee. "Well, I suppose James should learn his lesson after this." Trailing behind Lily all day, the grievances were not solely borne by her. Her strength was remarkable. With one hand, she effortlessly lifted James, leaving Lupin utterly astonished, his eyes nearly popping out. Chapter 36, A Lesson. By the edge of the Black Lake, a veritable paradise for couples at Hogwarts, many pairs strolled hand in hand to digest their meals. Beneath a lush beech tree, Penny and Snape stood together, their gazes cold and piercing as they looked down upon James, who was sprawled on the ground, his glasses askew. Swallowing hard, James belatedly sensed the aura of danger. Yet he always believed Hogwarts to be the safest of havens, attributing his predicament to being yanked around, causing a lack of oxygen. He drew forth his wand and cast a confundus charm around the area, then conjured a soft, comfortable sofa upon the grass. Penny tugged Snape down to sit, twirling her wand between her fingers, her blue eyes fixed on James as she softly inquired, "Like a dogged plaster, clinging to Lily? Bullying Severus? You've had quite the week, haven't you?" The interrogation stance Penny had learned from television did not scare him. Instead, it sparked a glimmer of intrigue in James's eyes. Ignoring the inherent danger, he climbed up from the grass, curiously touching the leg of the sofa, exclaiming, "Cool." Penny, who had failed at her earlier attempt to intimidate him, felt a rare amusement at his reaction. Well aware of James's frivolity, Snape allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. It was indeed a novelty to witness Penny falter. With a flick of her wand, Penny slapped James on the head, demanding, "What do you think you're doing? Do you assume I'm giving you a transfiguration lesson? This is an interrogation. Do you understand?" James, clutching his head, was momentarily dazed by her outburst and after a lengthy pause, innocently replied, "Interrogating what? I haven't done anything wrong." Well, if harassing female classmates and bullying innocent students doesn't count as wrongdoing, then indeed he had done nothing amiss. Snape, arms crossed and leaning against the sofa, remarked dryly, "Who have you harassed?" James, quick to retort but faltering under Penny's fierce gaze, shrank back, clutching his head once more. "All right. I may have been a bit too attentive to Lily, but I assure you, it was merely an act of care for a classmate. Penny, you asked me to help look after her." At this point, he seemed to regain some confidence, lifting his previously lowered head. "I retract that statement. If Lily tells me again that you're like a dogged plaster, sticking to her incessantly, I shall transform you into a genuine dogged plaster." Penny threatened, fearing that James, with his carefree demeanor, might not take her seriously. With a flick of her wand, she turned his Gryffindor-colored tie into a black plaster that adhered to his robe. "No. Don't do that, Penny," James cried out, once again crouching down in distress. "I can't follow Lily around. It would drive me mad. She is so lovely. Keep your distance from my sister." Penny was disgusted by his antics, having known him for only a week. Who would believe he was genuinely distressed? And what is this about bullying classmates? Penny furrowed her brow, questioning him further. "I didn't." James stubbornly denied, glaring fiercely at Snape. "Who did I bully? You treacherous Slytherin." It was evident that Snape straightened his posture, lifting his chin as though awarded a prestigious accolade. This moment left Penny momentarily stunned, glancing between the sofa-bound Snape and the seated James, unconvinced of James's capacity for such behavior. "You don't count. I can't possibly argue with you. I've been scolded by Lily numerous times." James protested, his face flushed. Penny nodded, understanding the venomous nature of Snape's tongue. After all, even she occasionally fell victim to his sharp words, let alone someone like James, whom he clearly disliked. "But you're not alone. Your friends are inseparable from you. Unlike me who is by myself." Snape's gaze fell, casting shadows beneath his eyelashes, which made him appear somewhat forlorn. Recalling her previous encounter with Sirius and the others by the hall, Penny looked at James in disbelief. "Are you also conspiring to bully people?" James was left flabbergasted by Snape's audacity. How could he announce such claims without a hint of embarrassment? Over the past week, he had merely exchanged a few jibes with Snape when he noticed him with Lily, returning the insults doubled with Lily's reprimands and the mockery of his so-called friends. It had not been easy for him. Previously, he had contemplated giving Snape a good thrashing to keep him away from Lily, but he could never manage it. Sirius merely enjoyed the spectacle, and Lupin, feeling under the weather, was not one to drag into the fray, while Peter, cowardly, always fled at the first sign of a fight. Oh right, today I even took a beating. James's expression morphed as he regarded Snape. His eyes aflame with pent-up rage. You dare glare at me? Penny thought his silence was an admission of defeat, interpreting his furious expression as defiance. And she delivered another light smack to his head. I didn't bully him. You're still making excuses. From now on, you are forbidden from bullying your classmates. James lay sprawled on the grass, utterly despondent, feeling devoid of hope. Snape, observing James's despondency, felt a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Accept your punishment, foolish Potter. All right. Rise and stop playing dead. Penny rolled her eyes. She had not exerted much effort, so why was he acting as if he were on the verge of death? She pulled James onto the sofa, but Snape immediately shifted a few steps away, clearly repulsed. James felt as if his eyes were about to roll back into his head. Ignoring their silent rivalry, Penny collected her wand. She recognized that these two were inherently at odds. As night fell, she delivered a few more warnings to James about causing Lily any distress and refraining from bullying others before finally releasing him. Of course, before departing, James shot a fierce glare at the traitorous serpent. You'll pay for this. Once Penny returned to the dormitory, she washed up and went to bed, finally able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep after several hectic days. The following morning ushered in Professor McGonagall's class. After a restful night, Penny awoke refreshed, while Edith remained sound asleep. Having turned in early the previous night, Penny had not seen Edith before bed, and upon seeing her now, she was taken aback by Edith's disheveled appearance. Typically one to prioritize her looks, Edith's hair was a tangled mess atop her head. Dark circles under her eyes were pronounced, and her once fair complexion appeared alarmingly pale. Her lips were dry and cracked, with faint traces of blood visible, making her seem worse off than Penny after a week of sleepless nights. Edith? Penny called softly, what happened? Oh Penny, you're back, Edith finally registered, smiling at her. Yet her dry lips cracked, causing blood to seep forth, and she continued smiling as if oblivious to the pain. When had the normally meticulous Edith become so careless about her appearance? Penny's heart sank. What could have happened? Perhaps she had become foolish from reading too much? Throughout the day, Edith maintained that eerie, smiling demeanor. Penny waved her hand in front of Edith's face, but she merely stared blankly, still smiling. Increasingly concerned, Penny draped her robe over Edith's shoulders and hurried her to the hospital wing, hoping Madame Pomfrey could remedy her condition. Chapter 37. A Curse. The hospital wing was unusually tranquil in the early morning, with most patients still asleep, and the usual mischievous little wizards had yet to injure themselves. Madame Pomfrey, savoring a rare moment of peace, prepared her freshly brewed tea, adding milk and sugar. Madame Pomfrey, help. Penny's cry shattered the stillness. Goodness, opening for business this early. Lay her on the bed, Madame Pomfrey replied wearily, then inquired, what's wrong with her? I don't know. She woke up like this, dazed and vacant. Only reacting slightly when her name is called, Penny explained, placing Edith on the nearest bed and sharing what she knew. It sounds quite serious. Having tidied up the untouched cup of red tea, Madame Pomfrey stood at Edith's bedside, waving her wand and casting several detection spells upon her. Multicolored lights flickered incessantly in the infirmary, and it was not until a quarter of an hour had passed that the incantations ceased, leaving a gray light suspended above Edith's head. Good heavens, someone has dared to use dark magic on such a young student. I must inform Dumbledore immediately. Leaving Penny to watch over Edith, Madame Pomfrey twirled her wand, and a white dove soared from the tip, flying towards Dumbledore's location. Although Madame Pomfrey could not treat the unknown dark magic, she was skilled in healing injuries, and it was not long before the wound on Edith's lip, which Penny had been unable to heal, was mended, and her complexion improved significantly. Dumbledore arrived swiftly, appearing as if he were still 18 years old due to the potion he had consumed from Penny. Nearly being mistaken by Madame Pomfrey for a troublesome student, and almost being turned away, Penny was sent off by Dumbledore to notify Edith's brother, Morrison, as he always believed young witches should steer clear of dark magic, particularly someone as exceptionally talented as Penny. At the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall, Morrison was engaged in conversation with a stunning blonde girl, his girlfriend Myrtle. They had already met each other's parents and planned to marry after graduation. Upon hearing the news about Edith, the pair hurriedly left the hall, and just as Penny had hastily grabbed a few bites to eat and arrived at the infirmary, she overheard Dumbledore's words. We only know that Miss Hall has been afflicted by a curse of dark magic. And now we must find the dark magical object that caused her harm. Who is Miss Hall's roommate? Has there been anything unusual with Miss Hall recently? Professor McGonagall inquired. Her brow furrowed. It was I, Penny said, entering with her head bowed. However, I have been delving into potion studies and have rarely returned to the dormitory for rest. In the room, besides Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, was also present. To confess her misdeeds before the heads of both her house and the school was indeed daunting. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, she caught sight of Professor McGonagall's disapproving gaze and Professor Flitwick's wide-eyed stare, as if he were about to pop out of his sockets. Haha. Penny maintained a silly smile, attempting to feign ignorance. Perhaps we should search Miss Hall's dormitory. How about having Miss Evans accompany us? Dumbledore timely interjected, offering her a wink as if to take credit for the suggestion. Help. It was quite difficult to resist the charm of such a handsome face, making that expression. Once again hiding behind Professor McGonagall, Penny covered her eyes and began to recite her history of magic, reminding herself that knowledge is wisdom, and to not be deceived by appearances. Dumbledore was even older than her grandfather. Albus, you ought to learn to maintain a distance from young witches. After all, that face of yours is undeniably captivating. Madame Pomfrey boldly proposed, garnering Professor McGonagall's agreement. She had heard that the Gryffindor girls were contemplating slipping love letters under the door of the headmaster's office. Oh, what a headache. It was somewhat inappropriate for male professors to enter the girls' dormitory, especially with Dumbledore now sporting an 18-year-old's handsome visage. In the end, it was Professor McGonagall who accompanied Penny to the dormitory. An excellent witch, she quickly discovered a ruby necklace beneath Edith's pillow, its craftsmanship exquisite, particularly the breathtaking ruby, that even made Professor McGonagall gasp in admiration. However, the more enchanting something is, the more perilous it can become. And soon Professor McGonagall detected subtle traces of dark magic upon that very ruby. Having identified the dark magical object and pinpointed the cause of the affliction, the unconscious Edith was sent to St. Mungo's by her family, and Penny found herself living without the concern of a roommate. She intended to take a break from her alchemical studies, primarily due to the unavailability of several materials she had ordered from Diagon Alley. Since the inception of her studies on emotional crystal balls, she had been delving into emotional magic, recognizing that hope, sorrow, and the experience of poverty are all facets of human emotion. Enchanting such magic onto an object required a rare material, known as the tears of a siren. Unlike the unsightly mermaids in the Black Lake, sirens were said to possess the bloodline of Poseidon, the sea god. They lived long lives, retaining their youthful beauty until death, with long, beautiful tails reaching 2 to 3 meters in length. Most were female, graced with lovely faces and melodious voices, resembling the mermaids of mythology. Legend has it that when a siren falls in love with a human, she will forsake the sea for that person, transforming her tail into legs through a wondrous ritual to live on land. However, if her heart is betrayed, the siren will shed sorrowful tears, dig out that person's heart, consume it, and return to the sea. In recent years, for reasons unknown, sirens have not fallen in love with humans for quite some time, leading to a shortage of siren tears in Diagon Alley. Even the renowned Malfoy family's storeroom held not a single drop. The Deception series of potions, however, had turned out to be a delightful surprise amidst the material shortages. Certain institutions within the British wizarding community are woefully antiquated. For instance, Penny must acquire a letter of recommendation and endorsement from a master of potions to publish her paper on the emergence of a revolutionary youth renewal potion in the Potions Weekly. The potion Penny has named Youth Renewal is a brand new formula, potent in its effects. Unlike those costly beauty potions that require frequent use, this potion offers immediate results, making it particularly enticing to the nobility, especially with the endorsement of Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of our time. For the fame-chasing and profit-driven Slytherins, nothing could be more tantalizing than this potion. Professor Slughorn's invitation for afternoon tea arrived later than she had anticipated. She had expected the round, indulgent, vain professor, who treated her with special favor, to invite her sooner to discuss matters. Professor Slughorn's potions office lay in the dungeons of Slytherin, a cold and damp place, with the heavy scent of moisture permeating the air even in the corridors. Pineapple jam. She uttered the password, and the serpentine circular door twisted open. The aroma of food wafted immediately from the open door to Penny's nose. Savory sandwiches, the sweet scent of pineapple jam, rich chocolate cake, oak-aged mead, and some rare fruits. Oh, Penny, my dear, you've arrived. Come and sit. Professor Slughorn warmly invited her to take a seat, his gaze upon her as if she were his most cherished daughter. An array of exquisite and delectable food adorned the table, and out of respect for the meal, neither of them broached the subject of potions at first. Professor Slughorn, being well-read and worldly, always had delightful anecdotes to share with Penny, and laughter echoed within the potions office. It was not until close to dinner that Penny emerged from the dungeons, her arms laden with numerous treasured gifts bestowed by the potions professor, ranging from rare potion ingredients to high-quality mead. It had been a joyous afternoon tea, with both parties leaving satisfied. Professor Slughorn basked in the accolades and fame he had garnered, while Penny's potion was well on its way to success. Chapter 38. A Brief Calm. Following Edith's departure to St. Mungo's, Penny returned to the normal life of a second-year Ravenclaw student, diligently attending classes, actively participating, and striving to accumulate points for her house. Meanwhile, the Slytherins attending classes alongside Ravenclaw grew increasingly withdrawn, transforming the classroom into a showcase of Penny Evans's brilliance. Regardless of the subject or the challenging questions posed by professors, she possessed the correct answers. A week later, the students from the four houses observed with silent awe as Ravenclaw's score soared to a level significantly higher than Slytherin's, which was only half of Ravenclaw's tally. The young eagles regarded Penny with fervent admiration, akin to the reverence of a scholar gazing upon a prodigy. After a week of dutiful restraint, Penny could no longer contain herself. She leaned over the library table, the books before her utterly devoid of allure. To her left sat Lily, diligently working on her transfiguration essay, while to her right, Snape was engrossed in a hefty tome on potions. How delightful it was to be surrounded by such industrious students. Evans. The aristocratic tone of a Slytherin girl commanded Penny and Lily's attention, as they both looked up at the blonde girl. "You've arrived, Celia. Where are Natasha and Tal?" Penny's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, a slacker had come along to join her in mischief. "They've been confined by the headmaster for copying essays and putting their names on them," Celia whispered, likely sensing the absurdity of the situation. Snape's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape as he regarded Celia, as if she had just claimed to have witnessed Dumbledore dancing in a gown in the Great Hall. Lily stifled a laugh, covering her mouth to contain her amusement at Celia's presence. A series of coughs erupted in the quiet library, prompting Madame Pants to glance suspiciously at Celia, questioning whether she had committed some transgression. "Slytherins truly are a talented lot," Penny mused aloud after a prolonged silence. James, eavesdropping behind the bookshelf, clutched Sirius's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. How could anyone be so foolish? Truly, a Slytherin. Isn't that right, Sirius? Not receiving a response from his best friend, James turned to pat Sirius again, seeking affirmation, only to find him studiously engrossed in a hefty transfiguration book. "Sirius? The library is a place for study." Madame Pants's figure appeared behind him, nearly shouting in his ear. James's hasty retreat elicited a ripple of laughter, and as Sirius lifted his gaze from his book, the gleeful glint in his eyes was quickly extinguished by Madame Pants's shrill voice. "Your book is upside down. You two must leave. Foolish lion." Snape sneered, his mood considerably brightened by the commotion. Penny, having submitted all her assignments to Celia, rested her chin on her hand, watching her as she borrowed from Penny's essay while furiously scribbling with a quill. "You let her copy your work?" Snape inquired, his brows furrowed in disapproval. "Borrowing. It's a friendly exchange among students," Penny replied, recalling the 100 galleons she had received with a smile. Snape's frown deepened. This was incorrect. She should realize the error of her ways. Celia shot him a glare. Being a Slytherin, how dare he speak ill of her in front of her? "I didn't want to, but she offered too much." Penny's eyes sparkled as she looked at Celia, who could refuse 100 galleons. "No one." Celia proudly lifted her chin, casting a disdainful glance at Snape, relishing in the sight of him speechless. 100 galleons. Lily gazed at Celia with wide eyes, as if she were gazing at a walking pile of gold, for she and Penny's combined allowance for the year did not amount to 100 galleons. At 8 o'clock, as the library prepared to close, Madame Pants ushered Penny and her companions out. Celia had grown accustomed to this weekly ritual. She nodded at Penny before clutching a stack of parchment and departing. After bidding farewell to everyone, Penny did not return to the dormitory, but ventured into the Forbidden Forest. She sought a potion ingredient, unicorn blood. Unicorns are pure and noble magical creatures, and their blood is said to prolong life, surrounded by various tales. Even on the brink of death, unicorn blood could spare your life, but at a terrible cost. One must slay innocent and defenseless beings to save oneself, and your life would only be half-lived. From the moment the blood touched your lips, you would be cursed. The instant the blood met your lips, you would become a half-dead, cursed existence. So if one refrained from drinking unicorn blood, one would be safe, right? Perhaps she could find a docile unicorn and barter for some of its blood, as it was said to be silvery white. With this thought, Penny arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, motivating herself as she gazed at the towering trees. She had ventured into the forest several times without even catching a glimpse of a unicorn, Hopefully, tonight would prove fortuitous. The night was a full moon, and the tome stated that unicorns would gather to bask in the moonlight, making it an opportune time to encounter them, whether it was the full moon's influence or not. The Forbidden Forest tonight was eerily quiet. Unlike previous nights filled with the calls of magical creatures, Penny could hear her own breathing in the stillness. It felt as though danger lurked within. Tilting her head, a beautiful smile graced her lips. I hope tonight's peril is a bit more thrilling. After all, I haven't had a good tussle in ages. With no clear direction in the forest, Penny chose to follow the brightest star in the night sky, embarking on a path she had never traversed before. The surrounding silence was palpable, and wary of alarming any creatures. Penny cast the disillusionment charm and the silencing charm upon herself, her steps light as she continued forward. As she traversed through an unnamed grove, the sound of trickling water reached her ears. Surely, unicorns would enjoy drinking under the moonlight? With this thought, Penny trotted toward the sound of the stream, her view gradually clearing as the trees parted, revealing a grassy clearing. However, the once lush meadow appeared devastated, patches of sod uprooted, deep gashes marring the landscape. The air was thick with residual magical energy, and upon the overturned turf, Penny discovered gleaming, pure white hairs, accompanied by deep and shallow hoofprints trailing off into the dark distance. The good news was that unicorns indeed roamed here. The bad news was that someone had arrived before her. Moreover, the extensive bloodstains suggested that the poor unicorn was in grave peril. Penny felt an overwhelming urge to rush toward the source, but hesitated, recalling the legends of unicorns being formidable fighters. While she had confidence in her abilities, she was still only 12. If she miscalculated, the consequences could be dire. Resolutely, Penny summoned the bird that often accompanied Fox, instructing it to find Dumbledore, hoping that if she found herself in a bind, he might rescue her from trouble. Chapter 39: The Unicorn. Following the trail of unicorn blood deeper into the forest, Penny finally halted as she reached the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Here, the trees almost grazed the clouds, blocking out the moonlight and starlight, and a heavy, metallic scent permeated the air. The magical auras of various colossal magical creatures intertwined, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The blood trail had vanished, leaving Penny at a standstill, unsure of how to proceed. Cautiously, she cast several detection spells, but yielded no results. Suddenly, the rustle of a cloak brushing against the grass and a thud against a tree trunk shattered the silence, followed by chaotic footsteps that indicated the approaching figure's disarray. Utilizing her disillusionment and silencing charms, Penny nimbly dashed to the side of the newcomer, who was of slight stature, cloaked entirely in black, with not a strand of hair visible. The magical aura around them was weak. They were likely a student wandering the Forbidden Forest at night. Penny tapped the person's shoulder, and as expected, they turned around. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly subdued them, pressing them to the ground while casting the silencing charm to seal their lips. Grasping their hair to reveal their face, she was met with dark hair and eyes, a youthful countenance suggesting a prominent nose and stubbornly pressed lips, adorned with expressions of fear and defiance. Penny was momentarily stunned, her strength dissipating significantly. In astonishment, she inquired, "Severus? What are you doing here? Shouldn't he be slumbering in the Slytherin dungeon?" First-year students were not permitted to roam at night. Severus Snape was bewildered as to why his captor had suddenly released him. Yet he remained engulfed in terror, his sole desire being to escape. He chose a direction that seemed relatively safe and made his way out. It was only after Penny had spoken that she realized she was still under the effects of the disillusionment charm and the silencing charm. Snape could neither see her nor hear her voice. Thus, she dispelled the enchantments, seized his wrist, and deftly pinned him against a tree. "Severus, it's me. Soon." Snape fell silent, his initial panic giving way to a lingering embarrassment. Captured once more and in such an undignified position, pressed against the tree, he felt a surge of shame and indignation. Yet the familiar voice that reached his ears quelled his turmoil, and he found himself gazing into Penny's azure eyes. Her grip held his wrist firmly, her body pressed against his through the fabric of their clothing, and her cerulean gaze was as deep as the ocean, overwhelming him, rendering his mind blank, save for the drumming of his heart, reminding him of the stark reality surrounding him. "Severus?" Penny noticed he remained motionless, fixated on her, and released his hand, playfully tapping his face. "What's the matter? I was hoping to glean some information about the unicorn from you. It's evident from your earlier fright that you witnessed something." Snape's face instantly flushed crimson, for her touch was fleeting, yet he feared she might sense his embarrassment. He opened his mouth to speak but could produce no sound. Instead, he helplessly shook his head and gestured to his lips. "I forgot again." As she uttered those words, Penny lifted the enchantments. "We must leave quickly. Danger lies ahead." Snape lowered his voice, gripping Penny's wrist in an attempt to lead her away from the perilous location. What danger? Penny countered, grasping Snape's wrist in turn, hoping to extract information regarding the unicorn. 2 dark wizards are attacking a solitary unicorn up ahead. They are formidable. And the unicorn stands no chance, Snape reluctantly divulged, feeling compelled to share what he had witnessed. Initially, he had planned to collect mooncalf dung for a versatile potion, but unexpectedly found himself embroiled in this dire situation. Thankful he had managed to escape. Penny, not well versed in dark wizards, only knew of their proficiency in dark magic and their ruthless nature. She could not ascertain their exact strength. Severus, listen to me. I have already informed Dumbledore. You should return along this path. Perhaps you will encounter him, Penny calmly instructed, though she withheld her intention to rescue the unicorn. And what about you? Are you intent on courting death? Snape quickly grasped her intention and vehemently opposed her course of action. As they argued, a shrill female voice pierced the air. Look what I've discovered. 2 little wizards. The witch was strikingly beautiful, her long black curls cascading elegantly over her shoulders, clad in a fitted black robe that accentuated her alluring curves, moving with a serpentine grace. Well, now you can't escape, Penny remarked, her gaze steady as she regarded the witch, drawing her wand. Snape too aimed his wand at the witch, a resolute expression crossing his face. I despise it when others point wands at me. The witch's demeanor shifted immediately upon witnessing their actions, her wand emitting a faint green glow at its tip. Shatter, she commanded, unleashing a powerful curse, clearly underestimating the 2 underage wizards, a mocking smile gracing her lips that only accentuated her sharp features. Armored protection. Snape swiftly cast a protective charm over both himself and Penny. Penny, with practiced finesse, flicked her wrist and uttered a spell. Flames erupt. The 2 beams of light collided violently, but Penny's beam was forcefully deflected. Thankfully, Snape's protective spell proved effective, sparing them from injury. However, the witch's lingering smile morphed into an unmistakable provocation. 2 underage wizards of unknown lineage had caused her embarrassment, an affront she could not tolerate. Avada Kedavra, she screamed in fury, a green beam of light erupting from her wand, its violent tremors echoing the ominous presence of death itself. Almost simultaneously, Penny retaliated, brandishing her gold and red wand, reciting an intricate incantation, Inferno Dragon Roar. Instantly, a formidable fire elemental coalesced before her, and as she pointed her wand, the fiery visage took shape, its eyes glowing like lanterns as it emanated an overwhelming aura, appearing almost corporeal. With a deafening roar, the fiery apparition took to the skies, its massive wings creating a tempest as it surged towards the witch. The clash between the green beam from the witch's wand and the fiery dragon created a dazzling confrontation, illuminating much of the forbidden forest and revealing the disbelief on Snape's face, the tension in Penny's grip on her wand, and the increasingly malevolent expression on the witch's face. The killing curse was deflected, leaving the witch astounded. How could this be? That was merely a young wizard. The fire dragon, though weakened, remained fiercely determined, its once vibrant flames dimmed but still resolute as it aimed towards the witch, its golden red eyes aflame with fury. In a state of panic, the witch cast a series of defensive spells, all of which were effortlessly shattered by the fire dragon. Glaring malevolently in Penny's direction, she clutched a pendant at her chest and vanished from sight. The ground of the forbidden forest trembled as the fire dragon detonated where the witch had stood, producing a thunderous explosion that sent debris flying. Soil, stones, and unfortunate trees were obliterated. Even with Penny and Snape having found refuge, the shockwave reverberated painfully in their eardrums, compounded by the choking dust and smoke that brought tears to their eyes. Throughout the ordeal, Snape remained in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend that they had indeed encountered dark wizards, that someone had dared to cast the killing curse at them within Hogwarts, and that Penny had grown to such an extent. It felt like a surreal dream. No, he wouldn't even dare to dream of such a scenario. Let her escape. Penny frowned, a hint of regret evident, but she quickly regained her resolve and pulled Snape towards the direction the witch had fled, for she still had to rescue the unicorn. Chapter 40. The Unicorn 2. That night, Dumbledore had turned in early, while Fawkes nestled in his perch, preparing for rest. Suddenly, a blinding red light burst through the wall, startling both man and bird. What could possibly pass through walls? Help! Dumbledore! Someone is chasing a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. The girl's clear, loud voice rang out from the bedroom. Awoken and momentarily dazed, Dumbledore swiftly gathered his senses, locating his glasses by the bedside and placing them on. He sighed, exasperated. Must I never have peace at night? Despite his complaints, Dumbledore followed the dazzling phoenix into the Forbidden Forest. He could not simply stand by while students and unicorns faced peril. It seemed he would be working late into the night. Even Fawkes, perched on his shoulder, wore a weary expression, his feathers lacking their usual luster. As they ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave. The depths of the Forbidden Forest were home to ancient and formidable magical creatures, and he hoped that Penny would exhibit enough wisdom to avoid provoking those that were not easily trifled with. The phoenix vanished near Penny, and Dumbledore, standing in the shadow of towering trees, observed three figures not far away. The red-haired little witch wandering at night was undoubtedly Penny, and the boy standing beside her, of similar height, was likely a Hogwarts student as well. As for the dark wizard across from them, Dumbledore recognized him. It was Bellatrix Lestrange, one of the infamous Black Sisters. He had known that woman was deranged. How could she use the killing curse on a student? Just as he tightened his grip on his wand to intervene, a scene of astonishment unfolded before him. The clever little one managed to defeat Bella, using a unique form of magic. After all, she was an adult witch, a highly skilled and ruthless Death Eater. Meanwhile, Penny, oblivious to being observed, was tugging at Snape's wrist, urging him to lead the way. She needed to save the injured unicorn, hoping that the creature possessed enough vitality to endure until her arrival. What a magnificent being it was! Cloaked entirely in black robes, the dark wizard pressed a vial against the unicorn's wounds, extracting its silvery blood, all the while expressing his admiration. What a pity that the Dark Lord requires your blood. You, brimming with treasures, lack the strength to guard them. This is your fatal flaw. The unicorn emitted a mournful whinny, its struggles feeble and sluggish, having lost too much blood and now teetering precariously close to death. When Penny and Snape arrived, they beheld a chilling scene. The dark wizard shrouded in his black cloak, obscuring his face, as he collected the blood from the battered unicorn, which lay on the brink of collapse. Concealing Snape in a patch of bushes, Penny approached the dark wizard, directing her wand at him with a commanding tone characteristic of Slytherin. Release that unicorn and spare its blood. Ah, what a little brat. A low, gravelly voice emerged from the depths of the dark wizard's voluminous cloak. He brandished the still empty vial of unicorn blood in one hand while raising his wand threateningly with the other. Get lost, or I'll grant you a taste of this agony. Penny clicked her tongue in annoyance and with a flick of her wand, declared Incendio. The dark wizard deftly dodged the spell, which struck a nearby tree instead, momentarily distancing him from the unicorn. Annoying little pest. The dark wizard growled, his voice laced with bloodlust, as he swung his wand menacingly toward Penny. Cruciatus. Seeing the unfortunate unicorn hanging by a thread, Penny had no time to play games with the vile man. She evaded the curse, extending her slender fingers in a fist toward him. Inferno Tempest. In an instant, the Forbidden Forest was engulfed in a crimson haze, as flames erupted from the ether, consuming every inch of their surroundings. He cast numerous protective spells, but they proved futile against the tempest of flames. It was as if he stood at the center of a fiery storm. His struggles were in vain, and the searing heat enveloped him completely, forcing him to endure the torment of the flames with pained cries echoing through the night. When the flames finally subsided, the dark wizard's charred robes could no longer conceal his flesh, but it mattered little, for his skin had turned as blackened as his garments. Penny, enduring the acrid scent of burnt flesh and singed hair, retrieved the vial containing the unicorn's blood from the hands of the man, confirming he bore none of the keys possessed by that earlier witch before withdrawing her hand. You shall pay dearly for this. My master will not spare you. Even in such a grievously wounded state, the man rasped defiantly. Somehow, Penny felt as if she had stepped into a villain's narrative. You're the true villain here, aren't you? Spare me your righteous indignation, she retorted, delivering a kick to the man's side. Ah! He howled in agony, curling up and trembling on the ground. At that moment, Snape, who had been hidden in the bushes, could no longer contain himself. After ensuring the area was safe, he hurried to Penny's side, seizing the dark wizard's wand in a protective grip as the man lay gasping for breath. Ignoring the wizard sprawled on the ground like a corpse, Penny approached the unicorn. The poor creature, still not fully matured, bore a coat of shimmering white, yet its horn remained a radiant gold. Gently stroking the unicorn's head, Penny whispered soothingly, "It's all right, the bad man has been defeated." She knelt before the unicorn, her face pale from the exertion of the spell, carefully inspecting its wounds while continuing to comfort the feeble creature. The unicorn, sensing her kindness, nudged her hand with its head, responding softly, weak yet tender. Poor child. Still so young, Penny lamented, as Snape stood beside her, his lips moving silently as he struggled to find words of comfort. Fawkes, come here. Penny suddenly called into the woods, recalling that the tears of a phoenix could heal most external injuries. Although the unicorn appeared battered, most of its wounds were superficial, and its weakness was due to excessive blood loss. The magnificent golden-red bird heard her call and joyfully soared towards her. Dumbledore, scratching his head in embarrassment, realized he had been discovered. Snape's eyes widened as he beheld the phoenix, blazing like a ball of fire as it approached Penny. Even more astonishing was the fact that, as the flames danced upward, they seemed to illuminate a familiar face, one belonging to a younger Dumbledore. This revelation darkened Snape's expression, shattering his previously held reverence for the greatest wizard. Ahem, Dumbledore stammered, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, especially as he glimpsed the disappointment in the young witch's eyes. This is an unfortunate misunderstanding. I can explain. Chapter 41. After the crisis, Penny caught Fawkes, who crashed into her arms like a crimson ball, her body swaying slightly from the impact. Caressing the phoenix's warm feathers, she gently implored Fawkes, please help it. It needs your tears. The understanding phoenix would not refuse the earnest request of its beloved young witch, nodding obediently as its round eyes glistened. Large tears cascaded from its eyes onto the unicorn's wounds, and the extraordinary healing power of the phoenix's tears swiftly made the unicorn's injuries vanish. Yet, the unicorn lying on the ground still appeared quite weak. Snape stood silently beside Penny, offering her 2 vials of potions, a blood-replenishing potion and a restorative draught. Strictly speaking, potions for magical creatures differed from those for humans, but given the circumstances, such distinctions mattered little. After administering the potions, the unicorn appeared to improve, nuzzling Penny's fingers with its large head as it struggled to rise. In the pitch of night, the unicorn's pure white coat shimmered with flecks of light, driving away the darkness surrounding it as it emitted cheerful whinnies. It nodded playfully toward Penny and Snape, seemingly aware of Penny's intentions, and picked up a vial containing its blood from the groaning dark wizard, placing it into Penny's arms. Tonight, Penny's objective had been achieved. Blood untainted by the unicorn's curse. Penny beamed as she petted the unicorn's head, saying, "Thank you for your generosity, dear." After a moment of hesitation, the unicorn approached Snape, its pure black eyes meeting his impassive gaze as if sensing something profound. Then it tilted its head, seemingly perplexed as to why the boy appeared to be disinterested in it. After all, the little wizard who had encountered it before had found it utterly charming. In the distance, a melodious sound echoed, causing the unicorn's ears to perk up. Its kin were searching for it. The unicorn had its own way of expressing gratitude. It buried its fluffy head forcefully into Snape's embrace, nearly toppling the frail little wizard. Moments later, he found himself holding a heavy object, and before he could react, the unicorn had dashed away. Snape stood there, bewildered, clutching the unicorn's shed horn, a precious ingredient for potions that he might never come across again in such pristine condition. He felt a twinge of conflict. Should he keep it as a token of the unicorn's gratitude? Without your guidance, I might never have found it. Penny patted his shoulder and cast a glance at Dumbledore, who was gazing at the sky and the ground but not at her. You are far more useful than that headmaster, who only knows how to watch the show and shows no concern for the safety of his students. Ahem, I must clarify. Dumbledore attempted to explain. I genuinely intended to intervene earlier, but Penny's magic caught me off guard, and I missed the opportune moment. Feel free to relay your excuses to him, Penny retorted, kicking the black wizard who intended to escape amidst the chaos, but was hindered by severe burns. After saying this, she grasped Snape's wrist, intending to return. Fawkes, flapping its wings in the air, was torn between choosing its master and the little wizard it adored, ultimately deciding to fly alongside the latter. Master, your good days lie ahead. For now, I shall seek the little wizard. The trio moved swiftly, disappearing from sight in mere moments. Dumbledore stood alone, letting out a wistful sigh. Ah, they show no regard for the elderly. Penny hurried along, gripping Snape's wrist, with Fawkes leading the way ahead. The phoenix's feathers shimmered with golden light even in the night, and illuminated by this brilliance, Snape gazed intently at the girl's pallid cheeks. She was becoming increasingly formidable. The werewolf from years past and the dark wizard from tonight had been effortlessly dealt with by her. He had thought that upon entering Hogwarts, he would grow powerful enough to protect her, but he had forgotten that she too would grow. To her, he remained that burdensome figure from the past. A burden. Lowering his gaze, he clenched his wrist into a fist, his eyes resolutely fixed on the girl's flickering silhouette in the night. He vowed to work harder. One day, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Meanwhile, Penny was unaware of Snape's internal turmoil. Just moments ago, she had showcased her magic against those 2 dark wizards, exuding confidence, yet now she felt utterly drained. At 12, her body was still too fragile. After casting just 2 powerful spells and traversing the depths of the Forbidden Forest, she was at her limit. Merlin knew she was moving swiftly to prevent herself from fainting in the Forbidden Forest. In truth, her premonition proved correct. Just as she reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, The path leading to Hogwarts Castle, her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. The Ravenclaw and Slytherin common rooms were located at opposite ends of the castle, meaning that once they exited the Forbidden Forest, Penny would release his hand. Snape's expression darkened as he gazed at her delicate wrist, not wanting her to let go. Before he could ponder further, the girl's body slumped into his arms. The sudden warmth and softness causing his heart to race like a drum, soon followed by an overwhelming surge of concern and panic. Riddle Manor. After Bella escaped using the door key, she was immediately transported to Riddle Manor, the residence of her master, the greatest dark wizard of the age, the fearsome Dark Lord Voldemort. Master. Bella gracefully knelt before the obsidian throne, bowing to kiss Voldemort's robe. Her voice was sultry, brimming with unabashed fervor and adoration. The walls were adorned with numerous silver candlesticks, yet only 2 were lit, casting a dim glow in the predominantly black room. Atop the towering throne, which bore the visage of a massive serpent, Voldemort sat quietly in a black robe. His hand rested lightly on the armrest of his throne, his skin exhibiting a rare waxy pallor, with his eyes glowing crimson. A silver mask obscured much of his face, leaving only his ghastly pale lips and gaunt chin visible. Have you returned alone? Where is the item I requested? The voice emanating from the throne was almost a whisper, yet it made Bella shudder. She immediately pressed her forehead to the ground. Forgive me, master. Fool. The voice from the throne shifted to a furious tone. Incompetent. The Cruciatus curse was uttered, and an unbearable wave of pain surged through Bella, causing her to collapse to the floor with a pained scream. Yet she quickly stifled her cries, knowing from past experiences that failing to do so would lead to even harsher lessons. 15 minutes later, the torment of the Cruciatus curse subsided, and Bella pressed her forehead to the cold floor, her tight-fitting garments soaked with cold sweat, clinging to her form. Her exquisite body, which could incite desire, was met with naught but the indifference of the figure seated upon the throne. Lift your head. Let me see what you have accomplished. As her gaze met Voldemort's crimson eyes, memories stored in her mind were violently rifled through, the pain surpassing that of the Cruciatus curse, making her wish to faint. Yet she could not. Voldemort's voice was chillingly cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation behind the silver mask. A mere underage which caused you to flee? You have even forgotten the task I assigned you. However, her magic is quite remarkable. She possesses great talent. Perhaps I will learn of her background by tomorrow? What say you, my dear Bellatrix? Yes, master. Tomorrow her information will be on your table, Bella replied, mustering her strength to speak respectfully, though her gaze toward Voldemort burned with fervor, even more intense than before. Chapter 42. The First Whispers of the Dark Lord. The following morning, the little wizards in the Great Hall noticed that the Ravenclaw crystal seemed to have risen slightly since the night before, and the Slytherin crystal had also increased. Whispers filled the hall, yet the professors remained indifferent, showing no inclination to explain to the students. Penny awoke in the room of requirement. The unfamiliar surroundings and the strange bed beneath her caused her still groggy mind to struggle to comprehend her situation. The room, adorned in shades of emerald green and silver, bore the distinctive traits of Slytherin. The curtains, bed hangings, and carpets were all a deep green, with silver decorations scattered throughout. Feeling disoriented, Penny shifted her tingling feet, and with a thud a heavy object hit the ground, prompting her to scramble upright, only to find herself face to face with Snape, who was clutching the back of his head, his expression contorted with discomfort. Memories of the previous night surged back like a tidal wave, and Penny suddenly realized she was in the room of requirement. After all, even if Snape was a boy, answering the riddle of the eagle would not grant him the right to place her in the dormitory for a proper rest. But why hadn't he returned to his dormitory to rest? He looked as if he hadn't slept well at all. His slightly curled, shoulder-length black hair hung somewhat greasy, and the dark circles under his eyes were evident. His complexion was pale, and the look of pain on his face from where she had kicked him beneath the bed was rather grim. Yet his eyes remained drowsily half-closed, suggesting he was still caught in the grasp of sleep. Good morning, Severus, Penny greeted him cheerfully, having never seen such an expression on Snape's face before, prompting her to crawl closer to get a better look. Good morning, Penny, Snape instinctively responded, suddenly looking up, only to be met by a pair of azure eyes sparkling with mirth. In those eyes, he saw only himself, a realization that made his heart race, his ears flush, and added a hint of color to his pale complexion. He was blushing. Was he embarrassed? How adorable. Penny's smile widened, her eyes curving like crescent moons. After a prolonged moment of rationality returning, the atmosphere in the room grew peculiar. Severus Snape's gaze flickered uncertainly between Petunia's face and the air beside her, embodying a desire to inquire, yet finding himself at a loss for words. You wish to ask about last night? Petunia ventured first, sitting closely beside Snape. The aroma of potions lingering around the boy's presence tickling her senses. I am uncertain myself. I merely sought to gather some materials from the Forbidden Forest. The supplies in Diagon Alley have been rather inconsistent of late. Not that. Snape's voice lowered, his head bowed as he suppressed the shadows lurking in his eyes, slowly articulating. It is you are exceptional. From a young age you surpassed both me and Lily. At merely 10, you could vanquish the werewolves that attacked us. It seems reasonable now that you could also defeat dark wizards wielding the unforgivable curses. You are enigmatic, possessing an innate ability to master numerous spells. Your talent has certainly drawn Dumbledore's attention. Your casual inventions yield remarkable effects. At times, I ponder whether you truly belong to our world. Is that a sign of inferiority? Petunia, resting her chin on her hand by the window, gazed quietly at Snape's confession. She understood that he was a competent Slytherin, exceptionally gifted, proud yet aloof. His childhood experiences instilling in him an ambitious nature, a natural yearning for power and glory, while also teaching him to be prudent and self-preserving. Long ago, he had sought her counsel on how to become stronger, yet instead of directly instructing him, she had encouraged him to meditate, to strengthen his mental fortitude. She was unaware if he had continued practicing or if he deemed her responses dismissive. In any case, he never broached the topic again. Severus, why do you still desire strength? You have already emerged from Spinner's End. Petunia tilted her head, her gaze penetrating in a manner Snape could not comprehend, seemingly looking through him to others. A boy desperately wishing to escape an abusive father, and the shadows of his childhood shared a resemblance with a girl determined to break free from her brother's control at any cost. The girl from those days had perished, granting her a new beginning. The boy, once clad in his mother's hand-me-downs, often bullied, sensitive and somewhat insecure, now exuded an air of nobility with every refined movement. Upon being bestowed the title of heir to the Prince family, his life underwent a dramatic transformation. Despite being a half-blood, the calculating Slytherin would not foolishly offend a future master of potions, endowed with remarkable talent and an illustrious lineage. Their lives had changed irrevocably, yet their aspirations appeared to diverge. She now craved freedom, relishing a carefree existence akin to her enjoyment of interactions with a lock, while Snape yearned for formidable power, needing success, validation, and glory to soothe his inner turmoil. I wish to grow stronger, just like you. The 11-year-old's gaze was resolute as he met hers, his dark eyes sparkling as if adorned with the luminescence of stars against the night sky, mysterious and profound. Like me? Petunia echoed his words. Only by acquiring greater strength can one manifest their innermost desires, Snape asserted, his tone unwavering, his eyes steadfast. The unspoken thoughts simmered within him, yearning for the day they could truly walk side by side. After a moment of contemplation, Petunia began to grasp Snape's intentions. The wizarding world was fraught with peril. Even the so-called safest haven, Hogwarts, had dark wizards infiltrating it, let alone other locales. Being powerful was undoubtedly more liberating than relying on others for survival. I shall assist you. Witnessing the smile that graced the youth's lips, Petunia felt her own corners turn upward in response. In the afternoon, as she emerged from the room of requirement intending to find something to eat, Petunia was intercepted by Lucius, who guided her to the opulent classroom they had previously encountered, where Narcissa and Andromeda awaited. Did you venture into the Forbidden Forest last night? Lucius inquired directly. How do you know? Petunia was taken aback, placing the items she had been holding on the table, staring curiously at Lucius. Did you not chase off a witch and capture a wizard? Narcissa poured Petunia a cup of tea, while Andromeda's gaze remained fixed upon her. No, I merely took a nocturnal stroll into the Forbidden Forest. How did you all come to know? Petunia questioned, increasingly perplexed. That which is our sister, Bellatrix Black, Andromeda continued, you thwarted her mission, resulting in her punishment from our master. Pardon? She is your sister? Only after the Black sisters elucidated the matter did Petunia comprehend the situation. Bellatrix, having graduated, joined the Death Eaters under the notorious Dark Lord Voldemort, tasked with procuring unicorn blood. However, due to Petunia's interference, the mission failed, leading to her partner's imprisonment in Azkaban and severe repercussions from Voldemort. Petunia remained silent. It was well known that Ravenclaws were more inclined toward academia than gossip, and they rarely engaged in the dissemination of rumors, rendering her almost entirely ignorant of the Dark Lord. Chapter 43. A Conversation by the Lake. Lucius and Narcissa, seated on another sofa, bore solemn expressions. They had received word from Bella before dawn that the Dark Lord demanded all of Petunia's information. Their understanding of his motives remained elusive, but given Petunia's Muggle heritage, it was likely not a favorable development, especially since they had already provided Bella with the requested information. Did you truly defeat Bella? She is a formidable witch, Andromeda asked with excitement, her admiration for Petunia's strength untainted by deeper considerations. Despite her sister's erratic demeanor, her power was undeniable. It was astonishing that she had been bested by a mere girl. Is she truly powerful? I cannot say. Petunia shook her head, unsure if Bellatrix had exerted her full strength against her. In truth, she believed she had caught her off guard with an unfamiliar spell. After a few more exchanges, Petunia decided to leave, primarily due to the disconcerting expressions on Lucius and Narcissa's faces, which put her on edge and diminished her appetite. Gathering a heap of food, she settled by the Black Lake, her thoughts lingering on Lucius's earlier remarks. The Dark Lord, Voldemort, whatever the title, hardly seemed benevolent. Indeed, who would send their minions to slay innocent unicorn foals in the dead of night? Perhaps she ought to seek out Dumbledore? Yet he would likely consign her to Godric's Hollow again, which was hardly an enticing prospect. Meanwhile, Lily, preparing to find Petunia by the lake, strode along the path with an irritable Ryla nestled against her shoulder, its adorable head fixed on the sneaky James Potter trailing behind them. The feline was eager to seize an opportunity to teach that two-legged nuisance a lesson for constantly following its caretaker and causing her distress. Petunia. Upon spotting her sister, Lily and her cat lunged into her embrace, nearly toppling Petunia into the Black Lake. Grabbing handfuls of grass, Petunia steadied herself. Oh Lily, you ought to lose some weight. You nearly sent me plunging into the lake. Petunia affectionately ruffled Lily's hair. Do you think I have gained weight? Potter keeps saying my face is rounder. Lily gritted her teeth, fists clenched. Just the other day, while walking to the Great Hall with her roommate Mary, James had doggedly followed her, taunting her about her supposedly round face, infuriating her to no end. At the mere mention of his name, James appeared, dragging along a reluctant Sirius, grinning as he remarked, Lily, were you calling for me? Oh Petunia, what a delightful coincidence. Sirius glanced at his brother's lame excuse with an expression of exasperation, his lips curling in disbelief at the pitiful pretext. Potter, it's you again. Just leave. Lily turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge the face she found so vexatious. Ryla had already leapt to the ground, stealthily crouching, ready to ambush James at any moment. Oblivious to the impending doom, James continued to chatter on about the fate of chance encounters, blissfully unaware of the feline's intent. Meow. Rhea, now plump from Hagrid's indulgent feeding, soared over from a distance, nuzzling Penny's hand with her rotund body, exuding an air of innocence. It's been a while, Rhea. You've grown even more adorable, Lily exclaimed, disregarding James as she leaned closer, caressing Rhea's soft feathers in admiration. Hey mate, you're not even as charming as a chubby owl, Sirius teased, addressing the colorful James with a playful smirk. I seem to have heard someone call me fat, Rhea retorted, her eyes flashing red in an instant as she detected the jibe. Hoot! The disgruntled owl cried out, unfurling her wings and soaring above, taking advantage of Sirius's momentary surprise to deliver a swift kick to his handsome face. Ha! What a surprise, Sirius! James chuckled, but was soon interrupted by a sharp pain at his ankle. Glancing down, he noticed several crimson scratches glaring on his skin, while a nearby black cat joyfully shook off her fur. The chaos of battle ensued between the two cats and the owl, with one soaring through the air, and the other nimbly darting about. Without their wands, James and Sirius found themselves overwhelmed, frantically blaming each other and hopping about helplessly. Ha! Even Rhea and Rila have no fondness for you too, Lily exclaimed with satisfaction, and upon noticing Penny's lack of reaction, she playfully shook her arm, saying, Penny, look at them. It's too amusing. By the time Snape arrived at the edge of the Black Lake, the skirmish had concluded, leaving the four combatants in a state of disarray. Sirius and James leaned on each other, attempting to straighten their disheveled clothes, their appearances marred by black cat fur and tawny owl feathers, not to mention the numerous red scratches adorning their faces. A patch of fur was missing from Rila's back, having been pulled out by Sirius, while Rhea's feathers were strewn across the ground, leaving Penny concerned about whether she would be able to fly again. Is this a gladiatorial arena? Or have you two truly taken to tormenting the poor owl and cat? Snape, who had received a hastily dispatched message from Penny, arrived at the scene, a frown creasing his brow as he regarded the two battered combatants with a gaze of incredulity, akin to one observing the foolishness of a child. Get away, you detestable Slytherin. James weakly waved a hand at him, feeling profoundly wounded by the fact that he had been bested by an owl in front of Lily. Sirius rolled his eyes and turned away, continuing to glare at the black cat, Rila. Unperturbed by the lack of retort, Snape settled himself beside Penny, his focus on her far more acute than on the foolish lion. The letter Rhea had delivered had been vague, merely instructing him to meet her and discuss certain matters from the previous night. Lily, oblivious to the deeper undercurrents between them, animatedly shared the tale of the four-way skirmish with Snape, emphasizing the triumph of Rhea and Rila. How very undignified, Snape remarked with a hint of derision. Have these two become so foolish as to be outmatched even by animals? Wipe that expression off your face, you insufferable Snavellis. James retorted angrily, his irritation flaring as he felt the sting of Snape's mocking words. Damn it! Snape's countenance darkened instantly, his hand instinctively reaching for his wand, prepared to teach this foolish lion a lesson. Be quiet, Potter. You ought to apologize to Severus. Lily interjected sharply, her brow furrowed as she chastised James. This protective stance only served to further infuriate James, who glared at Snape with renewed fury, his hand inching toward his wand. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Penny intervened, her tone laced with annoyance and impatience. How long do you intend to bicker? Perhaps I should make your mouths disappear? As if echoing her words, the ground beneath them suddenly transformed, the lush grass vanishing to reveal dark, muddy soil that sent a chill through them all. Instantly they fell silent, standing still and obedient, no longer daring to speak. Snape stood rigidly, silent and composed. Lily, cradling Rila, remained motionless, and James and Sirius exchanged apprehensive glances, swallowing hard as they dared not move. Even the normally audacious Rhea nestled down quietly on the ground, feigning sleep. After a considerable pause, Penny regained her composure and waved her hand, permitting them to sit. I apologize. My mood has been rather foul. What has transpired, Penny? Lily inquired, her verdant eyes filled with concern as she gazed at her friend. Snape, keenly aware of more substantial matters, regarded her with a grave expression. Upon receiving her confirming nod, his heart sank. This afternoon has been utterly wasted. I endured the owl's assault, Lily's scolding, Snape's mockery, and your reprimand. Penny. James ventured cautiously. Could you elucidate the situation? I struggle to comprehend. Sirius fervently nodded in agreement. The tale begins with last night's nocturnal escapade, Penny began, resting her chin on her hand as she recounted her experience in the Forbidden Forest. However, the focus of the group diverged significantly. Snape listened intently to Penny's narrative with a softened gaze, while Lily's expressions fluctuated dramatically at the mention of dark wizards, nearly gasping in surprise when she learned of their hasty retreat. Sirius's demeanor shifted from casual disinterest to one of grave concern, while James wore a look of admiration, as if he were immersed in an epic tale of heroism. This morning, Lucius informed me that the fleeing witch was Bellatrix Black. Unsurprisingly, all my documentation now resides on the Dark Lord's desk, if he possesses a desk at all. Bellatrix Black? James stiffened at this revelation, turning to face Sirius, his expression frozen in disbelief. Is she the Black I suspect? Ha! Is there another infamous Black in the wizarding world? Snape interjected dryly. Bellatrix is my cousin. She is a devoted follower of the Dark Lord. No, not just her. Every member of the Black family, save for myself, is his adherent. Sirius lamented, clutching his knees to his chest in despair. James and Sirius were at a loss for words to console their friend, merely exchanging a silent pat on the shoulder in sympathy. So, do you know the Dark Lord? What manner of person is he? Penny inquired, sitting on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees, her delicate chin resting upon them, her cerulean eyes clouded with confusion. He is a villain of the highest order, a perpetrator of countless heinous acts. His followers are known as Death Eaters, and they are dark wizards. They wield dark magic and unforgivable curses against innocent witches, wizards, and muggles alike, leaving countless lives shattered and lost. James declared, his fists clenched in indignation. While I am not intimately familiar with the Dark Lord, anyone who slays unicorns cannot possibly be a good person, Lily added. This does not bode well, Penny gulped. This Dark Lord sounds formidable. Have you encountered him? I have, Sirius replied, his voice trembling as he maintained his position. He has been to the Black family manor. I observed him in secret. His presence is both malevolent and powerful, his face concealed behind a silver mask, his eyes gleaming with a dreadful red light. Terrifying indeed. This sounds increasingly dire. They say he can rival Dumbledore as a dark wizard, Penny thought, her mind racing. Had I known, I would not have ventured out last night. What a dreadful series of events. No, he is far more fearsome than Dumbledore. Sirius raised his head, gazing at her sympathetically. Dumbledore is amicable toward Muggle-born and half-blood wizards, which has garnered him disdain from many pureblood families. For their own interests, numerous pureblood families have aligned themselves with the Dark Lord. The Ministry's ambiguous stance has only further tarnished the reputation of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters, as they are notorious for their cruelty and ruthless actions. Oh no. What shall we do? He has set his sights on Penny. Lily shrieked, her voice rising in alarm as she glared furiously at Sirius. He will kill her. Lily. Penny embraced her, gently patting her back to soothe her, casting an apologetic glance at Sirius. Even out of concern, she felt it was inappropriate to unleash her anger upon him. But Sirius stepped back, feeling remorseful about the Bellatrix matter. Lily sobbed into Penny's embrace. He will kill you, Penny. Silently absorbing all that they had conveyed. Snape's hands were tightly clenched beneath his wizarding robes, while a wave of helplessness surged within him. What was he to do? How could he possibly save Penny? Don't be like that. James, with his rare moment of sensitivity, attempted to lighten the mood. After all, this was Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. Dumbledore was still here. The Death Eaters would never dare to invade the school and abduct Penny. In fact, they had already infiltrated last night, 2 of them. And they nearly killed a unicorn. Penny reminded him while touching her nose. But you drove them away, didn't you? James shrugged. And as long as you avoid the Forbidden Forest, you'll be fine. Speaking of which, you really are quite formidable. Bella didn't stand a chance against you. Sirius perked up, eagerly recounting tales of Bella's prowess. He looked at Penny with eyes filled with awe. Back when she was in Slytherin, no one in her year could match her. There were hardly any wizards in all of Hogwarts who could rival her. Even now, among the Death Eaters, Bella is still quite powerful. Wow, Penny. You never told me you were so impressive. James exclaimed, astonished, having previously thought that Penny had merely chased away incompetent wizards, not realizing she was capable of handling formidable opponents. It was just luck. I didn't even use my full strength. Penny waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to keep it under wraps. Dumbledore had forbidden students from spreading this information, as it would tarnish Hogwarts' reputation. The others quickly covered their mouths, nodding fervently, while only Lily and Snape appeared visibly troubled, their expressions heavy with concern. All right, Lily, I'm quite capable, so don't worry, okay? Penny softly reassured her, adding, you need to take care of yourself too. James, you really must help me look after Lily this time. Penny turned her gaze to James, who was making an effort to stand tall. Her tone was a mix of exasperation and veiled threat. And no funny business. Or I'll make sure you understand why Bella's spells failed. The weight of her words startled James, who hurriedly assured her that he was a proper English gentleman, and would never act unfavorably towards a lady. Chapter 44. A meeting with a lock. Once everyone had departed, Snape quietly called out Penny's name, his voice low and filled with an air of defeat. Penny. Penny turned back in confusion, only to be enveloped in an embrace. The warmth of the boy's breath tickling her shoulder. She shifted slightly, and he held her tighter. She could even feel the sharpness of his not-so-strong frame beneath her, prompting her to quiet down. The scent that enveloped her was an indescribable mixture of various potion ingredients, bitter, somewhat pungent, yet not unpleasant. Sensing the tremors coursing through his body, Penny was uncertain of the reason. She only experienced such trembling during moments of intense emotion. However, Snape's shivering was clearly not born of excitement. Was it fear? Fear of the Dark Lord? Penny placed her hands gently on his thin back, soothingly patting him while adopting the softest tone she could muster. It's all right. I'm here. Nothing will happen. The Dark Lord is powerful and cruel. I fear for your safety. Snape's words brushed against her ear. His warm breath caused her cheeks and neck to flush crimson, leaving her momentarily flustered. She was somewhat unaccustomed to Snape's intimacy, yet, occasional closeness among friends seemed reasonable. Thus, she did not resist, pressing her forehead against his chin and playfully nudging him. I'm strong too. I may not be able to defeat him now, but I will when I grow up. Snape lowered his gaze to meet Penny's earnest blue eyes and her adorably pouting lips, finding her utterly endearing as she declared her future strength. Gently tousling her soft hair, Snape finally released her, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yes, they would be able to handle it when they grew older. Penny, caught off guard by his affectionate gesture, suddenly realized that Snape was now taller than her, leaving her astonished. Just months ago, she had been ruffling his hair, and now it was her turn to be petted? What on earth was he eating to grow so quickly? She seemed to remember being over a year older than him. In the days that followed, Penny began to discreetly inquire about the Dark Lord. Aside from the unwavering admiration from the Slytherins, most accounts painted him as ruthless and merciless, leaving her feeling anxious. Though he had yet to direct any action against her, the notion of being targeted by such a figure was unsettling. She was not afraid for herself. But what about her family? Lily was safe at school, but the Evans couple were mere muggles, utterly defenseless against the Death Eaters. She had previously crafted protective charms and sent them to her family via owl, urging them to wear them at all times, but that hardly felt sufficient. Days later, She received word from Alok that he was returning. A few years ago, he had ventured into a remote forest near Germany, and his whereabouts had been elusive. No owl other than Rhea could reach him, as this reclusive wizard had isolated himself from the world in such a manner. Alok's letter mentioned that he would find time to visit Hogwarts, primarily to see what Dumbledore looked like in his youth. Coincidentally, Penny had a favor to ask of him. She wanted Alok to place several confounding charms and powerful protective spells around the Evans home to ensure her family's safety. Alok arrived sooner than Penny had anticipated. The day after receiving his letter, she spotted him atop Ravenclaw Tower, following closely behind Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall as they conversed by the Black Lake, with McGonagall appearing quite pleased. When Penny rushed over, she found only Alok lounging comfortably on the grass, squinting at the sun's warmth. His days spent exploring the jungle had not afforded him such leisurely moments. The damp and perilous wilderness meant that basking in the sun could lead to a fatal lapse in vigilance. Evans, long time no see. Alok lazily waved a finger in greeting, and then returned to his sunbathing. Hey Alok, how did you manage to get in? I saw Professor McGonagall looking quite cheerful. Penny inquired curiously, only to notice that Alok's attire was rather peculiar today, more akin to Slytherin's style than that of a wandering wizard. The clothes he wore were from a high-end boutique in Diagon Alley, custom-made and exceedingly expensive. I wrote to Professor McGonagall, offering to donate to Hogwarts, and she let me in. Alok winked, a gesture reminiscent of Dumbledore, prompting Penny to tilt her head with a hint of mischief in her eyes. Did you see Dumbledore? What was it like? Did it make your heart flutter? She was aware of Alok's unconventional preferences, and the fact that he had rushed back to Hogwarts upon hearing about Dumbledore's youthful transformation was itself unusual. Alok nearly choked on Penny's words. Heart fluttering? For Dumbledore? Merlin above, how could you possibly think I'd feel that way about that old bee who's nearly the same age as my grandfather? Despite Dumbledore's appearance being that of an 18-year-old, he remained essentially that elderly wizard in his 80s or 90s. Slapping Penny lightly on the head, Alok retorted. Just listen to the nonsense you're spouting. Has all that reading in Ravenclaw's vast library made you daft? If someone were to overhear such a comment, it could lead to dire consequences. Alright, what did you want? Speak quickly. I need to get back to the jungle. I can't stop talking about it once I start. Having been submerged several times, Penny skillfully diverted the conversation before recounting to Alok her encounter with a dark wizard during her nocturnal excursion in the Forbidden Forest, as well as the attention she had garnered from the Dark Lord. Finally, she articulated her request. Please assist my family, Alok. I understand this may pose a significant inconvenience, and there might be risks of attracting those scoundrels' attention, but I can offer you a reward, though it might not be substantial, perhaps in the form of galleons or some trinkets of my own invention. Alok, taken aback, wondered if the little rascal was attempting to elicit sympathy. When had she acquired such tactics? Penny's voice was nearly a plea, her damp blue eyes gazing at the man with a pitiful expression. Please agree to help me, Alok. I have no other wizards to turn to. Gritting his teeth, Alok shot a fierce glare at the pitifully posturing Penny and retorted, I truly owe you one. Instantly, Penny's face brightened, and she overheard Alok muttering under his breath, I really owe you lot. I was perfectly fine in the woods, yet here I am, having to make a trip just to snap a few photos. I truly would be grateful. Penny blinked in understanding. She remarked on her utter poverty, noting that the house in Godric's Hollow was generously provided by Dumbledore. So Alok had funds to donate to Hogwarts, all for the sake of photographs? She longed to know whose pictures were so valuable. Ultimately, she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Respect among friends dictated that certain inquiries should remain unasked. Chapter 45. Hufflepuff Common Room. After potions class, Professor Slughorn called Penny, who was preparing to leave back. All the little badgers and eagles in the classroom slowed their movements, eager to discern the reason behind the professor summoning the Ravenclaw Pearl. Were they about to witness history? Had the illustrious Miss Ravenclaw made a mistake? Professor Slughorn handed her a magazine adorned with a cauldron design on its cover, his tone imbued with ineffable pride. You are the youngest author to have a paper published in the Potions Journal in nearly a century. Many renowned potion masters have lauded your rejuvenation potion. It is truly a genius invention. I take immense pride in having such an exceptional student as you, Penny. Thank you, Professor. Penny replied with a smile as she accepted the magazine, her demeanor seemingly carefree, though the tremor in her fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. The expressions on the faces of the little badgers and eagles were barely maintainable. Having anticipated excitement, they now felt overshadowed. They swiftly gathered their belongings and exited the scene, with clusters of badgers seeking comfort in snacks, while the eagles hurried out of the potions classroom, making a beeline for the library, determined to devour books. After leaving the potions classroom, Penny wandered the castle corridors alone, the magazine resting atop her textbooks, always within her line of sight. The cover prominently displayed the title of her rejuvenation potion, alongside her name. Penny's gaze flickered. How wonderful it was. No one had stolen her identity or borrowed her ideas. Her accomplishments proudly bore her name. With a heart full of exhilaration, Penny yearned to share her joy, but Gryffindor and Slytherin were fully occupied today. Edith had yet to return, and the Ravenclaw Eagles had all scampered off to the library. As she stood indecisively in the corridor, uncertain of whom to share her elation with, two eager little badgers from Hufflepuff approached her. Jamie patted her shoulder and in an exaggerated tone, declared, "Isn't this the Ravenclaw Pearl, the once-in-a-century potion prodigy, Miss Penny Evans? For heaven's sake, do you not feel any shame?" Penny covered her face in exasperation, realizing that many in the corridor were regarding her with peculiar expressions, some unfamiliar young wizards stifling laughter behind their hands. Ha ha ha, Jamie's delivery is simply exquisite. Safina, having blossomed into a more cheerful and confident individual after a year at school, chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she watched Jamie perform. Jamie, puzzled, could not fathom why she should feel embarrassed. "Don't you think this is cool? Not just anyone gets this kind of recognition. Compared to the Hufflepuff layabouts, Gryffindor fools, Ravenclaw bookworms and Slytherin snakes, this is already a vast improvement. All right, Jamie, why not say something nice?" Safina rolled her eyes at him, and then affectionately linked arms with Penny. "We prepared a plethora of delicious treats to celebrate your potion paper publication. Judging by Slughorn's tone, it must be quite an accomplishment." "Oh, thank you so much." Penny's eyes sparkled with delight. She desperately needed someone to share her joy with. "Though, I must admit, we can't even comprehend the paper you published," Jamie interjected, noting that for a student like him, who struggled to achieve an A in potions, reading Penny's paper was akin to deciphering an ancient tome. He was unfamiliar with many of the terminologies therein. As Penny was led to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, she finally grasped that the place they mentioned was indeed where she had never ventured before. Can Ravenclaw truly enter the Hufflepuff common room? Penny questioned with a hint of skepticism, fearing she might be turned away upon entry. "They may not know you, but you can. After all, they have borrowed your assignments quite a bit," Jamie dismissed casually. "Wasn't it true that nearly every second-year Hufflepuff gifted you something last Christmas?" Remembering the multitude of owls that had flocked to her home, Penny couldn't help but smile at the memory. "Worry not, we Hufflepuffs are quite amiable," Safina reassured her gently. At the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, Jamie, humming a cheerful tune, tapped rhythmically on the large barrels, evoking Helga Hufflepuff's cadence. And the door swung open. The barrels led to a sloped earthen passage, and as Penny followed Safina upward for a short while, they arrived at a cozy circular room, the Hufflepuff common room, shaped reminiscent of a badger. The room was adorned with delightful, honey-colored hues, blending yellow and black. The tables and circular doors leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories crafted from polished honey-colored wood, and a large, invitingly soft sofa was positioned beside the fireplace. A vibrant array of plants and flowers infused the Hufflepuff common room with vitality, various cacti arranged on a wooden circular shelf, swaying and dancing as the little badgers passed by. Ferns and trailing plants hung from copper pots suspended from the ceiling, playfully grooming anyone who ventured beneath them. How splendid! Penny admired the scene, watching the little badgers lounging on the sofa, sharing snacks with friends. She longed for such a welcoming common room, warm, comfortable, and conveniently located near classrooms and the dining hall, unlike Ravenclaw's secluded quarters, which necessitated leaving half an hour early for class. "Hey, a Ravenclaw has entered our common room," a little badger exclaimed upon spotting Penny's robes. "It's Evans, the illustrious Miss Ravenclaw, and the famed potion genius mentioned by Professor Slughorn. I don't recognize her. She seems to be a second year. Rumor has it that the second-year badgers copied her entire year's assignments. Cool. How did she end up in our common room?" Jamie and Safina brought her. The unabashed chatter of the little badgers nearly compelled Penny to flee, but just in time, Jamie interjected. "We invited Penny here to enjoy some food. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. Can we join in? I just baked a cake. I have pumpkin juice, sweet milk and orange juice. What are you waiting for? Move the tables. See, I told you Hufflepuffs are easy to get along with," Safina said with a hint of pride directed at Penny. Indeed, they were very amiable. As long as there were treats involved, Hufflepuffs were open to any negotiation. The enthusiastic badgers exhibited a clear division of labor. Those who were to move tables did so, while others unfurled tablecloths, indicating that this was not the first occasion for such an endeavor. Jamie and Safina had prepared a 3-tiered chocolate cake and a strawberry pie, while other unfamiliar badgers contributed their treasured delicacies. Soon, the table, ample enough to accommodate 3 little wizards lying flat, was laden with an abundance of treats. Penny, feeling somewhat guilty about accepting food for free, produced the jackfruit preserves and mead gifted by Professor Slughorn, which proved to be immensely popular, particularly the mead. And even Penny's multiple conjurations of it vanished rapidly. What began as a simple sharing of joy transformed into a gastronomic exchange. Although it was unclear where the misstep occurred, Penny relished the experience, affirming that Hufflepuff's cuisine was indeed the finest at Hogwarts. As little badgers trickled in and out of the Hufflepuff common room, it became evident that such gatherings were commonplace, with everyone comfortably depositing food at the dining table and retrieving their own utensils to feast. Beverages transitioned from pumpkin juice and sweet milk to mead, eventually culminating in butterbeer. Thus, when the older badgers returned from a day of classes to find a table in disarray, with little badgers sprawled across the floor, and a particularly conspicuous little eagle among them, they were met with astonishment. They're indulging in deliciousness behind our backs. How dreadful. Someone has poisoned the food. Are you fools? It's evident they are inebriated. Wait, why is there only one little eagle? Who among you will procure some sobering soup? The chaotic chatter of the badgers stirred Penny from her stupor as she sluggishly rose from the sofa, her cheeks flushed and her blue eyes misty, gazing around at the unfamiliar surroundings with a puzzled expression. Where am I? She tugged at the sleeve of the nearest badger, inquiring. The Hufflepuff badger, blushing, responded, Goodness, this little eagle is simply adorable. Hufflepuff? I seem to be a Ravenclaw. Penny tilted her head, utterly perplexed. So why am I here? At that moment, the other badgers ceased their discussions, their gazes converging on Penny, all equally curious about her presence. After a lengthy contemplation with her head bowed, Penny, feeling as though her mind was a blank slate, slowly uttered, I can't seem to remember anything. Perhaps I left my brain at home today. A ripple of laughter erupted from the badgers. Realizing she was the subject of their amusement, Penny puffed up her cheeks and shot a glare at the badger who had laughed, emitting a loud huff. The laughter amongst the badgers grew even louder, devoid of malice, merely finding the little eagle to be rather endearing. Well then, I shan't play with you any longer. I must return. She unsteadily stood, attempting to find her way out, only to discover she was hopelessly lost. Instinctively looking up for assistance, she was met with unfamiliar faces, causing her to swallow the words that hovered on her lips. What if they were deceiving her? She certainly could not afford to be led astray. Goodbye. Waving once more, Penny snapped her fingers and vanished from the Hufflepuff common room. Bloody hell, is she a house elf? Just a snap of her fingers and she can leave. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the common room. If memory served correctly, within the grounds of Hogwarts, there existed an anti-apparition charm, making the use of apparition impossible. Chapter 46. On the matter of young love. When Penny awoke the following morning, her head throbbed as though it might explode. Glancing at the time, she realized she had missed her morning charms class, causing her headache to intensify. Help! She had skipped her housemaster's class. Memories of the previous day flooded back. Drinking, babbling, and then abruptly vanishing from the Hufflepuff common room in front of so many witnesses. Yes, it was indeed vanishing, not apparition, for Hogwarts prohibited the use of apparition spells. Thus her muddled mind resorted to a different means. I'll simply tell them it was the door key, she sighed as she climbed out of bed to freshen up, hoping to catch the last class of the morning. After being docked 10 points and facing 3 days of detention, Penny finally managed to quell Professor Flitwick's ire. It appeared he was also aware of her escapades with the little badgers the previous day, his words laden with veiled admonitions. Throughout the entire class, Penny dared not lift her head, for the badgers she had drunk with the day before appeared utterly drained, their eyes glazed over. That Jamie fellow seemed utterly dazed, fixated on Safina with a silly grin, while Safina nearly buried her head beneath her desk, mortified. After class, under the baleful gazes of the little badgers, Penny awkwardly scratched her head, then swiftly grabbed the equally embarrassed Safina, and dashed towards the great hall. She was too afraid to dine in the hall, fearing the disapproving looks emanating from the Hufflepuff table. Her reputation at Hogwarts had been utterly ruined in one night. She had even publicly declared that she had left her brain at home. By the way, what's going on between you and that Jamie fellow? He kept staring at you in class, and the boy next to him looked ready to kill him with his eyes. Safina's face instantly flushed, her gaze darting between her shoes and her fingers, before she hesitantly whispered, He confessed to me last night. What? Penny's voice shot up an octave, her eyes widening in disbelief as if Safina had uttered the most absurd statement. P.S. only 12. And he wants to be in a relationship. Lower your voice. Safina immediately clamped her hand over Penny's mouth, signaling her to speak softly. Being stared at by a throng of house elves with wide, watery eyes was certainly no light matter. I just find it utterly unbelievable, Penny murmured, still grappling with the reality of the situation. Merlin, I can't accept this. It seems the professors are assigning too little homework, and the essays are too short. But many wizards marry right after graduation. Don't you have anyone in your life? Penny? Safina tilted her head, smiling at her. You're so beautiful and clever. Surely there are many boys who like you. A bunch of little kids, Penny retorted casually. Only then realizing that this was the wizarding world, where she was surrounded by Lucius and Narcissa, who were already engaged and set to marry post-graduation, and Arthur Weasley, who had proposed to Molly upon graduation as well. Wait, does this mean that Potter Fellow's relentless pursuit of Lily implies something more? Merlin. What are these little kids thinking? Just frivolous pink bubbles? After bidding farewell to Safina, Penny strode gravely toward Gryffindor Tower, determined to have a word with Lily. After all, wizards lived for centuries. How could one so easily determine a life partner at such a tender age? In their teenage years, many of them hadn't even fully developed their brains. Fortuitously, Penny encountered Lily and Severus outside the castle as they exited the Great Hall, where they had just finished dining and were heading towards the Black Lake for a stroll, trailed by an unshakable James and a brooding Sirius. Lily, Penny called out from a distance, watching as the red-haired girl dashed toward her like a bird returning to its nest. At last I found you, Penny, Lily exclaimed, leaping into Penny's arms, excitement radiating from her as she clung to Penny's arm, her fluffy head rubbing against her. Severus followed closely, resembling a bodyguard as he kept a watchful eye on the two girls. James, meanwhile, observed Penny with a look of envy, causing her to grow wary. It was clear he had designs on her lovely sister. Penny, you're simply incredible, Lily exclaimed, holding up a familiar book. Professor Slughorn said you are a rare potion genius of the past century. Penny voiced her confusion. You are unaware of how immensely Professor Slughorn is pleased with you. He devoted half a lesson extolling your guidance and lauding the esteemed quality of this magazine, highlighting your extraordinary talent. James exaggeratedly nudged Snape aside to stand before Lily, proclaiming in a tone akin to that of revealing Hogwarts' greatest treasure. Penny could no longer endure the display, her face contorting into a frown reminiscent of a wrinkled squash. Upon witnessing her expression, Snape chuckled with delight. It appeared that Miss Evans, following the brilliant gem of Ravenclaw and the rare potion prodigy, had acquired yet another title, Hogwarts treasure. Lily, concealing her laughter behind her hands, radiated pride. In her heart, Penny would forever be the epitome of perfection. Exceptional, powerful, wise and beautiful, every commendable adjective fitting her effortlessly. Meanwhile, James wore an expression of utter disbelief at Snape, exclaiming, Merlin, this deadpan fellow can actually smile. Clenching her fist threateningly, Penny raised it in a somewhat gritted teeth manner, implying, don't make me resort to violence, dear Severus. Snape, raising an eyebrow and curling his lips in amusement, evoked a fleeting spark of understanding in the onlooking Sirius, who then sympathetically patted James on the shoulder. Poor James remained oblivious to the fact that the individual he despised might one day become his brother-in-law. Just observe how reliant Lily is on Penny. He could guarantee that if James eventually won Lily's heart, the consequences would be quite unbearable for him. Unbeknownst to James, his dear friend had already envisioned a tragic narrative of his postmarital life while he stood there, perplexed by the unfolding events. A group of them gathered beneath the beech tree by the Black Lake, where Lily and Snape sat together, perusing the magazine emblazoned with Penny's name. Lily playfully requested Penny to sign it, jesting that she would cherish it as a family heirloom, to which Snape solemnly nodded in agreement. Penny was thoroughly entertained by their banter, reclining lazily on the grass spread with a tablecloth, while James, beside her, was on the verge of gnashing his teeth, his black-rimmed glasses failing to conceal the flames of jealousy in his eyes. If looks could kill, Snape would have perished 100 times over. With a hand pressed against his forehead, Sirius observed James struggle to articulate his thoughts, suddenly realizing that his brother was not particularly astute. Snape, perceptive to Sirius' understanding, remained silent, merely raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner. Sirius clenched his jaw, suddenly comprehending James' plight. That wretched Snape was indeed infuriatingly deserving of a good thrashing. They played by the Black Lake for several hours until Lily reluctantly rose, as Gryffindor was due for class. Penny watched Lily's movements with a tender gaze, then cast a wary glance at the eager James trailing closely behind her, unable to resist cautioning, Lily, you're still young. Early romances are ill-advised. Lily, her cheeks flushed, reproached Penny softly, I wouldn't he? At that, James turned pale, his lips fumbling to articulate something but saying nothing at all. Chapter 47 Singing. In the afternoon, Penny accompanied the unoccupied Snape to Hagrid's hut, as she had not seen the manticore in quite some time and felt a pang of longing. On their way, she regaled Snape with tales of the manticore. Having only encountered it in textbooks, he was curious about the adorable, gluttonous creature she described. Upon reaching Hagrid's modest abode, Snape found himself gripping his wand concealed within his sleeve with a pale hand, his heart racing uncontrollably at the sight of the towering half-giant and the 5-meter-long manticore. Should this creature desire to consume him, he doubted he would even suffice as a mere morsel. With a skeptical gaze, he turned to Penny, questioning, "Is this the adorable little creature you speak of?" Forgive his ignorance. He saw little resemblance between this beast and the concept of cuteness, and he further inquired, "I was unaware that manticores possess wings? Perhaps it should be dubbed a winged manticore?" Penny shrugged, admitting she was equally perplexed by the nomenclature. With excitement, Penny darted towards Hagrid and her 2 animal companions, exclaiming, "Hi Hagrid! Manticore! Oh, and Fong is here too." Penny, "Oh, who is this?" Hagrid joyously waved at her. But his expression stiffened upon noticing Snape beside her, particularly the silver green of his Slytherin robes. "He is Severus Snape, my good friend." Penny, oblivious to Hagrid's change in demeanor, pushed Snape forward, drawing the attention of the massive half-giant and the manticore, along with the drooling giant dog beside them. For the first time, Snape found himself at a loss for words at Penny's actions. The manticore, still quite young, with little experience of the world, lowered its enormous head, its eyes larger than Snape's fist, staring intently at him, letting out a curious growl. "Hello, I am Severus Snape." Snape's body stiffened further, his introduction tinged with anxiety, while internally he mused, "This manticore is truly enormous, its breath foul, and it appears rather grotesque." "Hello, Severus," Hagrid smiled at him, then playfully swatted the manticore's head to prevent it from startling the new wizard, saying, "Manticore, you shouldn't mimic Fong." Upon hearing its name, Fong barked back, sounding almost like a challenge, only to receive a tail swipe from the manticore, collapsing pathetically onto the ground. The half-giant's hand struck the manticore's head with a resounding thud, causing Snape to wince at the noise, and after hearing Hagrid's words, he began to doubt the reliability of his ears. Fong must be that seemingly dim-witted dog. Yet, the book described the manticore as savage, malevolent, and carnivorous, and now it seemed to have developed a penchant for imitating dog barks. The manticore was a rather amiable magical creature, fond of cream cakes and fried chicken, yet disdainful of anything related to pumpkins, and it possessed a remarkable aptitude for language. Professor Kettleburn mentioned that manticores with linguistic talent can even learn human speech, enchanting humans with their songs. Penny whispered to Snape, "He possesses linguistic talent?" Snape questioned, skeptical of this assertion. "Since when has barking like a dog been classified as linguistic talent? Don't you believe me?" Penny leaned closer, their faces nearly touching, allowing Snape to discern the pores on her skin and feel the warmth of her breath upon him. Before he could react, she hopped away, clapping her hands to capture the manticore's attention, tossing a head-sized cream cake into its mouth. Snape felt a chill as he witnessed the creature's sharp teeth tearing into the cake, while Penny remained undeterred. She produced an even larger cake, coaxing the manticore. "If you sing a song, I shall grant you this cream cake." Tilting its head, the manticore's human-like face displayed a thoughtful expression as its scorpion tail thumped against the ground, bargaining, 5 cream cakes." The words were somewhat garbled, yet the term cream cakes was articulated with clarity. "Very well." Penny beamed with delight at the response, casting a triumphant smile at Snape, who was left astonished by her audacity. Anticipating the forthcoming cream cakes, the manticore displayed a human-like glee, closing its eyes, its enormous mouth opening and closing, revealing its glimmering, sharp teeth in a fearsome manner. A voice of unexpected gentleness and delicacy emerged, captivating the audience, whether they had heard it before or not, rendering them spellbound as they gradually succumbed to the enchanting imagery woven by the manticore's melodious tones. "Oh, do refrain from singing." Hagrid, trembling, extended his hand in a futile attempt to halt Manticore's melodic serenade. Recently, Manticore had taken to singing lullabies, and he and Yaya had only just awakened from their slumber. Clearly, Hagrid's plea came too late. The efficacy of Manticore's song was undeniable. With a thunderous crash, Hagrid's towering form, over 3 meters high, collapsed onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Penny and Snape, on the brink of succumbing to dreams, jolted awake in alarm. Manticore, realizing the gravity of the situation, ceased his singing. After all, if everyone fell asleep, who would claim his 5 cakes? Under Manticore's expectant gaze, Penny placed the promised cake at his feet, indifferent to his joyful pirouettes. Penny and Snape covered their ears, observing the scene before them. Hagrid's massive body sprawled across the ground. A crater formed where he had landed. Yaya nestled beside him, drooling copiously, while the thunderous snores emanating from both man and dog assaulted their eardrums. Manticore, when will they awaken? Penny inquired after her attempts to rouse them proved fruitless. Tomorrow morning, came Manticore's cheerful response, as he affectionately rubbed his tail against Penny's head, then bounded away, cake in tow, disappearing from her sight and venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Penny pondered whether there would be any night-wandering students in the Forbidden Forest that evening. The thought of encountering Manticore's visage in the dark sent a shiver down her spine. I was utterly unaware that magical creatures could perform the levitation charm, Snape remarked. Somewhat dazed, Manticore's earlier display had astonished him, leading him to question whether it was merely a wizard in disguise. Just contemplate it. A creature that could converse, sing, wield magic and bore a human visage. How utterly preposterous. Indeed, magical creatures can wield magic, and they need neither incantations nor wands. Penny laughed, casting the levitation charm to guide Hagrid inside. Seizing the moment while Penny was distracted, Snape attempted the levitation charm on Yaya, whose hefty form wobbled slightly before returning to the ground. With a stoic expression, Snape stowed away his wand, silently observing Penny as she maneuvered Hagrid's bulk. Was there truly such a vast disparity between wizards in these times? Chapter 48. Love and Conflict. Midway through Penny's second year, Edith finally returned from St. Mungo's. The dark wizard who had cursed her proved formidable, and it took months for her body to fully recuperate. During her time at St. Mungo's, Edith underwent significant transformation. Although initially sorted into Ravenclaw, her prior disinterest in reading and research had now shifted. She had discovered a new purpose in life, to become a healer at St. Mungo's. To achieve this goal, proficiency in potions was paramount. Unfortunately, Edith appeared to lack any remarkable aptitude in the subject. Despite dedicating extensive hours to her studies, her performance remained mediocre. This only fueled her determination. She became a diligent student, often seen leaving her dormitory at dawn and returning late, frequently immersed in the library or practicing potions in abandoned classrooms. When Penny eventually emerged from her busyness, she noticed the familiar faces of her acquaintances had all changed. Edith was diligently pursuing her dreams. Lily had become quite popular in Gryffindor and had made many friends. And Snape was constantly buried in books, earning praise from professors, even though Penny was a year ahead of him. As for James and his three companions, they were notorious troublemakers at Hogwarts, frequently depleting Gryffindor's points and inciting Professor McGonagall's ire. Since her last encounter with Snape in the Forbidden Forest, Penny had not ventured there again. The anticipated retaliation from the Dark Wizard or Voldemort never materialized, and as her preparations went unused, she gradually concluded that neither the Dark Wizard nor his minions considered her a threat. She found solace in having one less enemy. During curfew, Penny, adorned with the disillusionment charm, sauntered through the castle as if it were her domain. She had wasted a considerable amount of materials in the room of requirement that day, ultimately yielding nothing, and thus decided to meander through the castle to lift her spirits. Unintentionally, she found herself at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. The memory of her previous drunken escapade in someone else's common room made her skin crawl. Just as she contemplated slipping away, the door to the Hufflepuff common room creaked open. A tall, burly figure emerged from behind the large barrel, shrouded in a black cloak, cautiously scanning the surroundings for any signs of life before slinking out of the castle. Ted Tonks? She mused. What could he possibly be doing out at this hour? Is he off to rendezvous with Andromeda Black? But weren't they broken up? Confusion washed over her. She recalled Sirius mentioning that Andromeda had been caught with Ted by a Slytherin student and subsequently taken back to the Black family estate, severing their connection. Had they reconciled? Ted's shadowy figure, cloaked in black, appeared indistinct in the night, and apart from his hurried footsteps, he displayed no obvious flaws. After a brief moment of hesitation, Penny decided to follow him. While stalking someone was decidedly impolite, her curiosity got the better of her. Enveloped by the disillusionment charm and silencing charm, she strode confidently along the path, with Mr. Filch passing by her without a hint of awareness, while Ted barely escaped detection by ducking around a corner, using his cloak for cover. Having evaded Filch and the patrolling professors, Ted reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest unscathed. Andromeda awaited him a mere 100 meters inside the woods. In the darkened forest, where towering trees grew like sentinels and the eerie cries of distant beasts echoed, Andromeda's silhouette, holding a lantern, stood out starkly. She had lost considerable weight. Her slender neck and fragile collarbones were prominently visible, and her once pale skin now appeared hauntingly pale. Dumb. Ted exclaimed, rushing towards the one he had longed for, enveloping her in his arms, his voice trembling with concern. Are you all right? What have they done to you? You look unwell. Andromeda's face contorted in an odd expression as a silver glint of a dagger pierced Ted's back, blood gushing forth as he gasped in pain. With a swift push, she sent him sprawling to the ground, her wand aimed at him, her voice sharp and commanding, echoing through the forest. No, she is perfectly fine. Ted's bloodied form collapsed, the agony in his back forcing a groan from his lips as he gazed incredulously at Andromeda's smiling visage. It was only when he spotted the wand that realization struck him. She was not Andromeda. With great effort, he drew his wand, gripping it tightly as he demanded. You are not Dom. Who are you? You vile wretch, with your tainted blood coursing through your veins. How dare you covet her sister? The woman, bearing Andromeda's likeness, discarded the lantern, its flickering light casting eerie shadows across her twisted smile, as the tip of her wand glowed with a frenzied green light. Standing at the edge of the forbidden forest, Penny felt a sense of disbelief. What was unfolding? Was it customary for people to retreat to the woods for romantic escapades? To avoid witnessing the ensuing confrontation, she deliberately lagged behind. By the time she arrived at their meeting spot, she found Ted being stabbed by Andromeda and collapsing to the ground. Her wand pointed threateningly at him. What in the world is happening? Is it the latest trend to engage in a love-hate relationship? Just then, the woman with a manic grin began to utter the killing curse. However, her incantation was interrupted by a clear, commanding voice. Expelliarmus. The black wand flew from the woman's grasp, her expression shifting to one of fury as she bellowed. Who dares to interfere? The woman's wand slipped from her grasp, and the fierce aura emanating from her seemed to intensify as it struck the face of Andromeda. Her eyes, bloodshot with rage, remained unclouded by her fury. She cunningly employed a silent incantation, and the wand swiftly returned to her hand. Clutching it gave her a renewed sense of confidence, resembling a mad lion poised to pounce. Shatter. As she hurled a curse at her assailant, Penny seized the opportunity to blend into Ted's side, utilizing the disillusionment charm. Ted, however, was teetering on the brink of consciousness due to excessive blood loss. His injuries appeared grievous, a dagger embedded deep in his back, the blade mercilessly buried within his flesh. The blood oozing from him soaked his robes, a pungent metallic scent wafting through the air. Rapid healing. Restore him to his former state. She dared not remove the dagger hastily. The incantation she uttered offered no relief to the wound, merely slowing the blood's escape to a negligible extent. It was evident that the dagger, a dark magical weapon, rendered ordinary healing spells futile against its inflicted wounds. There was no time to waste. She needed to escape with him. I have found you. A torment most excruciating. The woman was filled with venomous hatred, recalling how Penny had dared to cast an unforgivable curse upon her at Hogwarts. Obstacles abound. Obstacles abound. Obstacles abound. Reveal yourself. After successfully countering the Cruciatus curse with a few incantations, Penny hurled a revealing spell at the assailant. The long black hair, the gaunt visage, and those eyes brimming with madness. It was none other than Black, the very foe she had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. They seemed to share a peculiar fate. Bella was nearly driven to madness. Once again in this wretched place, her plans had been thwarted. With a piercing scream, she bellowed her curse. Avada Kedavra. Collapse. Petrify them all. Tarantaligra. Fiery Inferno. Shatter. Obliterate. In response, Penny unleashed every aggressive spell she knew. An array of vibrant curses erupted from the tip of her wand, bursting like fireworks before Bella, just managing to intercept the killing curse. Let us go. She hoisted the unconscious Ted and disappeared into the Forbidden Forest with a swift motion. The area around Hogwarts was enchanted with an anti-apparition charm. The woman could not pursue them. Penny exhaled in relief. It seemed she was cursed in this forest. Every visit brought nothing but misfortune. Damn it. Ah. The woman's shrill cries echoed through the Forbidden Forest. She appeared unfazed by any repercussions that might follow, lost in her own madness. Before long, Penny's voice emerged at the entrance of the hospital wing, struggling to support Ted's body, her palm pounding against the door, emitting a desperate cry reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Madame Pomfrey, help! Save the child. Yes, going to die. Madame Pomfrey, having just donned her nightgown and prepared for sleep after a long day of tireless work, felt the veins at her temples throb, her head buzzing with pain. Chapter 49. The Hospital Wing. The extinguished lights within the hospital wing flickered back to life, and the disturbed students stirred restlessly in their beds. With a loud bang, the door swung open. A wave of blood mingled with the air, as Ted, unconscious, leaned limply against Penny, whose robes left dark red stains upon the carpet at the threshold. The previously murmuring students fell silent, their faces blank as they gawked at the contrasting heights of the pair before them. Madame Pomfrey hurried in, her hair disheveled, and upon seeing Ted's condition, her voice rose with indignation. Madame Pomfrey, please save him. He has lost a great deal of blood. The dagger that pierced him may very well be a dark magical weapon, fully embedded in his back. Rapid healing and restoration are ineffective against this wound. Penny's voice, tinged with urgency, echoed in the quiet hospital wing, her frantic words striking the hearts of all present, rendering the atmosphere so still one could hear a pin drop. Faced with a daunting challenge, Madame Pomfrey nodded solemnly to Penny before ushering Ted into a private room. In the far corner of the ward, a boy who had been lying quietly shot up upon hearing a familiar voice, the old wooden bed groaning under his sudden movement. However, he paid no heed to the noise, his gaze fixed on the girl at the door. He trembled as he attempted to speak. Penny? The numbness on her face after the initial panic tightened Severus's heart. He struggled to rise from the bed and approach her. She appeared unwell. Her lips pressed tightly together, red hair matted with blood and sweat, hands stained crimson, and her clothing marred with splotches of deep red. Her blue eyes, dimmed of their usual brightness, stood against the light, the endless blackness looming behind her. Upon hearing her name, Penny instinctively turned her head, and upon recognizing Severus, she froze. Staring at him. Severus? How did you get here? Her gaze fell upon his unnaturally drooping arm and the abrasions on his face, and though she understood, she couldn't help but frown and whisper, was it those Slytherin brats? I can handle it. Severus gazed into her cerulean eyes, deliberately articulating each word as if making a promise. Blinking, Penny attributed his insistence to youthful stubbornness, but chose not to contradict him, nodding in acquiescence. All right if you insist. But if you get hurt again, I'll teach them a lesson they won't soon forget. Good. A faint smile graced Severus's lips, the dark aura surrounding him dissipating, revealing a hint of youthful charm. Reaching out, Penny lightly touched the deep bruise on Severus's face, her tone softening with pity. You must have been in so much pain. Madame Pomfrey's healing was effective. Minor injuries would not warrant an overnight stay in the hospital wing, indicating the severity of the assault. Severus's lips moved, wanting to insist that he felt no pain, for he had long grown accustomed to such suffering, the childhood anguish inflicted by Tobias now merely replaced by a different tormentor. Yet, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, an inexplicable wave of bitterness and grievance surged within him, rendering his speech inadequate to convey his feelings. Penny, undeterred by Severus's silence, retracted her hand, only to meet the gaze of a pair of round eyes from the opposite bed. The familiar, quintessential Hufflepuff expression of shock made her head spin, especially when she realized she had just touched Severus's face in front of everyone in the hospital wing, nearly causing her brain to short-circuit. Help. She covered her eyes and sighed, realizing that her habit of being so physically expressive with others needed to change. Moreover, Severus had grown up. He was no longer that little boy. Having pressed Severus back onto the bed, it was not long before Madame Pomfrey emerged from Ted's treatment room, looking utterly exhausted, her complexion pale from magical depletion, her form swaying as if on the verge of collapse. Penny guided her to an empty bed, pouring her a glass of water. After a moment of recuperation, Madame Pomfrey finally spoke. Tonks's condition has stabilized. However, the situation is rather complex. I have already informed Professor Dumbledore and Professor Slughorn to come. Then regarding Penny with a peculiar expression, she added, perhaps Miss Evans, you should keep your distance from the hospital wing. The patients you bring here have all been in dire straits. I don't wish for this either. Penny felt utterly innocent, as if Madame Pomfrey were about to affix a label on her forehead saying she should behave herself. After all, it was not her doing. She merely had a knack for stumbling into such predicaments. Dumbledore arrived with remarkable swiftness, accompanied by a drowsy Professor Slughorn, both clad in their night attire. In stark contrast to the youthful and strikingly slender Dumbledore, Professor Slughorn's rotund figure appeared somewhat comical. As expected, Penny. I see you again, Dumbledore declared upon entering, his crescent-shaped glasses framing blue eyes that curved into a crescent moon, his expression unreservedly teasing. Penny felt a pang in her heart, suddenly finding Dumbledore's visage less appealing. She forced a scowl and, through gritted teeth, retorted, perhaps you should reflect on the school's security system. Whose garden is the Forbidden Forest if not Hogwarts? Time and again, the same individual has traversed it, resulting in grievous incidents. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the infirmary. Even Professor Slughorn and Madame Pomfrey stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. With a fluid motion, Dumbledore waved his hand, and a chorus of yawns echoed through the infirmary. Within minutes, the young wizards had succumbed to slumber. Dumbledore, you ought not to use spells on them. They are still children. Madame Pomfrey protested weakly yet firmly. I apologized, Poppy, but knowing too much is detrimental to them. Dumbledore explained, casting a glance at Penny standing nearby. Rolling her eyes, Penny pursed her lips, reassured only when she noticed Snape on the bed, untroubled. As she tucked him in. Observing this scene, Professor Slughorn stroked his bushy silver beard, wearing a pleased expression. Tonk was grievously wounded by a dark magical weapon, the injury nearly grazing his insides, and the accompanying dark magic is particularly vile. I require assistance with potions, Madame Pomfrey asserted, then led the still curious Professor Slughorn to Ted. Once they departed, Dumbledore turned to Penny, who anticipated his questions and preemptively shared everything she knew. Bellatrix Lestrange transformed into her sister Andromeda's likeness to lure Ted out, intending to kill her. By the time I arrived, Ted was already lying on the ground, and I managed to bring him out. Ah, Lestrange, Dumbledore sighed, a hint of wistfulness in his tone. After sharing her knowledge, Penny yawned, a physiological tear forming in her eye. Fatigue overtook her as she mumbled a few more words to Dumbledore before leaving the infirmary. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class awaited. When Penny returned from the infirmary the previous night, dawn was just breaking, and with less than 4 hours of sleep, she attended class with her eyes shut. Though her posture remained impeccably straight, Professor McGonagall had already learned of the previous night's events from Dumbledore. Relieved that Penny had rescued Ted, she found amusement in Penny's luck of encountering bloodshed twice during her nocturnal escapades in the Forbidden Forest. Consequently, she turned a blind eye to Penny's drowsiness throughout the lesson. After sleeping through 2 full periods, Penny finally felt revived, stretching as she met Professor McGonagall's slightly furrowed brow. Feeling guilty, she shrank back, mimicking Edith's movements to transform the teapot on her desk into an adorable cat figurine, then flashed a charming smile at Professor McGonagall. Once class ended and Professor McGonagall exited the classroom, Penny entrusted her textbooks to Edith for safekeeping in the dormitory, and made her way back to the infirmary, eager to discover whether Snape had fully recovered after spending the night there, and to learn the condition of Ted's injuries. Upon her arrival at the infirmary, she found Snape prepared to leave. His arm had healed completely, and aside from his somewhat pale complexion, he appeared no different from usual. Are you fully recovered, Severus? Penny inquired as she approached him, gently poking his arm, which felt soft to the touch. He did not flinch, indicating all was well. I am fine now, he replied, playfully grasping her mischievous finger, amused by her concern over his recovery. Quite adorable indeed. As they exited, they encountered a visibly anxious Andromeda, her eyes red-rimmed, her headband askew, and her Slytherin robes dampened, evidently having wept upon hearing the news. Regrettably, Ted's injuries were not healing well, and he had yet to regain consciousness. Madame Pomfrey forbade visits. Penny, I truly thank you for bringing him back. Do you know how he is? Andromeda implored, her fingers gripping Penny's sleeve tightly, her tear-filled eyes searching for answers. Just as they were about to be cornered by a gathering of students at the infirmary entrance, Snape furrowed his brow and suggested, perhaps it would be prudent to find another place to converse, unless you have a penchant for discussing matters in front of an audience. The onlooking students glared at him in dissatisfaction, their irritation palpable. They found it more distressing to be interrupted amidst their gossip than to face dire consequences. Andromeda dried her tears and nodded at Snape, guiding them through the castle's winding corridors until they reached an abandoned classroom concealed by a concealment charm. The founders of Hogwarts evidently had great confidence in the school's expansion. The castle was vast, boasting hundreds of classrooms for instruction. Unfortunately, after a millennium of wear, it had not achieved the founders' aspirations, as the current Hogwarts population, comprising students and professors, barely exceeded 1,000. Thus, it was quite easy for Hogwarts students to find unoccupied classrooms for their use, provided they did not cause too much commotion, as professors typically overlooked students' clandestine activities. Penny had previously visited an opulently decorated abandoned classroom used by Lucius and Narcissa, yet Andromeda's classroom was far more modest, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. Do not worry too much. Both Professor Dumbledore and Professor Slughorn visited last night. Trust in their capabilities, Penny reassured her. As Andromeda settled on the sofa and prepared tea, her demeanor appeared to improve somewhat. After wiping her tears, her eyes, now clearer, fixed on Penny as she pressed for details about the previous night's events. After using the revealing charm on her, I saw her face. It was Bellatrix Lestrange. Upon hearing the last statement, Andromeda fell back onto the sofa cushions in despair. Her expression revealed no surprise, yet her sorrow was evident. Despite having anticipated the consequences of her relationship being exposed, she had long been careful to conceal it. Now, facing the reality of the situation, She found it difficult to accept. She was forced to choose between love, the warmth and affection she had yearned for since childhood, and her family, whose numerous faults and imperfections could not overshadow the fact that they had nurtured her. Before Andromeda's emotions could spiral out of control again, Penny led Snape away, finally releasing his hand once they exited the castle, letting out a sigh of relief. These pureblood families are truly perplexing. Are lineage, reputation, and wealth truly more important than family? Her voice was low, yet the dissatisfaction layered within was unmistakable, even tinged with indignation. She recalled the actions of young Lai, the memories of Molly and Arthur on graduation day, so deeply in love yet lacking the support of their families. Although the Weasleys belonged to one of the sacred 28 families, their precarious financial situation and Muggle sympathies tarnished their reputation within pureblood circles, leading to the Pruitt family's disapproval of Molly's union. Ultimately, the star-crossed lovers eloped, with Molly nearly disowned by her family, losing her inheritance entirely. Standing beside her, Snape remained silent. As a true Slytherin, he harbored ambitions for status, wealth and even power. Upon returning to the Prince family even earlier, he had resented the fact that his father was not someone of significance, but rather that scoundrel Tobias. Snape tilted his head, the countenance of Petunia suffused with fury, her usually cheerful blue eyes ablaze with two flickering flames. He found himself perplexed as to why Petunia was so incensed over matters that did not concern her, considering the Evans family had always enjoyed a harmonious relationship. Unable to fathom a rationale, he noted that Petunia's expression had reverted to calm, though her lips continued to utter bitter words. Chapter 50, The Prejudice of the Heart. News of the 7th-year Hufflepuff students being attacked by dark wizards in the Forbidden Forest spread rapidly, prompting a lockdown of Hogwarts Castle. During breakfast, Dumbledore solemnly cautioned the students in the Great Hall against venturing out at night. The professors, believing students had sufficient energy for nocturnal escapades due to insufficient homework, promptly doubled the assignments, eliciting groans of discontent from students across all houses, who furiously scribbled with their quills in the library. Even Petunia was affected. She found herself cornered in the library by Ancelia Burstead and her two companions, Natasha and Tarl, with her 100 galleons earned at the end of the last school year, yet to be received. Despite Petunia's exceptional speed in completing her assignments, the towering pile before her was daunting, and she swallowed hard, incredulous as she gazed at Ancelia and her friends, her expression one of despair. Honestly, how much homework do you owe the professors? I distinctly remember providing you with answers on time, but your answers are unsuitable for us. Ancelia huffed, cheeks puffed in indignation. Can you not answer the questions using second-year knowledge? The professors have noticed our work isn't original, and we've been punished with a month of detention for it. Ah. I detest dealing with snargaluffs, Tarl lamented, burying her head in her arms on the table. Who doesn't? Natasha echoed, her face twisted in discomfort. Very well. It seems I must draft another set of answers for you. Petunia sighed resignedly, knowing well the difficulty of earning money, and now burdened with twice the homework. It felt insurmountable. Before long, Lily and Snape entered the library to tackle their assignments, undoubtedly followed by the notorious quartet of Potter and his friends. It's Petunia. Lily spotted her immediately, seated amid 3 Slytherins. Why is she always mingling with those Slytherin snakes? James grumbled to Sirius beside him. Recently, the professors had clamped down on students due to the dark wizards in the Forbidden Forest, enforcing strict rules against nighttime excursions and piling on excessive homework, leaving everyone in a frenzy. James had been caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall during one of his nightly escapades, leading to a significant deduction of points from Gryffindor, and he angrily attributed his misfortunes to that wretched dark wizard responsible for the castle's lockdown, directing his ire toward Slytherin, whom they believed to be the breeding ground for dark wizards, wishing fervently for Dumbledore to disband the house altogether. Sirius, however, did not share his sentiment, his expression grim. He was acutely aware that his cousin was the instigator of the 2 incidents in the Forbidden Forest. Ancelia, her wrists sore from incessantly copying homework, glanced up to see Petunia's sister, and the boy named Snape approaching their direction, tilting her head in amusement at the sight of a Slytherin forming a friendship with a Gryffindor. As Lily and Snape drew near, the word Slytherin snake escaped Potter's lips, echoing loudly in the quiet library, inciting a wave of furious glares from the Slytherin students. Snape chose a seat diagonally across from Petunia, while Lily settled directly opposite her. Shortly thereafter, a disheveled James, with a scowl etched upon his face from being chastised by Madame Pants, led his friends to occupy the seats beside Lily. TSK for Slytherins. Petunia, you really ought to reconsider your choice in friends, James remarked, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he faced the beleaguered Slytherins engrossed in their work. Petunia. absorbed in her homework and nearly burning her quill with the fervor of her writing, paid him no mind. Natasha and Taro, exasperated, rolled their eyes at James, already in a foul mood from the burdensome assignments, and his presence only added to their frustration. And Celia was unyielding, her eyes flashing with ire as she retorted, "Be quiet. Potter, perhaps you should remember that your grandmother hails from the Black family, also a Slytherin snake in your eyes. Now take your disheveled hair and unwashed mouth and kindly vacate our vicinity." With that, she shot him a fierce glare, infuriated that he would dare provoke her in her agitated state. Snape's lips curled into a subtle smile, while Lily stifled a laugh, her head resting on the table, which only served to further incite James's fury. "Bursted you," James stuttered, momentarily at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment. Madame Pants, having noticed the commotion, admonished them from across the library, "Silence." Peter shrank back in his seat, burying his head in his book, while Remus cast a bewildered glance between James and Sirius, who looked equally astonished. Sirius, shaking his head in disbelief, playfully punched James's shoulder, his voice laced with a hint of excitement. "Hey, we are true brothers." Petunia, struggling to lift her gaze from the pile of parchment, could not help but roll her eyes at the two foolish boys, wondering if they were oblivious to Madame Pants's impending eruption. She had no desire to be expelled alongside them, especially with her assignments incomplete. With a dissatisfied huff, she cast a silencing charm and an ignoring charm around her, pointedly indicating James and Sirius, before returning to her fervent scribbling, only 2 papers away from liberation. Non-1 magic. How cool. At this moment, James's attention had shifted entirely to Petunia's impressive display of magic. He attempted to engage her in conversation, but she remained unresponsive, which left him to converse with Sirius, who disappointingly showed no inclination to continue their dialogue. "Teach." And Celia disdainfully turned her gaze away from the troublesome boy, lowering her head to resume her daunting assignment. An hour later, Petunia set down her quill, and the trio of Slytherins ceased their work as well. Stretching their sore wrists, they adeptly collected a copy of Petunia's assignment before bidding her farewell, each casting a glare at James as they passed. James feigned ignorance to their gestures, and only when Aunt Celia and her friends exited the library did he breathe a sigh of relief, feeling revitalized. "Petunia, you really should distance yourself from those Slytherins," he reiterated in a tone of concern. The only Slytherin present, Snape, immediately darkened his expression. "Why?" Petunia toyed with her quill, adjusting her posture comfortably as she listened lazily to his words. "They are cunning and treacherous, not to be trusted. Besides, many dark wizards have emerged from Slytherin." Perhaps sensing her dismissive tone, James's voice grew more fervent, as he stood up, gesturing animatedly to emphasize his point. The others paused their activities, intrigued by the clash between Petunia and James. "I've said it before, one cannot judge a person's character based solely on their house. You cannot dismiss all Slytherin students due to historical prejudices." Petunia's voice, illuminated by the bright lights of the library, possessed a haunting beauty as she quietly observed James while responding. "That is prejudice. No, you simply do not understand their dangers." James countered, agitated, his expression grave, imbued with a sense of mission to protect his friends. His tone intensified. "You have not encountered those filled with ambition, willing to pursue power without limits. They delve into dark magic, becoming obsessed, leaving chaos in their wake within the wizarding world." "Calm down, James." Penny consoled James, her tone unwaveringly resolute. "I have always maintained that ambition is not inherently a vice, nor is the pursuit of power a transgression. Indeed, every gifted individual harbors an innate desire for ascendance. Take Dumbledore, for instance, and that Dark Lord. Both possess remarkable talents and share a fervent ambition. Yet one advocates for the freedom of wizards, while the other clings to the doctrine of blood purity, leading to divergent outcomes. One fosters the advancement of the wizarding world, while the other plunges it into darkness. Thus, you see, the fault lies not in ambition or power, but rather in the choices we make." Upon concluding her statement, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. With all eyes fixated upon her in a peculiar manner, they could not fully comprehend her words, only recognizing the oddity in her juxtaposition of Dumbledore and the Dark Lord, yet could find no fault in her argument. "But they are dangerous," one might argue. "The peril lies with the dark wizards, not with Slytherin itself, does it not?" Penny remarked, a confident smile gracing her lips. "As for dark wizards, I have bested them before. In fact, with sufficient power, even the so-called dangers will shy away from my might." The girl's words, brimming with audacity, echoed in the light, unchallenged by any dissent. Her smile radiated with the same fiery exuberance as her red hair. James's lips moved, yet no words escaped, The others stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts, overwhelmed by the impact of her pronouncement. It was, after all, rather reasonable to ponder, given that she had vanquished an adult dark wizard at the tender age of 12. Penny is so impressive, Lily thought, her emerald eyes sparkling as if filled with stars, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Penny, filled with admiration. She was certain that James, that insufferable pest, stood no chance against Penny. Snape observed her intently, committing each of her words and movements to memory. When she uttered her final statement, the flames of her red hair seemed to ignite in his heart. The notion of seeking power took root within him. And this is my final admonition to you, James. You are perpetually arrogant, viewing all through the lens of your own prejudices. Whether Gryffindor or Slytherin, you ought to recognize that there are good individuals within Slytherin, just as not all Gryffindors are valiant. The biases of the heart are like a mountain, narrowing your perspective of the world. I earnestly hope you will judge a person's character through prolonged observation rather than your subjective conjectures. At this revelation, James stood utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as if seeing Penny for the first time. Was this her enduring opinion of him? Arrogant, filled with prejudice? He had merely been concerned for her well-being. Chapter 51, The Restricted Section. Following the incident in the library, Penny seldom encountered James at Hogwarts. On the rare occasions she sought Lily, she noticed him turning away at a distance, evidently avoiding her. Penny was aware that she had wounded his feelings, yet she had no intention of placating him. He needed to learn to listen to others' perspectives rather than making hasty judgments. However, it was evident that James had misinterpreted Penny's intentions. He felt hurt and angered, attributing her words to a rift. Subsequently, he directed his ire towards Snape, convinced that this despicable Slytherin had said something to Penny. Not to mention his incessant pursuit of Lily, while spreading rumors about her. Unbeknownst to Penny, the friction between James and Snape intensified. Their encounters often escalated from verbal exchanges to physical confrontations in the blink of an eye, leaving Lily exasperated by their incessant clashes. Since the debacle in the Forbidden Forest, the relationship between Andromeda and Ted had become public at Hogwarts. It was rumored that Mrs. Black nearly suffered a fit from anger, and Narcissa had confronted Andromeda in the Slytherin common room. Yet Andromeda remained resolute in her decision, impervious to their opposition. Soon after, the Daily Prophet published a report announcing Andromeda Black's disownment from the Black family. Following this, her life in Slytherin became increasingly arduous. The aristocratic, conservative purebloods deemed her a disgrace to Slytherin, and with her disownment, she found herself devoid of support, subjected to various forms of torment. Before long, Andromeda withdrew from Hogwarts, though Ted announced that he had proposed to her, and they planned to wed after graduation. On the day Andromeda left Hogwarts, Penny came to bid her farewell. Ted stood closely beside her, both appearing affectionate. Though her countenance seemed weary, her eyes sparkled brightly, as if relieved of a burden. Ted had taken an extended leave to accompany Andromeda to the Muggle world, fearing for her safety from the Black family. Once she acclimated to Muggle life, he would return to finish his studies. Across from them stood Sirius, his eyes red-rimmed. His relationships with the rest of the Black family had soured, particularly after he was sorted into Gryffindor, leading to a significant rift. Only Andromeda had maintained a good rapport with him. He pressed a small pouch into Andromeda's hand, containing a pair of rings identical to those worn by Molly and Arthur. Penny smiled at her reassuringly. You should find joy in breaking free from your cage. Andromeda's lips curled into a smile as she embraced Penny. Thank you. Farewell, Sirius. She then hugged him with a hint of concern. Knowing her cousin disapproved of the Black family's ways and worried that he might struggle to soften his disposition, which could lead to future hardships. Take care. With that final farewell, Ted helped Andromeda onto a small boat, permitted by Dumbledore to leave Hogwarts in a manner befitting their initial arrival. Only after their figures vanished from view, did Penny summon Sirius to depart. He was truly handsome, with striking features and deep-set eyes. His serious demeanor gave him an air of captivating allure. Penny, who had always appreciated beauty, found herself stealing glances at him, her thoughts wandering. Indeed, the siblings of the Black family were all quite striking. In the ensuing tranquil days at Hogwarts, the only incident of note was when a few first-year Slytherin students accidentally ingested a certain potion and spent 3 days in the infirmary, as if the previous rumors of dark wizards were merely whispers. Amidst this serene atmosphere, Penny self-studied the entirety of the 7th grade curriculum, setting her sights on the restricted section. After weeks of persistence with Professor Flitwick and assuring him of her adherence to all rules, she successfully obtained a pass to the restricted section. The tomes housed within the restricted section were rare and extraordinary, revealing the profound depths of this ancient magical institution. Countless brilliant ideas were chronicled within, exploring the realms of time, spatial magic, theories of the soul, and the formidable nature of dark magic. I had no idea the magic of this world could be so rich and varied. Penny found herself deeply captivated, spending every moment within the restricted section. Her mastery of the disillusionment charm, confundus charm, and obliviate charm became so refined that Madame Pants frequently locked her in the library after hours. The professors grew accustomed to her absence from class, having noted her frequent truancy since her first year, and recognizing that she had already grasped second-year knowledge, thus opting to overlook her. Lily and Snape, having not seen her in a month, were on the verge of posting missing person flyers around Hogwarts, until Edith intervened, reassuring them, "Do not worry. Penny is merely engrossed in her experiments or reading." She once vanished for 2 months during her first year. However, Penny's absence this time extended to 4 months. She missed both Halloween and Christmas, prompting Lily to seek out Dumbledore for answers. The principal, whose youthful visage belied his age, wore a benevolent smile that seemed incongruous with his years. He shared with Lily his delightful experience of acquiring fresh confections at the Honeydukes, and as he observed Lily dutifully savoring the sweets, his smile grew even more amiable. He stroked his chin reassuringly, saying, "Do not fret, Penny. She is quite well. She has merely become engrossed in her reading. After all, she is a Ravenclaw." With a playful wink, Dumbledore guided Lily before a mirror, lightly tapping its surface with his wand. The familiar ceiling of the library materialized within the mirror, revealing a peculiar realm adorned with iron chains, where books of various shapes, some with mouths that breathed fire, others exuding clouds of black smoke, and still others with eyes and limbs, appeared quite formidable. In the midst of this bizarre assortment, Penny's figure emerged, looking rather disheveled. Her hair, long neglected, was hastily secured behind her ears, and her clothing, a patchwork of black and gray, obscured its original form. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, the unruly books before her were astonishingly docile, neatly stacked around her. Her eyes sparkled as she perused the tomes in her hands, muttering incantations and gesturing animatedly. She appeared somewhat unwell. Lily pondered for a moment, her mouth agape, before retracting the thought that Penny resembled a madwoman. Genius often manifests in ways that diverge from the ordinary. Dumbledore shrugged. As spring swiftly passed, news of a Ravenclaw student's disappearance swept through Hogwarts like wildfire, with rampant speculation suggesting she had fallen victim to dark wizards, prompting the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts to adopt vigilant measures. Until one fateful morning in April, when a ragged figure, cloaked in darkness, trembled against the library wall as they emerged. "Penny Evans?" Severus Snape, clutching a stack of books, uncertainly called out to the shadowy figure at the library's entrance. "Severus Snape," he managed to articulate after a prolonged silence, his voice hoarse from disuse. Snape's eyelids twitched, his lips involuntarily twitching, as he finally whispered, "It is Severus. How did you come to be in such a state?" Raising her grimy hand, Penny's pupils dilated in alarm, murmuring softly under Snape's intense gaze, "Help me." She had completely lost her sense of self today. Chapter 52, On Dark Magic. Beneath the lush branches of a beech tree by the Black Lake, Penny, clad in fresh attire, felt a refreshing lightness as she leaned against the sturdy trunk, dozing. The sun bathed her in warmth, its rays caressing her half-dry, long red hair, which cascaded down to her waist, still carrying traces of moisture. The plump owl Rhea nestled against her, refusing to budge, as Penny occasionally stroked her smooth feathers. Rhea, like a contented feline, squinted her eyes and cooed softly, seeking Penny's affection. When Snape arrived, accompanied by Lily and a bounty of food, he was greeted by this heartwarming scene. Having not seen her sister in quite some time, Lily quickened her pace, soon bypassing Snape to joyfully leap into Penny's embrace, inadvertently displacing the drowsy Rhea. Lily's fluffy little head burrowed into Penny's arms, her small hands wrapping around Penny's neck as she playfully nuzzled. "Cuckoo." Suddenly Rhea, disgruntled, flapped her wings and took flight, landing on Snape's shoulder, her round eyes glaring at Lily in apparent annoyance. With a shake of his head, Snape dutifully spread out a picnic cloth, laying out the food he had procured from the Great Hall, calling the sisters to join him, especially Penny, who appeared significantly thinner than before, almost skeletal. As she bit into a piece of honey cake, the overwhelming sweetness sent a shiver down her spine. "I wager, Severus, that what you brought is undoubtedly a dessert meant for Dumbledore's sweet tooth. This cake must contain the fruits of a year's labor from the most industrious bees." Snape's hand, poised to reach for the honey cake, abruptly redirected. Opting for a sandwich instead, he cautiously took a bite, sighing with relief that Dumbledore had not yet developed an obsession with sweetening his sandwiches. Lily, on the other hand, relished the honey cake's sweetness, devouring 2 pieces and still appearing unsatisfied. Penny regarded Lily, who had visibly filled out since their last encounter, with concern. Perhaps she ought to caution her sister to indulge less in sweets, as they were most conducive to weight gain. Penny, you are remarkable for being able to stay in the library for so long. After their meal, Lily eagerly inquired about Penny's experiences over the past few months. Quite well, Penny replied, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she spoke of the books in the restricted section. The tomes there are vastly superior to those in the general library. They offer a different perspective on magic and other subjects. Snape, engrossed in a hefty volume, discreetly tuned in, sharing her curiosity about the restricted section. Of course, they are quite perilous. At times, to obtain a desired book, one must engage in a tussle with it, as they are imbued with the formidable magic of their authors. When I approached Headmaster Dumbledore, he allowed me a glimpse of those books. They appeared most formidable, some even possessing limbs, Penny continued, with Lily nodding in agreement. Are there many books on dark magic within? Snape could not restrain his curiosity, aware that he was woefully uninformed about the nature of the restricted section. Indeed, the majority pertain to dark magic. As you know, Hogwarts maintains stringent controls over it. Penny shrugged, suddenly turning to Snape as if recalling something of significance. She remembered that he had perused many books on dark magic from a young age. Penny's inquisitive gaze sent a shiver down Snape's spine, freezing him in place as he stammered, "What's wrong? I merely recalled your keen interest in dark magic," Penny replied, leaning closer, her posture drawing her nearer to him, allowing him to discern the intricate details of her complexion. "Oh no, Severus, you cannot harbor an affinity for dark magic. It is inherently malevolent," Lily interjected vehemently, her emerald eyes filled with a palpable distaste for the subject. Snape felt his body stiffen further. He was at a loss for words to placate Lily, unsure how to face Penny, who might come to despise him for his passions. "Even before you entered Hogwarts, you were engrossed in books on dark magic and potions. It is understandable that one might be fascinated or even obsessed with them," Penny said soothingly, patting his shoulder gently, her tone returning to normal. "Penny," Lily cried, bewildered by her sister's acceptance of such interests. Yet Snape secretly exhaled in relief, his rigid form relaxing as he noticed Penny's subtle gestures of reassurance. "All right, Lily. Allow me to explain. The allure of dark magic lies in its power. How many in this world can resist the temptation of wielding such strength?" Penny continued, her voice steady, as if discussing a trivial matter. "In the realm of ordinary people, some wield guns to rob banks, while others use them to protect their homeland. For wizards, it is no different. Some employ dark magic for nefarious purposes, while aurors utilize it to safeguard the populace. One cannot expect aurors to subdue wrongdoers with mere stupefy, can they? And certainly, one cannot deem aurors who master dark magic as villains, correct?" Lily fell into deep contemplation, her cherubic face scrunching up in thought as she propped her chin on her hands, clearly grappling with Penny's assertions. Penny observed the glimmering excitement in Snape's dark eyes, a reflection of joy derived from recognition, while the ambition that blazed within them also mirrored in her own gaze. She tilted her head towards him and continued, "The dreadful aspect of dark magic lies in its ability to awaken the latent ambitions within individuals, fostering a burgeoning desire that inflates one's psyche. Coupled with the accumulation of negative emotions from the minor aftereffects of dark magic, these elements can serve as formidable catalysts, leading an ambitious genius astray. Of course, they often remain oblivious to the fact that they are on a misguided path. Take for instance the infamous Dark Lord. Does his reign, built upon a road paved with countless corpses and blood, truly signify a successful dominion attained through sheer power?" At her final words, the boy's eyes widened in surprise, as if questioning Penny's skepticism towards the Dark Lord. In Slytherin, everyone took pride in serving under his command, and even the haughty purebloods spoke of him with admiration, believing that his formidable strength would lead them to glory. Yet Snape furrowed his brow, instinctively yearning for power while secretly idolizing the Dark Lord, rumored to be a master of dark magic. Nevertheless, the trust he had long held made it impossible for him to disregard Penny's words. He appeared torn and conflicted. Reason dictated that if even the Dark Lord could be deceived, how could he expect to remain unscathed? Yet like all those who delve into dark magic, he clung to the hope of being able to control his own fate. "Therefore, you must allow me to accompany you in your studies of dark magic," Penny said, a peculiar smile gracing her face, her excitement palpable as she added, "If I sense any troubling signs, I can pull you back." Snape recalled the spell Penny had cast in the Forbidden Forest, capable of blocking the killing curse, and suddenly found dark magic not so daunting after all. Rhea tilted her head, calling out from Snape's shoulder. Lily, cupping her face, had listened intently throughout, a knowing expression dawning upon her. Aware of her sister's true capabilities, she cast a sympathetic glance at Snape and remarked, "So Penny, you really just want to give Snape a good beating, don't you? Has he wronged you in any way?" Penny slowly formed a question mark with her expression. She genuinely wished to supervise Snape's progress in studying dark magic. However, if Snape truly began to falter, it would be only natural for her to intervene, motivated by the bond of friendship. Chapter 53 Bullying. In the Room of Requirement, the area had expanded significantly, subdivided into 3 distinct sections: the Alchemy Zone, the Potion Zone, and the Magic Research Zone. The research area was a spacious expanse, adorned with several circular targets for testing spell efficacy, while unknown runes covered the ground to prevent injury. Snape, possessing an exceptional talent for dark magic, mastered several spells within a mere few days, wielding them with a potency that surpassed expectations. Penny, intrigued by dark magic, found herself lacking in remarkable aptitude, especially for spells like Dentes Detractus, which proved less effective than ordinary incantations. Observing the glaringly low damage output displayed on the target she'd struck, her mind went blank. She could confidently assert it was the lowest damage she had ever inflicted. After numerous attempts yielding consistently low evaluations, Penny's expression darkened. Cradling her wand, she lamented, "This shouldn't be. I had been quite adept at obliterating things before. Why not try Dentes Detractus on the target again?" Snape suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. With a flourish, the wand's tip erupted in brilliant light as it struck the target, nearly shattering it, and eventually, the target displayed the words of immense power. "See, I executed Dentes Detractus quite effortlessly." Through their experiments, they concluded that Penny excelled with spells of greater offensive power, while lesser spells like Dentes Detractus held little effect in her hands. They attributed this discrepancy to Penny's subconscious rejection of such spells, perceiving them as mere childish play. Employing such demeaning curses necessitated a certain malice from the caster, a quality Penny lacked. Her casting was always devoid of emotion. In contrast, Snape could rapidly execute spells of any magnitude with considerable effectiveness, demonstrating remarkable control over his emotions. Penny, understanding her own brilliance stemmed more from her past life's accumulation of knowledge, recognized that Snape had genuinely achieved all this through his own efforts at the tender age of 11. Hence, she regarded him with admiration and earnestly declared, "Severus, you are indeed a genius." As someone once said, those who surpass him in brilliance lack his level of diligence, while those who work harder fall just short of his innate talent. Snape's hand trembled as he held his wand, causing the spell to falter before it struck the target. His ears, hidden beneath his shoulder-length black hair, flushed a deep crimson, and a hint of color crept onto his pale face. He bit his lip, momentarily at a loss, for his upbringing had not equipped him to handle such genuine praise. He could only stand there, speechless, awaiting Penny to transition to another topic. At mealtime, Penny and Snape entered the Great Hall sequentially, though the journey from the entrance to the Ravenclaw table took less than 2 minutes. It felt as if she had traversed several years. What is wrong with these people? If they don't want to eat, why come to the hall? Why are they staring at me? I'm not some monkey at the zoo. What is so fascinating about Hagrid's magical creatures? It's Evans. She's back. How impressive that she managed to escape from the Dark Wizard. Weren't the professors saying she couldn't leave Hogwarts? Perhaps she truly hasn't left. Do you believe it? If she hasn't left Hogwarts, where has she been for the past 6 months? Reading in the library. Hey, guess what? I actually have been reading in the library, Penny silently retorted, her expression stern. And who exactly spread the rumors of her abduction by the Dark Wizard? Dumbledore. Are you not concerned for your students? Casting a forlorn glance at Dumbledore's back, Penny sighed and lowered her head to focus on her food. After all, she had skipped classes for so long that confronting the headmaster upon her return would be inexcusable. Stealing a glance at the staff table, she noticed that 3/4 of the professors were watching her with disapproving expressions, particularly Professor Flitwick, who was dabbing at the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, appearing genuinely hurt. Instantly, Penny averted her gaze, realizing she should ponder how to face her beloved head of house. The sight of Professor Flitwick's wounded look pricked her conscience, reminding her of her earlier promise to behave and not cause any trouble. It soon became evident that soothing the upset professors was no easy task. Penny spent the better part of half a month visiting various professors' offices, barely managing to elicit some semblance of goodwill. Emerging from Professor McGonagall's office, Penny rubbed her temples, recalling how the professor had scrutinized her transfiguration skills under the guise of tutoring. Fortunately, her solid foundation had allowed her to pass, and McGonagall's demeanor had softened considerably, at least no longer harboring anger towards her, though she did remind her that this should not become a regular occurrence. Now, Only Professor Flitwick's forgiveness remained to be secured. As she contemplated methods to win over Professor Flitwick, Penny wandered down a corridor absent-mindedly, only to realize that she had never traversed this path before. Filthy half-breed, damn mudblood. The Dark Lord is not far from here. A voice cursed, causing Penny to furrow her brow. Hearing the fervor and adoration for the Dark Lord in that tone, she moved towards the source of the sound. Enough of the chatter, Wilkes. We ought to teach this insufferable brat a lesson. Damn it, don't point fingers at me, Avery. The footsteps grew louder, echoing ominously. Ah, it seems an unwitting little bug has arrived. In the far corner, a boy with a sullen expression suddenly lifted his head, causing the other two to cease their quarrel and direct their gazes towards Penny. Realizing she had been spotted, Penny no longer concealed herself, stepping forward with her wand in hand. Upon seeing the figure in the corner, her countenance darkened. There, slumped against the wall, was Severus Snape, his wand cast aside, his lips swollen and bleeding, and marks of several footprints marring his clothing. He remained motionless, seemingly resigned to his fate. Ah, you appear to be in quite a predicament. Severus, Penny remarked, her tone familiar yet tinged with mockery, prompting Snape to look up. The wind tousled her hair, its unruly ends bringing him a strange sense of comfort. As you can see, Snape replied, pressing himself tightly against the cold wall, his voice dry and uninviting. However, their conversation was interrupted by Wilkes, who pointed his wand at Penny's nose and erupted into laughter. Ha! Is that not the mudblood from Ravenclaw? How fortuitous! He exclaimed. This girl is rather attractive. No wonder Snape guards her like a prized possession. Avery, with a lewd grin, licked his lips and fixated his small, beady eyes on Penny, while the morose Mulciber smirked mockingly, his gaze lingering on her with an unsettling intensity. The trio continued to provoke Penny, and Snape, struggling to shift away from them, feared that if Penny lost her temper, he would be caught in the crossfire. Despite his efforts, he found himself immobilized, having been kicked multiple times by Wilkes, leaving his legs too pained to support him, perhaps even broken. Penny's temper flared in response to their taunts, her knuckles cracking ominously as her mood plummeted to an all-time low. Contemplating sending those wretches to meet Merlin. Taking a deep breath, she coldly declared, her voice low and menacing, "You should consider yourselves fortunate this is Hogwarts. Otherwise, I would scatter your ashes." Disarm her. Mulciber seized on her momentary distraction to cast a spell, with the other two swiftly following suit. They had a knack for launching surprise attacks, having caught Snape off guard in the past. The disarming spell landed a few feet before Penny, only to be met with a transparent barrier that perfectly deflected Mulciber's incantation, while the other two spells similarly collided with the shield. Penny smirked derisively. "Is that all you've got? Shatter." The shattering charm inflicted excruciating pain upon her adversaries, while a modified confundus charm intensified their suffering without worsening their injuries. Fog of Torment. She incanted, casting an illusion charm that ensnared them in a cycle of agony, striking at their minds as well. The three men's wails were pitifully loud, a cacophony that grated on her ears, prompting Penny to cast a silencing charm on each of them, manually achieving the desired silence. With the nuisances dealt with, Penny clapped her hands together in satisfaction, muttering, "Serves you right for daring to lay a hand on me. Come on." The red-haired girl extended her hand towards Snape, her lips curling into a gentle smile that illuminated her face. Snape felt a wave of shyness wash over him at her casual words, thankfully obscured by his slightly longer hair that shielded his flushed ears. He wiped his palms on his robe before grasping her soft hand, but the sharp pain in his foot made his complexion pale as he stumbled, nearly toppling over. Penny caught him in her embrace, her hand easily encircling his slender waist. As her earlier good cheer faded, she glared fiercely at the three who were still moaning silently, feeling that perhaps she had been too lenient. Snape's heart raced in his chest. Held in her arms, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Her arms pressed tightly against his waist, her fragrant breath brushing against his neck. The intimacy left his mind in turmoil. It was then he began to understand the fervent infatuation Potter had for Lily, akin to a dog seeing a bone. Noticing the boy in her arms had pursed his lips and knitted his brows, his face tinged with a sickly shade of red, Penny softened her gaze and relinquished the thought of casting another spell upon their tormentors. Instead, she gently patted Snape's waist and lifted him horizontally, heading toward the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey, help. Chapter 54. A discontented departure. As May arrived, the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts entered a state of intense revision, making the library a highly sought-after locale. Penny, however, chose to eschew the frenzy, instead transforming an abandoned classroom on the third floor of the castle into a study haven for herself and Lily. Snape, who had been absent for quite some time, also made an appearance, entering with a hefty tome and finding a clean spot to sit. As if he had not spent the previous days hiding in the dungeons when not in class or at meals. Well, Mr. Snape has decided to grace us with his presence today. I thought you were content to hibernate in the Slytherin dormitory, Penny remarked, drumming her fingers on the table to draw Snape's attention. Her smile a mix of jest and challenge. Snape's temples throbbed with irritation. He was reluctant to recall the feelings he had experienced when Penny had swept him up and carried him across the campus to the hospital wing. Particularly vivid was the image of the astonished expressions on Potter and his friends' faces when she had kicked open the door, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Be quiet, Snape retorted, his ears burning with embarrassment. Penny, with a smirk, reached for Lily's hand, casting a sidelong glance at Snape. See, Lily? This is what boys are like. Due to her recent absence from classes, Penny needed to spend time reviewing her second-year notes. Fortunate that Ravenclaw was not lacking in diligent students, as Edith's notes were comprehensive. Soon, the time for 7th-year graduation approached. Prior to this, Lucius had made a point to seek out Penny, his dazzling Slytherin charm drawing the attention of many young witches as he awaited her arrival beneath Ravenclaw's common room. When Penny finally appeared, Lucius approached with a gentle tone and a charming smile, a sight that attracted an ever-growing crowd of curious onlookers, particularly the passing badgers, who were captivated by every detail. What is this about? Penny questioned, frowning as she pulled the golden-haired peacock away to a more secluded spot. Their previous collaboration had yielded satisfactory results, and she was puzzled by his unexpected wait for her. An apology, Lucius replied, his nearly pallid face breaking into a flawless, aristocratic smile. I apologize for the offense committed against you and Mr. Snape by those foolish first years. Penny raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Lucius she knew was hardly the maternal type for Slytherin. Under these circumstances, a sardonic smile while toasting to those offenders struck her as far more reasonable than his apology. I don't believe you. Very well. I require several bottles of the youth potion, the kind Dumbledore consumed. Lucius maintained his impeccable smile. His steel blue eyes locked onto Penny with a tone that suggested he was accustomed to getting what he wanted. Agreed, 5,000 galleons, and I'll part with 2 bottles. 10,000 for 3. No one could refuse galleons. Penny's eyes sparkled with the allure of gold, and she concluded the deal with a triumphant deal. After all, half the ingredients for her potion were sourced from the Forbidden Forest, costing her less than 3,000 galleons in total. She was set to profit handsomely. Lucius Malfoy, unburdened by the weight of gold galleons, directly presented Penny with a spacious storage bag produced by Gringotts, filled to the brim with a mountain of galleons, leaving ample room for more. Such wealth, Lucius, Penny remarked, her admiration elevating Lucius's stature in her eyes, as if he were gilded in the radiant glow of galleons. Lucius, clearly pleased by the compliments regarding his affluence, wore a more sincere smile, betraying his youthful exuberance at the tender age of 17. After exchanging a few more words, Lucius's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he earnestly regarded Penny, extending an invitation. Evans, you are a clever witch, deserving of a brighter future. The Dark Lord holds great expectations for you. He will grant you everything you desire. Penny was taken aback by Lucius's proposal. She had not anticipated that the proud Malfoy lineage would lower its head to follow another. The notorious reputation of Slytherin's dark wizard training grounds was indeed well-founded. Yet, did Dumbledore truly permit the Dark Lord to ravage his school without objection? Was he so unperturbed? She inquired of Lucius, what manner of person is the Dark Lord? He is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. His bloodline remains pure, embodying the glory of pure blood. He possesses an unparalleled charisma, excelling in the study of dark magic, and is a formidable force. Only Dumbledore stands as his equal, though Dumbledore is aging, and soon the world shall belong to my great master, the most powerful dark wizard of our time, the illustrious Dark Lord. Lucius fervently extolled his master, Voldemort. Penny observed him intently. He no longer resembled a nobleman but rather a madman, eyes closed and mind cast aside. When do you intend to join the Death Eaters? She pressed further. Not yet. My master is merciful, accepting only the loyalty of adult wizards. Upon graduation, I shall receive the Dark Mark, a privilege bestowed only upon those he deems worthy. As he spoke, a blend of pride and self-satisfaction was evident on his countenance. At that moment, Penny's brow furrowed in dismay. She opened her mouth hesitating. For in the world of ordinary folk, only livestock raised on farms bore the brand of a master. Perhaps you should reconsider, she finally suggested, her tone firm yet measured. You needn't worry about blood status. My master greatly appreciates your talents. You possess a unique gift, unlike those foolish Muggle-borns. Lucius, sensing her reticence, donned an expression of reassurance. Penny interrupted him. Lucius, I fail to comprehend why you willingly submit yourself to another. If he is so powerful, why do you not strive to enhance your own abilities? Moreover, he does not appear to be a commendable leader. To her, it seemed he was unwell. What sane leader demanded tattoos on their followers and insisted they call him master? If this was the mindset of those haughty purebloods, it was truly absurd. She began to worry whether Snape might be infected by such madness. Lucius, momentarily speechless, pondered. If effort alone sufficed, the world would not have so few powerful wizards. It was not that he did not wish to rival Dumbledore, rather. The strength of a wizard often hinged upon their bloodline and innate talent, elements beyond their control. This reality underpinned the pure-blood wizard's self-proclaimed superiority, as they monopolized the vast majority of resources within the wizarding world. In recent years, the number of half-blood and Muggle-born wizards had steadily risen, while purebloods dwindled, leading to a fierce competition for resources. The half-blood faction, spearheaded by Dumbledore, was growing stronger, and purebloods required a powerful leader to advocate for their rights. Voldemort fit this role perfectly. With his untainted Slytherin lineage, exceptional talent, and undeniable charisma, coupled with his ambition to provide greater benefits to purebloods, he was indispensable. For the sake of higher interests, the profit-driven Malfoys aligned themselves with the side promising the greatest rewards. Evans, ephemeral notions of justice are inconsequential. The process matters little. What truly counts is the pursuit of grand interests, Lucius advised gravely, his tone revealing his profound fixation on such interests. At this juncture, Penny recognized the chasm between their philosophies. Lucius prioritized profit, while she sought freedom and strength. It was clear they could not reach common ground on this matter. Thus, with unwavering resolve, she shook her head in refusal. It seems your clever intellect has not led you to the best choice. With that, Lucius, his golden hair glimmering, strode away with purpose, his gait revealing his annoyance at Penny's lack of discernment. Penny shook her head. True negotiation could only occur when both parties wielded equivalent power. Even if the pureblood families had initially chosen Voldemort, he had since become the Dark Lord, reducing them to mere vassals. An imbalance had emerged in their relationship. How long could their grand interests endure? Honestly, she began to worry for the galleons stored in the Malfoy vault. Chapter 55. Untitled as Lucius departed. A sensational rumor swiftly circulated among the young witches and wizards of Hogwarts. Seventh-year Slytherin prefect Lucius Malfoy passionately confessed his feelings for second-year Ravenclaw Penny Evans in the Ravenclaw common room, and the two subsequently left hand in hand. Upon hearing the news, Lily gasped, spilling ink across her parchment, while her ever-present Shadow, Potter, and his friends gaped in disbelief. Snape's expression darkened, rivaling the inky blot on Lily's parchment. Wait, isn't Malfoy supposed to be engaged to Narcissa? How did he end up with Evans? Sirius furrowed his brow in confusion. Surely a fabrication? Wasn't Penny seen with that other guy in the hospital wing? James muttered, casting a sidelong glance at the scowling Snape. Perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. Lupin offered gently, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he observed Snape's reaction. Beside him, Peter noticed Snape's darkening countenance and quickly lowered his gaze. What do you mean with whom? Lily focused on the crux of the matter, turning to James for clarification. That day in the hospital wing, we saw Penny entering with Snape, and he looked utterly miserable, James explained, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Lily turned her attention to Snape. Her eyes filled with unspoken reproach. Why hadn't he mentioned this? Severus? She inquired, her tone laced with concern. The familiarity in her voice caused James to blanch, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shifted his gaze between Lily and Snape, horror dawning on his face. Severus? Sirius mockingly mimicked, then laughed as he nudged James's arm. James shuddered at the sound, his face contorting in distaste as he smacked Sirius's shoulder. Shut it, Sirius. I might be sick. He shot a glare at Snape, blaming him for the entire situation. Snape's expression darkened further. He remained silent, seated with a steely demeanor, nearly crushing his quill in frustration, while the four annoyances surrounding him became increasingly intolerable. Tell me, Severus. Lily persisted, genuinely curious about the nature of Snape and Penny's relationship. Although they had all known each other for the same duration, it was clear Severus had developed a particular fondness for Penny, especially since entering Hogwarts. He would often be found gazing at her profile in the library, his gaze unconsciously following her every move, and a smile would inevitably grace his lips at her laughter. If only they could be together, she mused, daydreaming about their potential romance. Tell me, Sirius, the forgetful one, continued to mimic Lily's words as he shook his head. This time, even Lupin could no longer endure it. He and James forcefully pinned Sirius down on the table, delivering several playful blows before relenting. TSK boys, Lily remarked, arching an eyebrow and rolling her eyes, her disdain unmistakable. Bang. Amidst their playful scuffle, the door to the abandoned classroom was forcefully kicked open, startling everyone inside into a frozen silence, except for Snape, who raised his head and stood to greet the intruder. Severus? Before Penny, who had just burst in, could utter a word, she was blocked by a wall of bodies. The familiar bittersweet scent of potions wafting from the person before her halted her movement, as she questioned in confusion. Hiss. The others in the classroom had never witnessed Snape displaying such eagerness. The four of them gasped in astonishment, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Lily covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. Sirius quickly regained his composure and whispered urgently into James's ear, "Look at him. And then look at you." Trailing behind for nearly a year without even holding hands, Penny, enveloped in someone's embrace, was utterly oblivious to what was transpiring. Yet the displeased demeanor of the person before her stirred an inexplicable sense of sympathy within her, prompting her to gently pat his back. After a considerable time, Snape finally released her. "What's wrong?" As he hesitated, caught off guard by his impulsive thoughts, he eventually spoke under Penny's penetrating gaze. "I heard Malfoy came looking for you. Are you all right?" Penny was momentarily taken aback by the question, blinking in surprise before responding with a peculiar expression. "With him? It's hard for me to be in trouble, isn't it?" Not to boast, but she could easily handle 10 of someone like Lucius Malfoy without breaking a sweat. Snape relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I know you're quite formidable." "Indeed," Penny declared proudly, lifting her chin. Gurgle. A sound of swallowed saliva emanated from James's throat as he turned to Sirius with great difficulty. "What am I witnessing? That stone-faced, deadpan expression seems to be smiling?" Sirius was equally astonished, his mouth agape, nearly blinded by Snape's unexpected grin, leaving him speechless in his astonishment. Meanwhile, Lupin quickly shook off the shock, casting a sympathetic glance at James and shaking his head. Poor James. James, bewildered, turned back to meet Lupin's gaze, puzzled by the comment. "Consider what you've done to Snape this year. You nicknamed him Snotty Snape. And while you often got the short end of the stick, you couldn't resist trading barbs with him. Even physically clashing and almost sending him to the hospital wing. Not to mention the private taunts and annoying pranks. Think about how obedient Lily is to her sister. If Snape truly ended up with her." Lupin's voice trailed off, subdued, yet it did not prevent James's complexion from paling rapidly. "Surprised, are you? You thought he was your rival, but he may very well become your brother-in-law," Sirius interjected sharply. "Yet I must say, Penny Evans's taste leaves much to be desired." No one paid attention to their banter. Penny had taken a seat near the door upon entering, while Snape settled beside her. Lily dashed toward Penny, eager to uncover why Lucius had sought her out, as rumors swirled that they were romantically involved. "He came to buy a potion for rejuvenation. He offered an exorbitant price I couldn't refuse." Penny refrained from disclosing Lucius's attempt to recruit her for Voldemort, knowing that with Gryffindor's sensitivity toward the Dark Lord, the moment she broached the topic, James and the others would explode. Lily felt disappointed. She had anticipated some intriguing gossip. It was Snape who noticed Penny's distraction. Whenever she was deep in thought, she had a habit of tapping her index finger on the table, which now echoed with rhythmic thuds as her gaze drifted, first to Lily and then finally resting on him. With summer vacation fast approaching, Penny began to fret about her family's safety. She had previously thwarted one of Voldemort's plans, and now she had turned down his overtures. The Dark Lord, as his name suggested, was not known for his magnanimity. While she was confident in her abilities to escape should the need arise, her parents and sister required protection. Especially Lily, being a witch and moving within the wizarding world, made her more susceptible to being targeted by Death Eaters. And then there was Snape, still entrenched in Slytherin, where young wizards held a fervent devotion to Voldemort and harbored blood prejudices. He too needed safeguarding. As for the Potter Quartet, well, she thought, they were hardly worth worrying about. As long as they weren't bullying others, that was sufficient. Lily and Severus. "It seems the matter of you learning from me should be prioritized," Penny announced, propping her chin on one hand. "Really? That's wonderful." Lily cheered, her joy palpable. Even the usually composed Snape bore a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He had long wished to learn Penny's magic. They arranged to meet in the room of requirement on Friday evening. Naturally, this was to be kept from the quartet, as James, ears perked, heard nothing. Snape had cast a charm to prevent eavesdropping when Penny mentioned the possibility of learning magic from her. He provocatively flashed a false smile at James, who usually was easily provoked, but this time refrained from recklessly confronting him. Instead, he managed a stiff smile, while Sirius beside him was inexplicably laughing uncontrollably. Insufferable. Snape cursed silently, deciding to ignore the oblivious fools as he turned away. That afternoon, Gryffindor had Professor McGonagall's class, and Lily quickly whisked away her entourage, leaving only Snape and Penny in the classroom. The abandoned room fell silent, and Penny found herself entranced by the silver-green striped tie adorning Snape's chest. She could hardly fathom how she would respond if Lucius's fervor for the Dark Lord manifested in Snape. To prevent such a scenario, she resolved to give Snape a preemptive warning. "Severus, what do you think the Dark Lord is like?" she inquired, gazing intently into his black eyes. Snape was uncertain why she had suddenly taken an interest in the Dark Lord. Recalling the admiration the Slytherins held for him, he hesitated before responding. "I hear they say he is very powerful, the most skilled in dark magic in the world today, referred to as the Dark Lord by his followers. And what do you think? If he were to recruit you, would you accept?" Penny pressed further. "I do not know. In truth, I am merely a half-blood. With no notable background, he likely wouldn't be interested in me." His tone was tinged with melancholy, as in Slytherin. Only the most gifted purebloods were deemed worthy to serve the Dark Lord as Death Eaters. Under Penny's gentle gaze, Snape felt exposed, as though she could see through his hardened exterior to the insecurities and self-doubt within. Her cerulean eyes, reminiscent of the sea and sky, seemed to encompass all his anxieties. He was just an ordinary wizard, perhaps possessing some talent in potions, yet far less brilliant than she. Having grown up alongside him, Penny understood his character well, and discerned the self-doubt hidden beneath his cold facade. She smiled reassuringly at him. "Sev, you need not be overly modest. You are intelligent, diligent, and gifted, far surpassing most. And I hope you are never targeted by the Dark Lord. I believe he is not a worthy object of loyalty." As she spoke, her face contorted in a comical frown, revealing her distress. Then she recounted her encounter with Lucius, expressing her bewilderment at the Dark Lord's treatment of his followers. "He demands they call him master and even marks them with a personal sigil. Who does he think he is? A farmer raising pigs and sheep? It is rather amusing to witness those lofty pureblood aristocrats desperately vying to place themselves beneath him." Severus Snape envisioned a throng of individuals kneeling on the ground, addressing another as their master, perhaps even going so far as to kiss that person's shoes, sending a shiver down his spine. It was a terrifying thought. The Dark Lord might very well regard his followers as mere house elves in the kitchen. Then he anxiously met the gaze of those cerulean eyes. "What would you do?" "He would undoubtedly devise a means to ensnare you, perhaps even." "Fear not, if he cannot best me, I shall flee. At worst, I will simply shadow Dumbledore every day." Petunia shrugged. "Yet it is you and Lily that truly concern me. If they set their sights on you, I would find myself in dire straits." At her words, Snape's brow furrowed, reminiscent of an elderly man. "Do not worry about me. Hogwarts is exceedingly safe. The Prince Manor is protected by magic, and aside from my mother and me, no one could possibly locate it, Lily. I shall keep a watchful eye on Lily." Then, Petunia feigned a profound sigh, expressing with a hint of irony, as the saying goes, "A tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. I must truly be exceptional." Well, if you put it that way, it is not entirely incorrect. Chapter 56, an unentitled chapter. Upon departing the abandoned classroom, Petunia had to make her way to the headmaster's office. After declining Lucius's invitation, Dumbledore had asked Fawkes to convey a message to her. She was unaware of the reason for Dumbledore's summons. Surely, it could not be the incident of her striking someone? That would be unnecessary, wouldn't it? Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, clad in a gold and crimson Gryffindor robe, sat behind a long table cluttered with various items. Upon her arrival, his youthful face, though seemingly 18 or 19, bore an unexpectedly warm smile. He cleared a space on the table with a gesture of his eyes, beckoning Petunia to take a seat, and then, as if presenting a prized possession, he pushed a plate of what appeared to be lively cockroach-shaped gummies toward her. These confections looked remarkably lifelike. Petunia picked one up to inspect, noting its chilling texture, quivering antennae, and the feeble legs of the struggling cockroach, which caused her to frown. However, the flavor was quite delightful. The peculiar candy burst with a tangy sweetness upon her teeth, followed by a refreshingly sweet aftertaste. The taste was indeed pleasing. Petunia only paused after consuming 3, as any further indulgence would risk becoming overwhelming. Dumbledore's expression shifted from enjoyment to a more complex demeanor. He had been in high spirits when she first sampled the candy, but as she continued to devour them, and considering her intention to take some home, his face became somewhat rigid. Those were his treasured confections, limited edition from Honeydukes. "Do not be so stingy," Petunia pouted. "At over a century old, why must you still behave like a child hoarding treats?" The strikingly youthful Dumbledore, with his enchanting features, made it difficult for her to be unkind. prompting her to grit her teeth and produce the snacks she had painstakingly procured from the Hufflepuff badgers. Sweet yet not cloying. With a delightful crunch that struck a chord with Dumbledore, he promptly whisked the plate away. Do you not recall your position as headmaster? Fawkes curiously flapped his wings, landing beside Petunia and gently nudging her hand, his eyes fixated on the treats Dumbledore was guarding. Reluctantly, Petunia retrieved another plate and offered Fawkes a piece. The flavor of the golden red bird bore a curious similarity to its master. Its claws held the treat firmly as it pecked at it with astonishing speed, almost leaving a blur in its wake. Headmaster, how long has it been since you fed the bird? After devouring both plates of snacks, Dumbledore rubbed his belly, a satisfied smile gracing his face, though his hands bore a crimson hue, reminiscent of a bird's beak. Fawkes turned its back to him, sulking. It had not managed to partake in a single morsel. Petunia patted Fawkes's small head, intuitively grasping the reason for its rapid consumption. An unreliable master made mealtime a challenge for the bird. The ensuing conversation unfolded like a casual chat between two satiated individuals, continuing until Petunia finally exited the headmaster's office, just before curfew. Once outside, she reflected on how the centenarian recluse seemed rather lonely, able to converse with anyone for an entire night. As for Dumbledore, he meticulously analyzed the information Petunia had divulged, ultimately concluding that she was a gifted wizard with a profound passion for freedom, deeply intrigued by alchemy, and her aspiration was to become immensely powerful and roam the world. He could not fathom why this individual was so enamored with wandering. It reminded him of Illic from years past, who had spurned the opportunity to teach at Hogwarts in favor of a life of travel. Indeed, Illic had initially dreamed of becoming the Hogwarts caretaker, yet after returning from a summer break, his ambitions had inexplicably shifted. Even before graduation, he incessantly lamented about wandering, accusing Dumbledore of stifling his dreams by preventing him from becoming the caretaker. What would become of Pringle if Illic became the caretaker? Furthermore, he failed to consider how his erratic nature would wreak havoc on Hogwarts Castle if he were in charge. Speaking of which, Pringle was well past retirement age. The Ravenclaw Tower was situated at the far west of the castle, indicating that Petunia would have to traverse a significant portion of the Hogwarts grounds to return to her dormitory. To her surprise, she encountered Edith outside the Ravenclaw common room, clutching a hefty tome. She increasingly resembled a true Ravenclaw, utterly absorbed in her studies, particularly of late, as she seemed less interested in the latest styles from the clothing shop and jewelry, preferring instead to immerse herself in the library, delving into her beloved potion-making. Petunia mused that she and Severus would likely find common ground, given their shared interest in potions. Unfortunately, her preferred alchemy class was not scheduled until the 6th year. The sky had fully darkened when a dark-haired young wizard, indistinct in appearance, tugged at Edith's sleeve, murmuring something. Edith appeared decidedly displeased, retreating with her books clutched tightly. "Edith!" Petunia called out, her wand already in hand, ready to unleash a spell of reprimand. "Someone's looking for me. You should leave quickly." Edith snapped at the boy, her tone sharp, and in the moment of his surprise, she swiftly ducked behind Petunia, falling silent. It was then that Petunia discerned the golden red tie adorning the boy's chest. He was a Gryffindor, with black hair and an unremarkable visage that bore no distinctive qualities. "I care not who you are. Who gave you the audacity to bully a female student beneath the Ravenclaw dormitory?" Petunia deliberately raised her voice, hoping to attract the attention of classmates and dissuade him from his mischief. "What? Someone's causing trouble beneath our tower." Voices of displeasure echoed from above, accompanied by the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Though Ravenclaws were often engrossed in their studies, they would not tolerate harassment at their doorstep. Perhaps realizing his predicament, the boy shot Petunia a glare before hastily retreating. The 5th-year prefect, Lambert, soon descended to join the two girls, inquiring, "Are you both all right? What transpired just now?" Edith squeezed Petunia's hand, signaling her desire to keep the incident private. "A boy was lurking beneath our tower, and didn't he seem like a good person?" Petunia offered a vague explanation, and after thanking the prefect, the two hurried back to their dormitory. Setting her books aside, Edith sank into a chair, exhaling a sigh of relief, her heart still racing. "You nearly scared me to death just now. Now, can you tell me what happened?" Only then did Petunia ask. "That boy is my cousin's fiancé, Anil," Edith replied, her cheeks puffed out in indignation as she recounted the tale. Another melodramatic family saga. Edith's father had inherited the family business, inciting jealousy in her cousin Eula. Not only had Eula previously harmed Edith, but she had even commissioned a dark wizard to craft a cursed ruby necklace to harm her. This latest provocation was evidently intended to threaten her life, leading Edith's mother to send the assailant to Azkaban. However, the situation did not conclude there. Her cousin's dim-witted fiancé Anil had the audacity to say, "You're still alive, aren't you?" and had persistently hounded Edith, demanding that she intervene to rescue him. What kind of mind was he operating with? Penny displayed a look of disgust, questioning how one could refrain from striking him. If it were her, she would have delivered a resounding slap, ensuring he would be confined to the infirmary for several days. After a lengthy pause, Edith sighed and murmured, "He's in the 6th grade. I cannot contend with him. What about your brother?" She recalled that Edith's brother from Gryffindor was of considerable age as well. Edith's expression turned even more forlorn as she replied, "He just emerged from the infirmary." Penny, at a loss for words, regarded Edith with pity, thinking, what a family of inept fighters. After careful consideration, Edith resolved to accompany Penny daily, ensuring she would not be left alone. She could not guarantee that that lunatic, Enyo, would not harm her again. Chapter 57, After Exam Week. At the end of June, the young wizards of Hogwarts faced their end-of-year examinations, and the day following the exams, they would board the Hogwarts Express, embarking on a 2-month summer holiday. In approximately 2 weeks, owls would deliver their results to the young wizards' homes. That evening, after the exams concluded, Edith, who had been targeted by the madman and forced into the role of a homebody, could no longer endure it. With a pitiful tug at Penny's sleeve, she implored her to take her out for a bit of adventure. Having spent 2 years at Hogwarts without a night excursion, she was aware that Penny frequently roamed at night without ever being caught by the professors. Bored, Penny readily acquiesced, eagerly donning her cloak and dragging Edith toward the edge of the Black Lake, exclaiming, "I've heard that those fortunate enough may hear mermaids singing from the depths of the lake at night. Let us tempt fate." The banks of the Black Lake were eerily tranquil, save for the gentle lapping of the waves, though the howls echoing from the forbidden forest not far off cast a shadow of dread over the serene night. After an hour of battling mosquitoes and seeing only darkness, Penny sheepishly glanced at Edith, then quietly explained, "Ahem, I heard from a Hufflepuff badger that they had heard them before." Edith let out a cold, humorless laugh, rolling her eyes and pulling Penny away from that dreadful place. Thus, Penny chose to remain silent, realizing that none of her nocturnal ambitions had borne fruit, and deciding to simply follow Edith's lead. They circled the castle, witnessing Peeves engaged in his classic antics of chasing Pringle with a bucket of red paint, before visiting the Hogwarts dining hall for a late-night snack. The two strolled leisurely through the halls, feeling as though they were simply out for a walk, taking advantage of the absence of any watchful eyes. Just as they caught sight of the Ravenclaw Tower, the disillusionment charm faltered, leaving their figures exposed in the moonlight. Fortunately, no professors noticed, but it seemed they had attracted the attention of other night-wandering young wizards. A shadowy head abruptly emerged from the flower bed, its eyes glinting ominously in the lamplight. Edith was so startled that she cried out, resulting in a sandwich colliding with the boy's head. "Ah, this is Edith," reacting in shock. "Ow, this is the unknown boy, now smeared with sandwich." Penny quickly covered Edith's mouth and dragged her behind a tree, waiting until it was clear before exhaling in relief, while the boy, rubbing his head, glared angrily at them. Initially feeling a twinge of guilt, Penny's spirits lifted upon seeing the boy's indignant expression, and she boldly confronted him. "What are you staring at? You're the one who's out here scaring people at this hour, and you think you have a right to be offended? I wasn't scaring anyone," protested the boy with a clear voice. "You just popped out of nowhere. And what's a Gryffindor doing lurking beneath Ravenclaw Tower?" The boy seemed somewhat flustered, trembling as he asked, "How do you know I'm a Gryffindor? I'm not blind. That massive gold and crimson crest on your chest is hard to miss." Edith rolled her eyes in the darkness, muttering under her breath, "Never seen anyone wander about at night with their house crest on, afraid of losing points for their house. Are we? This isn't my first night out, I was just a little excited. Regardless, you're the one who got hit, so that's on you." The Gryffindor boy regained some confidence and continued to argue with Edith. "You." Penny stepped back, unsure why Edith, usually so composed, was now fuming at this Gryffindor. Noticing that Edith seemed to be enjoying the argument, Penny hastily intervened. Stop, Edith. If you keep raising your voice, you'll wake everyone upstairs." "Edith, is that your name? What does it matter to you?" Even with Penny mediating, the two continued bickering, until Penny, unable to endure the noise any longer, decided to make her exit, fearing that if she lingered, her eardrums would burst. The next day, as they boarded the Hogwarts Express, Penny's eyes were so heavy with sleep, she could barely keep them open. Last night, Edith had argued with the Gryffindor until the early hours, and shockingly, she had lost the argument, dragging Penny from her bed in a fit of anger. Exhausted to the bone, Penny collapsed onto her bed at dawn, cursing, "Damn you, Edith. You calamity. I curse you to fail potions." Inside the train compartment, As soon as Penny entered, she found a spot by the window, clutching her pillow and falling into a deep slumber. Opposite her, Edith was similarly lost to sleep, while their companions Lily and Severus exchanged glances. Halfway through the journey, Penny groggily awoke, likely due to hunger, and instinctively began rummaging through the food on the table, stuffing her mouth. "Penny, were you up late studying again?" Lily asked, puffing her cheeks in disapproval, while Severus wore a similar expression beside her. Rubbing her eyes and still not fully awake, Penny didn't quite grasp what they were saying. "What?" I said. "What were you doing last night?" "Night owls don't grow tall." "Last night?" Penny momentarily blanked out, her expression darkening as her gaze shifted from confusion to danger, glaring fiercely at the sleeping Edith sprawled on the table. Her frustration filled the compartment. "I too wish to know what this fool has in her head. Some silly sprout?" After what felt like an eternity, the train finally arrived at King's Cross Station. A disheveled Edith was swiftly escorted away by her brother, who bore a colorful mark on his face. Behind them, Penny spotted another Gryffindor lad, eyes fixed intently on them. "That must be Yunyu. What are you staring at?" Only when Severus's voice came close did Penny retract her gaze, stepping back and flashing him a bright smile, taking his and Lily's hands as they prepared to exit the platform. "Nothing, let us go." At that moment, Yunyu turned, locking eyes with Severus, scowling in annoyance and rolling his eyes, muttering something unsavory before being whisked away by an excited house elf. "Severus?" The three turned simultaneously, and Erin immediately spotted her son beside the two red-haired girls. He appeared to have fared well at Hogwarts, his cheeks fuller, and his mood seemingly bright, a slight smile gracing his lips, perhaps due to the presence of those two girls. "Mother?" Severus exclaimed in surprise, having thought she would not come to fetch him. "Good day." Mrs. Snape, Lily and Penny greeted in unison. Compared to their initial awkward encounter, Mrs. Snape now appeared to be thriving. Clad in an elegant emerald green robe adorned with fine jewelry, her demeanor was gentle, devoid of any trace of past struggles. "Greetings to you, Miss Evans." Upon exiting Platform 9, the Evans family awaited outside, each embracing their daughters tightly, their eyes scanning them like hawks. Unsurprisingly, Penny, who had recently regained some weight, attracted their attention. "My goodness, Penny." Mrs. Evans's voice suddenly sharpened, as she abruptly urged Lily to join her side and exclaimed, "Has Lily devoured all your food? Why have you become so thin?" Gripping her daughter's slender wrist with a heart-wrenching concern, Mr. Evans felt an ache in his heart. Lily's expression of schadenfreude froze on her face as she flushed and called out in discontent to Mr. Evans, "Dad." Mr. Evans merely shrugged, apologizing, "I'm sorry, dear. But Penny appears to be far thinner than you." Ahem. Penny, unnerved by her mother's scrutinizing gaze, sought to divert her attention, positioning herself beside Snape and introducing him. "Mom, it's been quite a while since you've seen Severus, and this is his mother, Mrs. Snape. Goodness, how they have transformed." She could scarcely connect the pitiable little boy of yesteryears and his lovesick mother with the impeccably groomed, graceful pair before her, who exuded an air of scholarly sophistication. As anticipated, Mrs. Evans's attention was swiftly diverted. She amiably grasped Mrs. Snape's hand and engaged her in conversation, having met a few times prior. Phew. Penny exhaled in relief. Her mother's gaze had been quite terrifying. Until Eileen departed with Snape via apparition, Mrs. Evans continued to marvel at Eileen's transformation, exclaiming, "It's simply astonishing. Hasn't she changed remarkably?" "Quite so," Lily interjected. "Severus's mother hails from a pureblood family of witches. She married Severus's father for love, only to be betrayed by him." Lily, linking arms with Mrs. Evans, elaborated, "If you ask me, she should have woken up to reality long ago. Severus has not had an easy life." "Ah. Love does render one blind," Mrs. Evans mused, then inquired, "What exactly is a pureblood family?" "They are families where all members are wizards, proudly claiming nobility. Most pureblood wizards are affluent and powerful," Lily offered, her understanding of the pureblood definition rather vague. It seems that Mr. Snape made a regrettable choice. But he deserves it," Mrs. Evans remarked with a tone of mockery, before her gaze shifted back to Penny. "But enough of that. What has caused you to lose so much weight?" Lily fell silent, her eyes drifting towards the primly seated Penny, unable to divulge to her mother that Penny had spent months in the library, nearly making them believe she had gone missing. "I have become utterly engrossed in my studies." Penny blinked her bright eyes and declared, "The professors have high hopes for me. They all say I'm a genius, so they've assigned me numerous tasks, all of which I have completed." Penny lied without so much as a flutter of her eyelashes, yet the Evanses believed her, delighted that their daughter had garnered the professor's esteem. Lily, fully aware of the truth, opened her mouth to speak, but under Penny's intimidating gaze, she sheepishly fell silent. "Fine, you can say whatever you like." Chapter 58, Affluence. The days of summer vacation were rather unremarkable, as the erupting economic crisis led the Evanses to lose their jobs within the same month, casting a pall of stress over their household. Initially, they had wished to keep this unfortunate news from their daughters, but the consecutive job rejections and the increasing amount of time spent at home compelled them to reveal the situation. Yet, matters were not as dire as they had feared. Their daughters proved to be far more exceptional than they had anticipated. "It's all right, Mom," Penny comforted, patting Mrs. Evans's shoulder. "I recently earned some galleons. Enough for us to sustain ourselves for quite a while." "How did you earn money at school?" Mrs. Evans inquired, her imagination racing to the notion of her frugal daughter working part-time to support the family, looking at Penny with tender, watery eyes filled with concern. Lily poked her head out from the kitchen, stating, "She has been allowing the Slytherin aristocratic girls to copy her homework, charging them 100 galleons a year, about £500. Mrs. Evans's expression of gratitude faltered, her disbelief evident as she gazed at her eldest daughter, unable to fathom that this was indeed her doing. Penny, however, nodded with a tinge of pride. "I am the top student in my second year. They copy my work. And I even make the answer simpler for them. What's wrong with charging a processing fee?" Ahem. Mr. Evans, seated on the sofa with a cup of coffee, could no longer stifle his laughter, erupting into a fit of coughs, wearing a restrained smile as he said, "Dear Penny, I am pleased that you are contributing to the family, but £500 is merely a drop in the bucket for us. Allowing others to copy your homework is not commendable behavior. Penny, you must not do that." Mrs. Evans attempted to reason with her daughter. "All right, Mom. I agree they are quite bothersome," Penny replied. Copying homework could lead to being caught by the professors, which resulted in a few months of detention. What a predicament. Then she retrieved a potions magazine from the coffee table, intending to casually leave it there for her parents to discover. However, they had been so busy lately that they hadn't had the opportunity to peruse the magazine. Upon receiving the magazine with confusion, Mrs. Evans gasped when she saw Penny's name emblazoned on the cover. "Goodness, our Penny is in a magazine." "What? Let me see." Mr. Evans agilely leaped from the sofa, his round belly not hindering his movements in the least. "Cool," exclaimed Lily, emerging from the kitchen with ice cream, astonished by her father's nimbleness, having never witnessed such agility from him before. In truth, as ordinary people, they could hardly comprehend the complex academic jargon. Yet the lengthy articles and the impressive accolades bestowed upon Penny by esteemed scholars filled their hearts with elation. "Dad's face is turning red. Doesn't he resemble Hagrid returning from Hogsmeade with a butterbeer?" Lily whispered to Penny. "Oddly enough, he does. Penny, you truly are a genius." Mr. Evans, invigorated yet sober, bounced up from beside Mrs. Evans, nearly toppling her in his excitement, as Mrs. Evans's expression darkened, clearly oblivious to the commotion he had caused. Penny cast a knowing glance, prompting Lily to assist Mrs. Evans back onto the sofa, while Mr. Evans awkwardly settled beside Penny, evidently becoming aware of his previous indiscretion. "I have been researching a youth-restoring potion that can restore one to the appearance of 18, Penny announced, her mother's eyes sparkling with intrigue. Mr. Evans, casting a sidelong glance at his wife, muttered, "That must be immensely popular. Indeed, wealthy and beauty-conscious aristocrats adore it. I've sold several vials of potions, earning 10,000 galleons." Mr. Evans gaped in astonishment, stammering, 10,000 galleons, £50,000. What a fortune! The glimmer in Lily's eyes began to morph into images of galleons. "In fact, once I license the recipe to potion makers, the annual royalties will suffice for our living expenses," Penny said, squeezing Mrs. Evans's hand and winking at her. "So Mom, you need not struggle so hard anymore. Now you have ample time to enjoy life." From that day forth, the Evanses felt entirely at ease regarding their two children. Blessed with wealth and leisure, they decided to embark on an impromptu journey. Early the next morning, the bustling Evanses departed with their suitcases in tow, leaving the two sisters, who had barely enjoyed a few breakfasts at home, in deep contemplation. "So if Mom has left, who will cook for us?" Penny suggested with a warm smile. "For the sake of your stomach, don't choose me." Although Lily had never learned to cook, British cuisine was not particularly challenging. The recipes were quite straightforward, and they managed to eat well for over half a month without any mishaps. As for why they only managed half a month, that tale begins with the sisters discovering a service known as food delivery. For the subsequent month, Penny immersed herself in her own world, resembling an ordinary homebody, save for the occasional muffled thuds and wisps of black smoke emanating from her room. Meanwhile, Lily, after corresponding with Snape, discovered that her childhood companion, who had always been a diligent scholar, remained steadfast in his pursuit of academic excellence even during the summer break, previously dedicating 2 hours daily to practice. He now only rested without neglecting his homework, potions, and spell work. I loathe this. Lily, with gritted teeth, felt the same competitive spirit coursing through her veins. Compelled to embark on the path of relentless study herself. 2 months swiftly passed, and before the Evans couple could recall their 2 daughters, who were eagerly awaiting their return amidst the romantic French ambience, the summer vacation had come to an end. As they traversed platform 9 3/4, Lily found Snape, who was waiting for them while pushing a trunk, accompanied by a disheveled Potter. The moment Potter laid eyes on Lily, his gaze illuminated with a fervent glow, his expression gradually morphing into one of infatuation. If he had a tail, it would surely wag to the point of breaking. Snape, with a hint of malicious amusement, noted this. His gaze shifted beyond Lily to Penny, expressing his disdain for the summer, during which he had not laid eyes on her even once. Their planned excursion to Diagon Alley for book shopping had been managed solely by Lily, and throughout the lengthy 2 months, she had only replied to him twice, stating that she was engrossed in research and preferred not to be disturbed. Now, standing on the platform, her attention seemed to wander elsewhere, her expression devoid of emotion, clearly lost in a realm of unknown studies. When would she ever notice him? Snape, feeling disheartened and vexed, shot her a glare. Regaining her composure, Penny, upon snapping back to reality, met Snape's small-eyed gaze. Puzzled, she tilted her head, unable to fathom how she had inadvertently offended him, yet finding his expression oddly familiar. Caught in the act, Snape hastily averted his gaze, attempting to inconspicuously edge closer to Lily, only to accidentally bump into James, earning a disgruntled complaint. "Damn it! Use your eyes, you snot! James Potter, I doubt Gryffindor taught you how to nickname your classmates." Lily glared at him with indignation. "You remain as insufferable as ever." "Oh." Lily, James lamented, extending his arm toward the retreating figures of Lily and Snape as they walked ahead. Bestowing nicknames upon a friend in front of the one he fancies, now that is true bravery, isn't it, James? Penny thought, her admiration surfacing as she patted his shoulder. James's face turned a shade of green. Chapter 59, The Rumored Dark Lord. Penny's third-year life bore little difference from the preceding 2 years. The newly added elective courses posed no challenge for her. This year, she adopted a more subdued demeanor, rarely spotted outside the classroom except during their weekly sessions with Lily and Snape. Hogwarts was anything but tranquil. As the discord between Gryffindor and Slytherin escalated, James and Sirius, along with their 2 friends, leaped around Hogwarts, occasionally aiding bullied classmates, while also finding amusement in teasing the Slytherin snakes. Among the most frequent targets of their pranks was Snape, whose solitary and reclusive nature, coupled with his acerbic remarks and the perpetual smirk on his face, made him an easy mark. The affection of the Evans sisters only added to the reasons he found himself in their crosshairs. What began as teasing often escalated into brawls. Despite their numerical advantage, Snape's tutoring sessions were not in vain, and he typically emerged unscathed. As the rivalry deepened, it seemed they no longer required a reason to brandish their wands upon seeing one another. They maintained a facade of peace in front of the Evans sisters, motivated by one's affection for Lily and the formidable presence of Penny, who could effortlessly quell any ruckus in her vicinity. Notably, Sirius's brother Regulus was sorted into Slytherin. Yet contrary to expectations, their relationship was far from amicable. Halfway through the academic year, an unforeseen incident befell Professor Quirrell, who taught the defense against the dark arts. Details remained vague. All that was known was that he had been sent to St. Mungo's, and all defense against the dark arts classes were temporarily taken over by Dumbledore. True to his reputation as Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore's classes were nothing short of riveting, captivating every young witch and wizard, though not Penny. When her name echoed through the classroom roll call, Penny Evans remained unresponsive, prompting a stir among the students. How audacious of her to skip the headmaster's class. Thus, the brave truant found herself embarking on an unexpected visit to the headmaster's office. Upon receiving a note from Fawkes, her face paled, and she hesitated, dragging her feet before finally making her way to the office. On her journey, she encountered Jamie and the arm-in-arm Sophie, who exchanged knowing glances and smiles at her expense. "Your schadenfreude is truly unbecoming," Penny muttered, quickening her pace. The headmaster's office was located on the 8th floor of the castle, and with a long face, Penny trudged up the stairs, her steps heavy with reluctance. After ascending another flight and traversing the corridor, she reached her destination. She dreaded this visit, however. Dumbledore had threatened her with a summons for her parents should she fail to attend. Clack, clack. The sound of dragonhide boots resonated on the floor, drawing her attention to a tall figure shrouded in dark robes, the fabric billowing as he strode with an imposing presence towards her. Penny halted, sensing an overwhelming magical pressure emanating from him. a force comparable only to Dumbledore among those she had encountered in her lifetime. Yet, unlike Dumbledore's calm demeanor, this individual's aura was saturated with dark magic, the magical elements surrounding him swirling chaotically, disrupting the equilibrium of the space around him. This recognition heightened Penny's alertness. Such immense dark magical energy could not belong to an ordinary wizard. Though her understanding of dark magic was limited, she was aware of its capacity to corrupt the mind of its wielder. The infamous unforgivable curses were rumored to inflict spiritual damage upon the caster, a fact most users dismissed nonchalantly. This formidable wizard seemed to be afflicted by some ailment. Even the magical elements, typically drawn to those with magical talent, appeared to recoil from him, hinting at a brewing turmoil akin to that witnessed in the minds of the dying. In summary, this individual was incredibly powerful, yet his mental state seemed compromised, as if he were on the brink of death. Penny had no intention of engaging with someone so formidable and potentially dangerous, opting instead to sidle against the wall and wait for him to pass. To her surprise, he deviated from his path, halting before her and coldly uttering her name, Penny Evans. His voice, though chilling, possessed a certain melodic quality. Wait, this overwhelming dark magical aura, coupled with immense power. And he knows her. Only one person fits this description, Voldemort, the infamous Dark Lord. So Lucius's fervent idol, the Great Dark Lord, is actually on the verge of death? This revelation sent shockwaves through the British wizarding community, leaving Penny momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The Dark Lord's silver mask obscured most of his face, revealing only a gaunt, slightly pointed chin, with two crimson eyes gleaming like blood. His skin was an unhealthy pallor as though untouched by sunlight, and his long fingers, exposed from beneath his voluminous robes, gracefully clasped a wand. He lowered his head, gazing at the girl with scarlet eyes. He had seen her photograph in the materials sent by Malfoy, and in person, she was even more enchanting. She possessed radiant red hair, azure eyes, and a delicately sculpted face. Even more remarkable was her talent. At a tender age, she had triumphed over Bellatrix, albeit due to Bellatrix's underestimation. Her prowess in potion-making was astounding, and Lucius had mentioned that she also displayed exceptional aptitude in alchemy. The thought of the astonishing potion Lucius had gifted him ignited a flicker of greed in his scarlet eyes. Youth, indeed, was a treasure worth cherishing. If this young girl were to truly mature, perhaps she could grant him the genuine elixir of eternal youth? Apart from her lineage, everything about her was utterly flawless, akin to a high-quality ruby, radiant and resplendent, destined to be set in the crown upon his brow. Most importantly, Dumbledore was quite fond of her. He loathed that meddlesome old fool, and if he were to mark his favorite student, that hypocritical man would surely find it difficult to maintain his composure in his presence. A glint of avarice and desire flickered in Voldemort's eyes, but he quelled his thoughts and continued to observe her. The curiosity in her azure gaze was unmistakable, and Voldemort's scarlet eyes sought to uncover a hint of familiar awe and fear within them. Yet he found none. Instead, the girl seemed to perceive him as an intriguing spectacle. He endeavored to penetrate her thoughts, yearning to unravel all her secrets, and thus employed the legilimency charm upon her, just as he had done countless times with his subordinates. As a master of legilimency, he was confident in his abilities, believing that he should not encounter failure, particularly when the subject was merely a teenage girl. Yet he did fail. Upon confronting those azure eyes, he effortlessly breached her mind. But as he attempted to delve into her memories, he encountered an impenetrable barrier, and accompanied by a sensation of pain, he was forcefully ejected from her consciousness. Astonishment flickered in the depths of Voldemort's scarlet eyes. He prided himself on being an exceptional master of legilimency, convinced that if he exerted his full strength, even a cunning and powerful wizard like Dumbledore would falter before him. To his surprise, he had been bested by an ungraduated student. This revelation incited both rage and an increased regard for her in his mind. Perceiving the near invasion of her mind, Penny regarded him with little warmth, rolling her eyes and sarcastically remarking, "How charming of you to casually use legilimency on a stranger, truly the epitome of an English gentleman." Their eyes locked, his crimson against her cerulean. The tall wizard remained silent, his lips pressed together, while the red-haired girl maintained her composure, meeting his gaze. The elements within the corridor began to stir, influenced by Voldemort's malevolent aura, and Penny subtly extended her mental prowess to soothe the agitated elements. The chaos of elemental turmoil could be quite formidable. She had no desire for the corridors of Hogwarts to be destroyed by Voldemort, especially with her present. With a sharp wit, Voldemort let out a scoff, inexplicably feeling his anger dissipate and a rare sense of clarity wash over him. He could not fathom what had transpired, yet his instincts suggested that it was intrinsically linked to this young girl. I shall not disturb you further, as Dumbledore has summoned me for a matter. Farewell. With a stiff social smile, Penny hastily retreated down the corridor. We shall meet again, my Ruby. The day you shine in the wizarding world will be the moment you are set into my crown. Voldemort strode away, his robes billowing with an air of determination. Penny paused at the entrance to the headmaster's office, exhaling deeply, her heart racing. The news of Voldemort's inquiry was far more shocking than the prospect of facing his legitimacy. She lingered at the door for a while, steadying her nerves, while the occupants inside assumed her hesitance meant she was reluctant to enter, prompting them to open the door for her. Albus, I encountered Voldemort, she exclaimed, ascending the stairs with hurried steps. But what was he doing at Hogwarts? Dumbledore halted in his task of pouring honey tea, pushing a plate filled with cockroach clusters toward her as he replied. He came to apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor, which I declined. What did he say to you? Not much. I dared not engage him further. Who would converse with a madman whose sanity is in question, and who seems unlikely to live long? Penny thought to herself. Dumbledore sighed with relief. Voldemort was known for his manipulative charm, and he had previously worried that Penny might fall under his spell. Such rudeness. To use legilimency upon first meeting. Thankfully, I was not ensnared. Penny huffed, puffing her cheeks indignantly. He used legilimency on you? Dumbledore's brows knitted together in concern. It was disconcerting to think that Tom had sunk to such depths, targeting a young witch, though he had consistently lacked any moral restraint. As Penny fervently nodded in agreement, denouncing Voldemort's discourtesy, she reflected on the implications of the Dark Lord seeking the position of defense against the dark arts professor. It was indeed a noteworthy development. She expressed her thoughts aloud, and in the midst of grooming Fawkes, Dumbledore inadvertently plucked several feathers from the phoenix, eliciting a sharp cry from the majestic creature, which retaliated by pecking at Dumbledore's hand in annoyance. Admit it, Albus, you merely seek Fawkes feathers to barter for sweets. Phoenix feathers are invaluable for potions and wands. Penny teased, relishing the spectacle. Fawkes paused, displaying a look of realization before flapping away in anger, having taken offense. Dumbledore remained composed, engaging in light-hearted conversation while Fawkes appeared incensed. Are you not going after him? He was asked. He will return when it is time for dinner. Fawkes is a sensible creature, Dumbledore remarked, casting a pointed glance at a certain Evans. Chapter 60, A Little Secret. The Dark Lord, having been rebuffed by Dumbledore, did not immediately depart from Hogwarts. He first visited the Room of Requirement on the 8th floor, followed by a discreet trip to the Slytherin Common Room. For Dumbledore would not wish for him to interact with his students prematurely. This was the second encounter Snape had with Voldemort that day. The first occurred in the Room of Requirement, where he had intended to brew potions only to inadvertently stumble upon Voldemort carrying something inside, after which the door had closed, obscuring his view. In the Slytherin Common Room, surrounded by purebloods, Voldemort sat in a lavish and comfortable chair prepared by an unknown hand, demonstrating Parseltongue, an emblem of his lineage from Salazar Slytherin. The dark magic he showcased was both powerful and mesmerizing, resonating with the Slytherins' yearning for strength and their thirst for success. Within less than an hour he had become the idol of all present, particularly captivating Regulus Black, who idolized him wholeheartedly. As the youngest son and heir of the Black family, Voldemort had shown him considerable favor, seemingly recognizing his potential. Half-blood Snape stood on the periphery of the throng, unnoticed. Yet like the others, he was entranced by Voldemort's charisma, enchanted by dark magic, and consumed by a desire for success, blending into the crowd without drawing attention. It was only after Voldemort departed that the discussions within the common room erupted in fervor. Snape remained for a while, clarity returning to his gaze as he headed toward the Room of Requirement, intrigued to discover what Voldemort had left behind. He noticed that the object Voldemort had carried out was no longer in his possession. Grateful for the improved disillusionment charm taught by Penny, he managed to evade detection by Voldemort. Otherwise, the Dark Lord would have likely been indifferent to the prospect of another young wizard's corpse concealed within the Room of Requirement. Meanwhile, Penny was utterly exhausted from her efforts to elucidate the intricate relationship between magical elements and mental strength to Dumbledore, the venerable wizard older than her grandfather, whose formidable perceptiveness was almost frightening. With just a casual remark from her, he discerned that her unique magical abilities stemmed from her understanding of magical elements. However, he ultimately categorized her magic as ancient in nature. The Room of Requirement and the headmaster's office were situated on the 8th floor of the castle, quite close to one another. Penny intended to take a moment's respite inside, but after several attempts, she found the door to the Room of Requirement unyielding, suggesting someone was inside. Undeterred by her stubbornness, She did not leave but instead pulled up a chair to guard the entrance, curious to discover who could be lingering within for so long. After nearly an hour, the door finally opened, revealing Severus Snape, who emerged looking disheveled and covered in dust after rummaging around inside. Upon seeing him, Penny was met with those familiar blue eyes. The 12-year-old boy had begun to take on a youthful appearance, his hair long enough to brush against his ears, his nose prominent, and his deep-set eyes dark and introspective. It seemed he had been involved in quite the escapade, as white cobwebs clung to his hair, and his previously pristine robes were now dull and dirted, with a small tear at the hem. The distinctive silver and green Slytherin emblem adorned his chest, while his similarly hued tie hung loosely and askew. Having not witnessed the boy in such a disheveled state for some time, Penny found his occasional mischief endearing, especially in contrast to his usually neat and serious demeanor. An impish thought crossed her mind as she puffed her cheeks and gazed at him with a pitiful expression, her voice lowered in a teasing tone. "So? It was you inside, Severus? But why couldn't I open the door? Have you hidden some little secret in there that you don't want to share with me?" Her bright blue eyes, now dimmed, cast downward in a manner that suggested profound disappointment. "Of course not," Snape replied, flustered by her accusation. However, he recalled that discussing Voldemort at the door was ill-advised and pulled Penny into the room of requirement before saying, "I encountered the Dark Lord when I last visited the room of requirement. He brought something in with him, but left without taking it back. I'm merely curious about what that item could be. I have no secrets from you." His sincerity was palpable, underscored by a cautiousness that hinted at his fear of upsetting her. The shadows in his dark eyes seemed to reflect only her presence, leaving Penny momentarily taken aback by his earnestness. She averted her gaze, feeling inexplicably guilty as she asked, "So, did you find that item?" "No." Snape shook his head, gesturing dismissively at the mountains of clutter that filled the room. "I suspect all the useless things in Hogwarts have been dumped here. It's nothing short of a garbage heap. Look at this. Journals filled with nonsense, half-drunk bottles of liquor, and broken wands. How on earth could the person responsible for this mess not find a trash bin?" Penny placed a reassuring hand on Snape's shoulder, attempting to quell his growing frustration. Just then, a visible cloud of dust erupted from his outer robe, causing his pupils to dilate in horror as he blushed from head to toe, wishing fervently to vanish among the refuse. After contemplating all the sorrows of his life, Penny fought against the urge to smile, pressing her clenched fist against her lips, vowing that if she laughed, the self-conscious young man would likely avoid her for a week. Cleanse anew. Cleanse anew. Cleanse anew. After a thorough cleansing, Snape's expression darkened further upon noticing the white, web-like strands cascading down from his hair. He had, astonishingly, been in Penny's presence for so long while adorned with such an unsightly accessory. "Help me," he muttered, exasperated. "The Dark Lord truly has a poor sense of hiding things if this was the best he could do." The two continued to search the room of requirement for a considerable time, ultimately discovering nothing of significance that warranted the Dark Lord's personal attention. Although they did unearth several undelivered love letters, with no treasures to be found, they opted to return to their usual quarters, where Penny collapsed onto a small sofa, exhaling contentedly. The conversation soon shifted back to Voldemort. "He is utterly rude, throwing a Dementor's kiss at me upon our first encounter. Thank goodness I managed to evade it," Penny lamented, still troubled by the incident. Snape shared her sentiment, having observed Voldemort's conduct in the Slytherin common room. It was undeniable that he was formidable, yet he reveled in flattery and enjoyed witnessing deference from others. Snape recounted the disdain he had observed from other young wizards for those of lesser blood status, a callous disregard for the lives of so-called mudbloods that was truly alarming. As Penny had remarked, he was far from an admirable leader. His subordinates were indeed quite unfortunate. A perfectly normal person would be compelled to call him master, submit to his whims, and endure punishments that were unlikely to be gentle. The thought of being subjected to his whims at any moment was rather disconcerting. It seemed house elves were treated better than they were. Thus, the 12-year-old Severus Snape found himself marked by his choice to follow the Dark Lord, now preoccupied with the thought that wizards could not possibly survive solely on food. He had witnessed Penny consume 3 plates of steak, 2 pieces of chocolate cake, and 4 apple pies, and she showed no signs of stopping. Chapter 61 Catchphrases. Recently, Penny had noticed something amiss with her dear roommate, Miss Edith, who often chuckled to herself while reading, occasionally staring blankly into space, alarming Penny into thinking she might have been cursed again. What had she heard? Edith claimed she was in love, her affections directed toward that Gryffindor who had argued with her beneath the Ravenclaw Tower in the dead of night. Truth be told, Penny had completely lost any recollection of that boy, only remembering he was male, nocturnal, clad in Gryffindor robes, and not particularly bright. Oh, and he was quite the debater. Furthermore, it was worth noting that he appeared to be no older than 11, perhaps even younger. Could it be that she's truly been cursed? What dreadful spell has that wretched Gryffindor cast upon Edith? After receiving Edith's affirmative response, Penny found herself utterly bewildered. Was it true that everyone's standards for romantic partners had become so uniquely peculiar? Was it not a bit odd for someone to loiter beneath another's tower at night? What business does he have lingering beneath our tower? Penny asked, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, while forcing a serene smile. Edith's face flushed crimson as she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts until she finally managed to say, "He saw in the crystal ball that love awaits me beneath the tower." Penny opened her mouth to respond but hesitated. While there were many points to critique, the fact that her object of affection was a Gryffindor made it somewhat reasonable. But isn't it only in the third year that elective classes are available? That Gryffindor. He looks no older than 11. Actually, he is already in his fourth year, Edith explained, her cheeks still flushed. Well, how should I put it? Mongleman has a baby face. This is quite surprising. He hardly appears to be of fourth-year stature, Penny exclaimed. But does she truly not feel guilty about dating someone with an 11-year-old's appearance? Edith shot her a disapproving glance before clarifying, "It's all right. His family has a history of this. After he turns 15, he will quickly mature into an adult appearance." Let us hope that's the case, Edith. However, I don't believe there is a method for rapidly maturing someone with the appearance of an 11-year-old, even with hereditary factors. Oh, this is beyond my comprehension, dreaded love. Today marks the long-awaited day when Hagrid and I are to witness the magnificent Manticore. He will be accompanied by Severus and Lily. However, upon gathering beneath the beech tree by the Black Lake, she encountered James and his trio of friends, who also wished to join. It mattered little how many attended, for even their combined appetites could scarcely consume a single piece of Hagrid's rock cake. The Manticore, now fully matured, had spent several years at Hogwarts, during which Professor Kettleburn had even taught it a few rudimentary human phrases. Indeed, it proved to be a creature of remarkable linguistic talent, this human-faced, lion-bodied, scorpion-tailed beast. Severus, however, was far from pleased, as the Manticore's first utterance was an insult directed at him. As they made their way to Hagrid's hut, Severus remained surly, dreading the encounter with the creature that deemed everyone a fool, and this time, the foolish Potter and his companions would be joining them. Upon reaching the yard, they spotted Hagrid, his towering figure animatedly gesturing to the Manticore, his 3-meter frame appearing diminutive next to the beast. The Manticore seemed disinclined to listen, quickly turning its head away, its tail flicking irritably. "Good grief, it's enormous!" Sirius exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "And it has wings." James mirrored Sirius's expression, equally astounded. "Be careful, Peter," Remus cautioned, steadying the timid Peter, who had nearly collapsed from fright. Penny hastened her steps, one hand clasping Lily S and the other gripping Severus S, her tone buoyant. "They're bickering again. Let us hurry." "Wait for us," the others called as they hurried to catch up. Upon entering the yard, the escalating argument between Hagrid and the Manticore became clear. Hagrid was fervently attempting to coax the Manticore into eating some pumpkin, claiming it had indulged too much in sweets and meat recently. "Pumpkin is sweet too, Manticore. You cannot be so picky. Tastes strange, not eat." Hagrid bad. The Manticore retorted, its scorpion tail swaying back and forth as it articulated human speech from its abdomen. Upon hearing its voice, James gasped, "It truly can speak." A human-like expression of disdain flickered across the Manticore's visage, its lips moving as it reiterated, fool." Sirius chuckled mischievously, nudging James, "Looks like it doesn't he fancy you, mate." The Manticore's voice rang out once more, "Fool, another has come." Now it was James who laughed, deliberately exaggerating his amusement as he exchanged knowing glances with Sirius. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The Manticore had spun around, presenting its rear to the two, declaring, "Laugh unpleasant. Fool. Both of you. Do not act this way, Manticore," Hagrid implored, trying to intervene. "You are a fool too," it retorted, the phrase rolling off its tongue with surprising fluency, almost becoming its catchphrase. It relished using this phrase, having memorized it since Severus had uttered it to it, and now it began every conversation with an insult. Penny and Lily, having entered first, were doubled over with laughter, until finally, Lily, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, struggling to regain her composure. Penny rested a hand on Severus's shoulder, trembling with mirth, while Severus's arm subtly encircled her to prevent her from falling. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards. He always delighted in the antics of the 4 foolish Gryffindors. Remus, having placed the pale and nearly incapacitated Peter as far from the Manticore as possible, stood a distance away from James and the others, determined to avoid any taunts of being a fool. Yet, He couldn't shake the feeling that the manticore's tone was somewhat familiar. In the yard, the manticore continued its verbal sparring with Hagrid, its speech often disjointed, with words tumbling out one at a time. It was quite amusing. Logical arguments went unheard, and complex insults were beyond its comprehension. Yet, simplistic insults it would absorb and regurgitate with glee. Hagrid, nearly brought to tears with frustration, pointed a trembling finger at the creature, his massive frame shaking uncontrollably. His eyes reddened from ire. Meanwhile, Lily had transformed a large pumpkin into a seat, while Penny set out some snacks on the table, inviting everyone to sit down and enjoy the spectacle. James and Sirius hoisted Peter onto a bench, with Sirius feigning disdain. "Hey mate, you really ought to be braver." "Exactly. We're all here. What's there to fear?" James nodded in agreement. At least he wouldn't be the one leading the charge into mischief that might diminish Gryffindor's standing. Lily interjected sharply, "This month alone, you four have deducted 60 points from Gryffindor. How many questions must I answer to regain such a loss?" With a sheepish grin, James fell silent, grasping his teacup. "Ew. The manticore truly is a handful. Pumpkins aren't that terrifying, are they?" Hagrid huffed, plopping down onto the seat Lily had conjured, which wobbled slightly. Penny discreetly reinforced it with a charm to ensure sturdiness. The three remained silent, all agreeing that the manticore's aversion to pumpkin was quite natural, considering its carnivorous nature in the wild. However, Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn feared it might lead to nutritional deficiencies. Fortunately, with the presence of James and his friends, there was no risk of silence. They had endless chatter, even with those they barely knew. Hagrid relished the lively atmosphere and welcomed young witches and wizards to his humble abode. Before long, he eagerly produced his favorite delicacy, rock cakes, and warmly invited his new friends to sample his culinary creations. Naturally, the quartet did not decline. Curiosity piqued regarding what this giant typically consumed. Perhaps it held the secret to his towering stature. As they reached for the rock cakes, a smirk crept upon Severus's lips. He was certain they would come to regret it, possibly losing a tooth in the process. Indeed, with a resounding crunch, their expressions froze, and they instinctively clutched their mouths in pain, doubling over. Serves them right. They had no idea Hagrid's rock cakes could withstand the killing curse, Lily whispered to Penny, who nodded in agreement, recalling her own experiments with the cakes. While she couldn't yet conjure a killing curse, she was confident they could withstand a stupefying spell. They spent a considerable time at Hagrid's hut, bidding him farewell only as dusk began to settle. Hagrid waved them off with a heavy heart, yet lingered behind to speak with Penny, his expression somber. "Perhaps you could visit the manticore more often. It will soon be leaving." Professor Kettleburn mentioned it would be taken back to Africa next month. "Africa?" Penny looked up at him. "The manticore is going home?" "Indeed, the manticore hails from Africa. That is where it belongs." Hagrid's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had grown fond of the magical creature after caring for it for several years, yet its formidable nature rendered it unsuitable for Hogwarts. After parting with Hagrid, Penny felt a weight upon her heart, as though she were facing a farewell rather than a simple return home. She should feel happy for the manticore, yet it felt like a sorrowful separation. Finally managing to muster a stiff smile, she heard James Potter, that oblivious oaf, shout to her, "Have you seen the expression on Penny's face? She looks like a mandrake." "A mandrake?" In an instant, Penny's countenance darkened like the bottom of a cauldron after a decade of potion brewing. "Curse you, James Potter." After delivering a well-deserved reprimand, a pained grin emerged on the bruised James's face, which lightened Penny's mood considerably. Indeed, joy often finds its roots in the misfortunes of others. When happiness eludes, one must create a little suffering to find delight. James seemed an admirable target, tough-skinned and forgiving. The experience was quite enjoyable. She would seek him out again in the future. The hairs on the back of Jam's neck stood on end as he blinked and scanned his surroundings, an unsettling sensation creeping over him that something vile was fixated upon him.